just an ordinary high school boy, yet he was capable of accomplishing great things on his own. He secretly controlled the entire Korean underworld, held trillions in assets in his hands, to the point that even Elon Musk would have to reach out first if he wanted a meeting. From tycoons to politicians, all of them grew cautious when standing before him, not daring to be careless, and that person was Park Han. No one knew that in his previous life, Kim Hyuk was merely an unknown debt collector. His grandfather was a notorious loan shark, but since he was only a grandson through marriage, he gained no benefits at all. In their eyes, he was nothing more than a lowly hired hand. In the end, because he was too competent at his job, he was given a bitter promotion, pushed straight into a dead end. If you are foolish, you are despised, but if you are too intelligent, others will find ways to eliminate you. Yet instead of falling into a cold death, a brilliant beam of light suddenly surged forth, engulfing his entire consciousness. Park Han jolted awake, realizing he was lying sprawled on the sand beneath the blazing sun. He looked around in confusion, unable to believe what was unfolding before his eyes. He sprang to his feet, gasping for breath, his heart filled with panic. What on earth is happening? Lowering his gaze to the old uniform and the name tag Kim Hyuk on his chest, he froze in shock upon realizing he was still alive. Before he could regain his senses, a sudden kick from behind struck him, sending him tumbling straight into the water. Kim Hyuk struggled to his feet, coughing violently as he blurted out in shock. What the hell is this? He had just come back to life and was already greeted with an overwhelming welcome gift. His eyes turned icy as he surveyed the scene before him. On the beach, dozens of male students in uniform were locked in chaotic brawls, creating an unprecedented uproar. It seemed that even a place that looked like paradise was far from peaceful. That tangled chaos, Park Han threw a decisive punch at his opponent's face, sending him reeling backward. Despite the turmoil, he remained calm, silently wondering what kind of situation he had fallen into. A boy in a blue shirt charged forward while hurling a challenge. Without hesitation, he knocked him down with a single blow. The strike was so powerful that he was flung away and splashed straight into the water. Kim Hyuk clenched his fists, feeling the blood in his veins surge with youth, his body unusually light. At that moment, another group came running over while shouting Kim Hyuk's name. He shot them a sideways glance, his gaze sharp and imposing. He launched a precise high kick, striking the leader before he could even react. Before he could savor the feeling of regained youth, he was already forced to test himself in a real fight. Seizing the momentum of his movement, Park Han spun around and executed a series of fluid techniques. The remaining ones were quickly taken down. The blue shirts lay scattered across the sand, groaning in pain. At the center of the encirclement, Kim Hyuk unleashed punch after punch, each as heavy as a hammer. His opponent could not even retaliate before taking the full blow to the face. Another one tried to sneak up from behind for an ambush, but he swiftly ducked to evade and countered with a vicious hook to the ribs. In the blink of an eye, the entire group in blue was sprawled across the sand while he stood amid the messy scene. He looked down at the defeated ones with frigid eyes. He roared, "Get lost, you brat." The aura emanating from Kim Hyuk terrified them, and they stammered as they fled together. They scrambled off the beach in the blink of an eye. When everything settled, Park Han collapsed onto the sand in exhaustion. His breathing came in ragged bursts from fatigue. Just then, Myung-soo appeared and shouted, "Where are you all running? Next time we meet, we will make you regret it." Seeing Park Han struggling to get up, Myung-soo anxiously asked if he was okay, then grumbled about coming here to flirt with girls and getting nothing out of it. Seeing his friend still dazed, Myung-soo wiped the sweat from his brow and offered his hand, asking if he wanted a cigarette to clear his head. Park Han stared at Myung-soo, incredulous as he realized this was his best friend from high school. A sturdy arm slung over Kim Hyuk's shoulder, accompanied by praise that he truly was the best brother, taking down the entire group alone. Park Han froze when he recognized another close friend from his school days, the son of a police officer, a reliable support since their time in the classroom. Still not fully recovered from the shock, Kim Hyuk foolishly asked, "Where are we?" Myung-soo burst into mocking laughter, asking if he had been kicked in the head. This is Wang Ali, leaving Kim Hyuk even more stunned. Finding him strange, Myung-soo felt his head to check and muttered that it was as hard as a rock, but he did not know if he was still clear-minded. Sweat poured down Kim Hyuk's face as he trembled and asked what year it was. What? Myung-soo looked at him as if he were an alien and replied, "September 21, 1980 obviously." While kneading his friend's head, Myung-soo suspiciously asked if he had really been hit there, while Park Han grimaced in pain. In his mind, only numbers were spinning. September 2090. In the distance, a hot air balloon bearing the words "Welcome to the Wang Ali 590 Sea Festival" floated in the sky. Old model cars drove along the streets, serving as proof of a bygone era. Kim Hyuk was stunned to realize that he had nearly drowned, yet had returned to 30 years in the past. Amid the confusion, Myung-soo clutched his stomach and complained of hunger, while Park Han excitedly suggested going to eat noodles and treating everyone. Suddenly, it felt as if a bolt of lightning struck Kim Hyuk's head. September 21, 1990. Without another word, he turned and ran at full speed, ignoring Myung-soo calling after him. As he ran, Kim Hyuk gritted his teeth, recalling that today was the day his grandmother, his only remaining family, would face misfortune. The painful memory that had just resurfaced became a tangible fear, because this was the day she passed away. The image of her collapsing onto the floor in the dark room still haunted him. At the funeral, he had once collapsed before the incense-filled altar, tormented by regret that if she had been discovered sooner, perhaps she would not have left. Thinking of that, Park Han poured out all his strength, determined to change that cruel fate. Beneath the crimson glow of the evening, Park Han dashed swiftly to the old house where he and his grandmother lived. The moment he saw her figure standing at the top of the stairs, his heart seemed to choke. She gently asked if classes were over, why he had come home so early. Her wrinkled yet warm hand touched him, a feeling he once believed he would never experience again. Looking at that kind face, Kim Hyuk choked up and softly called out to her. Countless childhood memories flooded back, from the spoonfuls of rice she fed him to the simple birthdays shared by just the two of them. She stroked his cheek and worriedly asked why he was breathing so hard, whether he had run home because he was hungry. Seeing her grandson suddenly burst into tears, she grew even more anxious and asked what happened. Park Han could only choke out that it was nothing, he had just missed her so much. He hugged her tightly as if wanting to make up for the only family he had. She smiled and comforted him. Oh my, why are you so sudden? Seeing Park Han cry, she felt as if time had turned back. He was still the child of the past. Grandma Trio Men recalled he was always adorable, whether laughing or crying. Kim Hyuk whispered, Grandma. He quickly wiped his tears. Eyes serious. Grandma, not now. You must go to the hospital immediately. He looked bewildered, not understanding what had happened. Hospital, he pleaded. You could faint any moment. Go get checked right away. Though she still wondered why she had to go, she didn't feel any pain. Hyuk quickly grabbed her hand, urging, hurry up, Grandma, you'll die. His words rushed as if change fate. She laughed at her grandson's determination. Die, she would only leave after seeing him married with children. He held her trembling hands tightly, smiling kindly. He smiled at Kim Hyuk. Go back to your room, I'll cook quickly. He silently watched her frail figure, emotion swelling inexpressibly. A hot meal was quickly served with simple dishes. Seeing her grandson watching intently, she shyly asked, not much food, right? She thought so, but to him now was the most complete meal. Kim Hyuk couldn't restrain himself, eating and speaking. No, I like it all, I will finish it. Seeing him eat like a starving tiger, he laughed teasingly. Oh, take it slow. People will think you've been starved for a year. She stood up to go to the kitchen, saying, wait here, I'll make the corn water you like. Watching her figure, he thought to himself, right, all he needed was a simple meal from her. Tears streamed down, mixed with the bitter rice. He bitterly wondered why he had to endure this. Thinking of blind loyalty in a past life, he regretted even more, a lifetime exchanging everything only to be left empty. Suddenly, a strange sound from the kitchen startled Kim Hyuk. Rushed over in panic, seeing her collapsed on the cold floor. The wine bottle broken, everything in chaos. Kim Hyuk shouted in despair, Grandma, her face pale. Weak breaths made him panic to the Immediately she was taken to the emergency room. Watching her lie motionless on the hospital bed encircled by tubes, Kim Hyuk felt choked inside the room. The doctor sternly warned any delay is dangerous. He said the current condition is stable, more tests are needed, but surgery might be required. The doctor looked straight at Park Han, emphasizing the seriousness. If left like this, your father could faint at any time. Kim Hyuk was shocked, eyes wide with. Park Han looked at the 2 coins in his hand, bitterly realizing that he once held billions, now had nothing. He trembled, handing the small amount to the nurse for the minor hospital fee. Seeing his difficulty, Myung-soo lent Kim Hyuk the money he had just received from his father. Knowing Myung-soo's family owned major entertainment spots in Nampodong, Park Han hesitated but accepted, promising to repay soon. Immediately, Park Han refused, insisting this was the group's gesture for her, for the meals she had provided over the years. He patted Tran on the shoulder, telling him to take the money and promising the group would visit her regularly. In desperation, friendship became the warmest support. Even with help, Myung-soo still worried about the cost of her long-term medication and treatment. In the room, the doctor announced Park Hyun's grandmother needed urgent surgery to prevent stroke risk, otherwise she could faint again. When Park Hyun asked the cost, the answer stunned him, about 10 million won. For a powerful director in a past life, the amount was trivial, but for a newly reincarnated poor student, 10 million won was a tough problem with only a few coins in hand. Harden gritted his teeth, clenching his hands in utter helplessness. The gap between 2 lives had never been clearer. To get money for her surgery, Muhaiyus had only one choice left. He trudged to the public phone booth at the hospital gate in the middle of the night. He inserted the last coins of the machine. After a long ring, the line picked up, introducing it was the Pyeongchangdong area. Park Hyun took a deep breath. Gathering all his courage to execute the risky plan, he spoke clearly. Hello, I am Park Hyun, wanting to send an important message to Chairman Tan Tae-sun. Under the dim light of the phone booth, Park Hyun's face was cold, determined. He demanded the person on the line convey the message decisively. Please tell him Kim Hyuk, only son of Misuk, wants to meet him, identity long concealed. Now a key to survival, life like a movie. On the rooftop of Daehyusin Hospital, Kim Hyuk slowly looked down at the city. 1990, when high-rise buildings were few, he firmly confirmed this was the Busan he remembered. He had truly returned to 1990. The horrifying memories submerged under the sea resurfaced, making him fearful. Would he be killed again 30 years later? Park Hyun began checking who could be the mastermind, Chairman Tae-san Suman. He was the only one who could command his subordinates to kill him. Yet he still felt something was off, but why? He thought he could still be useful to him then. Reaching for thoughts, he wondered, could it be someone else? The next names in the Tron family appeared one by one. Appearing were Soo-han and Jae. Kim Hyuk's eyes turned cold, calculating, who are they? Who killed me? Though he hadn't found the culprit, he clenched his hands, eyes blazing with determination. This was his chance. A chance to destroy the Tron family, take over the West Sand Fund. Busy with the revenge plan, a rough voice came from behind. Suddenly interrupted. Hey kid, Muhaiyut turned back, cautious. In front of him was a tanned man, tattoos covering chest and arms, shoulders bandaged. He sat smoking on a stone bench, flicking his chin. Yes, I'm talking to you. Come here. Park Han looked at the man suspiciously. Who is he? The stranger still smiled oddly, asked his name. Kim Hyuk coldly replied. Why ask my name? Seeing his unsavory appearance, he guessed he was bad, stinking. The fat man beside laughed heartily. Huh, what's up with this guy? Why so fierce? Tattooed man stuffed his mouth. Kick, you lost. He was furious at Park Hyun's fiery attitude. Damn kid, treating adults like that. Park Hyun calmly replied, shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking others? The man sighed loudly. Fine, I'm Jong-soo. Heard my name yet? The name made Muhayusi startle. Information about the opponent surfaced in his mind. He knew him well. Jong-soo, second in command of the Susung gang ruling Dung district, a legend who took 5 years to become successor. In 1990 he fought crime, took punishment for the boss, pursued by police. The legend ended tragically killed in a motel at 29. Back in reality, seeing Kim Hyuk silent, Jong-soo was surprised. Huh, you don't know me? Muhayusi pretended ignorance, sarcastically. Don't know. Did you open a comic shop? The answer stunned Jong-soo. The companion laughed loudly. The martial legend debuted before looking cool, asked about rental. Jong-soo suppressed anger, urged, fine kid, I've introduced myself, now give your name. Replied coldly, my name is Kim Hyuk. Hearing the name, Jong-soo began teasing, rearranging it to Kim Hyuk, laughing, damn, you have the killer's name. Park Han looked at him with disdain, silently judging the opponent childish. The teasing was like kindergarten but confident. Jong-soo suddenly changed the subject. You're the lucky guy rumored to be in room 405. Seeing Muhayusi bewildered, he explained the hospital buzzed with news about him, how he cared for his grandmother, did everything she needed. Park Han asserted firmly, she is my family obviously. Hearing that, the thug paused for a moment, then forced a laugh and nodded repeatedly. Yeah, you are right, that is just how life is. Jong-soo glanced at his school uniform and asked if he was still studying. Dressed like that, he must be attending Rongsung Vocational School. Muhayuki calmly nodded without avoiding the question. Yes, what about you? Are you some kind of gangster? Jong-soo immediately waved his hand, his face full of smug pride. Me, of course not. Why would you think that? Kim Hyuk merely glanced at the wounds on him and said coldly, you look like someone who just got stabbed and had to be hospitalized. Sitting with one leg crossed arrogantly, Jong-soo lectured that when a man steps into society, a few scars are perfectly normal. He even mocked that a brat like Kim Hyuk could never understand the world of adults. Seeing him remain indifferent, Jong-soo angrily shouted, hey kid, are you not scared of me? Why are you still standing there so calmly in front of me? Kim Hyuk replied calmly, do I have to be afraid of you? That composure made that man furious yet helpless as he watched him walk away. Before Park Hyun disappeared from sight, Jong-soo loudly called out Kim Hyuk's name and shouted after him, take good care of your grandmother. We will meet again. Muhayuki left quietly. In his heart he regarded the other party as nothing more than a ruffian. The lecture about being a grown man ended because no one cared to listen. In his mind, Park Hyun silently gathered information about Jong-soo from the Susung gang. He knew that at this time the gang had not yet reached a national scale, but its influence was far from small. Perhaps it would be useful someday. As soon as he returned to the hospital room, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. A strange man in an elegant suit was standing beside his grandmother's bed, leaving him stunned. Mrs. Kim Hyuk weakly called out, Kim Hyuk, someone has come to see you. The man turned around, his sharp eyes staring straight at him as he asked, are you Kim Muhayuki? Recognizing the familiar face, he was inwardly startled. Myung-hun. Their gazes met, the air tense like a drawn bowstring. After that, Myung-hun firmly requested to speak outside at a cafe near the hospital. Myung-hun began with an introduction. I am Myung-hun. I currently work for Chairman Tai Santessa. Kim Hyuk silently accepted the business card, his heart surging as he faced the chairman's trusted right hand. He was the man his grandfather had trusted most until his final days. Memories of his previous life flooded back vividly. It was Myung-hun who had appeared at his grandmother's funeral and revealed the shocking truth that his mother's father was Tai San. Myung-hun suggested that Park Hyun go to Seoul with him, but he countered challengingly, why does the chairman not come here himself? That question stunned Myung-hun. He could hardly believe a teenager could radiate such overwhelming presence. He thought to himself that those eyes and that demeanor were absolutely not like an ordinary student. The frankness in his words left no room for doubt, forcing him to regain his composure. Myung-hun replied that the chairman was very busy and currently had no time to meet him. Park Hyun coldly cut him off. I did not ask him to meet me, then decisively refused invitation to Seoul as if blocking annoying call. He looked straight at the other party and stated, I am talking about my mother, his daughter. Muhayuk understood his grandfather's nature well, certain that he would despise such a request. His eyes sharpened as he mentioned the past. He has not even visited my mother's grave for 17 years, has he? If he wants to see me, then he should visit my mother first. Words sounded emotional but were in fact a direct strike at pride, leaving Myung-hun stunned in amazement. Kim Hyuk silently recalled his previous life. Back then he had only been an orphan child with no choice but to bow his head and obey. He remembered Myung-hun appearing at the funeral, coldly saying he would cover all expenses and demanding that he go to Seoul to meet the chairman after everything was done. The support from the Tai San group at that time was like a massive umbrella covering the sky, leaving the boy no choice but to bow his head and accept in order to continue his studies. The current Park Hyun was different. He clearly understood Tan's true nature and was determined not to let the past repeat itself. Park Hyun stood up and firmly stated, if the chairman wants to meet me, then he should come here himself. He walked past Myung-hun with the bearing of a superior and said, I will take my leave first, Director Myung-hun. Park Hyun gave a slight bow and left the cafe. Watching the teenager's back, Myung-hun was shocked to realize his hand was trembling slightly. The aura emanating from Park Hyun made even a seasoned man like him feel pressured. The one who left was at ease, while the one who remained felt his heart pounding. The report said he was merely a troublemaker who often fought. Perhaps they were mistaken. Chairman Mi-suk's only daughter and her son Kim Hyuk were indeed no ordinary people. At Busan Hospital, Kim Hyuk's stunned, she asked again upon hearing the news, the chairman wants you to go to Seoul. He replied calmly, yes. I told him to visit my mother first. His daughter has been gone for 17 years and he has never once visited her grave. How ridiculous. The file recorded him as a delinquent student, yet in truth he was a hidden figure no one had recognized. She worriedly asked whether he knew what kind of person his mother's father was. Kim Hyuk said he already knew everything, including using that phone number. It was the secret number she had kept to contact his grandfather's people. Under her astonished gaze, Moo Hyuk asked why he should treat kindly someone who had ignored the two of them for 17 years. Although she gently tried to persuade him, Park Han maintained his cold and firm attitude. He embraced his frail grandmother and reassured her, do not worry, just take care of your health. As long as I still have you, I need no one else. Looking at his only remaining family member, Park Han remembered his previous life when she passed away suddenly and he had no time to prepare. He tightened his embrace, his heart choking with emotion. He vowed that this time he would definitely give her a happy life. At the same time in Seoul, inside a luxurious villa, Chairman Ta-sen repeated his grandson's request with a mocking tone. He said if I want to see him then I have to go there myself. Mang Hun bowed his head and reported, that is correct, Chairman. He said he will only meet if you visit his mother's grave. Tai-san curled his lips into a cold smile, thinking the brat must either be feverish or insane to dare make such a demand. The seemingly light remark stabbed straight into his pride. Even so, that defiance stirred the curiosity of the powerful old man. Tai-san stood up and declared, he has caught my attention. I will go to Busan to see what kind of person he is. He took a drag of his cigarette, his eyes calculating, if he proves useful, I will make him serve this family. Kim Hyuk returned to Dongsung Technical High School with a feeling both strange and familiar. Soon as he entered classroom, Lee Myung-soo greeted him loudly. His close friend waved and shouted, hey Moo Hyuk, you are here. Myung-soo asked about his grandmother's health all morning. Park Han smiled and replied, thanks to you she has been discharged. Seeing him back at school after a few days, Myung-soo excitedly invited him to skip class and drink beer. This time Moo Hyuk quietly took out his book and said, like you said, I have only been back at school a few days. In his mind was a swirl of emotions at returning to his high school days after 30 years. Determined to change the future, Park Han he needed to prepare his lessons. His sudden studious behavior left Myung-soo and the entire class stunned. Myung-soo shouted, Park Han, what is wrong with you? Are you really sitting there reading a book? He grabbed his friend's head and cried out that it was only 1990. There were still 9 years until the end of the world. What is wrong with you? Park Han only sighed. What nonsense are you talking about? Looking at the page, Park Han thought about the past. Back then he had not gone to school to study. The turning point only came after a fateful meeting with that man. From then on he threw himself into books. Turned out that his motivation to study back then had not been for the future, but because of his strict grandfather. The scene shifted as Park Han appeared in Ta-san's magnificent mansion, facing his powerful grandfather in a room filled with books. Heavy atmosphere enveloped the space. Ta-san looked at his grandson with contempt and spat out harshly. Useless. He stood up and declared that the future had already been arranged. Listen carefully, from now on your only goal is Korea University Law School. Even knowing that Park Han's current ability was almost non-existent, Ta-san still coldly said that as he was now, there was not a shred of hope of getting in. I will use that as the measure of your worth. He turned his back and walked away. As long as you live in this house, I will not let you starve. It sounded grand, but simply put, pass and you survive, fail and you are finished. But once you fail, the relationship between you and this family will be completely severed. Don Ta-san's cold warning still echoed in his ears as the man turned and walked away. Park Han understood clearly that to survive in this lineage, he had to gain his grandfather's recognition. In his previous life, he had buried himself in study day and night until exhaustion just to set foot in Korea University Law School. Even though he eventually became a subordinate under him, the price he paid was ruthless exploitation from the family. Looking at the crisscross scars and the bandages wrapped across his back, Kim Hyuk bitterly realized he was merely blood-related yet treated like a servant. Graduating from university did not change his fate, but only elevated him to a higher tier of slave. But this time will be different, Kim Hyuk told himself as he diligently took notes in class. He studied for an entirely new goal. The quiet of self-study hour was quickly torn apart by noisy commotion from the hallway. A teacher with a furious face, holding a baseball bat, slammed it hard against the wall and shouted, class is about to start, why are you still gathering here? Before things could settle, the so-called sub-boss holding the bat appeared right at the classroom door. That man stepped in with heavy momentum, roared for the class monitor, then strode to the podium and slammed a stack of files onto the desk to assert his authority. Immediately the class monitor shouted, the whole class stand up to greet. All the students rose and bowed politely, we greet you, teacher. Yet the atmosphere grew even more suffocating when the teacher glared toward the back of the class and yelled the name Kim Hyuk. Come up here. Kim Hyuk glanced lightly, irritation clear in his eyes. The moment he stepped onto the podium, he received a curt order, lie down. Teacher tapped Kim Hyuk's head with the bat and asked mockingly, how many days have you even attended school? Do you think this school is a place where you can come when you want and skip when you want? Kim Hyuk stood before the podium and softly apologized, saying he had to take care of his grandmother. Instantly, a slap landed across his face. The teacher sneered and scolded with disdain, someone like you taking care of your grandmother? You were probably wandering around drinking somewhere. That man struck repeatedly under the stunned gazes of the entire class. Gripping the bat tightly, he glared and barked, you still dare to talk back? Lie down quick. Kim Hyuk silently looked at him and suddenly recalled this was the first-year homeroom teacher. He met his gaze coldly. That look enraged him. You dare look at me like that? Then he swung his hand violently again. In his fury he shouted, told you to lie down. Kim Hyuk thought to himself, he must already be maybe past 30. He knew clearly the true reason for this hatred, from the beginning of the year that man had repeatedly hinted for money from his grandmother after a home visit. A memory resurfaced of his grandmother trembling as she handed over a 1,001 bill to him. But Park Hyun had firmly stopped it because he did not receive the money. That man continuously made things difficult throughout the school year. Teacher slapped him hard again and shouted, "I told you to lie down." This kind of character education sounded like it came with a price list. Under the pressure of the bat, Kim Hyuk had no choice but to lie down on the classroom floor. While cursing, he prepared to swing the bat. "You think I do not know you like to cause trouble? In the future, you will only become street trash. Right, you piece of garbage." Suddenly, the classroom door burst open. A man rushed in breathlessly, making the teacher freeze. "Ah, Teacher Park. What is going on, Vice Principal?" The Vice Principal asked between breaths. "Is there a student named Park Hyun UK in this class?" The teacher replied blankly, "What?" Still holding the bat above Park Hyun's head as the atmosphere abruptly shifted. A luxurious car stopped in front of Dongsung High School, drawing all curious eyes. Mang Hun stepped out, politely opened the car door, then called out, "You are Park Hyun UK, get in." Under the astonished gazes of students and teachers from the upper floors, Park Hyun calmly stepped into the expensive car. The scene left the teacher and the entire class gaping. Is that a foreign car? As soon as he sat in the back seat, Park Hyun paused when he saw a powerful man already waiting. It was Tai-san, calmly reading a newspaper with an imposing demeanor. Park Hyun looked straight at his grandfather. In his eyes was determination along with deep calculation. Outside, Mang Hun still stood respectfully beside the gleaming black car. Tai-san lowered the newspaper, looked at his grandson sharply and asked, "You are Miss-uk's son?" Looking at that aged yet powerful face, Kim Hyuk thought to himself, "Grandfather, we meet again." In his previous life, the last time he saw him was one day before he passed away 20 years ago. Facing the question, Park Hyun calmly replied, "Yes, my father is Kim Tetsu. My mother is Misuk. This meeting was not accidental but prepared in advance." Hearing that, Tai-san slightly curled his lips with hidden meaning. He looked at him and said, "You were the one who requested to meet me directly. That is why I am here." Park Hyun did not flinch and looked straight at him as he asked, "Have you visited my mother's grave?" Tai-san silently looked out the window and replied in a low voice. Sitting in the car, Kim Hyuk silently assessed this cold grandfather. For years, he had never visited his daughter's grave, so he must have gone there just before coming to find him. Park Hyun looked directly at him, his voice calm yet firm. "The grandmother who raised me is ill. I cannot leave her alone, therefore I will not apologize." That resolute attitude made Tan slightly surprised. He narrowed his eyes and observed, thinking that this boy is young yet dares to face me without fear. He broke the silence. "Could it be you knew I would?" What? Kim Hyuk maintained his cold expression, fully aware in his heart. He understood the man before him was a legend in South Korea's private finance industry. Born in the South during wartime, once a day laborer, Tai-san rose to become a major force in political and economic circles from the 1970s. At that time, almost no tycoon or politician had not borrowed money from him. By the 1990s, he controlled enormous cash flow and was dubbed the king of loan sharks, Tai-san. Returning to the present, Kim Hyuk calmly said, "I heard you are running a small private enterprise whose reputation is far from small." Tai-san gave a faint smile. "I only manage a small private lending company in Seoul." He stared at him and added, "You understand what private lend means?" No, Kim Hyuk inwardly mocked that false smile. Not letting him think further, Tai-san asked directly, "Why exactly did you want to meet me? What do you need?" Park Han slightly lowered his head to hide the blazing look in his eyes, then said, "I only want one thing." "Grandfather, that small enterprise is probably small only in the introduction." Kim Hyuk raised his head, an ambitious smile clear on his face. In his mind, he had already set the goal for this life. To overturn them, he needed money. The only revenge he could carry out now was through money. He was determined to seize the enormous fortune the family would inherit after Tai-san passed away. To do that, Park Hyun had to secretly build a strong enough capital source without the family discovering it. In the car, Tai-san coldly asked again, "Tell me clearly, what do you want?" Park Hyun looked straight at him and answered decisively, "Please give me money." The answer made Tai-san slightly disdainful, so in the end it is only about money. He continued to ask how much. Kim Hyuk calmly said, "My grandmother needs 10 million won for surgery. Besides that, I need million won each month until I graduate high school to cover tuition and living expenses." Tai-san repeated the figures calculatingly, 10 million won and 1 million each month. "Those things are not difficult for me." But in his heart he looked down on him, "Just for a bit of money and you dared to summon me here." Suddenly Park Hyun added, "I am not asking, I am only borrowing and will repay it." Those words made Tai-san narrow his eyes at him within. He thought to himself that this child likely could not even repay the interest, yet dared to say he would borrow money and return it. Tai-san regained his stern demeanor and slowly said that loan sharking was not difficult, but the lender would never allow him to borrow however much he pleased. He stared intently, making Kim Hyuk clearly feel the heavy pressure, then directly asked what he would use to guarantee repayment, whether he had assets or anything reliable enough to mortgage. Faced with that probing question about collateral, Hyuk calmly pointed to his own head and firmly said that he wanted to use this very brain as collateral. Tai-san narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the reckless proposal from his grandson. Without the slightest hesitation, Kim Hyuk looked straight at him and declared that if he were granted the loan, he would be admitted to Korea University Law School, and that achievement would serve as collateral for both principal and interest. Seeing Tai-san fall silent in thought, Hyuk inwardly reflected that in his previous life, it was this very man who had set the condition, yet this time he was the one taking the initiative. Park Hyun understood all too well the powerful man sitting beside him. Tai-san had always longed for academic success because in the past, he had once abandoned his studies due due to poverty. Therefore, after achieving success, Tae-san became even more obsessed with his children's education. Yet his two sons Suman and Jaewon had accomplished nothing of note. They only managed to enter mid-tier universities, and still, despite the vast sums he poured in, the costs were sky high, yet the results still fell short of expectations. Park Han's mother had once been admitted to a prestigious school but later dropped out and left him. Kim Hyuk knew that if he had a grandson admitted to Korea University Law School, it would be an immense source of pride for Tae-san, enough to erase the long-held inferiority he carried about his own education. Tae-san harbored doubts. Was the boy truly intending to apply to Korea University Law School? With his current academic ability, it seemed far from sufficient. He looked at Kim Hyuk with ridicule, wondering if he was speaking nonsense. The future profile sounded grand, yet his present achievements were the opposite. He curled his lip and asked what would happen if he failed. Park Hyun understood that although he had passed once before, nothing in this game was certain, so he had to seize the old man's attention and trust at any cost. He declared loudly that if he failed, he was willing to hand over both his future and himself. Was that enough as a guarantee? Tae-san's eyes flashed with surprise at that pledge, then after a brief calculation, he nodded in agreement. It sounded acceptable. Park Hyun immediately added another condition. If he passed, the old man had to give him a congratulatory gift. Tae-san narrowed his eyes in curiosity and asked what else he was demanding. Kim Hyuk smiled meaningfully and replied that he would speak about it after he was admitted to university. He leaned closer and whispered with ambition that if he succeeded, he would ask for a very large gift. The atmosphere inside the luxury car suddenly fell silent. Tae-san looked out the window. Then a deep and dangerous smile slowly on his aged face. He burst into hearty laughter that echoed through the cabin, saying he would wait and see what great gift the boy was aiming for. But immediately afterward his gaze darkened. He looked straight at his grandson with crushing pressure, reminding him that if he failed the price would be clear. At that time he would belong to him and obey all arrangements. Tae-san smiled meaningfully, painting a bleak vision that sent chills down one's spine. The atmosphere seemed shrouded in darkness, as if it might swallow Kim Hyuk whole. See you again in the next videos. Facing that threat, Park Hyun calmly replied that was fine, grandfather. If it was a game, then he would play it to the end. Glossy black car sped along the dust-covered road, leaving Park Hyun standing alone in the silent expanse. Watching the car disappear, he curled his lip in mockery. That old man dared to use such ghostly nonsense to scare a child. He muttered that the old man had threatened the wrong person, because this child had already lived through countless storms. In the wind-swept schoolyard, Park Hyun pondered the agreement with Tae-san and softly said he rather liked the idea. His eyes gleamed with a cold red light. A resolute smile flickered across his face. If necessary, he was willing to become something terrifying to shatter that family piece by piece. The car carrying the powerful chairman weaved through the dense city traffic. In the back seat, Tae-san stroked his chin in satisfaction and remarked that the boy was truly interesting, leaving Myung-hun driving in front somewhat surprised. While holding the wheel, Myung-hun admitted he was quite shocked because Park Hyun was completely different from the reports he had read. Sitting in the back, Tae-san recalled the various kinds of people he had encountered in business, from those who defaulted on debts yet asking to borrow more to those men. Some dragged others along to apply pressure, some resorted to extreme actions to threaten him, some even used their families as bargaining chips to repay debts. After dealing with so many types of people, he believed he could judge someone's character at the first meeting, almost reading people as quickly as scanning a menu. With just a glance at their eyes, voice, or gestures, he could grasp part of their thoughts. Yet with Park Hyun, he could not discern anything at all. He even had the feeling that the teenager was the one observing and evaluating him. Seeing the chairman show interest, Myung-hun softly remarked that he seemed to have taken a liking to the boy. While driving, he joked that for the first time the chairman's ability to read people had faltered, and he had even seen through in return. Tae-san leaned back, closed his eyes, and calculated as they headed toward Daehan-Busan Hospital. The car accelerated, heading straight for the hospital complex. At Daehan-Busan Hospital, Kim Hyuk bowed his head earnestly and asked the doctor to take good care of his grandmother. The calm doctor reassured him that the surgery was not too complicated, so he should not worry excessively. Park Hyun quietly walked along the corridor, his face heavy with thought beneath the glow of the illuminated notice board. Amid the flow of people passing by, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Jong-soo suddenly appeared, draping an arm over his shoulder and warmly asking about his studies and meals. That man even invited him to the rooftop for a smoke, but Park Hyun coldly replied that saying such things to a high school student was inappropriate and he still had to study. Jong-soo widened his eyes and exclaimed what was the point of studying while still young? Better to enjoy first and think about the future later. Unable to persuade the stubborn boy, Jong-soo could only laugh it off and say that if he needed to study then no one could stop him. That man took a pack of gum from his patient gown pocket and handed it to him, telling him to chew it when sleepy to stay awake. After speaking, that man leisurely left, even turning back to wave and say see you later. Park Hyun realized Jong-soo was more interesting than he had imagined, yet he also knew the tragic future awaiting him when the gang war erupted. The image of Jong-soo gravely injured and lying motionless amid chaos flashed through his mind like a warning. Suddenly Kim Hyuk looked out the window and saw a group of people stepping out of cars parked in front of the hospital gate. One man secretly pulled a sharp object from inside his jacket, his eyes filled with killing intent. Park Hyun narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Could it be that the terrible scenario he had just imagined was about to unfold right in the hospital corridor? Those men walked with determination, their faces tense and stern. Seeing that, Park Hein resolved inwardly that Jong-soo could not die today, his eyes flashing with calculation as he thought he might be able to draw that man to his side. The reception desk, a man in a brown suit led his subordinates in aggressively. That man asked for Jong-soo's room. When the nurse cautiously inquired about their relationship, he slammed a can onto the counter and shouted that he had come to visit. Just as tension peaked, Kim Hyuk stepped forward and asked whether they were looking for big brother Dong-soo. Park Hein smiled and claimed to Jong-soo's younger brother, offering to lead the way. The group followed in confusion, unaware that they had already fallen into a trap. Park Hein's eyes turned cold, inwardly irritated that they dared cause trouble while his grandmother was in surgery. He resolved to take them out of here. Instead of heading to the patient room, he led them around to the alley behind the hospital. Sensing something was wrong, the man in the brown suit stopped and shouted loudly, asking where he was taking them. Park Hein turned back, his gaze icy as he directly asked whether they had come to harm Jong-soo. Exposed, the man in the brown suit angrily pulled out a knife and demanded in a harsh voice who he was. Park Hein remained calm where he stood, ready to face them as the other man also drew a weapon and prepared to rush forward. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded from behind asking what they were doing. Jong-soo, dressed in a patient gown, stepped forward with his hands in his pockets, mocking the grown men for surrounding a high school student. Upon seeing their target, the man in the blue shirt immediately shouted. He charged forward and threw a powerful punch straight at his opponent. The fist slammed into his face with a violent impact. Park Hein silently stood at a distance observing the entire course of the fight. A straight punch to the forehead made the subordinate spin around. The man in the blue coat was flung backward, screaming in pain. Despite wearing a patient outfit, Jong-soo delivered a powerful kick that sent the opponent flying, as if competing in a UFC final, showing no sign of weakness. The henchman fell to the ground, eyes wide with horror and shock. Jong-soo lunged forward with the speed and ferocity of a wild beast. He swung his fist into the opponent's face, then slammed his head onto the hard floor. Three accomplices who had rushed over froze, overwhelmed by his sheer power. Jong-soo quietly removed the patient gown, revealing a bandaged body covered in dragon phoenix tattoos, exuding a cold aura. No one would expect such strength from a seemingly weak patient. The man in the brown suit thrust his spear forward to the limit. Jong-soo deftly deflected the armed arm and countered with a kick that knocked him down. The remaining henchmen trembled as they watched their comrade fall. The gangster pushed off with his slippers gathering momentum. Then he shot forward like an arrow. Jong-soo leapt into the air. He executed a spinning kick with full force aimed at the terrified group. A violent collision erupted. The enemies had no time to react as Jong-soo poured all his power into the final kick, leaving them completely defeated at his feet. A man with a crew cut suddenly halted as he saw the glass frames mounted on the wall. He had a malicious thought, hoisting a large glass frame toward Jong-soo, intending a rear attack. But Jong-soo spun around with lightning speed. He punched straight through the thick glass, hitting the attacker in the face, shattering the shards everywhere. The strong impact sent both flying back. The outcome was clear as the crew-cut men lay motionless on the ground. Jong-soo panted heavily while Park Hein silently appeared behind, observing everything calmly. Breaking glass and defeating the opponent would surely incur repair fees at the hospital. Walking along the corridor, Jong-soo exclaimed with delight. It had been a long time since he relaxed so freely. He began explaining the recent territorial battles, asserting that he had prepared, predicting that they would seek revenge while he was still in the hospital. Jong-soo looked at Kim Hyuk with an amused gaze, saying he had been tracking them, yet the boy led them here. He was daring, even unafraid when they drew their knives. Park Hein replied calmly, knowing Jong-soo would arrive, even noticing his subordinates guarding the hospital, yet the result remained unchanged. In his heart, Park Hein understood that Jong-soo could easily handle those small fry, whether he intervened or not. Jong-soo affectionately draped his arm over Kim Hyuk, saying he still owed him, asking what he wanted, promising to fulfill it all, money or women. Looking at the gangster before him, Park Hein realized Jong-soo would be the first tool in his plan, determined to recruit him to his side. Park Hein spoke in a deep tone, requesting that only close subordinates accompany him, and to hide somewhere for about 3 months. Jong-soo roared in astonishment, questioning why he needed to hide while asking what he wanted. Park Hein remained calm, predicting that the president would soon declare war on crime, ordering nationwide arrests of all criminal organizations. During crime war, Jong-soo was utterly stunned. As Kim Hyuk predicted, in October 1990, the president issued special orders to suppress crime, altering the political corruption landscape. An announcement of a large-scale anti-crime campaign, a campaign aiming to eradicate all criminal organizations, large and small. Park Hein sternly instructed Jong-soo to keep the hiding place secret even from other members. Be careful of Boss Song. Jong-soo's eyes widened in disbelief at the precise. Park Hein turned and walked away, leaving a firm message: that is what I want. Now the decision is yours. He calculated silently, knowing that if Jong-soo survived, he would surely need him. A month later at Jersel Mountain, deep in the forest, criminal organizations were officially announced. The law granted the president full authority to eliminate them. On October 13, 1990, the shocking news spread across newspapers and television. In the dilapidated wooden house, Jong-soo's men panicked as they read the news. Oh heavens, all prosecutors were mobilized and the Busan organization was arrested. Big Brother Song, hiding in the mountains, opened the newspaper as one of the few few survivors. Jang-soo remained silent, issuing orders to his men. The subordinates were instructed not to act, only to stay put and avoid trouble. They reply as Big Brother. Seeing the newspaper in hand, Jang-soo was shocked to realize everything unfolded exactly as Park Hyun had said. He recalled previously dismissing Park Hyun's words, thinking he spoke nonsense, wanting to unify the country, not because of them. He thought he was meeting a boy who spoke nonsense, but it turned out to be the future, just as he predicted. On October 3, 1990, the German reunification occurred exactly as Kim Hyuk predicted. Facing the undeniable truth, Jang-soo trembled, face filled with horror and mind full of doubt. Who was Park Hyun if he could predict world history accurately? He could only be PT. He handled everything with extricacy. At the Namcheon apartment, Park Hyun took the woman home, saying firmly, say nothing. You took him from me. Meeting after 17 years, she also received living expenses from him. No need to work anymore. The elderly woman asked tremblingly if it was acceptable to receive it. Park smiled sincerely, telling her she had worked hard raising her grandchild, deserved more, just keep healthy. Looking at his grown grandson, she teared up and called Kim Hyuk. At that moment, a voice called from the door. Grandma, congratulations on being discharged. Myung-soo and Park Hyun cheerfully carried a large bag of food into the house. Myung-soo exclaimed excitedly, "Oh heavens, look who's here. We bought pork belly for Grandma. Today we must grill and eat heartily." The small room filled with laughter as the group gathered around the meat. Hyuki quietly smiled, feeling the simple happiness that he had lost in a past life. Plot twist: from senior strategist to a member of the grilling group in the blink of an eye. The autumn weather was pleasant, but the high school was tense because today was the day for test scores. Myung-soo sulked, complaining, "The weather is so nice, yet today we have test scores." Seeing this, Park Hyun smiled contentedly. Myung-soo shouted in frustration, "Don't laugh, you are no different from me." Park Hyun smugly said, "I'm better than you, at least ranked 520 students." Myung-soo retorted, "Go away, I'm 451, don't brag." Turning to Kim Hyuk, Park Hyun curiously asked, "How was the test? You studied hard." Park Hyun humbly replied, "I only improved a little, must try harder. It's been a while since I studied, so it was a bit hard but still did well." Sitting in class, a classmate rushed in frantically to announce, "Shocking news, Park Hyun, did you know? You are first." Myung-soo and Park Hyun were both astonished. "What, really?" The classmate confirmed, "Yes, I heard the teacher mention it this morning." At that moment, the teacher appeared at the classroom door, sternly calling Myuk to the office. Park Hyun quietly stood up and left the class, friends amazed. Top rank didn't even get to flex before being called urgently. Lee Myung-soo excitedly urged, "Hurry." At the teacher's office, Getch, homeroom teacher, sat cross-legged, arms folded, arrogantly asked Kim Hyuk, "Do you know why I called you?" Park Hyun was still confused, not understanding the situation, when suddenly, a hand swung toward his face. Looking through the glass window, Myung-soo and Park Hyun were stunned. The teacher sprang up from his chair, glaring as he shouted, "I will ask one last time, do you really not know why you were called here?" Kim Hyuk lightly touched the still burning pain, thinking to himself what kind of tantrum that man was throwing, then calmly replied, "No sir, I do not know." No sooner had the answer ended than another wave of anger crashed down. The teacher roared furiously, jabbing a finger at his face as he pressed him with questions. "During the exam, what did you do? Did you cheat? Tell the truth." That man seemed out of control, insisting that a student who once ranked last like Kim Hyuk could not possibly rise to first place in the second semester without something shady. Kim Hyuk endured in silence, because he knew everything had started a few days earlier. Back then, the homeroom teacher had called him in and hinted, "I heard the person sitting in that imported car that day was your grandfather. Is that right?" With calculating eyes, that man implied that since he was the homeroom teacher, his grandfather should at least drop by to greet him. Park Hyun saw through that man's greed and inwardly sneered, truly shameless, pretending to care about a student on the surface, but actually trying to pry into special connections. He replied coldly to cut off that intention, "My grandfather lives in Seoul. If you want to meet him, you will probably have to go there yourself." Seeing the opportunity slip away, that man hurried to salvage it. "He will come visit you again." Then added meaningfully, "When you see him, remember to mention me." At the time, Kim Hyuk only lowered his head slightly and asked to leave. "If there is nothing else, may I return to class?" Back to the present, that teacher shouted loudly, "Hey Kim Hyuk." The stick in his hand pointed straight at him in threat. "You cheated, did you not? Or did someone help you?" Under that pressure, Park Hyun's eyes turned cold. He enunciated each word, "No sir, I did not cheat." Failing to gain benefits, that man switched to imposing brute authority. He sneered and swung the stick threateningly. "I have overlooked your troublemaking many times, and now you dare pull tricks in the exam room." He even dragged his grandmother into it with mockery. Kim Hyuk felt his blood boil as he listened, thinking that man was truly excessive and troublesome. That man continued to shout, "What are you looking at? If you keep staring, I will not let this slide." Insulted, Kim Hyuk said coldly, "You must apologize." He asserted that his studies had nothing to do with his grandmother and demanded that the teacher withdraw his words. Hearing that, man grew even more furious, yelling as he raised his hand to strike, insisting that without checking he already knew he had cheated. That man tore the test paper to pieces and declared he would give him 0 in all subjects. With a malicious smile, that man even threatened to suspend him from today, even expel him immediately. Kim Hyuk remained calm and challenged him, "Do you dare to bet?" Facing that man's bewildered gaze, he proposed to retake the entire exam on the spot, exactly as in the original test. Park Hyun declared that if the results did not match, he would voluntarily leave the school. The surrounding teachers whispered at the terrifying confidence confidence of the student, standing alone to challenge the entire faculty office. Kim Hyuk pushed things further by adding that if the scores remained the same, then that teacher would have to leave this school. His pride wounded, that man gritted his teeth and raised the stick to strike, but Kim Hyuk swiftly blocked it midair, causing him to freeze. He looked straight at him and mocked, "What is wrong? You do not dare," then demanded the exam papers be brought out immediately. Before he could discipline the student, he was countered instead, leaving that man flustered. News of the shocking wager quickly spread throughout the school, students gathering noisily to discuss it. Inside the office, under the supervision of many teachers, Kim Hyuk calmly worked through the exam again. The homeroom teacher was drenched in sweat, his hands trembling as he held the new paper to compare. The results stunned everyone: history 100, math 100, physics 90, literature 100, social studies 100. Another teacher hurriedly said to Teacher Park that if English was also full marks, then Park Hyun would achieve a perfect score in every subject. Sitting at the desk, Park calmly announced he had finished the last question and looked straight at that man who was sweating profusely. He repeated the condition: if everything is correct, you must leave the school. At the same time, he warned that if he broke his word and still appeared, he should not expect him to continue treating him as a teacher. Outside the window, Myung-soo and Park Hyun nervously watched every development. Suddenly, Kim Hyuk offered a mocking way out: "If you apologize now, I will stop here." Teacher Park was stunned, stammering in disbelief, "What did you say?" Just then, the vice principal stepped in to intervene, demanding an end because Kim Hyuk had proven his innocence. He sternly reminded Teacher Park not to escalate the matter and to apologize, because he should have praised the student instead. Teacher Park stood frozen, his face pale from humiliation, under the gaze of everyone present. The teacher was forced to speak an unwilling apology. "I am sorry, I misunderstood you." Kim Hyuk silently stood up and firmly struck the desk with his hand as a period to his victory. He calmly asked to return to class, brushing past that man who was still standing in shock. Leaving the office, he encountered his two close friends waiting in the corridor. Myung-soo and Park Hyun cheered, raising their fists in celebration. Kim Hyuk walked amid the applause, his momentum soaring as if he had just overcome a final decisive battle. In front of the notice board, students crowded together discussing the newly announced results. The name Kim Hyuk of Class 3 stood at the top of the list, far ahead of the other students to hold the #1 position in the entire school. On the stairs, Myung-soo laughed gleefully and asked, "Did you see his face back then? It was completely purple." Hae-dong was still astonished, looking at Park Hyun and asking, "Are you really first in the school? Are you truly planning to apply to Korea University?" Kim Hyuk paused midway on the stairs covered with yellow leaves. He looked at his two friends and said seriously, "Myung-soo, you should study harder, I will help you." Park Hyun as well. Return to judo practice and aim for direct admission to university. Park Hyun understood his friend's abilities clearly. Myung-soo once had high achievements in middle school, enough to enter the social sciences, but chose a vocational school because of his passion. As for Hae-dong, he had once been a promising judo athlete, yet because he did not want to be far from his friends, he accepted enrolling in a school without a sports team. But Myung-soo merely laughed it off. "Why study? I just need to manage my father nightclub." Park Hyun also said dejectedly that his body was now stiff all over. He would probably just work in a factory. One a future director, one a worker, and for now both lazy to study. Park Hyun put his arms around both of them, his gaze resolute. "I will soon have important matters in Seoul. Alone it will be hard to manage. I hope you will strive together to go to Seoul with me." Before the sunset that dyed the city red, Park Hyun silently called them his friends. He understood that even knowing the future, he could not complete his revenge plan alone. No matter what, he still needed loyal companions who would never betray him behind his back. The invitation to go to Seoul sounded somewhat naive, but seeing their carefree smiles, Kim Hyuk trusted them completely. From then on, he buried himself in books, focusing all his strength on studying at Dong School. Persistent effort brought results as Park Hyun easily maintained first place in the final exam of the second semester. Once again, the name Park Hyun sat firmly at the top of the board under the admiring gazes of teachers and students. Though not the most outstanding, Myung-soo's scores also increased nobly. At the same time, Park Hyun returned to judo training, each move gradually regaining its power, everything proceeding according to the plan he had set. That winter, snow-blanketed Seoul and white, from Namsan Tower to the high-rise buildings, all were submerged in a frigid mist. Kim Hyuk stood amid the falling snow, gazing into the distance, while Myung-hun waited beside a luxury car. He softly murmured, "I have returned once again." Before him stood the solid stronghold of the John family, a scene as beautiful as a film yet foretelling storms to come. Prangdong along with Nogu and Hanamdong ranked among the wealthiest areas in the country. Here stood the magnificent mansion of Tasan, once at the top of the list of individuals who mobilized enormous capital. Despite political upheavals from coups to regime changes, that estate remained firm in preserving its wealth. Politics might change, but this family money endured. Inside the luxurious villa, in the quiet space where only the sound of utensils could be heard, Park Hyun and Tasan sat opposite each other at the elegant dining table. Chairman Tasan ate with a contemplative and unreadable expression. Kim Hyuk observed his grandfather and thought that this scene had never appeared in his previous life. In the past, he did not meet him again until he was admitted to Korea University Law School. Now being able to dine together this early proved that his grandfather's view of him had changed. Under the brilliant chandelier in the spacious living room, Grandfather and grandson sat facing each other beside the warm fireplace. John Tessa took a sip of tea, his sharp gaze fixed straight on his grandson as he slowly remarked that he had heard the boy had ranked first for 2 consecutive semesters. Hassan gently set his teacup down, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction as he looked over his grandson's outstanding report card. The old man admitted that the school Park handed was not among the prestigious ones, yet those results were enough to prove he was not someone who only talked big. He tapped his temple lightly, saying that was clear evidence of the boy's intelligence. Park Hein gave a faint smile, the light curve of his lips fleeting and calm. Tae-san excitedly declared that since he had kept his promise, he had a gift prepared, and asked directly what he wanted. Kim Hyuk remained composed as he repeated what he had said before. I will answer you after I officially enter university. John Tae-sang nodded, promising that if Park Han was admitted to Korea University Law School, any wish of his would be granted. Even so, the old man urged him to name one thing right now. In his heart, Kim Hyuk wondered whether he was sincere or merely acting the part of a model grandfather, so he decided to ask for something specific. Kim Hyuk looked straight at him and spoke firmly. In that case, give me a share in the company. The statement left the powerful chairman stunned. He narrowed his eyes and asked again, company shares? Do you even understand the stock market? Kim Hyuk calmly replied that he did not know much, which was why he was asking. Others asked for lucky money, but he wanted to try being a shareholder. He continued by asking which company he should invest in if given the chance. In his mind, Kim Hyuk calculated that asking for stocks instead of cash would likely be seen as an innocent childish wish. John Tae-sang's lips curved to a faint smile. He called Myung-hun over and asked how many percent of Dahyun Group he currently held. When he heard the answer was 4%, he immediately decided to transfer all of it to the boy. Tae-san even instructed Myung-hun to handle all the taxes cleanly to avoid trouble for his grandson later. While others hesitated over choosing a stock code, he simply handed over the shares he already possessed. Upon hearing the name Dahyun, Park Han could not help but feel shaken. In his memory, Dahyun had once been the empire at the top of South Korea's Chaebol world. But after the founder passed away, the conglomerate was torn apart by fierce struggles among the heirs. Park Hyun understood that Dahyun shares were not merely about money, because even with money, they might not be obtainable. He stood up and bowed to thank his grandfather, still unable to dispel his astonishment since he had thought he would only receive a small amount of capital. He had not expected the gift to be so enormous, far beyond all imagination. As the atmosphere grew subdued, the door burst open and a voice rang out, "Father, we are back." Kim Hyuk immediately sensed a familiar aura. His eyes tightened with vigilance as 2 men walked. 2 names filled with resentment echoed in his mind. Suman. Suman appeared with the unmistakable bearing of a villain, merely standing there yet exuding a threatening presence. One of them stepped closer, offering a polite smile at Park Han and asking if he was Misuk's son. Looking at that smug face, Kim Hyuk silently confirmed that he had found the right person. The image of being sunk to the bottom of the sea that year surged back vividly, along with the cold command. They were the ones who had ordered his elimination. Chairman Tae-san broke the silence. Hurry and greet them. They are your uncles. Facing the men who might have been his killers in his previous life, Park Han told himself to remain calm because there was no concrete evidence yet. He bowed politely. I am Kim Hyuk. Greetings, uncles, outwardly humble, inwardly already calculating his plans. Suman smiled with false kindness, saying he had heard the grew up without a mother and was raised only by his grandmother. How wonderful it was to finally meet again. He patted Park Hyun's shoulder familiarly and told him to speak up if he needed anything, since they were family after all. Night fell and the study was bathed in warm yellow light. A private family meeting began. John Tae-san sat imposingly, inquiring about his in-law's business situation and mentioning rumors that Samsung Group was facing difficulties. His daughter-in-law hurried to reassure him that everything was fine, it was only media exaggeration. Father knew her father-in-law's character well. Tae-san curled his lips, saying he knew that man's indifferent nature all too well. Even so, with his seasoned experience, he still told them to inform him if necessary, since they were connected by marriage. After accepting their thanks, he turned to ask his son about his wife's family. The son reported that his father-in-law's political career was still proceeding smoothly. Tae-san said coldly that if the man needed money, he could come to him. Finances were nothing to worry about. Suddenly, he asked sharply whether anyone had recently sent money to Chairman Hak-soo, his tone no different from someone auditing accounts. Tae-san's face turned terrifying as he shouted that money was not to be used at will. They must let them come beg on their own, never give money before they bowed their heads. Before his father's anger, Chon Soo-mung trembled as he explained about the forces behind Lee Hak-soo, worrying that breaking their promise would cause trouble. Another person cautiously added that if they did that, the other side would certainly not let it go. That name echoed in the room like a warning. A heavy silence the entire room. Outside, rain poured relentlessly as John Tae-san gazed into the distance, his expression contemplative and calculating. Beneath that dense curtain of rain, Kim stood quietly in his mother's old room within the family mansion. Everything was exactly the same as in his previous life, the towering bookshelves and the eerily silent atmosphere. He walked to the bookshelf, his hand lightly brushing over the dusty spines. Finally, he stopped at a red notebook adorned with intricate patterns. He opened it slowly. Inside was a color photograph faded by time, a photo of Chairman Tae-san and his mother, Tron Misuk. Kim Hyuk thought this was the only photo of his mother he had ever found. It seemed his grandfather kept no others, as if he wanted to erase every trace of her. He sank into a stream of endless thoughts. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening cut through the silence. A man with an arrogant air walked in and asked if he was Misuk's son. Kim Hyuk recognized Ms. Ji-won. He He thought to himself that was right, this man was here as well. In his memory, Ji-won was very likely the one ordered to deal with him before. Perhaps Kim Hyuk's appearance made him uneasy, as it touched upon the inheritance he had assumed belonged to him. Ji-won strolled closer and mockingly asked if he had lived in Busan, saying that coming from the countryside to Seoul must make it hard to fit in. Kim Hyuk looked at him coldly and asked who he was. That firm attitude made Ji-won falter. He sneered and said he did not know how to respect his elders, coming from Busan yet understanding nothing of manners. Park Han thought that in any life this man remained just as arrogant, a consistency almost astonishing. When Ji-won turned to leave, Kim Hyuk suddenly grabbed his wrist, startling him into a cry. Park Hyun stared straight into his eyes and said coldly, "So what if you are older, you speak rudely first and still expect my respect?" Ji-won flushed red with anger, stammering as he shouted back, his words not even fully formed. Park Hyun realized this was perhaps the first time anyone had dared to openly confront Ji-won. His illustrious background, his father the eldest son of a wealthy clan and his mother from a prestigious lineage, no one had ever dared to look down on Ji-won. He roared, "How could a nobody like you dare to be insolent?" Then Ji-won reined in his anger, placing his hands on his hips as he sneered that he knew exactly why the boy had come and that this place was not for him. He curled his lips and suggested how much he needed to leave. Was 100 million enough? With that money he could live like a rich man in Busan. Hearing those familiar words, Park Hyun suddenly remembered how in his previous life he had stood frozen before a similar statement. This time he let out a provocative laugh. "How generous of you, brother, planning to give your little brother some pocket money." Kim Hyuk continued mockingly that 100 million was not much. At a famous seafood market it would only cover a single plate of sashimi. Jae-won flew into a rage and hurled insults about his family, mentioning that he had no parents and was being raised by his grandmother. Immediately Park Han swung his fist into the wall beside his face, the loud impact cracking the bricks. The punch left the wall fractured while Ji-won stood stunned. Under his horrified gaze, Park Han leaned in close, his voice low and icy. "Yes, that is right. Do you want to try taking a blow from this country bumpkin?" He grabbed Ji-won tightly by the collar. He pressed him against the cracked wall and growled, "The one who was never taught manners because he lacked parents." Ji-won trembled violently, sweat soaking through his clothes, stammering in despair that did he think he could touch the eldest son of the Chon family and remain safe. Cornered against the wall, he shouted that he would tell his grandfather. From an arrogant young master, he had become a pitifully panicked wreck. Faced with that childish threat, Park Han coldly slammed his fist against the wall beside his head, making Ji-won turn pale, then slowly exposed his opium addiction and his dealings with smugglers, asserting that if it reached the press it would become a shocking scandal. Jae-won stammered and trembled. "What are you talking about?" Park Han continued by mentioning the debauched hotel parties and the girl who had been hospitalized, making Ji-won collapse as he asked how he knew. And he merely sneered that he was still just a child, then suggested going downstairs to speak with their grandfather, causing Ji-won to recoil in fear and seek an excuse. In his heart, Park Han knew clearly every crime Ji-won had committed in his previous life. What was happening now was only the beginning. He placed a hand on his shoulder and coldly reminded him that if he wanted to be regarded as an older brother, he had to act like one. Ji-won ground his teeth and endured the humiliation, his face flushed red with resentment. Thoroughly disgusted, Kim Hyuk dropped onto the bed and told him to leave because he was tired, his tone gentle yet the meaning clear that he did not want to see his face another second. Before stepping out, Ji-won forced a show of authority, his voice trembling as he warned him not to reveal that matter or one of them would not be safe. "Do you understand?" Park Han glared and asked whether that was a request or a threat. The overwhelming aura made Ji-won immediately back down, saying it was only a request. He reluctantly agreed to keep silent and trudged away after hearing Kim Hyuk reply curtly that he understood. The door slammed shut as if venting all of Ji-uri. The room fell silent, leaving him alone. Park Han pondered whether Ji-won was truly the one who had harmed him. The cowardice just shown did not match the ruthless figure in his memory. With that thought, Park quietly stepped out of the room. He descended each step of the mansion's staircase with a solemn face, his presence heavy as if preparing to enter a great battle. Seeing Kim Hyuk about to leave, Tai-san spoke up and asked if he was going back. Kim Hyuk turned and bowed respectfully to his grandfather before being waved off. Before leaving the estate, he bowed once more and promised to visit often. Standing by the window, Tai-san took a drag of his cigarette and silently watched his grandson's figure fade into the vast garden. Stepping out a luxurious villa, Kim Hyuk stood in bustling so beneath the clear blue sky. On a quiet street corner, Mang-hun appeared and handed him a thick envelope, saying it contained 100 million, please accept it. He explained it was a gift from the director who felt the dying group shares were not enough, then told him the password was the anniversary of his mother's death. Park Han silently admired Tan's thoroughness and asked him to convey his thanks. Mang-hun smiled and said he should call personally since the chairman was likely waiting. Kim Hyuk stood amid the crowded street, feeling that he had completely changed. Time passed quickly. Park Han became a second-year student. Though in a different class, he still quietly watched over his friends. Mang-su studied diligently while Park Han devoted himself to judo training, both striving to keep their promise to meet at Seoul University. Amid the peaceful days, a new figure appeared and the atmosphere shifted as the classroom door swung open. The homeroom teacher led in a transfer student, announcing he came from Seoul and hoped the class would help him. Teacher turned and told him to greet everyone. The new male student gave an unreadable smile and replied yes. With a refined appearance and sharp eyes, he introduced himself as Jin Pyo from Seoul, and Park Han looked at him and silently judged him dangerous. My Jugyeom-sung restaurant in Hong Kong. Jin Pyo leisurely exhaled smoke and asked the students eating who led this school. One replied that the school had no official leader, but the strongest, almost like one, was Kim Hyuk. Hearing the unfamiliar name, Jin Pyo asked which class Park Hyun was in. The other said he was a second-year student and the strongest in the school. He began recounting what had happened at the start of the previous year. The seniors tried to restore order by calling out the prominent students. But Park Hyun had fallen asleep on his desk, causing a senior to angrily shout for him to wake up. Seeing him remain silent, that man slammed the desk to intimidate. Park Hyun suddenly rose to his feet, forcing the group to step back. He merely stretched and yawned indifferently, making the senior's veins bulge with Park Hyun's cold gaze. The classroom seemed to freeze. The senior faltered, sweat pouring down under the invisible pressure. In the blink of an eye, he was flung toward the back of the classroom. Two large boys quickly lay sprawled on the floor, unable to resist. Kim Hyuk stood amid the scattered desks and chairs, then calmly returned to his seat. Before falling asleep again, he warned them not to disturb him. The underlings said that from then on no one dared touch Kim Hyuk, and now he only focused on studying. After hearing it, Jin Pyo laughed arrogantly, thinking such arrogance made him even more interesting to challenge. The underlings worriedly asked if he intended to confront him and advised against causing trouble, saying Park Hyun was on another level. Jin Pyo replied that being strong did not guarantee victory and asked whether they had not followed him because they had lost to him. He laughed sinisterly, reminding them his father was the chief prosecutor and asking what Park Hyun's background was. Hearing that Kim Hyuk lived only with his grandmother and a mysterious grandfather, Jin Pyo showed contempt. Thought he'd found his opponent's weakness without knowing he was inviting trouble. In the schoolyard, Park Hyun and Myung-soo sat on the steps talking. Myung-soo noticed his friend had resumed serious athletic training to prepare for university. He joked that Park Hyun was about to grow up, his muscles increasing faster than his grades, then shifted to ask about Hong Jin Pyo. Myung-soo was annoyed by his princely manner of speaking and his Seoul accent that grated on the ears. Hearing that name, Park Hyun recalled that Jin Pyo was the chief prosecutor's son who had once used his power to manipulate the school while he had been focused solely on studying. Myung-soo said Jin Pyo had formed his own gang, making even freshmen aggressive, the school nearly becoming his danger. Just then, Myung-soo was surprised to see a group of students walking past. Park Hyun immediately recognized the Pyo lead. He strode arrogantly with a smug smile. Park Han did only with a cold, wary gaze. He reminded Myung-soo never to get involved with that man. Myung-soo laughed it off, saying he had nothing to do with him, but Park Han seriously repeated that he must not get entangled with him. Seeing his friend tense, Myung-soo teased that perhaps that man knew his weakness. Is that why he was worried? Park Han watched Jin Pyo's departing figure, a bad premonition in his heart. While he was studying intently, the classroom door burst open, and someone rushed in calling his name in panic. Something bad has happened. The person's face was full of alarm. Park Hyun sprang up and asked what happened. Yoon Sung reported that during a scuffle his leg had been severely injured and could no longer be used, and it was all caused by Jin Pyo. Because his father was the chief prosecutor, no one dared investigate, the injustice enraging everyone. Hearing the news, Kim Hyuk fell into a terrifying silence, sat down and clenched his fist until the pen in his hand snapped in two. His eyes at that moment were colder and sharper than ever. Memories of his previous life suddenly surged back. At that time, Muhai Yutes had coldly shoved his friend away, saying, "What does that have to do with me? Get lost so I can study." Only now did he realize that out of fear of trouble, he had even turned his back on his closest friend, Myung-soo. But in this second life, looking at Myung-soo sitting beside him, Kim Hyuk silently swore that he would never again let go of anyone important to him. Whoever it was did not matter. In his past life, he avoided trouble. In this life, once he had made up his mind, he would face it head on. In the classroom, Lee Myung-soo was bowing his head in concentration. He was immersed in his books when a group of male students suddenly approached. The leader, Hong Jin Pyo, spoke up. "Hey Myung-soo." He looked up warily and asked, "What is it?" Jin Pyo curled his lips in a sneer, pressing about Kim Hyuk. "You are close to him, right? I heard he is good at fighting. Is that true?" Myung-soo replied coldly, "That has nothing to do with you. Right now he is focused on studying. Do not cause trouble." Jin Pyo tilted his chin and asked whether Park Hyun would allow him to run this school. Myung-soo brushed him off. "So annoying. Do whatever you want. Park Han does not have time to care." But Jin Pyo's expression immediately changed. He said through clenched teeth that Park Han irritated him. Myung-soo angrily shot to his feet. "What did Kim Hyuk ever do to you that you keep targeting him?" Jin Pyo leaned in with a sinister smile. "What I hate most is someone being seen as better than me." He glanced around the class, displeased when he saw more wary looks directed at Park Han than at him. Sensing the tension tightening like a drawn bowstring, Myung-soo sternly warned him not to touch Kim Hyuk. Immediately one of his lackeys shouted, "Who do you think you are talking to?" He insulted Myung-soo, saying without Park Han backing him up he was nothing, so he had better keep quiet. Jin Pyo leaned close to his ear and threatened, "I always get what I want and crush whatever makes me uncomfortable." Myung-soo furiously cursed back, "Are you insane?" The moment he finished speaking, one of them rushed forward and threw a heavy blow. Myung-soo's head was slammed down on the desk, leaving him dizzy. Jin Pyo looked at his pain and sneered, "All because you are close to Kim Hyuk. Do not take it personally." He casually turned away and coldly ordered, "Drag him along." Kim Hyuk was sitting and studying when a male student ran in breathlessly, panting as he called out, "Kim Hyuk." Something happened. Jin Pyo took Myung-soo to the music room in the auxiliary building. "He told you to go there." Hearing that, Park Hyun sprang up, then rushed out of the classroom without hesitation. As he ran, he bitterly realized that no matter how he tried to avoid it, trouble still came just as expected. Someone chased after him and shouted, "Kim Hyuk, what do you mean?" Myung-soo was taken by Jin Pyo. Park Han stopped him and said decisively, "Let me handle it, you stay." But his friend shouted back, "How can I stand stand still when he has been taken. Kim Hyuk clearly understood that Park Han was Busan's judo talent. If he got involved in school violence, it would affect his dream. He gripped his friend's shoulder tightly and said through clenched teeth, "You are an athlete. Do not let this ruin your path to university." Park Han snapped angrily, "Do not talk about the future right now. If anything happens to Myung-soo, I will not let Jin Pyo off." Kim Hyuk raised his voice and told his friend to calm down. He looked straight at him and said, "I already told you, I need you and Myung-soo in my future, so leave this to me." Hae-dong could only stand there watching helplessly. Kim Hyuk quietly picked up a stick nearby. He assigned Park Han a task: stand guard at the door. Do not let anyone in, even if it is a teacher. Park Han asked anxiously, "Are you really going to face them alone?" As he walked away, Kim Hyuk replied confidently, "Did you forget who I am? I am Park Hyun." Holding the stick in his hand, Kim Hyuk headed straight toward the auxiliary building, preparing for the confrontation. In the music room, Myung-soo lay collapsed on the floor, surrounded by a group of aggressive boys. Jin Pyo sat perched high and laughed smugly when he saw Park Han appear, just as he had planned. He said, "If it was not to lure you here, I would have made him unable to stand. He is lucky you arrived in time." Myung-soo weakly looked at him and softly said, "Why did you come?" Seeing his friend covered in injuries, Kim Hyuk angrily asked, "If you have something, then come at me. Why drag my friend into this?" In the messy room, Park Han tightened his grip on the stick and faced Jin Pyo directly. Jin Pyo laughed mockingly. "Why would I do that? That sounds ridiculous." He pretended to think for a moment, then replied indifferently, "Because I feel like it." Park Han gritted his teeth, his fist trembling. "You feel like it?" He stepped forward and said coldly, "Let Myung-soo go and play with me. I will show you what fun really is." Jin Pyo mimicked his tone. "Sounds like some Brotherhood movie." Then he turned and called his lackeys over here. One side was serious and ready to fight, the other treated it like a joke. Jin Pyo shouted, reminding his to remember who his father was. "My father is a prosecutor. Do not be afraid. If he touches you, I guarantee he will pay the price. Just go ahead." At his order, the delinquents surrounded Kim Hyuk with sticks in hand. A fierce bald man raised a metal bar high. But Park Hyun was faster, the tip of the stick thrust straight into his throat, making him choke. That man fell to the ground, clutching his neck and coughing violently. At that moment, another from behind swung a stick to ambush him. Kim Hyuk spun around in time and used his stick to block the attack. Using the momentum, Park Hyun delivered a powerful kick, then swiftly took down several more in the blink of an eye. Another tried to strike secretly, but failed to cause any harm. He immediately countered and left him reeling. His decisive blows left the lackeys no chance to defend. One after another, they fell as Park Han swept the stick at their legs and followed with strikes that sent them flying. Standing mid the remaining circle, Kim Hyuk glared with killing intent. "Come at me, all of you." He tightened his grip on the metal bar, ready for anyone who stepped forward. Hung Jin Pyo widened his eyes when he saw the other side completely overpowering them. On the floor, his lackeys lay scattered and groaning. Park Hyun stood in the chaotic room, his face bruised yet his eyes still cold as ice. Driven into a corner, Jin Pyo grabbed Myung-soo as a shield, pressed a knife to him and shouted, "Stand still." Without the slightest hesitation, Park Hyun shot forward like an arrow. Powerful kick sent Jin Pyo flying backward. He crashed into desks and chairs, then fell to the ground. Jin Pyo lay on the floor with blood trickling from his nose, still shouting, "My father is a prosecutor. You will not escape. He is the chief prosecutor. He can make you spend your life in prison." Even in his miserable state, he still tried to use his power to threaten. Kim Hyuk stepped forward, grabbed his collar and pulled him up. "A prosecutor? What is the law worth when my fist is right in front of you?" The first punch came down because you dared to bully Myung-soo, the next because you ruined my class time. Kim Hyuk tightened his grip on Jin Pyo's collar, his blazing unwavering, all with Myung's leg broken. Jin Pyo trembled in fear, stammering in panic as he begged, "Do not do this, please stop." He showed no mercy as he taught that pampered young master a lesson. Space echoed with nothing but agonized screams. At Nambu Police Station, Kim Hyuk sat silently in the holding cell when Park Hyun's father walked in. He said he had heard the whole story from his son and understood that Park Hyun acted to save Myung-soo. Knowing his friend was only lightly injured and not in life-threatening danger, he quietly hoped that support from a police officer like him could help resolve this trouble. But the situation was more complicated when the other side was the son of a powerful prosecutor. Park Hyun's father could only helplessly admit that even as a police officer, he could hardly intervene and apologize for not being able to help. Cornered, Park Hyun remained calm and suggested, "May I ask you for one favor?" He only asked him to make a phone call and assured that it would not take more than a few minutes. When ordinary people run into trouble, they look for a lawyer. When he was cornered, he chose to call a different line. Night fell over Nambu Station. A loud crash tore through the quiet air as the cell door was flung open. A middle-aged man in an elegant suit stormed in, officers behind him looking wary. That man glared at Kim Hyuk and shouted, "You were the one who beat my son, were you not?" Park Han showed no fear, admitting he had struck but mocking that there were 10 of them and only he was arrested. The prosecutor gave a sinister smile, brushing aside every argument as if it were a joke. He immediately demanded the chief bring Kim Hyuk into the interrogation room to be handled, though Chief Kim hesitated because he was still underage. Under heavy pressure from the prosecutor, he had no choice but to comply. While man stepped close to the bars and looked at Kim Hyuk coldly, saying he would deal with him in the most discreet way. In the suffocating interrogation room, Park Hyun faced the calculating man in glasses. He began with a mocking tone, "I heard Kim Hyuk has been quite famous lately. He brought up a former teacher's testimony accusing him of joining a theft and extortion gang, then looked at Jinpyo's injuries to assert that this surely was not the first time he had acted. Facing those accusations, Park Hyun calmly replied that he had only acted in self-defense. If he had not done so, he would have been beaten badly. Hearing that man flew into a rage, shouting that was self-defense, then forced him to confess the real reason for assaulting his classmate. Kim Hyuk did not back down, recounting that he went to save his friend and that Jinpyo's group attacked first, asking in return what was wrong with striking back to protect himself. Seeing words would not make him yield, that man silently removed his belt and wrapped it around his hand. He coldly said if talking would not work, then he would use another method. The two men behind immediately restrained and held Park Hyun tightly. That man swung the belt repeatedly, striking while shouting why he dared do such a thing. Though the blows racked his body with pain, Kim Hyuk clenched his teeth and endured. His breathing was ragged, but his stance did not change. He still insisted it was self-defense. That stubbornness made that man lose control. He roared in fury. Fine, I will make you drop that stubbornness. Relentless strikes made Kim Hyuk collapse, his breathing growing heavy. In the middle of the room, that man kept shouting in the exhausted boy's face, forcing him to state his reason. In pain, Park Hyun still answered that it was self-defense. The man in glasses snorted coldly, saying his stubbornness was useless, then stepped closer to ask one last time. I am asking you one last time. Did you take the initiative to use a weapon to attack? Answer me. Park Hyun kept the same reply, that everything he said was the truth, and that Jinpyo had also carried a knife. The man in glasses flared up and shouted that he was provoking him. He ordered them to tie him to the chair. When his subordinates hesitated, he barked not to make him repeat himself. The lackeys hurried to obey, binding Kim Hyuk tightly to the chair in the sealed room. The man in glasses sat down opposite him and coldly said this was the consequence he had brought upon himself. He pulled out a long sharp needle, smiled viciously, and told him not to blame him. Park Hyun looked at the object in his opponent's hand, his injured face still calm and unmoved. Suddenly Kim Hyuk let out a laugh, causing the man in glasses to freeze for a moment. He glared and asked, "What are you laughing at? Are you so scared that you have gone mad?" Kim Hyuk still smiled faintly, his sharp eyes staring straight ahead as he softly said that he was in serious trouble. He challenged him in return, asking whether the crime of carrying a weapon and the crime of using a weapon were the same. Park Hyun's sudden overwhelming aura made the bespectacled man tremble and cry out, "What is this? This brat is tied up, yet his aura feels like he is about to pass judgment on someone." Losing all composure, the bespectacled man shouted, "Hold him down for me." At that very moment, the door to the meeting room burst open. A man rushed in breathlessly to report urgent news. The prosecutor's words were cut off midway. The bespectacled man barked in anger, "Who allowed you in here? I have not finished speaking." The door flew open once more. A man radiating authority stepped inside, to everyone's astonishment amid startled cries of Chief Prosecutor. That man was Yul Chang-ho, head of the District Prosecutor's office. The corrupt prosecutor froze stiff, sweat pouring down when he saw his superior appear right before him. Yul Chang-ho roared in fury, "You bastard," then delivered a thunderous slap that sent him sprawling, his glasses flying away. He growled in outrage, "This is a nation governed by law. What do you think you are doing to a minor?" Yul Chang-ho lunged forward and grabbed his subordinate by the collar, his voice blazing with anger, "If you want to die, then die alone. How dare you come to Busan and behave like this?" He was livid that such stupidity forced him to abandon his work in Seoul and rush back to clean up the mess. "Do you even know I was in Seoul? And yet you still caused trouble and made me hurry back like this." The degenerate prosecutor trembled violently, his face drained of color as he stammered, "See, Chief Prosecutor, why have you come here?" Yul Chang-ho ground his teeth and shouted, "Do you know whose grandson he is? Never mind, if you knew you would not be this foolish. Just moments ago you were arrogant. Now you are being scolded like a hired hand." Under his bewildered gaze, Yul Chang-ho lowered his voice and revealed that it concerned the chairman of PIONG Trangdong, making him mumble that name in despair. Not giving him time to recover, Chang-ho pointed at Kim Hyuk tied to the chair and declared, "He is the grandson of Chairman Chi-yeon." Looking toward Kim Hyuk, he completely collapsed, his face pale as he realized he had just laid hands on someone from the most powerful family. At the luxurious mansion Pyeongchang-dong, Chairman Tai-san studied the wounds on his grandson's face, then asked coldly, "Tell me, why did you end up like this?" Kim Hyuk calmly recounted how they abused their authority and conducted an illegal interrogation, so he had to ask his grandfather to intervene. Tai-san narrowed his eyes and probed, "You should have been able to avoid it." Kim Hyuk replied steadily, "If it had been only him, I could have avoided it, but someone held me down so he could strike. With no way out, I had no choice but to find a way to stop them." Park Hyun sat on the sofa, his face bruised yet his gaze firm and blazing. "I do not want anyone to suffer because of me. I must protect those close to me. That is the way I choose to live." Park Hyun admitted he still owed his grandfather, but to preserve what was precious he had no choice but to seek his help. Tai-san watched in silence, then challenged, "If I did not step in, what would you do? Simply give up?" Under that icy stare, Park Hyun remained steady. "If you abandon me, then our relationship should end here." The air grew thick enough to suffocate. Those words made San pause in surprise. Park Hyun continued frankly, "If you have the ability yet still refuse to help, then your position in this family holds no meaning." Faced with his grandson's bold resolve, Tai-san suddenly burst into loud laughter. The laughter left listeners unsure whether to join in or be wary library, echoing through the room as if he had discovered a treasure. Tai-san nodded in satisfaction. One who stands as a pillar must never shrink back, no matter the cost. Park Hyun gazed at him silently, affirming that was his true belief, recalling the brutal lesson he once learned. If a threat cannot be avoided, then it must be erased. He understood that half measures or mercy only paved the way for enemies to return. Tai-san rose and walked past him, reminding him not to forget that. Hearing such a creed would make the faint-hearted retreat, Tai-san said coldly, "If you cannot control it, then uproot it completely." Maun replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." Afterward, Chairman Tai-san asked about the progress of handling the matter in Busan. Mang-hun reported that the search had uncovered numerous violations by that prosecutor, from accepting bribes to manipulating files since his time in Seoul. He affirmed that imprisonment was only a matter of time, and Chief Prosecutor Chang Ho was currently awaiting final instructions. Tai-san moved on to the matter of the school. Mang-hun confirmed the students involved had all been forced to transfer, and the teacher who falsified testimony had been arrested for repeated bribery. Looking at Sang-gun's still bruised face, Tai-san asked, "Are you satisfied with this outcome?" Park Han pondered briefly, then said, "I have one more thing to ask of you. Can you hand that chief prosecutor over to me to deal with?" The request left him stunned. "Why do you want that?" A luxury restaurant named Tessin Buxi. The atmosphere inside was subdued. A man in a suit asked about the condition of that prosecutor. Yul Chang-ho replied anxiously that he had been detained for investigation, and would certainly face severe punishment. Standing behind, Mang-hun reminded coldly, "Throughout this process you must absolutely not mention his name. Do you understand?" The chief prosecutor hurriedly answered, "Yes, I understand." Mang-hun continued that someone wished to meet him. The sliding door opened. The chief prosecutor was astonished to see Kim Hyuk walk in. He sat down calmly, though his face was still bandaged. In the quiet space of the traditional restaurant, Kim Hyuk faced the Busan district chief prosecutor across a lavish table. The chief prosecutor bowed his head in apology for the previous incident, promising that while in office he would not allow anything similar to happen again. In contrast, Kim Hyuk spoke gently that there was no need for formality. He knew the man was not directly involved and subtly reminded him that his grandfather did not fuss over trivial matters. Even so, this was the first time his grandfather's grandson had been treated this way, so it would certainly not be overlooked. Therefore, I asked to meet you. With that, he rose and bowed deeply, apologizing for placing the chief prosecutor in a difficult position. The gesture made the man wave his hands quickly, admitting fault for not managing his subordinate strictly. Kim Hyuk sat back down, his gaze sharp and cold. "Thank you for your understanding. I also apologize for causing trouble to the prosecutor's office." After a meaningful pause, he lowered his voice to raise the matter. When he saw the other party listening intently, he went straight to the point, hoping you could help with one more matter. The gentle opening made it clear the request was far from simple. The chief prosecutor nodded at once. "Please speak." Park Hyun reassured him that this would not affect him, and that only he could help. "Thank you. I will inform my grandfather that the chief prosecutor bears no responsibility." Atmosphere eased. The chief prosecutor let out a breath of relief, hoping their next meeting would be under better circumstances. Kim Hyuk softly asked whether he would be transferring to Seoul. He nodded in confirmation as Kim Hyuk stood to take his leave. It felt as though he had just endured a grueling examination without knowing the result. He casually said he would return to school tomorrow after several days off, watching the teenager's departing figure. The chief prosecutor could only smile wryly at such admirable maturity. Park Hyun left the room. Mang-hun remained seated in contemplation, wondering whether that composure beyond his years came from the blood of John Hee-jae flowing within him. After the storm, Park Hyun's school life gradually became. He focused on his studies to the point of often falling asleep at his desk from exhaustion. Time passed quietly with those diligent in lecture halls as well as intense martial arts training sessions. Outside, the world was shaken as the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991. Park Hyun and his friends lived through a vibrant youth filled with outings and moments witnessing historic upheavals. Great changes in history, sports, and politics right in their homeland. While youth was busy growing up, his child marked an extraordinary milestone. Finally, the 1993 university entrance exam arrived, the last before the system shifted to CSAT. At their mansion, Mang-hun hurried into the office, bowed, and reported, "Mr. Chairman, I checked Kim Hyuk's scores through a professor at Korea University." Chairman Tas eagerly asked, "So he passed?" He trembled holding the results, eyes revealing sheer astonishment. His eyes widened, stunned at the numbers. If dramatic music played, this scene could replay thrice without losing its shock. Meanwhile, at the gate of Dongsung Industrial High School, porters swarmed to capture Kim Hyuk. Amidst the crowd, one asked excitedly about the final test. "You scored perfectly. How does it feel now?" Park Hyun held his pager, silently affirming an unprecedented record in the recent exam. "I was the first student to score perfectly, 340 points. Reporters jostled with questions, asking about his high school study habits, secrets, and whether he had a tutor. Park Hyun smiled humbly. "I never had a tutor or attended cram schools. I only studied textbooks." When asked to advise next year's candidates, he looked straight at the camera, saying, "Guys, studying is the easiest thing in the world." In the office, Chairman Tai-san stared intently at the news on the paper. He could only exclaim in astonishment, "VA, look at this." Under the neon lights at night, Kim Hyuk and his close friends gathered at Rabian nightclub to celebrate. Yeon Young excitedly raised a glass, shouting, "Congratulations, friend, forever." Mang Soo also enthusiastically joined, "Forever." Seeing the two friends making a ruckus, Park Hyun frowned and reminded, "Why are you so loud? Keep it down." Mang Soo blushed from the alcohol, chuckled, "After 3 years of diligent study, today is for letting loose." His close friend patted his chest proudly. "This is my father's place. We'll cover everything from food to seating." Mangsu held up a bottle boasting, "Look, this wine is expensive." Seeing the wine, Kim Hyuk silently admired. In a past life tasted all types from cheap to tens of millions. To please friends, he laughed in agreement. "Fine, tonight let's party," though inwardly sensing expensive wine not taste good. But with the first sip, Kim Hyuk was shocked by the unpleasant flavor, eyes wide wondering if it was fake, the strong taste burning the throat. Seeing Myung-soo eagerly ask his opinion, Kim Hyuk could only smile awkwardly. "Well, it certainly opened my eyes." He reminded himself not to drink much, because he would meet Myung-soo's father later. Opening his eyes literally, almost saw the light at the end of the tunnel. At that moment, a beautiful girl in office attire approached the table. Myung-soo quickly introduced. "She is the most beautiful guest today." She smiled charmingly and wished luck to the group. While Myung-soo and Park Hyun blushed from excitement, Kim Hyuk remained calm. The girl initiated conversation with Park Hyun. "Look so young, how old are you?" "I'm 21. Park Hyun calmly answered. The group just turned 20 and just got into university. When the girl curiously asked about the school, Myung-soo tried to boast. Park Hyun quickly covered his friend's mouth. He humbly brushed it off. "Just a small school in Seoul." Suddenly a stranger appeared calling the girl. "Hey, gotcha." Drama arrives out of nowhere. A muscular man in a purple suit with henchmen appeared, staring at the girl and Kim Hyuk's group, like ready to play the main villain in an action movie. The girl frowned coldly, replied, "I cannot see you now." The madman shouted loudly, "What about the bottles of wine?" She stood up, scolding directly, "I haven't drunk a drop. Don't want to see your ugly face. Looks like a wild boar." Offended in front of everyone, the man broke into a sweat, growled, "Damn, this is insane." Park Hyun observed, annoyed at being drawn into a pointless quarrel, decided to leave. Park Hyun stood up politely, "Excuse us, we have to go," called to his friend Myung-soo. "Let's go." Myung-soo had already fallen asleep, bowed his head on the table, suddenly swore, "Damn it, really damn it." The man was delighted. Then he roared in anger, "Hey, what did you just say? Dare to swear at me?" Park Hyun quickly pulled Myung-soo. "Hey, you're drunk, let's go." Myung-soo struggled, yelling, "Did I say wrong? If drinking, why hesitate? These guys are blocking my father's business." Despite Park Hyun trying to pull them away, purple-suited man lost control, shouted, "Hey, bastards, where are you going? Stop for me." Staff rushed to intervene, trying to explain, "Sir, calm down. This is the boss's son and his friend. Probably just got into university, so drank a bit too much." Frenzy peaked, the purple suit swung, knocking over Staff. "Let go of me, bastard." He stomped on the fallen Staff, cursing, "Bastard, do you think I am a joke?" In the chaotic space, the madman vented on the poor Staff, the victim always innocent. Chaos engulfed the nightclub as screams rose. "Oh my god, what's happening? Please stop." Among the crowd, the owner tried to restrain the aggressive purple suit. He sneered threateningly. The owner remained calm, negotiating. "I know have long had drinks together to end well. If you keep acting like this," Park Hyun wondered, "is it because of him, the forgery?" Park Hyun beside him was also shocked. The owner apologized. "My son is naive, acted foolishly. I apologize on his behalf. Relax, I will serve you well." He hurried the Kim Hyuk group to leave. "You have matters to attend. Go home, wait for father." Kim Hyuk quickly grabbed his friend's arm. "Let's go." The purple-suited man roared, "Where are you going? Stop there." The owner hugged him. "Fine, I'll teach the kids. Go inside." Suddenly, he slapped me. The owner lurched. Kim Hyuk, Park Han, and Myung-soo all turned back in shock at the violent act. The purple suit glared at the pain man. "My words are no joke. I respect you for being older, but not little." He gritted his teeth. "Damn." A thunderous kick sent the owner to the floor. "Teach him properly." Seeing his father assaulted, Myung-soo went berserk. That bastard rushed at the man to settle scores, drunk but filial instinct fully activated. Myung-soo was easily caught by the purple suit, slammed to the ground. He grabbed and threatened, "Hey, boss's son, today I teach you a lesson. Touching an opponent without knowing them brings disaster." Seeing his child in danger, the owner knelt pleading, "Oh God, please stop. It's all my fault. Spare this time if angry, hit me." The fat man laughed scornfully. "How father-son feeling is touching indeed." He turned pale, growled, rushed to assault the poor father. At that moment, a strong hand suddenly reached out, blocking the punch midair. Park Hyun appeared, cold eyes requested, "Stop. This is too much." Surprised by the block, the thug glared, "What now? Dared stop my hand." The main character finally stepped in at the most dramatic moment. Right on. Park Hyun remained calm, looked straight at the man, reminded, "No matter how angry, do not hit the father in front of the child." He stood between the aggressor and Myung-soo's father, asked, "Isn't it enough? Stop now." The man raised his hand to his face, smirked contemptuously. "Ha, kids are bold." His eyes full of killing intent, shouted, "Do you know who I am?" Wildly threw a punch at Kim Hyuk. Park Hyun dodged the chaotic blows. The man roared in anger, "Hey, where are you looking?" Then lunged at Kim Hyuk like a wild beast, just before receiving a powerful punch straight to the face. That man collapsed to the floor, lying motionless right at Kim Hyuk's feet. At that very moment, a shout tore through the stifling air. "Hey, stop right there." From behind, Jong-soo strolled out with his underlings. He glanced at the subordinate sprawled on the ground and asked in a low voice, "While I was away, what were you doing?" The moment he realized the infamous boss had appeared, Park Hyun muttered under his breath, "This is bad." Jong-soo curled his lips in an arrogant smile, his cold eyes staring straight ahead with authority. Amid the chaotic scene of the nightclub, one night Jong-soo slowly walked up to confront the troublemaking fat man. He was still unaware of the danger, lifting his chin in mockery. "You have not been arrested yet. Are you so stubborn that even the police cannot handle you?" He tried to assert his position. "Jong-soo, I am still standing right here." In response, Jong-soo merely sneered and shot back, "So what? Nampodong has never belonged to you." Jong-soo stepped closer, casually placing a hand on the man's shoulder. His gaze suddenly changed. Chilling aura radiated from his eyes. "I am back now." If you know what is good for you, get lost before I lose my temper. The heavy warning made the other man break out in sweat. He stood frozen, not daring to reply. Right after that, Jong-soo's expression shifted instantly. He cheerfully waved at Kim Hyuk's group. Jokamumu, my dear. How have you been lately? I am really glad to see you again. His attitude changed so fast it was hard to believe. Pushing aside the tense atmosphere from earlier, Jong-soo enthusiastically suggested, let us have a few shots of soju. After the incident in the main hall was smoothly resolved, Jong-soo and Kim Hyuk retreated to a luxurious VIP room to talk. As he poured the drinks, Jong-soo clicked his tongue in admiration. I saw you in the newspaper. First place nationwide. I thought you were just eccentric. Who would have guessed you were that outstanding? Park Hein took a sip and asked in a low voice, when did you come back? Jong-soo replied leisurely, not long ago. But reclaiming the old territory without drawing attention took quite some time. Hearing that he once managed this place, Jong-soo nodded. Yes, from Nampujung to Bosujung and Yongdu, they were all once under our control. He added that although regaining control required effort, thanks to his seasoned brothers no major conflicts occurred. Recalling the turbulent past, Jong-soo said thoughtfully, the Sasung gang I used to be part of has completely disbanded. If not for your warning back then, I would probably be behind bars now. Jong-soo looked at Kim Hyuk with sincerity. It was because of you that I escaped that calamity. He set down his glass and asked seriously, so what do you need me to help with now? Merely smiled meaningfully. Then he suddenly asked, catching the other man off guard, how long do you think it will take before all of Busan is under your control? Jong-soo frowned and replied, I am asking what you need. Why switch to business talk? Park Hein said calmly, that is exactly what I want. After some thought, Jong-soo answered realistically, at least half a year. If anything happens, then a year. There are only a few scattered groups left out there. It sounded as if they were discussing the acquisition of a small company. Kim Hyuk said decisively, good. Then take full control of Busan as soon as possible. Avoid the attention of the police and prosecutors. While tightly controlling all operations, he emphasized further, most importantly, do not get arrested. Also, stay away from Matei. Park Hein warned that an unprecedented large-scale crime crackdown was coming. Anyone connected to the police or prosecutors could be dragged in. During this time, gradually shift toward legitimate business. Jong-soo sneered, the light, that sounds like a fantasy. How could people like us step out openly? The gangster analyzed the underworld rules. If I change, other forces will rise up. The cycle of conflict will start all over again. Kim Hyuk refuted sharply, that is just an excuse if you follow the law properly. Who would you have to fear? He revealed that the gangs in Seoul had already joined hands in business. If Busan lagged behind, they would be crushed by them. Park Hein urged, hire good lawyers and start operating legally. Once Busan is stable, you can expand to Seoul from gangster to businessman overnight. Jong-soo was so shocked he nearly choked on his drink. What? Do you think Seoul is easy to swallow? That place is like a battlefield. Everyone wants a piece of it. Kim Hyuk calmly poured more wine, a confident smile on his face. Do not worry. I will support you. Just trust me and prepare. Jong-soo lowered his head and sighed, yet inwardly he began to waver under the teenager's decisiveness. It sounds like a joke, yet strangely I believe you. In the end, he raised his glass and agreed enthusiastically, fine, the plan is not bad. Let us give it a try. At first he opposed it. Now he was ready to give it his all. In the luxurious room, the clinking of ice against the glass rang out with a captivating sound. Kim Hyuk said in a low voice, I have one condition. The other party was surprised. What condition? Kim Hyuk looked straight ahead and declared, throughout this entire process my identity must never be exposed. There must be absolutely no connection between you and me. After finishing his drink, Park Hein told himself to remain hidden until he was strong enough to confront the John family, carrying out grand plans while staying anonymous as Mark Lever. At a magnificent man. News of Park Hein-yuk achieving a perfect score on the academic aptitude test flooded the newspapers with the headline, studying is the easiest thing. Holding the newspaper, Chairman Tronteson burst into hearty laughter. Myung-hun, standing beside him, asked, are you that happy? The powerful old man could not hide his excitement. How could I not be? He entered the family name into law school and ranked first nationwide. Taking a sip of tea, he said with relief that from now on he could confidently speak with the old chairman of Samsung Group. They used to look down on our family for having only money, while their descendants all attended top schools and studied abroad. Myung-hun tactfully reminded him, but in reality they are still borrowing money from you, chairman. He gave a cold laugh. They look down on us behind our backs, yet when they need something they come running. No matter how long they wait, they do not dare complain. That is their nature. Speaking of his own life, Tai-san's expression darkened. I dropped out of school to make money. My children are not particularly talented either. Without my money, it would be hard for any of them to get into university. Myung-hun gently reminded him, but your second daughter Jisoo was the top entrant at Korea University last year. At that time, you even gave her shares in Samsung Electronics. Tai-san nodded. Jisoo is indeed smart. But looking at Kim Hyuk's photo in the newspaper, he sighed again. I truly value that boy. If only he were not a grand. If only he were my own son and him. Pushing aside personal matters, he asked about the latest moves of the president-elect. Myung-hun reported seriously that he was quietly lobbying government members for support. They had just spoken of family matters and immediately turned to affairs of state. Myung-hun said this time there was a chance to nominate people to 2 key positions. But since it was a new civilian administration, the requirements were extremely strict. Tai-san asked how they should choose. Myung-hun proposed one person for the economy and the other for politics. The mention of politics, Tai-san paused and thought. Myung-hun explained that controlling politics meant controlling the police and prosecutors. The benefits to conglomerate would be enormous. Tai-san agreed, fine, do it that way, they can enter the blue house directly. After his subordinate nodded, he gave a slight nod in return. He continued by asking about his two sons, Suhan and Sumin. Myung-hun hesitated before saying the second son was brewing a rather risky business project. Sensing something wrong, Tai-san pressed. What is going on? Myung-hun revealed that the project was connected to the underworld. Hearing that, he flew into a rage. Tai-san could not believe it because he thought the gangs had been wiped out. Myung said an organization was quietly growing under the protection of the Cheongpong Association. That name made him turn pale. He gritted his teeth and asked why they had joined hands. Knowing they were running illegal slot machines, he angrily scolded his useless son for getting involved in gambling. It sounded like trouble from the start. Myung-hun added that his father-in-law, Congressman Kim, had taken bribes to arrange permits, thereby obtaining a considerable political fund. Tai-san said in frustration that Congressman Kim would pay for that foolish son-in-law. He had warned him to stay away from the Cheongpong Association, yet he would not listen. When asked whether to intervene, he ordered them to keep watching and not let them cause further trouble. Myung-hun bowed to receive the order and quietly left alone. Tai-san sank in dark memories of Cheongpong. He regretted relying on their power in his youth to advance his career. Letting out a weary sigh, he bitterly told himself this was the price to pay. His eyes turned cold and resolute, silently vowing to end this vicious cycle before he closed his eyes forever. Kim Bu-ha-yuke stood before the massive mansion gates and softly called out to his grandfather. The massive gate slowly opened as if respectfully welcoming him inside. The moment he saw his grandfather already waiting, Kim Hyuk softly said, "I am here." Chairman Tan Tyson smiled kindly and replied gently, "You really came, I have been waiting for you." In the luxurious office, Chairman Tan leisurely sipped hot tea while Myung-hun stood silently at his side. He asked with concern whether his grandson had found a place to stay in Seoul. Before Park Han could answer, he proactively offered to arrange a house near the school and hire a housekeeper, so he could focus solely on his studies. Faced with that concern, Park Han unexpectedly made a bold request, asking whether it would trouble him if he stayed here, causing the powerful chairman to pause in surprise. Kim Hyuk slowly expressed his wish that from the first time he set foot in this house, he had hoped to live here. His gaze drifted toward the brightly lit fountain garden, a place that preserved memories of his late mother, for this had once been her childhood home, and each return made him feel closer to her. He looked straight at him and added another weighty reason that if he lived here, he would have more chances to see him often. Those sincere and skillful words made him burst into hearty laughter, admitting that he truly knew how to please him, and if he felt comfortable, he could stay. Sitting before his grandfather, Park Han recalled the bitter past when he was only allowed to come here upon summons, never invited to family banquets, and always shunned by relatives. He bitterly remembered being treated no better than a servant. But this time, everything had changed when he entered Korea University Law School as the top student, officially recognized as family and receiving more respect than before. While he was lost in thought, Chairman Tai-san suddenly brought up an old promise. 8 years ago you said that if you were admitted to Korea University Law School, you would tell me the gift you wanted. Now speak. Park Hyun curled his lips confidently, realizing he was very curious about his top-ranking achievement. He calmly said that he must have called him over right after the graduation ceremony out of curiosity. In the lavish room, the chairman admitted that becoming the top student at Korea University Law School could not rely on determination alone, then looked at him and asked directly what exactly he wanted him to give. After a brief hesitation, Park Han made a shocking request. He wanted him to teach him the work he was doing. The unexpected proposal made Sam pause. Myung-hun, standing behind, also could not hide his astonishment. The chairman asked for clarification. Teach you the work, and Park Han firmly replied yes, while he warned in a low voice that this was not as simple as lending money and collecting debts. Kim Hyuk calmly admitted he did not fully understand, but precisely because he knew it was complex, he wanted to study it thoroughly. While Tai-san was still considering, Park Han silently calculated his own plan. His mind worked nonstop, as if a cooling fan would have been humming from overload. He understood that to seize the enormous fortune and take revenge on the John family, asking for money, shares, or real estate now might be easy but would easily arouse suspicion. With knowledge of the future, making money was not difficult, but he needed a safe cover to avoid scrutiny. Park Han knew clearly that if he appeared too early, his two uncles Seung-man and Chon-Soo-han would certainly find a way to eliminate him before he was strong enough to defend himself. The situation was so dangerous it felt as though a game over screen was flashing, so the best choice now was to play the obedient, studious grandson and win his complete trust. From that position, Park Han could secretly accumulate wealth and gradually guide Chairman Tai-san along the path he laid out. Looking at his ambitious grandson, Tai-san repeated thoughtfully that he wanted to learn his work. He pondered that this could be seen as a reward for 8 years of hardship, though he still wondered why Kim Hyuk chose something distant, instead of something easier to grasp. Then slowly remarked that giving a fish was not as good as teaching how to fish. Kim Hyuk maintained his calm demeanor, firmly stating that this would be beneficial for his future. Faced with such determination, Tai-san turned away to think. He leaned over to ask his right-hand man, Manager Hun, "What do you think?" Myung-hun cautiously suggested it might be too early and that waiting until he graduated from university would not be too late. Immediately, Park Hyun interjected, declaring that he was not very interested in studying and wanted to begin at once. Those words left both men stunned. The chairman widened his eyes and shouted that it was Korea University Law School. Could not believe his grandson, who had just ranked first, would belittle the path of becoming a lawyer or in the future. Park Hyun stood up, looked straight at him, and said he took the exam to prove his ability, but what he truly wanted was to become a man of great power like him. Tai-san silently observed while Kim Hyuk continued to offer a compromise. He said that if he wanted him to pursue law, he would still do it, since he was ready for the judicial examination at any time, sounding as confident as if he already held the questions in his hand. Myung-hun could not help but marvel, hearing him speak about the exam as if he were certain to pass. Inwardly, Myung-hun began to shiver at Park Han-'s unpredictability and wondered whether he possessed abilities far beyond imagination. After consideration, San decided to give it a try so swiftly that it felt as if the meeting had ended before it truly began. He immediately ordered Myung-hun to hand over the work he was handling to the boy, and Myung-hun bowed in acknowledgement. The mansion remained lit the quiet night. In the office, Myung-hun began the first lesson, revealing the true nature of this financial empire to Park Han. Sitting opposite Kim Hyuk, he seriously explained that his job was essentially lending money. He bluntly stated that in other words it meant high-interest lending and debt collection. Even so, Myung-hun emphasized that all operations must comply with the law, so Park Han had to master legal knowledge, especially information about collateral in major transactions. He listed that collateral was usually real estate or bonds, while stocks were only accepted when directly held by the company due to high volatility, and analyzed that Chairman Ta-san mainly handled urgent capital beyond banks' capacity. In an era when banks were not yet strong, his lending became a prominent field. Many businesses had to rely on businessmen like him to survive. Myung-hun stressed that first Kim Hyuk must learn the legal procedures and how to assess borrowers. He required him to memorize laws related to collateral, then threw a thick stack of documents onto the desk with a dry thud. Looking at the towering papers, he introduced them as expenditure ledgers, contracts, and legal files, then assigned the challenge to finish studying, summarize, and submit them within 3 days. Facing the pile of files, Park Han sighed inwardly because although he already knew the contents, he still had to pretend to study attentively. 1 week later at the family mansion in the quiet night, the chairman impatiently asked how the boy's studies were progressing. Myung-hun respectfully reported with admiration that Kim Hyuk clearly understood cash flow and saw the hidden picture behind the dry documents. He admitted such insight usually came only after many years of experience, yet Kim grasped it as if he had known it before. Hearing that, Tai-san slightly raised his brows with interest. Is that so? Myung-hun added that when meeting company managers, Kim Hyuk was extremely calm and professional, as natural as strolling rather than discussing billions. He admitted the boy did not need his assistance at all, while Tai-san remained silently astonished. Myung-hun praised Park Hyun's astonishing progress and believed that in a few more days, he could handle everything on his own. Hearing that, the chairman decided it was time to give his grandson a real challenge. Myung-hun worried that it might still be too early since those companies might not recognize him. The powerful old man coldly replied that when he assigned work he did not need their permission. Myung-hun still mentioned the two formidable rivals John Suman and Soo-han, wondering whether Park Han could handle them. Tai-san asserted that sooner or later they would have to face them, so starting now was better, then ordered the recovery of both principal and interest from the directors who had borrowed money without missing a single one, and Myung-hun bowed to receive the order. Looking at Kim Hyuk's record, Tai-san judged that this boy was worth testing. A high-rise office building towering into the night. News of Kim Hyuk's new assignment quickly spread. A man on the phone asked in shock why he was going to meet company owners. That man angrily slammed the receiver down with a sharp crack. Leaning against the glass window, gazing down at the city blazing with lights, Ji-won could not suppress the irritation surging within him. That man resentfully questioned what his father was really planning to let a mere brat interfere in business at a time like this. Yet behind that noisy facade lay the lesser-known dark corners of the financial world. The outside was as dazzling as a glittering shopping mall, while inside it was as ruthless as a battlefield of money. Sitting in the car, Park Han wondered about the purpose of this trip, and Myung-hun explained that Myeongdong was the nerve center of high-interest lending in Korea, because the headquarters of the 5 largest commercial banks were all concentrated here. Loan shark operations had also sprung up around this area. Myung-hun added that in the power structure, the major conglomerates were personally controlled by the chairman, while medium and small enterprises were handled by directors Suman and Soo-han. In addition, Myeongdong also had directors managing various sectors. Regarded as key figures here, they were the biggest lenders in the area, though not on the scale of the chairman. Their daily transactions could reach tens of billions of won. Myung-hun said the chairman invested in them as a financier, and Kim Hyuk's duty was to oversee how they operated those funds. On the surface, it sounded like a routine inspection, but in truth it was to probe who was conducting business transparently, a true display of hard-edged capitalism, and he emphasized that they were all seasoned veterans, so confronting them would not be simple. Faced with that concern, Park Han merely curled his lips in confidence and replied that he could rest assured. He could handle it, his eyes shining with resolve as he thought that sooner or later he would have to face them, so he might as well start now. The title of the 4 pillars of Myeongdong had long made insiders wary, because the high-interest lending field at that time was full of schemes and cold calculation. They constantly competed and fought each other, to the point that even gangster groups had to show them some respect. Those men had held their positions at the pinnacle for many consecutive years. After decades earning the grandfather's trust, they became the 4 pillars of Myeongdong. Park Han understood clearly that these were not figures to be underestimated, men who had poured immense effort into reaching their current positions. Even so, he reminded himself that in his previous life he had also struggled and gained experience in the industry. His deep gaze fixed through the car window. Kim Hyuk believed that having died once, nothing remained that could make him hesitate. The car slowly came to a stop in front of a modern building. Soon as they stepped into the lobby, a man with a bright smile was already waiting and greeted them, looking like he was welcoming distinguished guests. Yet he was the underground financial master Kim Ho-sik, one of the four pillars of Myeongdong. That man enthusiastically said it had been a long time since they last met. Having heard that he was coming today, he had waited in advance, then asked after the chairman's health and received confirmation from Myung-hun. Then Ho-sik's gaze stopped on the young man. That man curiously asked whether this was the chairman's grandson. Park Hyun silently observed his opponent, beginning his first encounter with a formidable figure of Myeongdong. Kim Hyuk bowed in greeting and introduced himself, hoping to receive guidance. The other party smiled amiably and shook hands, introducing himself as Kim Ho-sik. Knowing that he was about to enter law school, that man cheerfully patted his shoulder and said he too had graduated from a law school. That man told him to call him senior for convenience. Park Hyun politely replied yes senior and hoped for his support. In his heart, Park Hyun assessed Ho-sik. His profile alone was enough to make the faint-hearted shrink back. A top student from Korea University Law School who had abandoned a prestigious path to plunge into this field and endured for 10 years. Clearly not an easy figure to predict. Once seated in the office, Park Hyun immediately got straight to the point. First, may I take a look at the income and expenditure ledger here? Ho-sik paused slightly then laughed it off, saying there was no need to rush, just calmly drink some tea and talk first junior. Refusing to be delayed, Park Hyun firmly said he was still unfamiliar with the work and needed time to review it carefully. It might cause trouble, so he wanted to check the ledger first and hoped for his support. Seeing him resolute, Ho-sik had no choice but to bring out the ledger and hand it over, his voice full of confidence as if even after examining it nothing would be found. Kim Hyuk accepted it and thanked him. As he read attentively, Ho-sik leisurely sipped his tea, confident that with his business administration background his income and expenditure records had never been off by even a single one. Indeed, the ledger was recorded very clearly and meticulously, but Park Hyun sensed something unusual. Because everything was so perfect it was suspicious, especially so Ho-sik was not someone that meticulous. Kim Hyuk closed the ledger and remarked that his records were very detailed and well organized. Immediately after, he requested to inspect the bank books as well. Ho-sik silently opened the file cabinet and brought out a stack of bank books, placing them on the table. Kim Hyuk quickly counted them and asked if there were a full 12 volumes. Ho-sik confidently asserted that the bank books were the most important. Missing one would cause great trouble. He handled them daily, so there was absolutely not even a single one of discrepancy compared to the records. Park Hyun took the stack decisively and said, "Thank you for your hard work. I will take these with me," then quietly left his seat. Hearing that all the bank books would be taken, Ho-sik's expression changed. That man stammered and asked why. Park Hyun calmly replied that this was the chairman's directive to retrieve all bank books registered under the regional directors. Seeing the other party turn pale, he asked meaningfully whether senior saw any problem, while Ho-sik was in turmoil wondering if this was truly the chairman's order and fearing that Park Hyun had discovered his underhanded tricks. Ho-sik tried to explain that the situation was sensitive. If they were suddenly retrieved like this, how was he supposed to manage? Kim Hyuk coldly asked whether it was not the chairman's directive. Seeing that man still hesitating, he showed displeasure.
I have no reason to lie. If you still do not believe me, you can call Pyong Changdong to confirm immediately.
Sweat poured down Ho-sik like rain. That man was flustered as if he had just run a long distance. Park Hyun continued pressing, asking why he was not allowed to retrieve the books, his voice light yet heavy with force. There was anything he could speak frankly. He did not want their relationship to become tense at their first meeting. To save face, Ho-sik forced a smile and said there was no problem. He was simply too surprised. Kim Hyuk replied that was good, then turned and said he wished to speak privately with Director Kim. Understanding the hint, Manghun shouted loudly for everyone to leave at once. The underlings were displeased but still trudged out. Manghun silently stood guard. Suddenly, to show authority and conceal his embarrassment, Ho-sik turned and vent his anger on his subordinate with several resounding slaps. That man shouted how dare he pretend not to hear in front of the young master. While scolding and driving them out, Ho-sik growled as he chased them all away, while Kim Hyuk merely watched the performance in silence. When the door closed, only 2 people remained in the room. The atmosphere immediately grew heavy. Ho-sik lit a cigarette, trying to regain his composure, then apologized for his subordinate's slowness and hoped the junior would overlook it. After a long drag, that man's eyes turned cold as they fixed on Kim. That man asked what he intended to discuss to make the atmosphere so tense. Under the lighter's glow, Ho-sik prepared to face the true calculation of that grandson. Park Hyun stepped closer, leaned in and warned that as a subordinate he should know how to keep to his proper place. Before the trembling opponent, he lowered his voice and questioned whether he still did not understand the situation, or did he need to suffer the consequences before knowing where he stood. Anger flared up and Ho-sik slammed the table as he stood. That man roared what that insolent brat was saying and told him to sit down. Suddenly a loud shout rang out, causing Ho-sik to freeze. Back when they were still in the car, Park Hyun had spoken in a low voice, asking Chief Hun to help him with something. Manghun asked while driving what he wanted to say. Park Hyun firmly requested that later, no matter what noise came from the room, he should not rush in. Manghun worriedly reminded him that Ho-sik was not easy to deal with. Was he sure he would be fine? Looking out the window, Park Hyun replied that if he could not get past someone like that, how would he have the strength to face the great chairman in the future? After Manghun left the room, the atmosphere grew even more tense. Park Hyun slowly approached Ho-sik, who was sitting stiffly in his chair, and said, "Stop forcing it. I know clearly that you tampered with several of the bank books, but considering your family and the children waiting for you to support them, I can still show some understanding." Ho-sik broke out in sweat, stubbornly believing that no matter what, Kim Hyuk was not allowed to touch the chairman's secret account. Instantly, Park Han moved closer with a piercing gaze as if reading his thoughts, asking about the remaining account book. Where is the chairman's secret account book? Why did you not bring it out here? Ho was horrified beyond measure, sweat streaming down his pale face, trembling as he wondered how a kid like Park Han knew the secret account book that only he and the chairman were allowed to know, his mind exploding, heart pounding like it would burst. Seeing the complete collapse in the opponent's, Mu Haiyu smiled slyly, his duplicate plan having succeeded. Looking directly at the opponent's pale face, Park Han reminded him of his uncle's secret account, one of the main accounts directly managed by Kim Horsig. He ordered decisively to hand over that account book immediately. Horror was evident on Horsig's sweat-drenched face, his eyes revealing all the calculations running through his mind. Park Han knew a shocking secret. Years ago, Chairman Tai-san had assigned 4 accounts under the names of non-existent people to 4 Mihongdong managers, entirely fake names, each containing 10 billion guan, totaling 40 billion guan dispersed. Park Han discovered it while searching for his uncle's secret funds after his previous life. Recalling August 1993, when the official identification account system was implemented, all 40 billion won vanished. Ho-sik must have celebrated after embezzling that enormous sum. Turning to reality, Kim Hyuk coldly asked why his uncle looked flustered. Did he think he wouldn't know? Ho was trembling, wondering how this kid knew the secret account that only the chairman and he knew. Could it be that the chairman had revealed everything? Giving him no time to recover, Mu Hyuk's urged hand it over quickly, his tone urgent like a countdown to a bomb. Ho-sik completely collapsed, stammering, begging, give me more time. Park Han turned his back, dropping a mocking remark, time. He sat leisurely on the sofa, crossing his legs with authority, asking Director Kim if more time was needed. Kim Hyuk's eyes were sharp. He commanded decisively, bring the account book here immediately. If you don't bring it in 10 minutes, I'll report to the chairman. Ho-sik panicked, pleading, 1 month only, give me more month, please. Mu Hyusi smiled, why bother, Director? He stared at the trembling man, asking with pressure, do you think this is the attitude of someone begging? A super account trembling like this, just looking it over, it was clear this would fail. Under Kim Hyuk's absolute pressure, Ho-sik's face went pale. Ho-sik begged for a month to handle the secret account, but Park Han only allowed weeks of. He stood, looking at the bowed man and warning, prepare fully, not a single guan missing. Mu Hyus called out Director Ho-sik's name for him to remember. Sweat-drenched face, mind chaotic under his grandson's overwhelming pressure. Park Han reminded him that only the 2 of them knew today, not to reveal to the other bosses or uncles. Quickly changing demeanor, Park Han forced a fake smile, declaring the accounts were fine, praising him for his efforts. Before leaving the room, Kim Hak reminded him that in half a month he would return to check. He walked down the corridor with an imposing air. Seeing the henchmen blocking the way, Mang Hun shouted, ordering them to clear the path immediately. Terrified subordinates watched Park Han and Mang Hun glide past, daring not to resist. They rushed into the room and saw Ho-sik sat dazed on the sofa, sweat-soaking his shirt. In his shock, Horsig realized he had erred in considering Tuong Muihu just a normal kid, indeed a child, but a boss-level figure in name. At the luxurious mansion, Mang Hun reported to Chairman Tai-san Tisa. He stated that he had checked the accounts and recovered 12 accounts under other names. Director Kim promised bi-weekly reports. Tron Taisang nodded, asking if Muhu had any issues with Ho Tisa. Mang Hun replied honestly, initially Director Kim to underestimate the young master, surprising the old man, wondering how someone could choose hard mode for life. After their private talk, the young master stepped out with a leisurely expression. Hearing this, John Tai-san pondered, asking who was next. Mang Hun answered that the young master intended to meet Director No Song. Seeing all went smoothly, Tai-san praised the good work. Go rest. Mang Hun bowed and silently left the room. John Tai-san alone in his office immediately called Kim Ho-sik. The line quickly picked up, yes, Chairman, I am Ho-sik. Tai-san went straight to the point. How is it? Seeing the other silent, the old man snapped. Why silent? What do you think? After hesitation, Ho-sik trembled, noting he resembled the chairman more than directors Suman and Suhan. Tai-san blinked, asking again what was Horsig's assessment. The old man questioned about the private conversation of the two. Horsig hesitated, Tai-san pressing, asking what they said to the boy. Horsig revealed shockingly he mentioned the secret account assigned by the chairman, which no one else knew. Tron Tai-san's eyes widened in astonishment, mind shaken by the single question, secret account, how did Park Hein know? The shock was like hiding money in a forest and being pointed out exactly. Tai-san listened on the line, coldly asking, and then Ho was trembling, reporting that in 2 weeks Kim Hyuk must tally and submit, asking if it could be sent directly to the chairman. Tai-san agreed, yes, send it, calmly like approving morning expenses, not hundreds of billions won. Ho-sik tried to end the call. Tai-san named him, voice full of pressure, who hurriedly replied yes, but was immediately scolded by the chairman. Heard you dared to raise your voice to my grandson. The Mihongdong agent panicked, bowed apologetically and promised not to let it happen again. Tai-san's gaze was cold. He sneered. But a servant indulged in comfort, forgetting not to sit at the master's table. He reminded, don't forget who gave you your position today. Ho could only sweat, mumbling a promise to remember well. Tai-san hung up, fell silent. He pondered the secret accounts entrusted only to the Myeongdong agents. Question arose, how did the boy know and demand it back? Even Suman Suhan and subordinates like Mang Hun didn't. Tae-san wondered why Park Hyun made Ho hand it over so easily, suspiciously easy. Asking people gave faster than robbery. Recalling subordinates' remarks, the young master resembled the chairman more than his two sons. Powerful gaze softened, smiling appreciatively as he called his grandson Mahuusi, so the boy really resembled him that much. Take him to the luxury mansion. Park Han lay on the bed silently affirming he knew 6 weak points. He still wondered whether the other directors at Myeongdong were involved with those account books. The 40 billion won in anonymous accounts was Mahuusi's target. He knew if transactions were executed under real names in August, the money could disappear. Seizing that money would be a strong foundation for Kim Hyuk-used to enter a life-and-death struggle with the Tron brothers. He rested his hand on his chin, contemplating how to claim it before the transaction was verified. The next morning, Kim Hyuk went to the headquarters of another Myeongdong pillar to continue the plan. Looking at the bank book on the table, Kim Hyuk declared, "No problem, accounts will be checked monthly thereafter." He reclaimed all bank book. Asked with pressure, "Alright, hurry up." The pampered young master of the Tron family, the man opposite meekly responded, "Young master, please." Opposite Park Han was Ok Seong, one of the 4 powerful pillars of Myeongdong. Park Han probed deeply, "Now director, no, if I remember correctly, you still hold one of the chairman's bank books, right?" The question made Ok Seong pale, sweat pouring, stammering, "The chairman's bank book, what?" Seeing the other party turn pale in panic, Park Han immediately understood that Kim Horsig had never revealed that he possessed the hidden accounts to anyone else. The corner of his lips curved slightly with hidden meaning, silently acknowledging that man Kim was clever enough to keep his mouth shut to preserve his life. Kim Hyuk looked straight at No Song and firmly stated that the chairman had once entrusted him with a secret ledger and demanded that it never be exposed. Now he wants me to bring it back. Seong froze in shock and stammered how that could be possible. Sweat poured down as he trembled, insisting that only he and the chairman knew about this. He maintained a calm demeanor and reassured him to hand over that ledger him for handling. In his heart, he clearly understood that the chairman revealing this secret meant absolute trust in his grandson. Park Hyun also realized that from Hosik to No Ik-song, all of them knew the money in the accounts could not simply vanish once the new authentication mechanism was applied. He saw through their intentions, because in truth these people had already secretly divided all that money among themselves. They thought it was airtight and no one would know, never expecting to run into someone like a living scanner who examined every financial entry. Hai looked at the trembling man with contempt, thinking about how they had obtained their director seats thanks to his grandfather's support yet still dared to betray him behind his back. He asked coldly how long he needed to hand that ledger over to him. No Ik-song. That man turned pale and begged for another half-month, or at least a week, to make arrangements. Park Han let out a soft sigh and nodded, arranging to return next week. Before leaving, he reminded him that for now he had not informed his grandfather about this matter. Hyus also emphasized that his current position was largely thanks to the chairman's favor. He continued to press on his fear by asking whether he intended to tamper with the ledger. Kim Hyuk asserted that his grandfather might be elderly but his mind remained sharp. It would be best for him to be cautious. His voice lowered with hidden meaning, "If a dog bites its master, then what end awaits it? Surely he understands." Song sat there in a daze, sweat pouring down like rain from sheer fear. Leaving the office tower, Park Hyun continued on to another place. He sat quietly on the sofa, slowly opened the secret ledger. He had just retrieved and carefully examined each page. The next person he met was Shin Song-in, a former wrestler whose grandfather had guided since childhood. Park Hyun assessed that among the directors in Myeongdong, this was perhaps the most loyal to Chairman Tae-san. He looked straight at Shin Song-in and directly asked the most important question. "May I check my grandfather's secret ledger?" Shin Song-in froze in astonishment. That man sprang to his feet and asked again, "Do you mean you want to retrieve that ledger?" After a brief pause, that man told him to wait a moment and walked to the portrait of Chairman Tae-san hanging on the wall. He quietly pushed the painting aside, revealing a cleverly concealed safe behind it. Opening the safe, he took out a yellow paper-wrapped package and handed it directly to Park Hyun, saying simply, "Here." Holding the package, Park Hyun silently concluded that this person seemed not to have embezzled anything. Among so many who divided the spoils, there was finally one who remained upright. Leaving the office, Shin Song-in respectfully escorted Kim Hyuk and Mang Hun to the door. He bowed in farewell and arranged to meet again another day. Kim Hyuk politely replied that he hoped next time they would meet under more comfortable circumstances. "Thank you for your cooperation." Shin Song-in nodded slightly as the car pulled away. On the way, Mang Hun brought up the final remaining target. Now there is only one person left, right? That is director Yuji Kang. Han emphasized that he was the most cunning and seasoned among the 4 pillars of Myeongdong. Sitting in the back seat, Park Han silently reviewed the information about Yuji Kang. He had once been trained by his grandfather before building his career here, and even before that he was already a well-known figure in the industry. While driving, Mang Hun probed, "Do you know Yuji Kang?" Park Han slightly curled his lips and calmly replied that he knew that man far too well. He remembered his past records vividly. He was the one who had used a hammer to suppress gangsters who tried to seize the market in Myeongdong. The nickname Hammerhead Shark made many opponents tremble, and left them beaten without any ability to resist. In the office, Yuji Kang with his long slick back hair was focused on handling the stack of documents on his desk. When Mang Hun led Park Hyun in, that man did not even look up. He merely coldly told them to wait a moment, sit over there, and gestured for them to wait on the sofa in the middle of the spacious room. Mang Hun gestured for Park Han to sit first, while he himself stood beside him protectively. Two waited in silence within the quiet space. Only the ticking of the pendulum clock echoed. That steady sound seemed to emphasize realize how slowly time was passing. The clock hands moved little by little, the atmosphere growing more stifling as Yuji Kang continued to act indifferent. He deliberately acted as if he did not see their presence. After a prolonged silence, that man suddenly pushed back his chair and stood up. Step by step, he slowly approached Park Hyun with dark eyes. With only a few steps, his imposing presence felt as if it would suffocate the other party. Yuji Kang showed a smug smile and pretended to apologize for making them wait. He said he needed to review the books before hand them over to the chairman, so it took some time. Then he drew on his cigarette, glanced at Park Han with disdain and asked if he did not mind. Young master. Kim Hyuk calmly replied, then bring the books out for me to see. Yet Yuji Kang ignored him and turned to Myung Hun, asking that he heard Department Head had been having a hard time lately. Bringing along a green youngster like this running around must be exhausting. His words filled more with mockery than goodwill. He sneered that the chairman was truly unreasonable to make someone as seasoned as Myung Hun mentor a mere youth, then pressed, surely you are very tired. Yuji Kang continued to press. If you find it too much, then let me replace you in teaching him. I will guide him thoroughly. Myung Hun angrily shouted, Director Yuji Kang, you should mind your words. He is the chairman's grandson. The old fox only gave a faint smile, stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and spoke. He said in times like these there was no need to be overly bound by etiquette, especially with a youngster. Calling him young master was already generous enough. He warned Myung Hun not to impose loyalty on him and asserted that his own experience was inferior to no one. Seeing Park Han focused on reading the ledger, he mockingly asked whether he could even understand it. If not, then let Department Head Hun look instead. Park Han remained focused on the file, inwardly thinking that he believed a few taunts were enough to distract him. He noticed something strange. The books were too clean, not revealing any flaws at all. Not wanting to fall into that smokescreen, Park Han said this income and expenditure ledger seemed to have no issues. So could you hand me the secret ledger? Causing Yuji Kang to flinch slightly. He added that the chairman wanted to retrieve it for inspection. Yuji Kang's face immediately tightened. He coldly said, if so, then invite the chairman to come here in person. He emphasized that the chairman had personally handed that ledger to him. So if it was to be taken back, then it must also be the chairman who came directly. Yuji Kang forcefully stubbed out his cigarette and looked at Park Hyun with a pressuring gaze. He asked again, I have said this clearly so you understand, his look implying there was no room for refusal. Clearly there was no second option here. Myung Hun spoke up in warning, Director Yuji, do not go too far. Yuji Kang curled his lips arrogantly. I've never joked about business. He propped his chin and looked at Park Han, saying, I am teaching the young master a serious lesson. Business must follow proper procedures and processes. Then he turned to mock Myung Hun, such basic things, and you have not taught the young master. You have been rather negligent lately. Faced with that blatant provocation, the air seemed to freeze. Myung Hun face darkened with anger. Park Han remained calm and gently said, Department Head Hun, step outside and wait for me a moment. Myung Hun anxiously called out, young master. He smiled reassuringly and reminded him to go outside and get to cool down. Though still hesitant, Myung Hun bowed in compliance and quietly left the room, leaving the two facing each other. With only the two of them left, Kim Hyuk leaned back in his chair, his cold sharp eyes fixed directly on the other party director. Now stop the act and hand over the account ledger to me. And the entire secret account ledger of Chairman Tai-san as well. Yuji Kang slightly lifted his chin, a calculating smile on his lips. Oh, so you even know about that. It seems the chairman truly intends to train the young master properly. Outwardly he laughed, but in his mind that man had surely already begun calculating every possible way to deal with it. Yuji narrowed his eyes at Park Hyun with a mocking half smile and asked what's so special about that notebook. He brazenly declared there was nothing remarkable about it and challenged that if they wanted it, let the chairman come and take it himself. Seeing that arrogant attitude, Myung Hun shot up from his seat and loudly called for Director EU. Yuji immediately snapped back fiercely. What gives you the right to act so insolent toward me? He resentfully listed his merits, saying he had followed the chairman since before anyone knew who you were, had gone through turbulent days with him and stepped in to deal with troublemakers when they came causing chaos. After speaking, he regarded himself as a founding contributor. Yuji rolled his eyes at Park Han and sneered that you are just a brat with no right to raise your voice at me, emphasizing that the only person who could give him orders was the chairman. That man even bluntly declared that not even Director John, the chairman's own son, could control him. He disdainfully said Hyuk was nothing to be arrogant about, then lowered his voice in warning not to dream of standing on equal footing. Just because you carry the title of the chairman's grandson, you think you deserve special treatment. Myung Hun could not hold back and continued shouting for Director EU. Suddenly Yuji swung his arm and slammed the hammer dart on the table, the sharp crash echoing as the entire room trembled. He gripped the hammer handle tightly, glared at Moo Hyuk in a threatening manner, and asked if you know how many times I've used this to protect the chairman. That man recounted the tense confrontations when he wielded the hammer to suppress the gangsters who came to cause trouble, proudly saying this hammer was the symbol of Myeongdong and a witness to its credit market. Then pointed straight at Kim Hyuk and shouted, do not act arrogant in front of me, brat. Park Han remained calm, his cold gaze lifting as he asked if you truly intend to make a scene. The question made Yuji burst into a scornful laugh. He mocked that someone who understands nothing about the underworld should not interfere. Faced with those excessive words, Park Hyun clearly understood the other side was deliberately provoking him. He quietly observed with a sharp gaze, inwardly judging the account suspiciously clean, yet what concerned him most was still that secret account. His eyes locked onto Yuji Gang, who was holding the hammer in challenge, as if saying, I do not care about whatever act you are putting on. I only need what I want. Kim Hyuk decisively issued an ultimatum. Director EU, I will give you one more day. Tomorrow be prepared. He stressed that you must bring the entire set of account books, then turned and opened the door. He walked away and said, if tomorrow you still keep this attitude, then do not blame me for showing no mercy. Kim Hyuk silently headed toward the door, preparing to leave the office. At that moment, Yuji called out sharply, hey, just as Park Hyun turned his head, that hammer-wielding man rushed forward as if out of control. A violent crash rang out in the middle of the room, making everything shake. Park Hyun calmly raised his hand to block the blow right in front of him. Yuji Gang grinned wickedly at that reaction. The distance between the hammer and Park Hyun's face was only a hair's breadth. Yuji pulled the hammer back and sneered that at least the chairman's grandson has some guts. I thought you would be trembling in fear. Without the slightest hesitation, Kim Hyuk looked straight at him and firmly spoke. If you do not dare to use the hammer, then why brandish it? The words made that man freeze. Kim Hyuk stepped closer with a piercing gaze and said, if you dare touch me, then you are truly bold. Do you think I am afraid of those cheap threats? He declared loudly while repeating the demand that if you want peace, then tomorrow prepare all the account books. I have already said what matters many times. Do not pretend you do not understand. Leaving the office with imposing composure, Manghun spoke coldly. If tomorrow is the same, then you should look after yourself. Yuji Gang stood frozen, his face pale with fear and sweat pouring down. Earlier he had been fierce with a hammer in hand, and now he was silent like a student who had made a mistake. In the black car leaving Dong in the night, Manghun drove while asking Kim Hyuk what exactly had happened with that commotion just now. Park Hyun kept his head lowered over the file and casually said it was nothing, then calmly added that he nearly used a hammer aimed at my head. The screech of brakes tore sharply through the crowded street. Manghun turned back in alarm, asked urgently, Director EU, are you alright? The cars behind blared their horns noisily after being blocked in the middle of the road. Kim Hyuk maintained a composed smile and gently reminded him, Manager Hun, we are in the middle of the street. Shortly after, at the Tron family mansion, the atmosphere in the study was taut as a drawn bowstring. Chairman Tang glared in fury upon hearing the report that Yuji Gang dared to say such thing. Manghun sternly recounted that he said the chairman must personally come to take the account books. Tai-san pondered in silence, then asked what else happened as Manghun continued. Upon hearing that he intended to use a hammer against the young master, the old man lost his composure and shouted what? Even though he was reassured that everything was fine, Tai-san's eyes remained icy and filled with killing intent. He ground his teeth in anger. Why did that Yuji dare to act like that? Manghun thoughtfully replied that he also could not understand that man's motive. In the past, when he first entered Myeongdong, he had been a rival of the chairman, but since I began following you, he has never behaved this way. Today was truly abnormal, as if he deliberately intended to ignite conflict. In the face of such arrogance, Tai-san coldly ordered Manager Hun to handle the matter himself. He instructed him to decide according to the situation and resolve it cleanly without leaving consequences. Manghun bowed his head and accepted the order. Yes, Chairman, I understand. Meanwhile, in the car speeding through the night, Yuji mocked over the phone. It is nothing serious, just a brat. I only scared him for fun. He curled his lips smugly, thinking the chairman was old now anyway. Suddenly, a large truck switched on its blinding headlights and charged straight ahead. It slammed violently into his car, creating a horrific collision. In the dead of night at a deserted construction site, Yuji regained consciousness in a miserable state. He was tightly bound to a chair, his mouth taped shut as he could only make muffled, choking sounds. From behind, a tall figure approached, filling him with extreme terror. That person was none other than Manghun, with a face as cold as. Yuji struggled in panic when he saw the other side calmly a iron hammer. Manghun slowly raised the hammer in his hand. He looked straight at that trembling director in front of him. His voice was low and heavy. Director EU, let us have a little talk. Manghun stood towering before Yuji Kang, who was bound tight. He slowly tore the tape from that man's mouth. Yuji trembled violently and called out Manager Hun, then tried to threaten that by doing this, do you think you will remain safe? In response, there was only a cold snort from Manghun. The scene was like an action film without background music, only the heavy atmosphere of fear. Manghun lifted the hammer and pointed it straight at his face, saying, I heard you intended to use this on the young master, is that right? Without hesitation, he swung the hammer forcefully forward. Yuji shut his eyes in panic and screamed in despair. The hammer stopped just inches from Yuji Kang's forehead in a suffocating. Manghun coldly asked, what were you thinking at that time to dare act like that? Yuji was drenched in sweat and stammered that I was only testing whether he had guts. I wanted to see if the chairman chose the right person. He hurriedly begged, saying I absolutely never truly dared to harm him. Believe me, how could I dare touch the chairman's grandson? Believe me and spare my life. Yuji frantically promised to hand over all the secret bank books and never act recklessly again. Please spare me. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out from the direction of the door. Yuji spun around in panic when he saw two men silently rolling a blue barrel into the middle of the scene. Manghun stared at the trembling director and asked coldly who was behind instructing him. Yuji Kang turned pale and vehemently denied it, saying no one had ordered him. What was he talking about? That man frantically argued that he only wanted to test the boy's reaction, so he had threatened him, hoping he would believe it. Manghun remained completely unmoved, his expression indifferent. He signaled his subordinates to drag a large wooden table close. They placed it right in front of the man who was tightly bound to the chair. EUG struggled in panic as his hands were forced down hard onto the tabletop. He screamed in terror, asking what they were going to do to him. Despite his weak resistance, his hands were still pressed tightly against the rough wood, unable to move. Manghun looked down with icy eyes and slowly reminded him, "Director EU, it would be best to be honest from now on. I will ask one last time who's behind this." Yuji Kang stubbornly shouted through tears that there was no one who would even be qualified to order him. Manghun's patience hit its limit. Without further warning, he swung the hammer down hard onto the hand being restrained. The blow made Yuji scream in agony, his hand severely injured, the scene suffocatingly tense. Watching the man before him tremble in shock, Manghun coldly repeated, "Who ordered you?" Yuji completely collapsed, sweat pouring down his ashen face. That man rasped and begged that there was truly no one. His eyes were dull with fear as Manghun brought the hammer down again, sending a fiercer wave of pain through him. Manghun did not change expression and continued asking who the mastermind was. Though his face twisted in pain, Yuji Kang still stubbornly shouted that he was crazy. He had already said there was no one. Without hesitation, Manghun raised the hammer high, preparing for the next strike. In the deserted construction site under the heavy rain, dull sounds echoed. The repeated dry impacts signaled that the interrogation was far from gentle. Manghun looked down at the man who was nearly collapsing and issued an ultimatum. "This is the last chance. Think carefully before answering." Yuji Kang could only scream in despair as his hand had been gravely injured. Manghun slowly shifted the hammer to the other side and said, "Now it is the right hand's turn." The air was thick with tension, even the slightest sound made one flinch. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as he continued pressing about who was behind it. Seeing the other party remain silent, he ordered them to hold him down tighter. Pushed beyond his limit, Yuji Kang trembled violently and stammered that he would talk. At this point he was so weak that a strong gust of wind could have knocked him over. He lifted his head and begged that he would confess. To stop in utter panic, Yuji Kang finally admitted that the mastermind was Director Suman. As soon as the words left his mouth, memories returned to 1 week earlier, inside a luxurious villa at night. In a lavishly decorated meeting room, the powerful directors sat around a marble table and began a secret meeting. Outside in the corridor, 2 rows of subordinates bowed deeply as 2 influential figures walked past. Entering the room, the man in a gray suit greeted them, saying it had been a long time since he had seen everyone. Those present immediately stood and bowed respectfully. Under the soft lights and the steady whir of the ceiling fan, the atmosphere in the room became unusually heavy. A man in a white suit with a mustache spoke up, asking what matter required calling all 4 of them at once. It was truly rare. Leaning back on the sofa, Chosuman went straight to the point. Surely everyone knew that his father had acknowledged his grandson and brought him home. Another director confirmed that the boy was the chairman's grandson, the son of the late Miss Misu. Chosuman nodded, saying that was right, and recently he had heard the boy was learning under Chief Hunt. The curly-haired man showed displeasure, saying a brat who had been unseen for years suddenly appeared. Someone muttered whether it meant he would be trained to inherit. It was hard to believe, Suman quietly observed before asking further. Apart from that, had they heard any strange rumors? The question left a few stunned. Suman slowly persuaded them that the directors of Myeongdong were like a long-standing family. Yet the position of Heir might fall into the hands of a mere boy. The other directors began calculating as their own interests were threatened. Suman continued to deepen their anxiety, saying his father was already old and they had to think about the future. That man sowed doubt about Kim Hyuk's sudden appearance. Director Shin reminded everyone to be cautious with their words, asserting that the chairman was still clear-minded and capable of leading. In response, Suman pretended to admit fault, then mocked them for being overly loyal, implying that removing an eyesore was what the chairman truly desired. Director Kim immediately voiced his opposition. He reminded them that Park Han-uke was the chairman's own grandson. They could not interfere in family matters. Suman denied that this was a family dispute. That man said he was not afraid of the boy but only worried his father would make the wrong choice. He also emphasized the shifting political landscape after the new presidential election. Every decision would affect the conglomerate. The directors fell silent, observing Suman's act. That silence was like gamblers calculating where to place the most profitable bet. When Suman announced that Chief Hun would soon bring Park Han to meet them, the room stirred. Suman proposed testing the boy's strength to see what he was capable of. The room sank to a heavy silence before that plan. Bang on the table sounded in agreement, whether sincere or merely to assert a voice was unclear. That man declared he would test Kim Hyuk to see what the boy could accomplish in this field. Yuji Kang poured wine with disdain for a 20-year-old, daring to step into a place where not everyone could endure, wanting to see how much Park Han understood. Suman assigned him to guide and test the boy. The subordinates flattered that with Director EU handling it, everyone could rest assured. Suman sipped his wine and remarked that his father's era could not last forever. They should plan ahead. Directors exchanged tense glances, the face of hints about an impending transfer of power. In the end, Suman looked straight at them, his sharp gaze demanding that they take good care of his nephew. In his private office, Chairman Tai-san focused intently on the stack of files on his desk. With a contemplative expression, he softly said he had already guessed that Suman had interfered. Manghun respectfully reported the scheme of the young masters, saying they wanted to test the young master's ability, and Director Yuji Kang had volunteered to carry it out. Tai-san's eyes turned icy as he asked what had become of the traitor. Manghun replied that he had been sent for surgery but feared his left hand would hardly be usable as before. Despite the betrayal, Tai-san still still felt a trace of regret as that man had followed him for 30 years. In the end, he decided to give him enough money to live on and let him retire. Manghun cautiously asked how to handle the chairman's sons, whether they needed to be warned. Tai-san rubbed his forehead wearily, closed his eyes to think, then said coldly that he would settle matters with them himself. In another office, Suman panicked upon hearing the news about Yuji Kang. That man's eyes widened, sweat pouring down as he asked if Chief Hun had truly crippled both of his hands. Sitting opposite, Suhan said worriedly that was right. What should they do now? It seemed father already knew about it. Suman was about to lose his temper from being disturbed when the desk phone suddenly rang shrilly. He irritably picked up the receiver. What is it now? I told you not to bother me, his tone arrogant as if he held all power over life and death. On the other end, the caller trembled as he apologized and reported that the chairman requested to be connected when his father's cold voice came through the line asking, is that Suman? Is Suhan there with you? His face instantly paled and sweat poured down. In the blink of an eye, Suman changed his attitude, repeatedly saying, yes, father, the speed of his shift so fast it was hard to notice. Tai-san did not beat around the bush, his voice heavy with pressure as he asked directly, I heard you incited Director Myeongdong to make things difficult for Park Hyun. Facing his powerful father's interrogation, Suman panicked and stammered in denial. No, father, there was no such test. I only asked them to look after the boy. The chairman exploded in anger over the phone. You useless fool, I am your father, and you still do not know how to think. On the other side, Suman trembled violently as he was scolded for acting disgracefully out of fear of a 20-year-old young man. Tai-san lowered his voice in warning that this matter forced him to reconsider the inheritance. Even thinking of grooming Kim Hyuk as successor, Suman cried out in panic, father, I truly did not do it. But he was immediately cut off by a shout telling him to shut up. I do not want to hear an explanation. The chairman's anger still blazed as he continued his warning in a steely voice. If I hear one more word about you trying to touch Park Hyun again, he coldly declared he would make the two of you understand what real authority means. His imposing presence seemed to press down on them, leaving the Suman brothers breathless. Suman stood frozen, while the younger brother beside him anxiously asked, brother, what did father say? Resentment surged within him. Suman roared and hurled the phone hard onto the living room floor. He sprang to his feet amid the shattered pieces, his face twisted with rage, Kim Hyuk's name echoing in his mind along with thoughts of hatred. The story temporarily left the family conflict and shifted to another luxurious mansion where an important discussion was taking place. There, Manghun reported to Chairman Tai-san about the new political situation. President-elect Hak-gun was moving to deal with the Hao Association. Manghun explained that the Hao Association was an organization with great influence in the military, and after taking office the president wanted sweeping reforms, forcing those from this group to leave the army, causing them to gather repeatedly to seek countermeasures. After hearing this, Tai-san pondered and realized the president had prepared his plan in advance. He curled his lips and remarked that the man had acted decisively right after taking office. Manghun reflected that the president had once suffered under military rule, so such a move was understandable. He analyzed that although the president had joined hands with the military faction to gain power, maintaining that relationship long-term was difficult, and he worried the military would not remain idle in a country long inclined toward military rule. In the luxurious office, Manghun continued reporting concerns about the possibility of a coup. Tai-san repeated the word coup thoughtfully. He rested his chin in thought, then suddenly turned to Park Hyun, who was sitting reading the newspaper. What do you think? He lowered the newspaper, his confident eyes as he replied that the military would not resist. He began analyzing the high-level personnel with a steady voice as if he grasped every detail. He said the president had swiftly replaced a series of key military positions within hours after summoning the Minister of Defense. He continued pointing out that although the Hao Association was being handled, the administration still carried conservative colors. Only those within the association supported a coup while most other officers did not. Moreover, even if a coup occurred, it would be hard to gain public support. Faced with such sharp insight, Tai-san could not hide his admiration. He calmly said politics greatly affected the chairman's work, so he always followed it closely, inwardly confident because he already knew many future upheavals. Tai-san asked whether besides the Hao Association there were other moves and what the president was preparing. Manghun replied that very few knew the higher level plan, even the planted secretaries did not grasp it. Nevertheless, he had heard the government was preparing to launch an anti-corruption campaign. Under the chairman's surprised gaze, Manghun confirmed there was an intention to disclose the assets of high-ranking officials. Despite the controversy, he believed that with the president's decisive character it would be implemented. Tai-san said gravely that everything was unfolding too quickly and asked about the possibility of implementing a real-name financial transaction system. Manghun answered that the president's side had not yet mentioned this matter. Even the major conglomerates had no information. He turned to ask Kim Hyuk, what do you think? He smiled and asserted that the real-name financial transaction system would be implemented within this year. Tai-san asked in astonishment this year, and he explained that although it had been delayed before, with the new president's decisive nature he might prepare in secret and then suddenly announce it. Hearing that bold analysis, Tai-san burst into loud laughter and praised the boy's courage. He said he was very intelligent, but politics was not simple. Once entangled in the vortex finance and power, it was hard to escape. He emphasized that if the real name system were applied, slush funds would surface and enterprise enterprises would react strongly, so it could not be done overnight. He acknowledged that, but still advised handling the anonymous accounts early to avoid risk. Hassan reassured that he had entrusted the money to a trusted person, but he calmly warned that human hearts were unpredictable and analyzed that when only the account holder could withdraw funds, trouble would arise. He said if the policy were enforced, the money in anonymous accounts could face great danger, recalling that the chairman had once suffered heavy losses because of this system. He stressed the policy would be implemented in August. Only half a year remained. If not handled early, the losses could reach tens of trillions. Tai-san stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then, do you truly believe the real name transaction system will be applied this year, or is it just a feeling? He looked straight ahead and confirmed it was his intuition, and it might occur in the first half of the term. However, Tai-san wondered how he knew about the chairman handing the secret bank books to the Myeongdong directors. He narrowed his eyes and asked, aside from him and them, no one knew, so how did you know? He calmly said that when retrieving the bank books he noticed their unusual expressions. He added that because his intuition sensed something suspicious, he questioned them privately and they admitted it. Tai-san asked again, was it only intuition? And he still affirmed that it was. After a moment of silence, Tai-san decided to hand over the entire 4,000 billion, the recovered secret account, to him. He was stunned by the enormous sum, and the chairman explained that if the policy were implemented, the money could be at risk. He looked at him with trust and declared he authorized him to manage that sum. He said this was both a reward and a test, but if the money was lost, there would be no second chance. He bowed his head and affirmed he would not disappoint him. Inwardly, he was overjoyed at being entrusted with the entire amount. With 4,000 billion in hand, he believed he could accelerate his plan to deal with the brothers. On the surface, he solemnly accepted the order, but in his mind he had already calculated the next step and felt satisfied at having earned trust. At the mansion, Tai-san began acting on his grandson's warning. He ordered Myung-hun to compile all anonymous and unnamed accounts for handling. He emphasized the deadline was July. Myung-hun respectfully replied, understood. Alone in thought, Tai-san wondered whether the August prediction would come true. He looked at him with admiration, believing he possessed the qualities of a leader. On February 25, 1993, the inauguration ceremony of the 14th president took place. The civilian government led by Hak Gun was established and quickly pushed reforms while preparing the real name financial system. That same year, the 1993 entrance ceremony at Korea University was held solemnly. He stepped onto the stage to receive the admission certificate from the president. Applause of congratulations echoed throughout the hall. Leaving the ceremony, Myung-soo complained that it was boring. His friend turned to ask Park Han what he planned to do when classes began the next day. Park Han calmly told his father that he planned to stop by the library. Hearing that, Myung-soo widened his eyes in shock and shouted, "What is this? On the very first day you're already diving into studying? That is really scary." Kim Hyuk merely smiled lightly and explained that as a university student, he should at least set foot in the library once to make it meaningful. Myung-soo narrowed his eyes suspiciously when he saw his friend acting completely different from usual. Why so sudden? But how are you speaking in a fluent Seoul accent when you only arrived a few days earlier than me? He slung an arm around Kim Hyuk teasingly. Did you rush up here to get to know some Seoul girls? Myung-soo eagerly urged him, since we are already in Seoul, let us stop by Apgujeong. We have to drink a few glasses to celebrate getting into university. Park Hyun reminded him of their old agreement. You once said you would not force me to drink anymore. Myung-soo quickly waved his hands in defense. That time was just an accident. I guarantee it will not happen again. Come on. Seeing his friend focused only on having fun, Park Hyun asked directly, are you not planning to prepare for the bar exam? Myung-soo confidently declared, of course I am. I have set a goal to pass the first round of the bar exam within the next 2 years. But today let us relax first. He kept urging, let us go Apgujeong, hurry up. Faced with such overwhelming enthusiasm, Park Hyun had no choice but to give in. Then we will just drink a little and go home. Myung-soo smiled brightly and nodded. Okay, of course. Night gradually fell. Amid the dazzling lights of Seoul, a white car sped through the crowded streets. The promise of drinking just a little sounded like something said for formality, blown away as soon as the wind came. Inside a rock cafe glowing with neon lights and filled with pounding music, Myung-soo excitedly blended into the dancing crowd. He shouted, this is truly the taste of youth, it is amazing. Myung-soo turned to call his friend Park Hyun, look at this, in Busan there is nowhere like a rock cafe like this. He even explained that this was not a nightclub because there was no pairing game, people just came to dance and enjoy themselves in their own way. In contrast to that liveliness, Park Hyun quietly sat in a corner with a bottle of beer in his hand. Anyone seeing him in the middle of the crowd would think he had wandered into a gathering of quiet introverts. Suddenly a girl wearing a purple hat approached with her friend and asked in surprise if he was Park Hyun, the top student of Korea University. Recognizing the male student who had achieved a perfect score in the recent exam, several senior girls could not hide their admiration. Seeing him up close, he was even more handsome than the rumors. A bright face combined with the title of national top scorer. No matter what major they studied, such as law for instance, they took the initiative to suggest clinking glasses together. Park Hyun maintained a polite attitude but tactfully declined, no thank you seniors, we will finish our drinks and leave right away. However, Myung-soo enthusiastically cut in, that sounds good, we plan to party until morning. One wanted to leave early, the other wanted to stay all night. Friendship truly was being tested. The whole group joined the table amid the pounding music that filled the room. The senior girls began introducing, this is Park Han, The one beside him is Myung-soo. Have you two known each other before? Myung-soo quickly replied, yes, no, we have been friends since childhood. When asked about their hometown, Myung-soo immediately introduced that both of them were from Busan. Have you seniors ever visited Busan? These days Wang Ali is very beautiful. His enthusiasm made the senior girls laugh with delight. Your local accent is really cute. Say a bit more and you could become Busan tourism ambassador. Seeing Park Hyun still quiet, they teased, why are you so silent? But then again, being handsome means just sitting there is enough to please the eye. Suddenly a deep male voice cut in, Yuri, why are you here? Kim Hyuk looked up at the man who had just appeared. He appeared right behind Senior Yuri. That voice made Park Han pause. It sounded strangely familiar. The man stepped forward in surprise. It was Ji-won. The girl beside him immediately asked, Ji-won, do you know these people? Park Han quietly took a sip of beer, feeling annoyed by the unexpected appearance and thinking it was best to leave. He decisively stood up. We will take our leave first. Myung-soo, let us go. Myung-soo was still reluctant. Where are you going? Stay and drink with the seniors a bit more. Park Han insisted. They had only agreed to drink one glass and leave. Jae-won spoke arrogantly with mockery. Go ahead and have fun, but do not go overboard and cause trouble again. Park Han turned back to look straight at him and clearly called out Ji-won, making that man freeze and change expression. Seeing Park Hyun about to leave, the girl hurriedly called after him, Park Hyun, where are you going? Immediately Ji-won roughly grabbed her wrist and sneered, why are you associating with these people? Are you lowering yourself? Saying something like that without feeling ashamed truly showed shameless thick skin. Girl showed clear displeasure at his fake sophistication. What are you saying? Who I spend time with has nothing to do with you. Let go of my hand. Kim Hyuk sighed in frustration, wondering why every time he went drinking he ended up in trouble. The girl remained sharp. Are you crazy? Let me go. Unable to ignore it, Park Hyun stepped forward, placed his hand on Jae-won's shoulder and lowered his voice, can you stop? Jae-won erupted in anger and shouted, let go, you dare touch me. That man violently shoved Kim Hyuk's hand in his irritation. Since childhood, Ji-won had caused many big and small incidents that gave Chairman Tai-san headaches. Park Hyun coldly stepped closer and sarcastically called Ji-won by name. I also want to pretend I do not know you to save myself embarrassment. But do not cause a scene in such a crowded place. Kim Hyuk added, in the end Chairman Tai-san will have to step in and clean up the consequences for you again.
Ji-won broke out in sweat and muttered angrily, what is this guy talking about?
That man roared, today you are finished, and called over his underlings nearby. One of the group lifted his chin and asked, who is this guy? Kim Hyuk assessed silently. As expected, he acts so arrogant because he has backing. Ji-won disdainfully said he was just someone who had once sneaked into his house. The hooligans laughed coldly and reminded him to handle the consequences himself after they finished dealing with it. Ji-won looked confident and said this was not the first time, so there was nothing to worry about. Park Hyun inwardly cursed coward, then told Myung-soo to take the seniors outside first. Seeing his friend worriedly ask if it was alright, Park Hyun gave a faint smile. You do not even trust me. But Myung-soo seemed more concerned about the other side. I mean, will those guys be alright? Park Hyun answered firmly, absolutely not. Immediately after, he unleashed lightning fast strikes that sent the underlings stumbling. Some were flung away and crashed hard onto the floor. Park Hyun stood in the midst of the chaotic scene, a confident smile on his lips. The lights in the bar flickered continuously, illuminating the floor littered with shattered glass scattered everywhere. The underlings lay scattered, no longer able to resist after being cleanly taken down by Kim Hyuk. In front of him stood Ji-won, trembling and breathing heavily. Park Hyun coldly called down. Seeing that man flinch, he stepped closer and lowered his voice in warning. Stop acting like a thug. Do you think Chairman Ta-san does not know what you have been doing? That sharp gaze seemed to remind him it was time to stop. Driven into a corner, Ji-won ground his teeth in hatred and cursed Park Hyun in his heart. Not giving him a chance to retaliate, Park Hyun delivered an ultimatum. If it happens again, even if we are relatives, I will not show any mercy. Do you understand? Faced with that overwhelming presence, Ji-won could only stammer that he understood, his face full of humiliation. Park Hyun calmly turned his back, telling him to clean up the mess himself and never call to bother him again. He added one more sentence that sent a chill down Ji-won's spine, otherwise we will meet again. Jae-won stood frozen in the chaotic room, his face twisted with resentment and hatred. At Korea University, the academic atmosphere was serious and disciplined. In the lecture hall, the professor posed a clear question. Tell me what Article 1 Clause 1 of our Constitution stipulates. A male student wearing glasses quickly stood up to answer, Professor, the Republic of Korea is a democratic republic. The professor nodded in satisfaction and continued, then what about Article 1 Clause 2? Faced with that question, the student stammered awkwardly, that is. His mind seemed to freeze for a few seconds and the professor did not wait. He solemnly explained, the sovereignty of the Republic of Korea belongs to the people. All power originates from the people. He looked around the class and emphasized professional ethics. Even if you later become prosecutors, lawyers, or judges, if you lose that principle, then you are no longer worthy of enforcing the law. Park Han sat pensively in the front row, his gaze deep as if lost in private thoughts. Just as he stepped out of class, a loud call echoed from the hallway. Park Hyun, Myung-soo, panting, hurried over to remind him, remember our meeting tonight. Park Han smiled and replied, of course. Lately I've been busy training, so it was hard to arrange a meeting like this. As he walked, a clear female voice suddenly called his name. Kim Hyuk paused. In front of him, a beautiful woman dressed elegantly in white awaited. She gently asked, you are Park Han, right? Hearing this, Myung-soo froze before exquisite beauty, stammering in awe as if meeting a goddess. Not even knowing her name, name. He wanted to form a fan club, pulling his friend's hand, whispering, "Park, who is she?" The woman introduced herself. "I am Jisoo." She looked directly at him and asked with a meaningful glance, "Surely you know me." Park Hyun silently observed, an indescribable feeling stirring within. Though it was their first face-to-face meeting, her gaze and aura felt strangely familiar. In an instant, he recognized her true identity. She was Suman's daughter, the granddaughter of the Samsung Group chairman. Looking deep into Jisoo's eyes, Park Hyun recalled the danger once associated with this woman. That gaze was as cold as a venomous snake, having once treated him as nothing more than a pawn to serve her family. She proactively suggested, "Do you have time to talk privately for a moment?" Behind, Myung-soo was still stunned by the appearance of this stranger beauty. Park Han responded with a cold gaze, clearly keeping distance and caution. In the quiet underground parking lot, Jisoo sighed softly. "I should have met you sooner. It's been a while since I visited Chairman Tai-san." Both sat in the rear seats of a luxury car. She inquired, "I heard you were top of your law class. I also studied here in business administration." Contrary to that friendly appearance, Kim Hyuk interrupted coldly, "I don't have much time. Get straight to the point." Jisoo slightly curved her lips in an ambiguous smile. "You're too tense. After all, this is the first time our families meet." Kim Hyuk retorted without restraint, "Lately my family has taught me well, so I must be cautious. If words could inflict injury, this conversation alone would be overwhelming." Jisoo avoided old matters and switched topics. "I heard you just defeated all representatives of my Myeongdong-sao." She admitted, "That's why I sought you out. I want to meet you, Kim Hyuk, to discuss collaboration." Kim Hyuk frowned, repeating collaboration. Those two words sounded like a proposal demanding too much in return. Jisoo spoke frankly, "Actually, we don't need to build our own power. I have no interest in Chairman Tai-san's position. Whatever you want to learn or do under him, I won't interfere." Her gaze sharpened as she continued, "The only concern I have is Samsung Group." Kim Hyuk froze in surprise, the thought crossing his mind. It turns out her goal coincides with mine. In the quiet space of the car, Jisoo made a proposal. She promised to help Kim Hyuk easily secure inheritance from her grandfather in exchange for his support. She analyzed that before Park Hyun's appearance, the succession order was almost set, but his presence disrupted everything. Jisoo affirmed that Park Hyun and her brother would inevitably face off for the seat of power. To persuade, she promised to provide confidential information to give him an advantage. Park Han remained calm, questioning what Ji-won could accomplish. He doubted whether she was misjudging her brother's ability out of familial affection. Jisoo immediately warned not to underestimate the opponent, for Ji-won is after all the eldest grandson of the family. She emphasized that even if Park Han was favored by Chairman Tai-san, he was still just a grandson. If Samsung backed Ji-won, his situation would be extremely dangerous. The warning was as cold as a blade. Kim Hyuk demanded clearly, "If collaboration occurs, it must be an equal exchange." Jisoo set the condition: when Park Han inherits the position, he must support her with all shares her grandfather holds in Samsung. Park Han looked puzzled, asking why she didn't ask her own brother for convenience. Jisoo gave a faint smile, saying if Jagun assumes power, he will seek to seize Samsung instead of helping her. In her eyes, her brother was selfish, greedy, and unreasonable. Park Han silently considered his cousin's ambition, aware that Samsung's inheritance was far more complex than appeared. Jisoo confirmed she did not intend to swallow the entire group to avoid excessive risk, but at least a substantial portion must be secured. Partly also protect her mother, Mrs. Seo Hye-kyung. Park Han silently observed, memories of his past life vividly returning. He clearly remembered after the Samsung Group chairman died of a heart attack, Jisoo had frantically plunged into the power struggle. Though she eventually acquired a third of the group, that internal conflict had caused Samsung severe losses, never regaining its former glory. Kim Hyuk quietly assessed the woman before him, knowing well Jisoo was not easily soothed and ready to betray anyone for personal goals, yet now this venomous snake proposed collaboration. Park Han directly questioned the irrationality of this deal, wondering if she would suffer significant loss by doing so. Moreover, here they were merely talking superficially, yet the scent of calculation already lingered in the air. Park Han grew increasingly wary of trust. If he didn't become the heir, she would gain nothing, and even if sincere, wouldn't she fear he might betray her? Jisoo gently acknowledged that, also recognizing this deal was extremely disadvantageous. However, her eyes suddenly became cold with determination, simultaneously affirming she could not stand by while Ji-won monopolized the assets, discussing collaboration as if preparing for a second family conflict. Jisoo nearly revealed her brother's extreme possessive nature from childhood, always wanting to hold everything. She was candid, better let others take all than let Cheonji army seize completely. Seeing her cousin's resolve, Kim Hyuk smirked maliciously and declared, "Alright, I will consider your proposal, cousin Jisoo." Jisoo silently observed, then urged, demanding Park Han give a response as soon as possible, for she was impatient. Before leaving, she left an implicit threat: if refused she would find another way, you understand. The luxury car sped away, leaving Kim Hyuk walking through the parking garage. At that moment, Myung-soo rushed over shouting, "Hey Park Hyun, thought you left first." Seeing his friend just step out of the expensive car, Myung-soo was amazed. Who was that girl? Meeting new beauty every day, society is unfair. Park Han calmly replied, "That's my cousin, first meeting from family drama to friend drama in an instant." Hearing the words cousin, Myung-soo immediately changed attitude, excitedly approaching to flatter, "Oh dear. Sorry for not recognizing your potential." Before Myung-soo rushed to hug Park Han, causing him to startle and shout, "Disgusting, let go." Park Han silently walked on, mind full of calculations about Jisoo, changing attitude faster than flipping a pancake. Just a moment ago complaining about injustice, now acknowledging kinship. Thinking about the woman who once underestimated him in his past life, now in this life proactively proposing collaboration. Though understanding the deal benefits him, he still doubted the future, wondering if this was a new opportunity or a potential threat. Turning to the luxurious mansion after the first day of class, Park Hein faced his grandfather's deep gaze. Beside a cup of hot tea, Chairman Ta-san kindly asked about his first day of class. Calmly replying he had met cousin Jisoo, hearing the granddaughter's name, the old man faintly recalled Jisoo. While sipping tea, he slowly advised his grandson that, since he had no siblings, he should strive to build close relations with cousins. Park Hein respectfully agreed, confirming he would meet cousin Jisoo often, secretly planning for her to control Samsung while he kept his grandfather's assets. Setting down the tea, Tai-san went straight to the point, so Kim Hyuk did not beat around the bush, presenting clearly the 40 billion yuan in the secret account entrusted by him, simultaneously expressing the desire to transfer all of it abroad. The foreign country name surprised the seasoned chairman into exclaiming. Australia continued persuading if he hadn't used the money immediately, he wanted to invest in the international market. Tai-san probed, asking if he was confident executing the deal, reminding Park Hein of the warning when handing over the account. This might be the last time, the pressure like an iron deadline. Tai-san thought keeping the huge sum domestically was not bad either, thus wondering why he insisted on moving it abroad. Kim Hyuk foresaw the future, understanding that transferring money now would be difficult and even more blocked under the real name financial system. He asserted that with his grandfather's supreme power, this was within reach. International investment is wisdom ahead of time. Park Hyun stood up, analyzing the political situation, thinking that the government would continue unfavorable policies against him, including the real name financial system. He warned that, although his grandfather was not the direct target, being part of the underground economy, he would suffer the heaviest losses, so moving assets abroad first was extremely urgent. Kim Hyuk proposed using the foreign branch networks of corporations indebted to him to transfer 40 billion yuan smoothly, withdrawing funds quickly before the server could respond. Tai-san admitted that transferring the money posed no obstacle, yet he still did not understand why it had to be so urgent. Chairman Tai-san of Tezen narrowed his eyes in suspicion when he saw his grandson sending money abroad for policies that had not even been implemented. He replied slowly, doing this, would it not be too hasty? He looked straight at him and earnestly said, please trust and help me this time. That sincerity made the powerful old man pause for a moment. He told himself that although it was somewhat reckless, in this situation he could only speak frankly, because he could not reveal everything that was about to happen in the future. Suddenly Tai-san burst into loud laughter, the hearty sound tearing apart the tense atmosphere. He looked at him with interest and remarked that his uncles feared him so much they did not even dare to open their mouths. While he did not know whether he was brave or overly confident, thanks to him he had been laughing more lately. He nodded in agreement, so transferring the money would be enough. He firmly proposed transferring the entire 400 billion won into his account in America, and for the next 7 years until the year 2000, please do not ask about that sum. Trust me, this deal will certainly win. Tai-san widened his eyes and asked, what, invest my 400 billion won and for 7 years I have no right to inquire? He answered decisively, yes, but I guarantee that the 400 billion will never be lost. Seeing his grandson so resolute, Tai-san agreed, fine, I will wait and see. He stood up and declared that he would ask Secretary Hun to transfer the entire sum to America. Even so, he sternly warned that if the money was lost, there would be no second chance. Understood, he asked. He bowed politely and replied, yes sir, I will remember. In his heart, he calculated that he needed this money to confront Chonsaman and Suhan. If it was used domestically, they would certainly interfere. Realizing the enormous workload ahead, he told himself that alone he could not manage 400 billion won. He had to find someone to handle the money for him. At that moment, a name flashed through his mind. Super ANT, a man who had once served foreign investment companies and shaken the Korean stock market in the late 1990s. Although at present that man was drowning in a series of failed investments and confined to a wheelchair due to an accident. But 10 years later, he would earn hundreds of billions of won. That was Kang Yang, revered as the god of stocks. The story at School 25 began when he sought out an old boarding house named Jiangma. Standing before the building in the fading light of dusk, he wondered whether this was the place according to the information Myung-hun had provided. The person Park Han targeted was burdened with enormous debt, so tracing his whereabouts was not difficult. But when he reviewed Kang Yang's file, he still wondered why it was this man. Looking at Kang Yang's background, Park Han grew even more puzzled. The sunset was as romantic as a painting, yet reality was piled high with debt. Life was truly far from the movie. Park Hyun stepped to the boarding house lobby and asked the landlady behind the glass whether anyone named Kang Yang stayed there. The old woman shook her head, her eyes scanning him from head to toe before asking if he was a police officer. Seeing him confused, she curled her lip and said, in a place like this, who would register their real name? Park Hyun calmly changed his approach. I do not know what name he registered under. Is there a young man in his 20s who has stayed here long term? The old woman propped her chin and thought, muttering about whether there was any young man, her scrutinizing gaze no different from a professional investigator. Understanding her meaning, Park Hyun took out several large denomination bills and slid them through the slot. At the sight of the money, the old woman's attitude changed completely. She smiled brightly and said, looking at his face she remembered now, then hurriedly flipped through the register. She went through each page and finally pointed out that man's room. Just then, a young man with messy hair, glasses, and a green tracksuit stepped out. The old woman immediately called out loudly, hey Kang Yang. Hearing his own name, Kyung Yang flinched, his face turning pale. Without hesitation, he turned and dashed straight up the stairs. He panicked and Chaebol paced after him, calling out, Han Kyung-yang, wait, I only want to talk. But Kyung-yang seemed not to hear. He rushed through the door leading to the rooftop. He could only shout after him in despair. The moment he set foot on the rooftop, Park Hyun was stunned to see Kyung-yang sprint straight toward the edge of the roof, intending to jump down. At that speed, he might even win a medal in track and field. Seeing the other party about to throw himself off, he shouted, do not do that. I'm not here to collect a debt. I only want to talk. Kyung-yang trembled and asked, are you a loan shark? He exclaimed in surprise, what? Before he could explain, the other party had already imagined all sorts of things. Kyung-yang collapsed to the ground in relief. He had nearly met disaster. He looked at Park Hyun suspiciously. If you are not here to collect a debt, then why look for me? I thought you came to harm me. Looking at the ragged figure before him, he thought to himself this was super anti-Kyung-yang, the future god of stocks. And at present, he was only a destitute man hiding from loan sharks. He helped him to his feet and suggested they talk while eating. The two of them went to a nearby barbecue restaurant. Seeing Kyung-yang devour the food as if he had starved for days, Park Hyun reminded him to eat slowly or he might choke. While chewing, Kyung-yang said awkwardly that he had not eaten meat for a long time because he had no money and had to hide from creditors, so he did not dare go outside. Park Hyun poured him water and asked directly how much he had borrowed to be eating, as if competing to see who could eat faster. Kyung-yang stammered that he initially borrowed only 5 million won, but now it had risen to 25 million. The interest was truly outrageous. He wiped his sweat and explained that he had planned to repay it after a week but was drawn into stock manipulation, insisting that with just another 10 million won he could turn the situation around. Faced with that despair, Park Hyun calmly proposed that he would repay the 25 million won for him, and afterward he would work for him. Kyung-yang jumped up in shock and shouted, are you joking with me? He could not believe that a stranger would repay his debt, offer him a job, and treat him to a proper meal like this. In panic, Kyung-yang pointed at Park Hyun and suspiciously asked whether he intended to stuff him full and then do something shady to him. He could only widen his eyes and utter a what at that wild imagination. After bracing himself mentally, Kyung-yang raised his hand and said, if so then order 4 more servings of beef. Whatever happens, he had to eat his fill first. Looking at the future god of stocks acting foolish before him, he could only remain speechless, full of question marks. He stood up abruptly and asked where he had borrowed the money, and upon hearing the place Myeongdong, he confirmed it again to be sure. Let us go there right now. In the quiet, Park Hyun brought Kyung-yang to the front of an old building, the headquarters of Jo-un Capital Financial Company. Before the faded iron door, Kyung-yang trembled and asked, we are here already. He could not hide his anxiety, warning that the people here were very frightening. In contrast to that fear, he calmly replied that he was only here to repay a debt. What was there to worry about? Then pushed the door open and walked in. Inside the shabby office reeking of instant noodles, 2 lackeys were eating when they startled and jumped to their feet. A long-haired man asked in surprise who it was. The bald man beside him recognized the familiar debtor and called out his name. The long-haired man strode over aggressively, pointing at Kyung-yang and shouting how he still dared to come here. He rudely reached out to grab him, causing Kyung-yang to stand frozen in terror. Immediately, he swiftly blocked that man's arm. With his wrist suddenly twisted, he cried out in pain, while he tightened his grip without mercy. He locked his arm behind his back, making that man writhe and shout for him to let go quickly. He said in a low, pressuring voice, I am here to repay a debt. Do not make a scene. Call your boss out here. The commotion drew out a man in a white suit from inside, shouting to ask what was happening. He said irritably that he had not even finished his bowl of noodles before having to come out to handle trouble. The moment he saw Kyung-yang, he paused, then revealed a sinister smile. Oh, it is Kyung-yang, his tone feigning friendliness and dripping with mockery. We searched everywhere for you because we missed you so much. The old man narrowed his eyes at the debtor before getting straight to the point. Did you bring the money? Facing the creditor, Kim Hyuk said firmly, I will pay on his behalf. How much? The man in the white suit slowly opened his ledger. Let me see, last month you borrowed 5 million at 30% interest. He muttered as he calculated interest upon interest, adding 28% compound interest and 12% overdue interest. Losing patience, Park Hyun cut him off. Skip the confusing numbers, just tell me how much. The creditor paused, then sneered, you are young but speak like an old hand, quite sensible. He calmly named the final amount after deducting miscellaneous fees. It comes to 50 million. 50 million and it is settled. Kyung-yang turned pale and cried out, what are you saying? A few days ago it was 25 million. He borrowed 5 million and in half a year it became 50 million. How can it increase so absurdly? Ignoring the protest, he leaned back and said all the terms were clearly written in the contract. Careless customers must bear the consequences. He continued listing the charges, 17 million in search expenses for tracking you down, plus 8 million emotional damages for causing me sleepless nights. That makes exactly 50 million. Watching this manipulation, Park Hyun's face turned cold as he thought about how 5 million had been inflated to 50 million. This kind of lending was meant to strip the desperate clean. Beside him, Mr. Yang trembled with indignation. This is unreasonable, outright fraud. Seeing their reaction, the man slammed the table and shouted, you have not repaid your debt and still dare to act arrogant. Do you want me to handle you? Kyung-yang's face turned ashen with fear. Kim Hyuk remained calm and asked one last time, as long as it is 50 million, this ends here. He nodded, put 50 million in front of me, and this paper will be torn up immediately. Park Hyun glanced at the phone on the table and asked to borrow it. Once permitted, he called Secretary Hun. This is Park Hyun. Please transfer 50 million and bring it to the address I send right away. His tone as calm as if ordering food. Hanging up, Kim Hyuk said coldly, wait 15 minutes, the money will arrive. His decisiveness piqued the creditor's curiosity. Interesting, what is your relationship with him that you would repay his debt? Family or friends? Kim Hyuk replied casually, we only met for the first time today. The answer left everyone stunned. He added, I need to cooperate with him, that is why I am paying his debt. Seeing his composed bearing, the creditor tried to recruit him. You have guts, want to work for me? Park Hyun refused, I am still a student. He laughed loudly, a student? If you cannot find a job after graduation, come to me. The pay is high, collecting debts while recruiting staff. Inwardly, Park Hyun despised the lender before him. Perhaps that man would vanish once financial verification policies were enforced. He glanced around the cramped room and mocked, with a place this small, how much can you earn to brag about? The remark struck his pride and the creditor froze. His lackeys angrily cursed the insolent brat. He rushed forward to intimidate him, but Park Hyun remained calm. Even legal lending has limits. Do you enjoy hiring people to threaten debtors? The creditor curled his lips and said, of course it is fun, then barked, who taught you to speak so rudely to elders? Kim Hyuk sneered, a bunch of lenders without morals talking about teaching others, how laughable. Furious, he pointed and ordered them to grab him. Today we'll teach this brat a lesson. When words fail, use fists, the law of the jungle. Kang Yang stood beside them, sweat pouring down like rain. In contrast, Park Hyun calmly checked the time. The person he was waiting for should be arriving soon. At that moment, the office door burst open. Kim Hyuk smiled faintly, you arrived right on time. Mang Hun walked in wearing a neat black suit and asked calmly what is going on. The lackeys did not recognize him. The man in white lunged forward and grabbed Mang Hun's shoulder, shouting, who are you? He cursed and demanded to know who allowed him in, even threatening that he was the brat's accomplice coming to take a beating. Suddenly, the creditor shouted loudly, stop right there, you idiots. His face turned pale as he had encountered a disaster. Sweat streamed down as he recognized Mang Hun standing before him. Fear made his limbs weak. He stammered master and hurried over, bowing deeply in greeting, hello Secretary Hun. Mang Hun looked indifferently at the trembling man and asked briefly, you know me? The creditor answered submissively that in Myeongdong no one failed to know Secretary Hun, the powerful right hand of Chairman Ta-san. He was flustered, unable to understand why such a figure had appeared in this shabby place. Without further words, Mang Hun placed the briefcase on the table. The creditor immediately understood and told Kim Hyuk that the 50 million was all there. Kim Hyuk watched silently. The money was not even open yet his attitude had already changed completely. The creditor's face was drained of color, sweat pouring down as he stammered, young master. Terrifying thought flashed through his mind, could this be Chairman Tai-san's grandson? Mang Hun stepped forward and handed the briefcase to Park Hyun, respectfully asking what had happened. Park Hyun replied casually, just repaying a debt for an acquaintance. He shot the creditor an icy glance and mocked, it seems you prefer lecturing others over receiving money. The creditor panicked and collapsed to his knees, trembling as he begged for forgiveness. He knocked his head repeatedly. I did not know your identity and was disrespectful. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. He turned and shouted at his lackeys, this is Chairman Tai-san's grandson, hurry and kneel. Lackeys hurriedly knelt and apologized in unison, begging for mercy. Kyung Yang stood behind witnessing everything, astonished by his benefactor's true identity. Park Han remained calm, placing the briefcase on the table and saying to Kyung Yang, here is your money. Kim Hyuk curled his lips confidently, leaving the trembling men behind him. He set the suitcase of cash on the table and asked the boss to check it carefully. The creditor trembled as he counted each stack and confirmed there were 50 million won, then hurriedly reported. Park Han immediately demanded the return of the debt note. Hastily took out the brown envelope and presented it. Here are the documents. Park Han accepted the envelope and handed it to Kyung Yang to inspect. Kyung Yang's hands shook violently as he touched it. Sheets of paper that bound his life for so long. He stared at them, his eyes reddened with emotion. Suddenly, Kyung Yang tore all the debt papers apart. Shredded pieces of paper scattered across the floor. Freed of the burden, he let out a long breath as if liberated. Park Han looked at the creditor and asked again, so the debt is cleared now. The creditor, drenched in sweat, nodded repeatedly yes. In his heart, Kim Hyuk understood that everything was only just beginning. He turned back to the suitcase and said, now it is my turn to settle accounts with you clearly. Creditor stared blankly, not understanding what he intended to do. Kim Hyuk pulled out stack after stack of cash, first 10 million as compensation for the threats earlier. The old man's eyes widened. Kim Hyuk continued, second, 15 million for the fee of finding and bringing Kyung Yang here. The creditor cried out in panic, what are you doing, young master? He said calmly, third, Secretary Hun personally delivered the money, add 10 million for his effort. Looking straight at him, he mocked, I am just calculating the way you always do, and another 15 million for my wasted time. After removing all the money, he closed the suitcase. That makes exactly 50 million correct. I will take this suitcase back. The creditor pleaded desperately, young master, please do not do this. Kim Hyuk curled his lips and asked, did I miscalculate anywhere? If not, is this not how you calculate with others? The creditor Zhao Kang-ha was drenched in sweat, his face pale and drained of all color, his mouth trembling as he stammered a few words. That matter. Seeing everything settled, Park Han calmly snapped the suitcase of cash shut, turned his back and left, saying decisively, consider it done, we will head out first, let us go. Kyung Yang, anyone who cannot keep up will only stand still as a backdrop for others to take the final bow. Before stepping out of the office, Mui-hu turned back, his cold gaze warning Ming Hun, from today onward, I do not want to see these people lingering around Dong anymore. Even if there is only a single strand of hair left, you must clean it up thoroughly for me. Myung Hun bowed respectfully and replied, I understand, young master. As soon as Park Han and Kyung Yang disappeared appeared down the hallway, Manghun quietly slammed the door shut, the impact echoing dryly. The air in the room instantly thickened, tension suffocating those who remained. In that room, Zhao Kangha and his underlings trembled as they watched Manghun calmly sit in the head chair with the bearing of one in power. He coldly asked, "Who is in charge here?" Creditor hurriedly bowed low and stammered, "Why, yes, it is me. I am Zhao Kangha." Minghun narrowed his eyes and bluntly brought up the dark past. Director Seo Kangha used to work as a debt collector, correct. Facing the old man's fierce expression, Myung-hun lowered his voice with pressure. "A nobody like you dares to cause trouble for our young master. If this reaches Chairman Tai-san, your life will be hard to keep. Before you can even warm your seat, your background will be overturned faster than a simple check." Seo Kangha was so terrified his soul nearly fled. He dropped to his knees and begged through tears, "I know I was wrong. I truly did not know he was the chairman's grandson." Myung-hun looked at him with contempt and repeated the young master's words. "Did you hear clearly just now? If by tomorrow I still hear that you people have set foot in Myeongdong, then I will bring each of your legs and place them before the young master." The threat made the creditor turn ashen, sweat pouring down endlessly. Myung-hun stood up and issued an ultimatum. "I have said enough. See to it that you leave Myeongdong tonight." With just one conversation, from the local boss to his lackeys, they all had to pack up and go. The loan sharks stood frozen, their faces pale after witnessing Secretary Myung-hun's authority firsthand. The story shifted to a quiet roadside tent eatery in the dead of night. Han Kyung-yeon sat there silently, lifting a cup of burning liquor as if to ease the burden in his heart. He set the cup down heavily on the table, still unable to believe he had escaped such a dark predicament. Park Han broke the silence with a calm voice. "Do you feel lighter now? The debts are all settled." Han Kyung-yeon looked at Park Han with both suspicion and admiration. "Park Han, who exactly are you? Someone as young as you managed to produce 50 million in an instant, and those people were wary of you." Faced with the barrage of questions, Muihu calmly took out his student card and smiled. "I am just a student. If you do not believe me, take a look." Mr. Young shook his head helplessly. "Do not joke with me. I am asking seriously. I truly want to know your identity." He mentioned the man who came earlier and that Secretary Hun as well. "Are you really the grandson of Ta-san, the shark king of the bond market?" Kim Hyuk took a sip of liquor and asked in return, "Does that matter so much to you? I came to you because I need Kang Yang's help with something." Kang Yang lowered his head in inferiority. "Someone who has everything like you, why would you need a penniless man like me?" When the rich seek out someone with nothing left, it is usually because what they need is not money. Park Hyun looked straight at him. "For this matter, no one is better than you. Help me trade stocks." Mr. Young was stunned and almost dropped his cup. "You want a man drowning in debt, stripped of all assets like me to help you invest?" Park Hyun stood up, his back radiating calculation and resolve. "Right now I lack nothing except money. As long as the capital is large enough, I will dare to confront any force. People fear losing money, but you treat money like bullets to fire at a greater target." And Kyung Yeon nodded firmly. "As long as there is money, I will do anything to protect my livelihood. But without money, all determination is meaningless." Kim Hye quietly pushed the bankbook over and said, "Open it and take a look." He declared, "Starting tomorrow, use this money to make your moves in the market. Even if you lose it all, it does not matter." Kyung Yang held the bankbook with trembling hands, sweat breaking out. The figure of 100 million won clearly printed on the page made his mouth fall open. 100 million. Kim Hak remained calm. "This is only a deposit for our cooperation. I am lending it to you. Your task is to prove your ability." Muihu set forth the only condition. "If I request the purchase or sale of any stock, you must absolutely follow it. You only need to do that." When asked why he trusted him so much, "You do not even know anything about me. People usually go through several interview rounds." He worried, "What if I take this money and flee abroad?" Muihu replied calmly, "You can do that as well." The answer made Kang Yeon widen his eyes. "What?" Park Hyun looked deeply at him. "Even if you take the money, are you sure you can give up stocks?" Kang Yeon was stunned, speechless, only able to stammer. Muihu affirmed, "I do not care who you are. This is not blind trust, but the nature of a gambler. I have given you 100 million as an opportunity. You only need to prove your worth." Kang Yeon still sat there in a daze. Kim Hyuk recalled the lines once written in the future memoir. "If the Korean stock market operates under clear rules, just give me one opportunity. I will become a capital hunter abroad and then return." Park Hyun declared loudly, "I will give you that opportunity, but this time you hunt for me." In his mind, he calculated that if Kang Yang played his moves correctly, the financial resources to confront the John brothers would be sufficient. Park Hyun sipped his drink, his eyes burning with the will to find more people willing to stand beside him. He told himself he must build his own team to accomplish great things. The two of them fell silent under the dim yellow lights of the night. Another bustling entertainment venue in the city. In a luxurious room, 4 notorious men sat around a table discussing an important matter. The man in the pink suit slammed his glass onto the table. "We will coordinate with Jiangsu to redistribute the territory." The mustached man was doubtful. "Do it right now." The man in pink explained that Jiangsu controlled nearly all of Busan, but did not have many forces. He analyzed that most gangs had been subdued. The rest were only clinging on to find backing. It sounded grand, but in truth it was joining forces to pressure one side. He asserted that instead of fighting among themselves, they would focus on protecting Jiangsu. Once he was dealt with, everything would be settled. The man wearing sunglasses asked, "How will the territory be divided afterward?" The man in pink replied irritably, "Eliminate Jiangsu first, then discuss division. Worrying about shares before the job is done, truly calculating ahead of time." Another man was concerned, "If Jiangsu is taken down, the gangs will turn on each other." The mustached men agreed because none of them would be safe then. The man in sunglasses reassured them that everything was still under control. but he also warned that if chaos erupted now, a major conflict would break out and the price would be very costly. The man in pink coldly declared he would take full responsibility. He had been closely monitoring Jong-soo and firmly grasped the plan. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he ordered Dong-soo to be dealt with, determined to seize Busan. The scene shifted to the visitation room of Busan prison. In the stifling space, Jong sat opposite the boss, Lee Se-sung of the Se-sung gang, and asked worriedly, "Are you doing fine in there?" Lee Se-sung smiled calmly and asked why his subordinate had come. When asked about his health, he joked that one would know by trying it. With discipline like this, the place might have earned 5 stars. He leaned back in his chair, looking satisfied. In truth, living in here is more regulated than outside. No drinking, exercising every day, eating proper meals. He even joked that with this rhythm he might live to 100. What concerned him was only his wife and children at home. As for himself, he was fine. Hearing Jong-soo say that Hyung-soo wanted to meet, he nodded in thanks for handling everything outside for him. Jong-soo lowered his head in full remorse, apologizing for being the only one out here. Se-sung immediately reassured his men, saying that his presence eased his worries. The boss began asking about the area's situation, how he was managing it, whether things were stable, mentioning that the major figures had been captured, and that Busan was mostly under his control. Jong-soo modestly said he merely represented Bang Sul's reputation, while all matters were handled by his subordinates. He sighed in regret, wishing that if only the boss outside, everything would have been settled long ago. Jong-soo affirmed he would temporarily manage the area until the boss was free. Seeing his subordinate's dedication, Se-sung asked slowly if he would go out when he did, noting his own age. He advised Jong-soo not to worry too much about him but focus on his career development. The conversation was interrupted by the announcement of visiting hours ending from the warden. Se-sung reluctantly stood. "Oh, time's up. It's been a long time since seeing him. It felt so pleasant." He told Jong-soo to focus on the work outside, no need for frequent visits. Before trudging back to the cell, Se-sung left his well wishes. "Jong-soo, take care of your health." Jong-soo stood, watching the boss's retreating figure, and called out loudly, "You too, take care, boss." The farewell was moving, though if one didn't know, it seemed like they were at an airport, except it was a one-way ticket. On the way back, 3 cars sped along the street. Sanji quietly asked how the meeting went. Manghun looked out the window, his eyes sad, appearing aged after all those years. He felt extremely worried. Sanji noted that the two seemed to have a special relationship. Manghun recalled the bitter past when his parents left, growing up under Chairman Taesan's care. When the chairman suddenly passed, the old house became empty, with no visitors. In loneliness, Manghun heard that in his youth the chairman had helped Se-sung, so when he passed, only Se-sung came to bid farewell and share grief. Manghun intended to quit school and work, but Se-sung generously gave 300 million won and urged him to continue studying. At that time, 300 million was an enormous sum equivalent to many years of ordinary labor. After graduation, Manghun hurried to repay the favor. This time Se-sung gave 10 million won and told him to think further before returning. Sitting in the car, Manghun told Sanji the value of the money then, noting the lottery first prize was only about 3 million won. A month later, he returned with 10 million won to meet Sung, confidently asserting that working under him was even more rewarding. From then on, Se-sung officially became Manghun's boss. Recalling the boss's expression, he laughed. This guy is crazy, alright, I understand what you want." Actually, Se-sung hoped Manghun would use the money to escape and find a better life. Now with Manghun outside and the boss in prison, he couldn't help but worry, remembering 3 years ago when he advised the boss against something. Yet thanks to following a student's advice, the boss remained safe to this day. Manghun suddenly remembered and asked Sanji, "Ah, right. Sanji, I've never met Park Hyun." He smiled and remarked that the boy was no ordinary student, hiding behind a scholar's guise. During the trip to Busan, Manghun decided to meet that boy. The convoy turned directly towards the building of Sasungche. Upon arrival, Manghun raised his hand excitedly, calling out by the familiar nickname, "Voluk Voluk Kim Voluk." Seeing Kim Hyuk, Manghun silently praised the boy for maturing, taller than before. He approached, patted his shoulder, and teased, "Voluk has grown up now." Hyuk smiled and inquired about his uncle's health. Manghun replied cheerfully, "I'm well. Have you skipped school lately?" The conversation felt like a parent-teacher meeting at headquarters. Jong-soo introduced Park Hyun as the new companion. "This is our lawyer." The lawyer introduced himself. "I am Lee Sang-gun." Jong-soo explained that converting the underground organization into a company caused many complications, as Park Hyun warned. Thus hiring a professional lawyer was necessary. Park Hyun calmly asked about progress, how much of Busan had been handled, and when it would be completed. Jong-soo said only the Haeyu area remained, after which management would be handed over to the most trusted subordinates. He remarked on how fast time flew, already over half a year, and turned to ask Kim Hyuk if he was in a hurry. Park Hyun analyzed the battle situation in the capital, noting a few vacant areas in Seoul that organizations would reclaim them, requiring territorial expansion. Rapidly consolidating Seoul, sounding like a company branch meeting. Suddenly a loud noise shook the space. A subordinate rushed in, reporting, "Boss, the Seoul line, we are under attack." Jong-soo's expression darkened, asking what and where. The subordinate panicked, reporting multiple locations from Semyeon and Sanzong to Bosu-zong and the lower areas. Most key points were ambushed simultaneously, reporting as urgent news. Jong-soo rushed out, the scene chaotic with shattered glass scattered across the floor. A group of aggressors wielding clubs ran down the hallway, spotting their target. They pointed and shouted, "That is back Jong-soo." Leading the aggressors was a man in a purple vest, brandishing sharp weapons, grinning sharply, taunting, had Jong-soo straight to it. "You're still alive, sleeping and eating well, huh?" Jong-soo gritted his teeth, recognizing an old enemy, Byron Song-ho. In the hallway, Kim Haek and lawyer Sang-gun faced a dozen henchmen wielding weapons alongside Jong-soo. The crowd in black suits blocked the passage, the atmosphere suffocating. Mid the encirclement, the man with a buzz cut looked at Kim Haek, wondering if this was the boy this year. He smiled maliciously. Arrogantly thinking he had exhausted all luck, he looked at Jong-soo and taunted that he had used up all his fortune today. Park Hein silently observed the strangers, suspicious because Busan was thought to have been cleared long ago. Jong-soo identified the leader as Baeon Song-ho, asking who was behind the orders. Song-ho drew a knife, asserting Jong-soo had brought this upon himself, revealing that all 4 representatives here shared the same thought. The 4 leaders stepped forward amid the large group of henchmen. The man with the edge of his lip gave a fake apology, wearing provocative glasses, asking Jong-soo to understand their situation. Park Hein hoped the senior-junior relationship would earn some respect, but Jong-soo bitterly asked why they treated him this way. The apology sounded like a notice of action. The man with the mustache said if Jong-soo's mouth could know pain, so could they wouldn't let him swallow all of Busan and force him to sit idly. The man with provocative glasses criticized his attitude toward his seniors. Jong-soo realized his goodwill had been brutally betrayed, yet he calmly announced that reinforcements would arrive in 10 minutes. This made Byron Song-ho furious, swinging his sword and shouting to end it immediately due to annoyance. Seeing Jong-soo immersed in rage, Park Hein placed a hand on his shoulder, asking if he was uncomfortable and offered to help. 10 minutes might be short, but enough to turn the tide 3 times. Jong-soo froze at the teenager's offer. Angrily, he asserted that he was back Jeong-soo of the Saseong faction. The brawl erupted. Jong-soo charged into the midst of armed foes, face full of killing intent. The scene was chaotic, sticks and blades clashing, Kim Haek moving swiftly through the fight, delivered a punch aimed at the spine, catching the opponent off guard. The opponent couldn't react in time and collapsed immediately. The melee intensified. The lawyer appeared scholarly but reacted swiftly, his knife skills sharp. The 2 fought side by side. For a lawyer to join combat like this, service fees should be increased. The henchmen began to falter. The purple vest leader shouted, "The idiots, finish him quickly. Clear this group first, then handle bigger matters." After agreeing on a plan, they charged to sweep the remaining foes. Cornered, the purple lip leader frantically raised a metal bar. He roared in fury, preparing to charge recklessly. Jong-soo threw a skyward punch at the opponent, dazzling Byron Song-ho. Not letting the opponent recover, he added a powerful kick, throwing him to the floor. Seeing the enemy lying down, Jong-soo, with eyes burning with killing intent. Byron Song-ho looked up in horror, only catching the shadow of the beast delivering a heavy strike. This combo was not in martial manuals, but proved absolutely effective. Boss, a subordinate, rushed over in panic upon seeing Jong-soo clutching his head from severe exhaustion. Surrounded by subordinates gripping clubs, Jong-soo's group fell into a perilous situation, as fragile as a thread about to snap. Suddenly, from behind came a sharp, piercing shout calling his name. Byron Song-ho rushed forward in a frenzy, grabbing Jong-soo tightly while restraining him and roaring in resentment. Jong-soo was forced down on the floor, completely unable to resist. That man leaned close and lowered his venomous voice, saying that even in death he should not resent anyone. Everything happened because Jong-soo had made him lose face in front of so many people, so all these consequences were brought upon himself. A cold blade slid across, leaving a deep wound that made Jong-soo's eyes widen in agony. Suddenly, a punch like a sledgehammer struck Byron Song-ho square in the face. The force was so strong that the leader was knocked backward, sprawling onto the ground. Park Hein appeared silently, bending down to look at his uncle in a miserable state and softly asking if he could still endure. Jong-soo curled his lips into a bitter smile through his bloodied face, muttering that it was truly humiliating. The man in the purple suit went mad, gripping the knife tightly and charging forward while shouting wildly. He ground his teeth in curses and coldly declared that since it had come to this, he would send the other party off first. He swung the knife fiercely, but Park Hein swiftly dodged and he roared in fury, blaming him for meddling in others' affairs. The knife strikes repeatedly cut through empty air as Kim Haek calmly sidestepped, driving his opponent further into rage as he shouted about erasing him from his life. He bitterly complained that his attacks kept missing while every insult struck true. Waiting for a brief opening, Kim Haek immediately locked onto the opponent's knife-wielding arm. Without giving him a chance to react, another vicious hook landed squarely on his face, drawing blood from the corner of his mouth. Kim Haek gripped the man's shoulder firmly. He drove his knee into a weak point, causing the man to collapse, the sharp and well-trained move knocking him down on the spot. The purple-suited man's face twisted in pain, blood trickling from his nose. He slumped to the floor, panting heavily while still murmuring curses. Even lying on the ground, he glared and threatened that anyone who touched him would not live in peace. He clenched his teeth and swore that if he escaped, he would hunt them down to the end for revenge. Kim Haek leaned close to his ear and softly asked if he understood, leaving the rest unsaid. With cold eyes flashing a fierce shade of purple, he demanded to know who was truly behind this, making the other man tremble. Sweat poured down his body, yet he did not dare open his mouth. Faced with that silence, Kim Haek delivered a decisive punch that knocked him out cold. The surroundings were in chaos, people sprawled everywhere amid the wreckage. Suddenly, an urgent voice came from the doorway asking if the boss was alright. A group in black suits rushed in like a storm with clubs in hand, someone shouting to ask which group dared to cause trouble. An order to purge was given and the lackeys were quickly subdued and beaten down. Reinforcements had finally arrived late but still in time to turn the situation around. around. Aiden Songho and the traders were cornered with no escape, forced to kneel before Director Jong-soo's authority. Looking at those who once stood beside him now turning against him, he choked back emotion and asked why things had been pushed this far. He resentfully reminded them that although he held the territory in his hands, he had entrusted them with full management, only to be stabbed in the back in the end. Jong-soo recalled the time they had all worked under An Sa-seung, sharing the same boat, asserted that he'd never cut off anyone's path to survival, yet that kindness had been repaid with bitter betrayal. He looked straight at the bowed heads and demanded to know whether they felt no shame for colluding to harm him, then shouted for an explanation. The mustached man trembled, drenched in sweat, barely managing to stammer an apology. Director Jong-soo immediately pressed for the true mastermind, demanding they state clearly who had given the order. Even under pressure, the mustached man kept his head lowered in silence. Jong-soo turned to Bayern Songho kneeling beside him and called his name. He ordered him to speak. Unlike his accomplice, Bayern Songho maintained a defiant expression, muttering curses in return and thickening the tension. That stubbornness made Jong-soo erupt. He called Su-haing and suddenly acted. He violently pressed the trader's head down onto the hard floor as a display of dominance. Then he drew a gleaming knife and slowly approached Bayern Songho with cold eyes. Standing before the man who had betrayed him, Jong-soo said hoarsely that this was the consequence he had chosen, telling him not to blame him. Bayern Songho was pinned to the floor, crying out in panic for him to stop. But the sharp blade came decisively. Jong-soo stood coldly watching the dying man still struggling to curse. He demanded to know who had instigated it and ordered him to confess quickly. He only let out a twisted laugh, his mouth still spouting insolence. Jong-hun flew into a rage and threatened that he would regret it for the rest of his life, even to the point of never standing on his own again. Under that intimidation, Songho panicked and repeatedly begged them to wait, no longer able to maintain his arrogance. When the blade pressed close, he immediately confessed that it was An Sa-seung who had ordered Jong-soo dealt with before leaving Mang-hun stunned. Mang-hun ground his teeth in fury, unable to believe the accusation that An Sa-seung was behind everything. He shouted, asking why the person he respected would do such a thing, everything unfolding beyond imagination. Jong-soo stepped forward to confirm the confession was true, saying they had sought An Sa-seung's permission and received approval, causing Mang-hun to turn pale in shock. He added that An Sa-seung had long suspected Mang-hun, wondering why everyone else had been arrested while he alone had not. Mang-hun was forced to kneel in despair as Jong-soo concluded that he believed he had colluded with the police. In the end, Jong-soo dealt with the remaining Dong-ho. That action served as a warning, bringing the confrontation to a close. Jong-soo sat silently in the office, his body wrapped in bandages, his clothes disheveled. His white shirt was stained as he leaned back against the sofa, his trembling hand lifting a glass of liquor to drain it in an attempt to forget the pain. A man in a black suit stepped forward to report that the injured had been taken to the hospital and key figures were under control. Jong-soo gazed into the distance in silence, his face filled with gloom as if every report was meaningless before the disappointment in his heart. He softly wondered whether An Sa-seung had truly given such an order, then looked down at his still bleeding wound with a tight ache. He said he had tried his best not to let him down, even taking responsibility for his family, but he still did not understand where he had gone wrong to end up like this. As Jong-soo sank into despair, Park Hyun appeared behind him, recalling a previous life when they had also turned on him despite him taking all the blame for them. Park Hyun realized that An Sa-seung had never been as upright as Jong-soo once believed. He warned that if they continued tolerating a two-faced person, the tragedy would repeat itself. Jong-soo was stunned by the blunt words, and Park Hyun emphasized that his own leniency had allowed the other side to push further. Looking straight at the wounded man, Park Hyun advised showing mercy to those who deserved it but decisively removing those who were dangerous, then urged him to deal with An Sa-seung. That proposal left the director reeling. He shouted back that he did not understand him the way he did. Even so, Park Han remained calm, continuing to corner the other party with sharp and forceful arguments. Lee Sa-seung, the uncle he once respected like a father, only needed to look back at what that man had to understand. In this day and age, you still invoke underworld brotherhood. Are you truly still deluded by such things? Noticing the hesitation in the other party's eyes, Park Han immediately launched another heavy psychological blow. Anyone observing his actions could easily guess his intentions. It is time for you to stop dreaming and face the truth. Provoked by the arrogant attitude of someone more than a decade younger, the director sprang to his feet and shouted angrily. Despite the rising fury, Kim Hyuk calmly stated that he hoped the uncle would deal with Lee Sa-seung once and for all. If you cannot do it, then our partnership ends here from this moment on. After speaking, Park Hyun casually turned and left. The director could only shaft him in helplessness. Park Han, do not leave like this. I still do not know how to handle this. Pausing at the doorway, he glanced back with a pressuring gaze. Do you still think I am that high school student who once stood on the rooftop talking with you? I gave you the chance to carry out the plan I have pursued at the cost of my entire life. Even as he left behind a heavy pressure, the bearing of a true leader. He coldly delivered his final ultimatum, but if you still hesitate over something that seems this simple, I will have to reconsider. By October, if Busan has not been thoroughly settled, then our cooperation will officially come to an end. The door closed with a dry sound, leaving behind a space heavy with pressure. The director let out a weary sigh. That brat is truly arrogant, yet Kim Hyuk is clearly no ordinary man. The deadline is clear, the pressure is clear, only a performance chart is missing in front of him. He pondered deeply what he'd gone through at just 20 years old to mature so early. He curled his lips slightly in acknowledgement. You have realized it too, have you not? That brat is far from simple. After careful consideration, he bitterly admitted that Kim Hyuk was not wrong. If one relies solely on strength to survive, collapse is inevitable sooner or later. He understands that better than anyone. him. He slowly stood up, his eyes igniting with new determination. If you want to speak of brotherhood, you must first have money. Without money, all bold words are hollow. This world runs on money, does it not? The director rubbed his forehead, then made a firm decision. Then clean everything up. Head to Seoul. At a luxurious high-rise hotel, a staff member and a man in a brown suit stood before a room door, knocking repeatedly. The staff member anxiously reported, "Dear guest, it is past 4 o'clock. According to regulations, it is time to check out." Inside remained unusually silent. The man coldly demanded that the door opened at once. As soon as the door swung open, the scene inside made the staff member scream. A middle-aged man hung silently, his breath long gone, a sight enough to make the faint-hearted collapse. In another parking lot, a young man in a blue jacket irritably looked at the car blocking his way and muttered, "Who parks so carelessly like this?" He called the car owner, but no one answered, which only increased his annoyance. Calling again and again without response, truly infuriating. Suddenly a loud crash rang out. A body fell from above, smashing through the windshield of the car in front. Before he could even find the owner had already fallen right before his eyes. Switching to the seafood night market, a bustling atmosphere filled the air. From the cold storage came a loud call, "Mr. Kim, get me some ice from the freezer." The man spoke and walked inside. But the moment he stepped into storage, he froze, only managing to let out a terrified scream. Among the blocks of ice sat a motionless man, his body covered in signs of torture, a sight that chilled anyone who saw it. In the silent night at the factory area, heavy, frantic breathing echoed. Huff, huff. A wheelchair sped across the ground, its wheels grinding against the surface. The frantic turning of the wheels blended with the broken breathing of the man trying to escape in the darkness of the deserted harbor. Behind him came the shouts of men in suits, splitting up to search everywhere. He hid behind blue containers, gasping from exhaustion. Looking at his severely injured legs, he ground his teeth in hatred. "My legs have been beaten until they are no longer intact, and they still want to drive me to death." He pushed the wheelchair frantically, vengeance boiling inside him. "I will not let this go. I will reclaim everything. Do you think I fall so easily, Rong-Su? I will return." Suddenly the wheel caught on a large rock right at the cliff's edge. He could only stammer in despair before both he and the wheelchair plunged into the sea. The splash echoed. Then everything sank back into terrifying silence. His resolve for revenge burned fiercely, yet fate closed in far swiftly. At Busan prison, the visitation room was steeped in a heavy atmosphere. Lawyer Lee Sanger-eun sat opposite the inmate and introduced himself. "I am Lawyer Lee Sanger-eun here today on behalf of Director Jong-Soo." The man asked in surprise, "A lawyer? Did something happen to Jong-Soo?" The lawyer solemnly informed him, "A few days ago, Director Jong-Soo was attacked. Former members of the Sassoon gang were responsible." The man repeated in shock, "What did you say? Jong's attacked?" The lawyer reassured him, "The director is currently safe. There is no longer any danger." Hearing that, the man silently lit a cigarette and exhaled in relief. "That is fortunate. My heart can finally ease." The lawyer adjusted his glasses and calmly added, "According to the statements of those involved, it was Sassoon himself who gave the order." Sassoon froze, the cigarette halting in his hand. He immediately grew furious. "Do you know what you are saying?" He glared and demanded, "You claim I ordered harm against Jong-Soo. Where is the evidence to say that?" His hand trembled with indignation as he lunged forward and shouted, "Does Jong-Soo believe that?" The cigarette fell to the floor. Struggling to remain calm, Sassoon slammed his hand on the table. "If there is still doubt, then tell Jong-Soo to come see me directly. Let us make everything clear once and for all." In the face of such aggression, Lawyer Lee Sanger-eun maintained an eerily cold composure. He slowly placed a recorder on the table and said, "Then please listen." The cassette began to play. Jong-Soo's voice sounded low and sorrowful. "Sassoon, I am sorry I cannot come today, so I asked the lawyer to convey my words." In the recording, Jong-Soo choked up as he admitted he knew he was being suspected, and that it was not without reason because he had not been present when the incident occurred. The image of a contemplative Jong-Soo appeared. He said he was trying to make up for his mistakes, hoping that when his boss was released he could live peacefully. The voice continued recounting how a few days earlier he and his group had been surrounded by men wielding sticks. He bitterly said he was attacked. They claimed they had his permission, but he did not believe that. "I would never do that to you." The trust still remains, yet circumstances increasingly cause people to waver. Though loyal, Jong-Soo confessed that within his heart there was also a monster named doubt. The tape neared its end with a promise to take care of his boss's family. Jong-Soo's eyes at that moment were cold and resolute. Sung stood motionless as the final words, "Goodbye. If you remain alive, the monster inside me will lose control and everything will become worse." Jong-Soo lowered his head in exhaustion, admitting that the distance between them might never be mended. He earnestly hoped that Sassoon would make a decision right now. Sassoon called out Jong-Soo's name in shock, unable to believe it, and asked the lawyer, "Did he truly say those words?" The lawyer calmly replied, "Exactly as you have heard." Sassoon slumped over the table. His mind collapsed before the cruel truth. Jong-Soo, was it truly you? He bitterly realized the younger brother from years ago had changed. He has already taken full control of Busan. What more does he want now? The lawyer explained that holding Busan is not simple, and once stabilized, Jong-Soo would hand it over to a trusted subordinate. Looking directly at Sassoon, the lawyer declared the plan to move on to Seoul. Hearing that, Sassoon's eyes widened. "Move to Seoul." He let out a breath and burst into loud laughter, the sound echoing through the visitation room, tearing apart the tense atmosphere from before. Looking into the boundless void, Sassoon curled his lips satisfaction. That brat Jong-Soo had truly grown into a real boss now. He slowly stood up, turned his back to leave, then asked his lawyer to pass on a message. "Please convey my apology to Jong-Soo." Sassoon also told his subordinates to take care care of their health and not let themselves be harmed, then muttered with trust, "My family depends entirely on him," as if entrusting his whole life. Outside, rain poured down in sheets, drenching the old buildings in the heart of Busan. In the silent office, a figure sat in contemplation at a wooden desk preparing calculations for the tense power game ahead. A subordinate hurried in with grim news. Director Sasung has passed away since yesterday. Hearing that his boss had ended his own life in prison, Jong-soo froze, raising a hand to his forehead, his eyes filled with sorrow. The reckoning began to erupt within Hyundai territory. Jong-soo men swept everywhere, pressing the opposing faction until they dropped to their knees in fear. Amid the chaos, the leader of Hyundai pointed straight at him and shouted, "Bastard, you finally showed up." He ground his teeth and cursed Jong-soo as a traitor, saying Sasung was gone and he still intended to swallow Hyundai whole. Facing the accusations, Jong-soo merely brushed back his hair and gave a faint smile. "You are older yet talk too much. Stop yelling there. If you want to fight, then come at me." That leader roared in fury, "Today this place will be your grave." The underlings rushed in waves, but Jong-soo calmly dodged and struck back decisively, quickly turning against them. Night fell by the deserted shore. A bespectacled subordinate approached to report, "Director Hyundai has been dealt with." Jong-soo silently poured himself a drink, nodded and said, "You worked hard," then sank into silence. Alone in the dark night, he sipped the burning liquor and let out a quiet sigh heavy with emotion. Looking out at the vast sea, Jong-soo softly called Kim Hyuk's name. He told himself he had come this far. Kim Hyuk would no longer have to bow his head before his uncle. Jong-soo lone figure stood on the pier. The sound of waves seemed to echo the weight in his heart. In another luxurious mansion, the atmosphere was equally oppressive. Chairman Tan spoke in a low voice that recently the government had shown many unusual movements, then looked at his grandson probing. "Did you foresee this?" Kim Hyuk calmly replied. "What do you mean by that?" Tai-san analyzed that many high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Finance and Economy had simultaneous changed positions unusually. Some applied for long leave, some requested to go abroad, yet none truly left. Even close advisors did not know clearly. It seemed they were secretly carrying out something. He thought to himself, it has finally begun. The real name transaction system is about to be implemented. Kim Hyuk understood that major conglomerates would soon sense the anomaly when a series of officials suddenly disappeared. Returning to the matter, he judged they were likely preparing to enforce the real name transaction policy and conduct inspections somewhere. Tai-san nodded, because only when implementing such a large-scale policy would the government act so discreetly. He asked how they should respond and whether it would be announced with the New Year speech. Kim Hyuk shook his head. "Based on what I know about President Hak-gun, at the latest the policy will take effect in August." Hearing August, Tai-san was startled. "Is that not next month? It is too rushed." Kim Hyuk explained that the element of surprise creates maximum effect. The government wants to strike first before businesses can react. Even so, Tai-san remained doubtful. He believed that approach carried many risks. He reminded that even with a presidential order it still required National Assembly approval, so was not necessarily feasible. He understood many other conglomerates thought the same as his grandfather. They would be stunned to learn the policy would be announced on August 12. In reality, the policy would receive bipartisan agreement and be passed swiftly without a formal vote. Kim Hyuk advised preparing in advance, first handling anonymous and fraudulent accounts. Tai-san said the anonymous accounts were nearly resolved as advised, but the fraudulent ones required more time due to their wide scope. Kim Hyuk felt reassured that at least his grandfather's assets had largely been preserved, avoiding the massive losses of the past. In the luxurious room, Tai-san announced he had transferred 400 billion won to the United States as requested by Kim Hyuk after manager Hun arranged it. He entrusted his grandson with managing that sum and reminded him of the important meeting today with a major figure in the financial world. He told him to carefully observe the other party character and mindset to learn how to deal with large conglomerates. The car moved through the crowded streets. Kim Hyuk discussed with Myung-hun the plan to send Kyung Yang to the United States at the end of the year to manage the 400 billion won. Myung-hun could not help but wonder whether that person was trustworthy enough to handle such a huge sum. Kim Hyuk said he would establish an investment company under his own name, while Han Kyung Yang would receive appropriate compensation. Seeing his young master determined, Myung-hun immediately agreed to carry it out. The atmosphere in the car grew heavy when he suddenly asked about Myung-hun's true identity, the man who always completed every task flawlessly. Kim Hyuk directly asked whether director Yoo Ji-kang's disappearance in Myeongdong had been Myung-hun doing. After a moment of silence, Myung-hun coldly replied that he only acted on the chairman orders. That was his oath of absolute loyalty to Ta-san. He pondered and then presented a hypothetical scenario to test that loyalty. He asked if the chairman order was unreasonable or life-threatening, would Myung-hun still obey, and he affirmed that he would. He looked out the window and continued, "What if my grandfather ordered you to eliminate me?" Myung-hun contemplated briefly, then stated firmly that if it was the chairman order, he would still comply. Kim Hyuk realized that in any lifetime manager Hun remained absolutely loyal to his grandfather, recalling that when his grandfather passed away, he only left a message that the mission had been completed. After that he vanished without a trace. No one could find any news of him. In the car, Kim Hyuk said, "Manager Hun, I have something to ask of you," then requested he introduce someone like, emphasized that he needed someone willing to obey all his orders unconditionally, someone he could completely trust and entrust with responsibilities. Myung-hun softly replied, "The luxury luxury car sped through the streets, heading toward a massive and imposing mansion. He sat in the splendid living room and politely thanked them for taking the time to receive him. Chairman smiled and said he did not expect him to arrive so early. Yongju, head of Dahyun Group, looked at him with interest and said since Tan personally requested it he could not refuse, but frankly there might not be much to teach. Kim Hyuk humbly replied that he only wished to hear about his life story. A great senior in the business world. Praise made Yongju laugh heartily and say, "Do not call me senior, it embarrasses me." He slowly said the only person he truly respected was Chairman Tai-san. Yongju recalled that Tai-san had only failed once in 1972 when the government froze all high-interest loans. Kim Hyuk asked if that was an emergency decree issued by the president. He analyzed that policy severely affected lenders and underground forces, forcing them to declare their sources of funds under martial law. Yongju nodded in praise at his understanding and said that thanks to that upheaval his group was able to rise strongly. He frankly admitted he had once used creditors' money to reap great profits, and that building the group to its current state required many sacrifices. He said he had once taken reckless risks, borrowing at high interest to produce goods then using the goods as collateral to borrow again, creating a dangerous financial cycle. Yongju recounted that the government had cut off the chain of borrowing and erased his debts, causing many creditors to collapse, then asked Kim Hyuk if he knew how Tai-san overcame that crisis. Memories surfaced of the time Tai-san was surrounded by creditors in that critical moment. They seemed to have gone mad, splashing water all over him, screaming loudly. Director John An, "What on earth are you doing?" Humiliated in front of the crowd, Tai-san did not waver in the slightest. He glared at the heartless people and shouted, "If you borrow money, then repay it properly." He coldly flicked open his lighter, his voice resolute, "Pay it back now. Otherwise today I am ready to risk everything." From that moment, Tai-san began a brutal purge, no different from a Game of Thrones of money and debt. Those who stalled were met with ruthless measures. He was willing to push them into misery as a warning. His principle was simple and cold. If they did not repay the money, they would suffer losses equal to what they had borrowed. That firmness ensured no company dared to go back on its word with the chairman. Competitors gradually disappeared. His business soared like a kite in the wind, swallowing up the lucrative lending market. Chairman Yang once said that whether it was policy or crisis, as long as it was handled wisely, it could be turned into an opportunity to rise. Kim Hyuk suddenly probed the current situation. What about the real name financial verification policy? How do you assess it? The question caused Mr. Du to pause in surprise. Kim Hyuk asserted that sooner or later it had to be implemented, because a nation could not rely forever on the shadows behind the scene. Looking at the city rising in construction, he observed that development required not only transparent money, but sometimes also funds tainted with hidden dealings. Chairman Young pondered that financial verification was necessary, but if applied now it could plunge society into extreme chaos, to the point where even martial law might struggle to control it, and the president was surely troubled by this matter. Kim Hyuk observed quietly, then suddenly proposed a shocking hypothesis. Chairman, suppose you could gain enormous profit when the country fell into a debt crisis by exploiting the chaos. What would you choose? The words default made Mr. Du pale. Mr. Jun asked skeptically, "You mean South Korea will become unstable?" Kim Hyuk curled his lips slightly and replied, "I am only speaking hypothetically. It could happen but not now." Mr. Du narrowed his eyes in thought and asked again, "Hypothetically profit from that volatility?" He realized the teenager was viewing others' adversity as his own opportunity. Kim Hyuk confirmed frankly, yes. Although he believed the country was unlikely to fall into crisis, Mr. Du said that if it happened, he would not miss the chance. He emphasized that the nature of economics was the pursuit of profit, and benefits were never evenly distributed. Those words untangled many doubts for Park Hyun. Yongju admitted he had never considered the possibility of national default, and was curious why Kim Hyuk was so cautious. Kim Hyuk calmly cited similar cases abroad to explain his prudence. Mr. Du nodded in approval of his vigilance in seizing opportunities at the right time. He remarked that Kim Hyuk was very much like his grandfather Tai-san, intelligent, sharp, yet harboring an unpredictable danger. However, the chairman also sternly warned about excessive greed in the marketplace. He likened the economy to a gigantic python. It quietly nurtured human ambition until it transformed to a monster. Behind Kim Hyuk, the image of a red-eyed serpent seemed to appear, reminding him of the market's harshness. Yongju said that monster would one day turn back and devour us. Uido was considered one of South Korea's most vibrant financial centers, and that position seemed unlikely to change even in 10 or 20 years. In a high-floor office overlooking the entire district, Kim Hyuk stood by the glass window silently observing the flow of capital. Han Ki-young entered, loosening his tie as he complained, "It is too hot, I cannot take it anymore." Seeing Kim Hyuk already waiting, he smiled brightly, "Ah, you are here." Park Han turned back with a smile, "You look much better than before." Han Ki-young said gratefully, "Thanks to you I have such a spacious office now." Kim Hyuk sat down leisurely and asked directly, "Any noteworthy stocks lately?" Hearing that, he grew excited. "I am thrilled. Yesterday I discovered a great opportunity and placed an order right before closing." He snapped his fingers proudly. This morning at the opening the stock hit the ceiling price immediately. The ceiling price is the highest price of the day. It cannot go any higher. He beamed. The profit in just one session reached 2,000. He recalled his difficult times. "A few months ago I did not even have 500. I nearly went bankrupt." Kim Hyuk interrupted, "How much is in your account now?" He hesitated. "Around 150 million. Why?" Kim Hyuk said coldly, "From now until before closing on August 12, sell everything." The sudden decision made Han Ki-young break into a sweat. "What are you saying? The market is rising. Why sell?" Park Hyun suddenly asked about his American nationality, leaving Han Ki-young stunned. His face looked like that of someone whose secret had just been exposed. Park Hyun calmly said he had found where he once hid. He clearly recounted how he had emigrated to the United States and later returned to South Korea for university. Han Ki-young shuddered at the terrifying information-gathering ability of the lending circle. Park Hyun secretly smiled because everything came from memories of his previous life. He ordered him to go to the United States, establish an investment company, and help manage it for him. Han Ki-young understood the intention to use this money as capital from the United States to avoid public scrutiny. Kim Hyuk laid out a long-term plan, requiring him to settle there and only return when the Korean branch was complete. He said casually, when the company is established, I will transfer about 400 billion. Han Ki-young choked on his water and coughed repeatedly in shock, feeling as if his spirit had plunged to the bottom. The figure of 400 billion was beyond imagination. He had only dared to think perhaps 4 or 40 billion. Park Han said calmly, invest that amount according to my plan, the rest you handle yourself. He believed the American market was about to enter a golden period of growth. Seeing him trembling, Kim Hyuk reassured him, this is clean money, fully taxed from my grandfather. Since he could not stay in the United States long, he needed a trustworthy representative to monitor the market. Han Ki-young was nearly dizzy, staring at a 301 cup of coffee and wondering how many cups would equal 400 billion. Park Hyun leaned against the desk confidently. 3 years from now, 400 billion to you will be like the price of that cup of coffee. Exactly 8 p.m. on August 12th. The night atmosphere was torn apart by a special news bulletin. President Ha-gun announced the enforcement of the real name financial transaction policy under the Constitution, leaving the nation stunned. The announcement further affirmed that all transactions from now on must use real names and could not be revoked, even under martial law. In the luxurious room, Tai-san was both astonished and furious upon hearing the news. He interrogated Mang-hun about the economic aid, suspecting betrayal, but was told they had also learned of it from television. Tai-san shouted, if even the aid did not know, then who knew? The situation grew more hopeless when the political aid could not be reached. His eyes turned sharp as he pressed for updates on handling the conglomerate's accounts. Mang-hun reported that the anonymous accounts had been handled. About 500 billion remained under assumed names, mostly belonging to the Myeongdong director and debtors, so they could be traced. Tai-san ordered manpower mobilized to collect bank cards and documents from debtors to resolve the matter immediately. He demanded completion by tomorrow to prevent trouble from spreading. Mang-hun bowed and left. Alone, Tai-san looked at his grandson suspiciously. How did you know about this? Park Han calmly said it was merely speculation based on campaign promises and the president's movements, but Tai-san did not believe it was mere guesswork. Kim Hyuk replied that anyone who paid attention to campaign commitments could infer this. He believed people bound themselves with the thought that such a policy would never be implemented. Mistake, Kim Hyuk said, that is precisely the difference between me and them. Hearing that, Tai-san burst into loud laughter. He asked, so you mean what you saw was beyond our sight? Kim Hyuk did not back down, saying that not only he but the conglomerates and the powerful all thought so, and the president had exploited that mindset to issue an unprecedented emergency order. Tai-san nodded in acknowledgement. Everyone understood but feared change, so they ignored it even though everything came too quickly. Park Hyun also said he did not expect to happen so soon. Tai-san praised him for grasping trends well and asked, from tomorrow what will the situation be? Kim Hyuk predicted the market would fall into chaos, stocks would plunge, and both citizens and conglomerates would rush to withdraw funds, causing severe shortages. Large conglomerates will immediately transfer their shares in hidden funds overseas under other names to prevent risk. Tai-san also admitted that capital flowing beyond the borders is difficult to stop. Even if placed in that situation, he might choose the same method. Even so, Kim Hyuk firmly asserted that this turmoil would soon settle down. He believed that once people began trading transparently under their real names, the situation would change. At that time, confidence in the stock market would be strongly reinforced and open up opportunities for extraordinary growth. Faced with his grandson's sharp insight, Tai-san suddenly made a shocking decision. Kim Hyuk, he would hand over all the shares he was holding to him. Kim Hyuk was stunned into silence. All the preferred shares were transferred entirely into his hands. He admitted that he had initially intended to observe longer, but now he had placed his full trust in him. Tai-san granted Kim Hyuk full authority to decide whether to sell for cash or continue holding them, and regarded this as the final gift he would give him in the remainder of his life. Mu Hyuk bowed head slightly to accept. Yes, grandfather, I will remember this. In his heart, Park Hyun clearly understood the true value of the shares his grandfather had never given to anyone else. It was a priceless asset tied to the nation's leading conglomerates and the highest positions of power in the investment world. Amid the towering skyscrapers, the capital, Mu Hyuk clearly felt the power he had just grasped. Those shares were not merely money, but the key to controlling the fate of major corporations, enough for him to shift the balance within his reach. At the Samsung Tower glowing brightly in the night, a violent financial storm was surging inside the chairman's office. The head of the conglomerate furiously shouted at his subordinate. What are you saying? Answer me immediately. He could not believe all his calculations had collapsed. Did you not say the real name trading policy would only be applied several years later? Facing that rage, Chief Secretary Lee Seok-min could only lower his head and tremble. I am truly sorry. I did not expect the president to act so decisively. He shrank as if standing before a tribunal. Seo Young-gul had not calmed down. He demanded to know why the Planet Insiders were unusually silent. What are we supposed to do now? Why have the people you arranged at the Blue House reported nothing? Seok-min replied in despair that they had completely lost contact. Driven into a corner, Seo Young-gul roared threateningly. Are we to sit still and wait for the outcome? You are getting old as well. Do you want early retirement? And that kind of retirement only happens once. That man coldly added, as long as you open your mouth, I can arrange it immediately. A long-term rest in the literal sense. Seok-min hastily bowed in panic and apologized, saying he had no face to look at the chairman. After a heavy silence, Seo Young-gul sighed and asked, what about the slush fund? Seok-min trembled as he reported losses of about 300 billion frozen. The figure left that man stunned. 300 billion. Seok-min proposed reviewing accounts under employees and relatives, while the anonymous accounts were almost impossible to handle. Seo Young-gul rubbed his forehead wearily. For now, retrieve those cards and bring them back here, then we will decide. I want you to find a way to recover what has been lost, understand? Seok-min hurriedly replied, yes, I understand, Chairman. In his heart, Seok-min admitted the president's counterattack had taught the tycoons an expensive lesson. Not only Samsung was shaken, most other businesses were also ambushed, because the policy was enforced too suddenly. Seo Young-gul narrowed his eyes and asked again, however, what? Seok-min revealed shocking news that Chairman Ta-san had secretly handled the anonymous accounts beforehand, making the air in the room feel suffocatingly thick. Seo Young-gul widened his eyes in astonishment at his opponent's foresight and swift move. In another luxurious office, the white-haired man shouted in shock. What did you say? If he had been holding a glass, it likely would not have survived. That man's face turned pale from the shock. He trembled as he asked whether Chairman Ta-san had known the plan in advance. If so, then his son-in-law Tron had remained silent. He roared with a sense of betrayal, his eyes bloodshot as he ground his teeth in reproach. In his private apartment, Han Kyung-ing stared at the news on television in astonishment, turned to ask Park Han, is this what you mentioned? Mr. Yang held a can of beer, still stunned, and asked whether this was why you wanted me to handle those shares. Looking at the screen, he muttered that this would shake the market. Tomorrow would certainly be chaotic. Kyung-yang suspiciously asked why Park Han knew everything in advance. Park Hyun only took a sip of beer and answered that it was intuition. The reply made the other man break into a cold sweat at its frightening accuracy. He continued questioning how he could even predict August 12th, even suspecting whether this was the information network of a lone shark. In his heart, Park Han clearly remembered this was the day his grandfather suffered a heavy shock. The trillion-won fortune built over years was shaken simply because the real name trading policy was implemented. Looking out the window, Park Hyun coldly said that whoever controls information controls power. Mr. Yang pondered and realized the rich always band together to maintain their position, while the poor continue to suffer losses. Mu Hyuke smiled confidently, so now I'm the one winning. From now on you must follow my lead. And Mr. Yang sighed, so from the beginning you never intended to return 50 million won to me. He seemed almost resigned to being led by fate. Before he could complain, Park Han requested that tomorrow an account be opened under his name, then declared he would transfer 100 billion into it. Kyung-yang was so shocked that he spat out his drink, soaking Park Han. He shouted in disbelief, are you joking? Every time I drink water you drop shocking news, 100 billion. Park Han looked straight ahead and affirmed that from tomorrow all stocks would plunge sharply. His firm tone made it seem as though he already held the market script in hand. He further emphasized that Samsung shares would also fall deeply and instructed to accumulate them all when the price hit bottom. Mu Hyuke gave clear orders, just buy because prices will not recover soon. Focus all efforts on accumulating Samsung shares, no need to care about other codes. Kyung-yang, drenched in sweat, asked whether you already knew the market's movements in advance and why only target Samsung. He quickly waved his hands and said he had promised not to ask further, as if he had just misspoken in a sensitive place. Park Han reassured him that only a few days after stabilization, share prices would rebound. Therefore, they must seize the chance to accumulate while they were plunging. Even pouring in all available capital would be fine. Hearing that, Kyung-yang resolutely replied that he understood and would purchase everything without hesitation. While sipping his drink, Park Han calculated that he needed to prepare a strong enough card to confront Suman, and this was the golden moment to hold as many Samsung shares as possible where his opponent had taken root. Next day, when the real name trading policy officially took effect, the atmosphere became as tense as a drawn string. At Hansen Bank, employees had just pulled up the shutters. They were immediately confronted with a chaotic scene. Bank opening late angered the crowd outside, who shouted why it was so delayed. They demanded it open earlier. The tense scene was no different from an action film. People shoved and pushed their way inside. Shouts rang out demanding to be handled first, insisting on withdrawing money as quickly as possible. At the transaction counters, everyone argued for priority, one claiming to have arrived first, another declaring himself a longtime VIP client. The bank staff stood frozen before the wave of anger. The national financial system fell into chaos as crouched in to withdraw cash. The sight resembled a survival race to see who'd withdraw money first. Meanwhile, major conglomerates and loan sharks had quietly withdrawn their money early before opening hours. When the stock market opened, more than 1,000 stocks simultaneously hit the floor. Waves of sell orders threw the exchange into turmoil. The entire South Korean economy shook violently before an unprecedented financial crisis. Standing by the window watching the city sway, Park Hyun told himself that the game was only truly beginning. Turn others' crisis into his own advantage. At that moment, Kang Ye entered looking exhausted, letting out a heavy sigh. Park Hyun turned and asked, "How is the situation at Zuidu now?" Mr. Yang sat down and lamented that it was like a battlefield there. Before opening, he was nearly crushed by the crowd, wiping his glasses as he recalled the chaotic scene. He said everything was so chaotic it was hard to know how many were knocked down. Not only Lee Sung shares but also Dae-un, Gu-sung and Seven all plummeted. Major conglomerates fell into disorder. After listening, Park Hyun calmly asked how much he had bought, his tone light as if asking about daily matters. Mr. Yang replied that he had used the full 100 billion to buy everything while others were selling off. Although a few people looked at him curiously, he was still worried because prices did not seem able to recover yet. That money felt as if thrown into the void. In contrast, Park Hyun smiled and praised him for doing well, then declared he would transfer another 100 billion to continue accumulating. Kyung Yang could only clutch his head helplessly and say that speaking with you truly means one should not teach the rich how to spend money. Throwing out hundreds then thousands of billions just like that while remaining full of confidence before the frightening vision of Kim Moo-hae. Seeing the opponent deep in thought, Kim Moo-hye smiled slightly and asked, "How do you feel?" He eagerly affirmed the more money spent, the greater the joy, and thanks to Park Hyun, he is now living in complete happiness. Kim Hyuk silently observed, then issued the next directive. "Once this task is done, be ready to head to the immediately." Kyung Yang was surprised by the urgency, feeling as if he had just been ordered to save the world in 24 hours. Park Hyun explained. Both needed to accelerate the progress since he could not frequently travel to the US, and all important plans there depended entirely on Kyung Yang. When Mr. Yang curiously asked about the mission in the US, Kim Hyuk decisively said, "Open the company as previously planned, an investment company but without outside capital, operating independently using Kim Hyuk's massive resources." He emphasized upon going to the US he will specify the targets to approach. Kyung Yang's task is to investigate and accurately evaluate those companies. Park Hyun confirmed he would handle the important funds, while Kyung Yang should first secure his position. It sounded simple, but Kyung Yang's mind was racing like a computer with 50 tabs open. To encourage him, Park Hyun generously offered 5% of shares. He was stunned, unable to believe his ears, stammering, "Is it really 5%? Park Hyun smiled, reassuring, "This is a deserved reward for all the efforts he has put in." When Mr. Yang emotionally confessed, since meeting Kim Hyuk, his life has been a roller coaster, both thrilling and exciting, Kim Hyuk still firmly stated, "We can do it." 5% felt like 500% joy. Park Hyun even painted a glorious future, promising to fly him around the world in a private plane, an idea that made Kyung Yang dizzy. He dreamily imagined sitting in the first-class cabin, looking out far, enjoying the imperial life in Back in reality, Kyung Yang cheered with excitement. "Wow, how wonderful." After the excitement, Kyung Yang became serious. He looked at Kim Hyuk, sincerely saying, "Kim Hyuk, I will always follow you even in danger. Do not leave me behind." Kim Hyuk slightly smiled in response. "Do not worry, I might be the one to leave you first as long as you do not betray. I will not abandon you." Before ending, Kyung Yang curiously asked the name of the upcoming company. Hayusi leisurely handed over the decision. "Choose any name you like." Mr. Yang confidently adjusted his glasses, answering clearly, "Have you thought of a name?" "Yes, the immortal dream, the dream to soar even higher." Soaring higher, immortal. Looking at the family photo, No Song bitterly muttered to himself, "Worked hard, saved for the family, now everything is terrible." While pondering in the office, the secretary suddenly entered to inform, "The director is calling you." He hurriedly picked up the phone. "Former director, do you need anything from me?" Hearing the voice, his expression instantly changed, sweat pouring from fear. "What?" At the office of Susung Chet Kim Moo-hyus leisurely sat on the sofa, three directors standing timidly. He spoke to break the tense atmosphere. "Long time no see, is everyone well?" Seeing them tense, Park Hyun asked, "Why are you standing like that?" "Everyone sit down." He leaned back slightly, rubbed his neck, sighing, feeling a bit stiff. The tension was like a taut string. Park Hyun felt like sitting in a cafe. The three directors silently sat down. Park Hyun thought surely they are worried facing him after hearing about Yuji Kang's fate. Park Hyun delved into the current situation. Surely they struggled when the real name financial transaction policy was implemented. Uxi broke out in sweat, stammering, "Clients are not struggling. Chairman has arranged everything. The losses are not significant," saying not struggling while sweat poured as if running 10 urgent deadlines. Kim Hyuk fully understood the grandfather's bonds were fine, but the black funds they pocketed long ago were surely gone. He secretly mocked seeing them pretend nothing happened. Park Hyun went straight to the point, "Called them today because there was a matter to discuss directly. I came alone, without the department head." Park Hyun's gaze turned sharp. He declared he would speak directly. "Who will you follow?" The decisive question for the room. Park Hyun stared at the trembling. "The choice is Park Hyun, me or Director Suman." Noexi was shocked, sweat running, asked stammering, "What do you mean?" Kim Hyuk analyzed the situation. "As I said, the cash transaction policy will greatly change the high-interest loan market. In the current form, lending or borrowing money at will like before is impossible. Who would have thought even paper money knows to play cat and mouse?" He looked at the three directors, emphasizing, "Even the chairman is hesitating to choose a successor for an uncertain future." Park Hyun affirmed, "Now the choice is not only Suman." He asked the decisive question, "Who will you follow, me or Director Suman?" Director Noxio hesitated, asking, "If choosing you, what will the master get in return?" Kim Hyuk leaned back in the chair, crossing his legs with authority, answered, "You misunderstood me. You think I cannot ascend to the successor seat without support, right?" "Right." No Song sweated under pressure from the young man. Kim Hyuk coldly declared, sorry, I do not need support because I have the capability. I am only giving everyone an opportunity, not offering a deal with a rigid attitude. His approach left the director silent in tension. Unexpectedly, Jin Sung-in stood up, affirmed his stance, I only follow the chairman who will choose the successor, whether that is the master or director John. Who would have thought he decided faster than his home Wi-Fi? Park Han thought. Jin Sung-in is John Tan's most loyal dog. This was expected. Jin Sung-in bowed politely, I will take my leave first. The door closed sharply. Park Han turned to the remaining two directors, suggesting, what about you two? Waiting for the chairman's decision like Jin Sung-in is not bad. Ho-sik affirmed, whoever I work with, they must have plenty of experience struggling on me Yeondong land. Han now glared threateningly, if not supporting, acquiring before the chairman will not be simple. Noegzi added that the chairman has never underestimated high-interest lenders like them. Shaking hands, feeling watching an action movie with Mi Yongdong drama subtitles. Park Hyun realized the two elders were shaking hands to pressure, wondered what would happen if they lost their livelihood. Kim Hyuk calmly looked at the opponents, calling Ho-sik and Noegzi. Park Hyun coldly warned, if you obstruct, will they live the rest of their lives in peace? His sharp gaze declaring he will swiftly deal with traitors. Looking at the fearful expressions of the two directors, Kim Hyuk asked directly, what do they gain by Chung Chan Suman? Sarcastically questioning if he promised them financial freedom. Part 2. Do they really naively think Chansuman will keep his word? Noexi silently admitted Park Hyun was right. Suman is a calculating person who does not share benefits. Park Hyun offered another way out, promising the two what they wanted, revealing a plan to legalize the chairman's business model, expand, and choose them as key personnel. Ho-sik was stunned, contemplating the of working legally. Park Hyun analyzed. When the real name financial transaction policy is enforced, old high-interest loans will lose ground. He plans to register a legal company with interest rates according to state regulations. No Song worried about strict supervision from authorities. Who would have thought paperwork is scarier than daggers? Park Hyun coldly affirmed the old way is outdated, asking how long will they use the name of high-interest loan. Nakshong began to waver, wondering if the plan could become reality. Kim Hyuk thought silently. It was understandable they did not believe him, seeing the cash, weapons, and contraband. He assessed the current market like a lawless land, where those with capital and power manipulate everything. However, Kim Hyuk understood very clearly that after the imp crisis, when high-interest lending was legalized to stimulate the economy, that was a rare opportunity. He decided to use that legal corridor to bring the business into the light and elevate it to a new level. Standing before the two directors, Park Hyun firmly requested, give me 5 years. He asserted that I will help you conduct business with peace of mind, no longer living in constant fear of anything. Park Han shot to his feet, looked straight at them and delivered a steely promise, if you follow me, turn you from loan sharks into true bosses, running legitimate businesses openly without fearing anyone. Just hearing it made it hard to ignore. Under that persuasive pressure, Ho-sik was the first to waver. He quietly lowered his head and accepted, fine, I will follow you. Dan glanced at the still hesitant colleague and sighed as he shared, my daughter is already 12 years old. She is old enough to understand what kind of work her father does. Took a drag of his cigarette, his face filled with contemplation. Compared to being called a loan shark, the title business director sounds far easier to swallow. Kim Hyuk turned his cold gaze to the remaining Mansa rector. No, what is your choice? No Song broke out in sweat and lowered his head hesitantly. I do not want to gamble like this. Depositing money in the bank be safer. Kim Hyuk calmly replied, it is up to you. Whichever side you choose, I will not interfere. But immediately afterward, his icy voice fell, making No Song shiver slightly. However, if you to block my path forward, I swear I will not let you have peaceful years ahead. Leaving the room, Park Han calculated silently, if he does not follow me, then we proceed with the old plan. He reviewed the target list, Yujikang, Ho-sik, No Song, cutting off every one and's close arm step by step. A calculating smile appeared as Park Han prepared his next move. Should he deal with Chan Suman's pillar as well? In a luxurious room, Su Meng sat opposite Suhan, their eyes filled with schemes. Su Meng took a sip of wine and asked in a low voice, Suhan, have you met the directors in my Yongdong recently? Suhan shook his head. I have rarely seen them lately. I invited them out for drinks, but they all refused. It feels like they're deliberately distancing themselves from us. Su Meng narrowed his eyes. You must have heard that father handed over the management of the director's bank accounts in my Yongdong to Kim Hyuk. Suhan was stunned. All the bank records. He angrily shouted, father handed it to that 20-year-old brat with no experience. How could he let him manage such a large sum of money? I cannot understand what father is calculating. Suman fell into thought. Could it be that father has chosen him as the successor? Suhan panicked. Do not say that. We are his biological sons. How could father hand everything to him? Suman curled his lips. No matter what, we are still father's sons. Only the two of us have the legal right to inherit. As for that maternal grandson of the disowned sister, on what grounds would he return to fight for our property? It sounds bold, but nothing is certain yet. Su Meng began to coax Suhan. Do not forget we are blood brothers. I'm the eldest son. If I take the inheritance, I will never abandon you. I will share a proper portion with you. Because we are family, we are on the same boat now. If you want to his father's decision, then we must plan together to keep the assets. Suhan smiled smugly and raised his glass. Of course I follow you. If you trust me, then why would not trust you? The two clinked glasses in self-satisfaction. Su Meng emphasized, we are biological brothers. Before the wine could be drained, a voice rang out firmly from the staircase. John Suhan. Are you well? A group of men in black suits from the prosecution appeared. The Seoul police police suddenly stormed into the room. The leader clearly announced, "Mr. John Suhan, we are from the Seoul Prosecutor's Office Anti-Crime Unit, executing an emergency arrest warrant for bribery and suspected involvement in gambling machine licensing." Caught off guard, Suhan struggled and shouted, "Let me go, what are you doing?" But despite his reaction, the officers calmly handcuffed him and ordered him to follow them to the prosecutor's office. Suhan was led away under stunned gazes, leaving Chon Soo-mung only able to call after him helplessly. The feeling of being brothers drinking together one moment and going separate ways the next was hard to describe. The news quickly spread to the Tron residence, making the atmosphere in the study hit. Tai-san asked in shock, "Myung-hun, has Suhan really been arrested? Why has it come to this? Could there be some mistake?" Myung-hun lowered his head and reported he is suspected of assisting Congressman Kim Chun-sung in illegal activities. There is also information that he gave money to many officials to smooth the licensing of gambling machines. Tai-san was astonished. Casino machines, could that company have colluded with underground forces? The old pondered, this may not be enough to bring down a sitting congressman like Kim Chun-sung. Could there be a larger force behind it? Myung-hun confirmed that the prosecutor's office itself proactively provided information to press, not the presidential side. According to sources, a Seoul prosecutor independently conducted a deep investigation and arrested the gambling machine management group. The report praised him for daring to defy superior instructions to expose the connection between politics and crime. Sitting silently on the sofa, Park Hein quietly reviewed in his previous life, the gambling machine scandal had caused a sensation, dragging in a series of congressmen and high-ranking officials. At that time, Tron Suhan and Kim Chun-sung's father-in-law were deeply involved, but thanks to Tai-san's intervention, Suhan escaped punishment. Looking at his worried grandfather, Kim Hyuk curled his lips slightly this time. "Do not even think about escaping." Tai-san angrily shouted at Myung-hun, "What were you doing? Let things become like this? Where are the people you placed in the presidential office?" Myung-hun lowered his head and explained everything happened too quickly. By the time the presidential office received the news, the media had already published it everywhere. The president is currently considering transferring the case to a higher level, and avoiding prison at this point is extremely difficult. Tai-san glared and asked how much money would it take to suppress this matter. Myung-hun cautiously warned, "Trying to save Suhan could cause us heavy losses. Touching the focal point of the new term is extremely dangerous." Tai-san remained silent for a long time before shifting his gaze toward Park Han and asked, "Is there truly no way to help your uncle escape this disaster?" Park Han observed him and calmly analyzed, "At present, head of the Seoul prosecutor's office is Prosecutor Yun." Hearing that name, Tai-san frowned. "Yun Chang-ho." Park Han continued, "The one who helped us handle the matter in Busan before was him," and when his grandfather nodded, he went on, "That is correct. If Prosecutor Yun Chang-ho retains authority, the chance of resolving it quietly will be high, but if it is transferred to the Central Investigation Bureau, the president will decide directly. At that time, under the pretext of purging old corruption, your uncle will hardly avoid a heavy sentence." He looked straight at his grandfather. "Should we let the Seoul prosecutor's office continue handling it? Moreover, if we wait until the president weakens, will they force other conditions on us in exchange for an ambassador position?" John Tai-san gritted his teeth, his face filled with fury at the thought of his son. That Suhan brought this upon himself, truly digging his own grave. "Before I can save him, I already want to disown him for peace of mind." The old man held his forehead and sighed, "I should not have let you marry into that political family." Tai-san bitterly understood that in politics, power is everything and there is no place for sentiment. He closed his eyes to restrain his anger, then decisively called Director Hun. "I trust you know what to do." Myung-hun respectfully replied, "Yes." Tai-san said coldly, "Inform Chief Prosecutor Yun of everything I have said. Anyone involved from beginning to end, including the in-laws, must be strictly dealt with. There will be no escape or suspended sentence." He was ready to spend money for this purge, even though he understood money could not erase his son's fault. But anyone who dared to touch the Tron family would pay a heavy price. Kim Hyuk silently observed his grandfather's anger. As soon as the order was issued, Chief Prosecutor Yun of Seoul immediately deployed the plan. The investigation officially began, first targeting high-ranking officials who accepted bribes, then spreading to the police sector and congressmen. Reporters crowded in front of the prosecutor's office, and the scene became chaotic. Some quietly lowered their heads and walked straight inside to accept interrogation, but a few politicians chose to hold press conferences, publicly accusing the prosecution of fabricating, slandering, and staging false charges. They fiercely declared it was a political power struggle, even arguing heatedly with reporters on the spot. The atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. Towering headquarters of the prosecution stood tall, its flag snapping in the wind as if signaling the start of a brutal purge of power. Inside the stifling interrogation room, the prosecutor stared sharply at John Suhan, pressing him to confess. "Mr. John Suhan, please clarify everything right now. The others have already confessed. The longer you delay, the more you alone will suffer." He continued, presenting a series of solid pieces of evidence to shatter the silence. "Did you directly participate in operating the gambling machine system and transfer 13 billion won to politicians and senior officials? How many times must I repeat myself?" Yet Suhan remained calm. He lightly waved his hand and replied defiantly, "Wait until my lawyer arrives before we continue." That moment the door swung open with a firm announcement, "The person requested has arrived." The lawyer's appearance left the prosecutor stunned. The bespectacled man smiled warmly. "Pacro, it has been a long time since we last met." Recognizing his senior, the prosecutor immediately bowed respectfully. "My goodness, senior, it has been so long since I last saw you." In an instant he shifted from a stern demeanor to the obedient attitude of a junior. After a few polite exchanges, the lawyer approached Suhan and stated clearly, "Director Suhan, I was sent here by the chairman." Suhan stared in confusion and reproach at the delay. "Why are you only arriving now? So I can leave here now, right?" The lawyer tactfully asked the prosecutor to step outside. "Please give me a moment to speak privately with my client." "You may step out for a relaxing cup of coffee and return later." The prosecutor maintained a respectful tone. "Let me brew coffee for you." The lawyer smiled meaningfully and declined. "No need. I cannot trouble a prosecutor over such a small matter. I should be the one inviting you. I hope for your assistance in securing a favorable position in the future." As soon as the prosecutor stepped outside, the lawyer sat down and delivered the harsh, straight Suhan. "Director John, I have something to tell you. Perhaps there is no longer any way to get you out of here." Suhan froze. "What did you say?" The lawyer confirmed it was a direct order from the chairman. Later they would look for an opportunity to reduce his sentence, but for now he should stay here and reconsider everything. To put it bluntly, he had to accept prison for the time being. Hearing that his own father had abandoned him, Suhan broke out in a cold sweat and asked hoarsely, "Did my father really say that?" "Do not lie to me, he would never do that." He slammed the table violently, his face twisted in fury. The lawyer remained cold. "My task is only to convey the chairman's words." He analyzed how the political situation was tightening. The Tron family had cooperative ties with the Blue House and might receive some consideration, but Assemblyman Kim was uncertain. In the interrogation room, John Suhan anxiously pressed for news about his father-in-law. The prosecutor replied indifferently that the chairman was extremely furious over this matter and declared he would thoroughly deal with everyone involved, so they would never raise their heads again. The hidden issues at the top had been clarified. Suhan trembled and asked hopefully, "So House 1 is only a procedural investigation, right?" The answer was like a bucket of cold water. "The expected sentence is about 3 years. The prosecutor added that the case would make headlines under the title "Suhan Money Laundering Machine." Not only prison, but his name would be publicly disgraced. Suhan stammered in shock. "What? Why attach my name to that?" The prosecutor calmly explained it was an agreement between the chairman and the VIP side, and advised the director not to worry too much, since many senior officials were also implicated. Public opinion would soon forget the name Suhan. Storms come fast and subside quickly, only the sense would remain. However, he emphasized that the chairman had made many concessions to the Blue House for Director John, so he hoped he would not forget that. Suhan felt dizzy, drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by fear and humiliation. Not long after, shocking news flooded under the headline, "Suhan Money Laundering Machine and the Mastermind Arrested." Images of him being escorted into a police car rapidly. At the mansion, Chairman Tai-san gritted his teeth in anger as he read the news. He roared, "Suhan, you fool, how dare you do that without telling me? Are you betraying me?" In front of the prison gate, the atmosphere grew heavy. The weight of it all hung thick as Suhan was led to the visitation room. Seeing his older brother Chon Soo-mung waiting, he cried out in joy, "Brother." In contrast to his younger brother's excitement, Soo-mung sat calmly, arms crossed in controlled composure. On the table sat a tray of premium sushi, a luxury dish in the midst of prison. Suhan hurriedly devoured the food as if he had been starving for days. Seeing this, Soo-mung asked calmly, "Does the prison food not suit your taste?" While chewing, Suhan complained, "The smell in there is unbearable, the single cell is cramped." Yet he still boasted about his ability to manage things with money. Anything can be solved. Slip the guards a little and you can buy cigarettes, use hot water freely, live fairly comfortably. Even in prison he could maintain a VIP lifestyle. Watching that attitude, Soo-mung gave a faint cold smile before shifting to the main issue. "But Soo, what were you really thinking?" Suhan stopped eating and asked blankly, "Thinking about what? What are you talking about?" Soo-mung's voice turned harsh as he mentioned the gambling. "Why did you join hands with your father-in-law on that without saying a word to me?" Suhan's face turned pale, sweat pouring down as his brother exposed him. "Were you planning to secretly take control and stab me in the back?" Struck at his sore spot, Suhan frantically defended himself. "No, brother, it was not like that. My father-in-law said no one outside the family could be trusted to manage the money, so he asked me to oversee it. How could I refuse? I only followed his instructions." He also excused himself by saying he had been ordered to keep it absolutely secret, partly fearing it would affect his brother. Soo-mung narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "That is all." Suhan insisted, "That is all." But Soo-mung did not let it go. "Just because of Assemblyman Kim's words you hand over 100 billion and did not report to me, pushing yourself into a dead end." Suhan cried out helplessly, "I only followed them. I had no right to decide. I always have to watch my father-in-law's expression, then watch yours. Now must I even be wary of that nephew too?" Resentment surged. Suhan slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "Damn it, what grave mistake did I even commit?" In the cramped cell, Suhan sobbed, pouring out all the bitterness he had accumulated. He complained that his father threw him into prison without a single inquiry, and his brother treated him like a traitor. "What am I that everyone vents their anger on me? Why does every fault fall on me?" Watching his younger brother slump miserably, Mang-hun remained cold, his eyes as if he had long anticipated this scenario. He slowly stood up, his voice tinged with mockery. "Stop crying. You are grown and still shed tears at the slightest thing." Mang-hun stepped forward, placed a hand on Suhan's shoulder and softly called, "Suhan." He looked straight into his brother's eyes, his tone sincere yet layered. "Let us not not be like other Chaebol families constantly fighting internally. There are only the two of us, we must trust and support each other. It sounded warm but also like a warning not to cause further trouble. He emphasized every word, demanding absolute loyalty, never betray or hide anything from him. Do you understand? Faced with those words, Soo-han wiped his tears and nodded firmly. Of course, I have nothing to hide from you. Myung-hun smiled inscrutably and patted his shoulder in encouragement. Alright, I will visit you often. Remember, take care of your health. He turned to leave. Soo-han called out gratefully, Brother, thank you for coming to see me. Leaving the prison gate, Myung-hun quietly stepped into the waiting black car. In the quiet space of the car, his gaze turned sharp and suspicious. Soo-han clearly had something hidden. He had obeyed all his life, and now he was plotting private dealings. Meanwhile, Soo-han trudged back to his cell behind the guard, his heavy footsteps echoing through the empty corridor. Doubt also rose in his mind. Would his brother truly protect him to the end? What if he was only being used and then abandoned? In peace they called each other brothers, in trouble they turned a blind eye. Soo-han clenched his teeth, his eyes flashing with selfish determination to find his own way to survive. Both brothers of the Tron family were secretly calculating, sowing seeds of betrayal within their own clan. Car carrying Myung-hun sped through the streets, leaving behind the dark schemes slowly taking shape. The car continued forward while turmoil accelerated close behind, the black vehicle getting silently past towering high walls. A month ago at an old house in Bich province, Muihayus had an important meeting with Yuan Trang-ho. The newly promoted official could not hide his delight. He laughed in thanks and said it was all thanks to him and the chairman. In truth, Chang-ho had skillfully turned the deaths of the Busan crime bosses into unusual accidents. In return, Kim Hyuk relied on Chairman Ta-san to elevate him to the seat of chief prosecutor. Taking a sip of hot tea, Yun Chang-ho spoke up curiously. He asked what he had come to see him for today. Just as he had been planning to invite him for a drink, Park Han did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Do you know about the slot machine case? The question made the chief prosecutor freeze in surprise. He pondered and said this must be a serious corruption case. The matter involved many political figures and high-ranking officials. He suspected the source of this information came from Chairman Tai-san. Park Han spoke coldly and revealed the true target. The central figure of the case was Assemblyman Kim Cheon-sung, a pillar of the ruling party. The moment he heard that name, Yun Chang-ho immediately changed expression and blurted it out again in astonishment. Began to worry because, although he belonged to the old administration, Kim Cheon-sung still held immense power, making the case extremely difficult, like confronting an unshakable force. He continued, certain that pressure from superiors would constantly weigh down on the prosecutors handling the investigation. He stepped closer, looked straight into his eyes, and said clearly, therefore I hope you will personally direct the investigation to the end. Yun Chang-ho was stunned and asked again, you mean me? Hui-hyu analyzed that if the case was handled perfunctorily, the special investigation of the Supreme Prosecutor's Office would immediately step in and seize control. He emphasized that under no circumstances should this case fall into the hands of the Supreme Prosecutor's Office, because then key figures like Kim Cheon-sung would easily slip away, since major affairs always hidden escape routes. Park Han looked deeply into the chief prosecutor's eyes and delivered the decisive blow. This matter also involved Soo-han. Chang-ho widened his eyes in shock. Soo-han, you mean your uncle? His face tightened at the explosive information. Kim Hyuk affirmed that there would be a large-scale investigation reporting directly to the president. He analyzed that the chief civil secretary at the presidential office was Tai-san's man, so they would find a way to remove Soo-han from the scope of investigation. Park Hyun warned that they would try to transfer the entire file to the Supreme Prosecutor's Office. He looked straight at Yun Chang-ho and asked him to stand up and block all pressure from superiors. As for Chairman Tai-san, he would handle it himself. Chang-ho asked in disbelief, you want me to wager my entire prosecutorial career just to send your uncle to prison? Park Hyun did not waver. He declared that he would bear all responsibility if there were risks. At the same time, he made an enticing promise that if it succeeded, the next chief prosecutor's seat would belong to him. He also affirmed that his name would be written into the history of the prosecution as a symbol, even though he did not come from special investigation or security. Chang-ho pondered and asked whether he had enough ability to persuade the chairman. He was concerned that if the Blue House intervened, Ta-san would have difficulty maneuvering because at this stage they did not want a direct confrontation with the administration. Put it bluntly, even with money one had to read the Times. Muihayuk understood clearly that no matter how wealthy a businessman was, he still had to be wary of those in power. Yun Chang-ho was still hesitant. He wondered if he followed the instruction and lost everything, then would he not merely be laying the groundwork for others to reap the benefits? Kim Hyuk immediately offered a plan, then make the case public before the press. He envisioned Chang-ho standing before the media, declaring that the Blue House was exerting political pressure to cover up and narrow the case. He would not bow to power and would call for public support, becoming the prosecutor who appeared on the 7 p.m. news as a pioneer against corruption. Park Hyun affirmed that the president would be satisfied with that action, and at that point there would be no need to transfer the case to a special investigation. Chang-ho remained silent for a long time, his face contemplative. He looked down at his teacup, then set it down firmly on the table as if having decided. He smiled ambitiously and said, "Fine, I will try once." At first he had intended to end his career safely in Busan, but now he wanted to reach a higher position he had once dreamed of. Kim Hyuk bowed his head slightly in gratitude for that brave decision. The chief prosecutor looked at Ngu Hayu scrutinizingly and asked if this was what he had once promised to ask of him. Kim Hyuk calmly confirmed, "Yes, that is right, if you see no obstacle." Jang Ho sighed, feeling as if he had just bound himself with a great debt by helping Park Hyun this time. Even so, he still believes was a choice beneficial to both sides and promised that later he would grant Park Hyun a special favor. The two stood up and shook hands full of calculation. Kim Hyuk respectfully replied, "Yes, chief prosecutor." As the meeting neared its end, Park Hyun suddenly had one final request, that you keep your word when announcing the investigation. After Chang Ho's curious gaze, Kim Hyuk firmly proposed naming the case the Suhan slot machine case. The chief prosecutor clearly understood who the target was and agreed at once. In the car leaving the appointment, Park Hyun pondered as he recalled his previous life when the two brothers Seung Man and Chon Suhan had once been tightly bound. They formed an unbreakable alliance to suppress him, but this time, thanks to Kim Hyuk's intervention, Tai-san had abandoned saving Suhan, sowing seeds of suspicion that gradually fractured their relationship. Park Hyun curled his lips in satisfaction as another capable arm of Suman was removed by him, his cold eyes affirming that everything lay within his calculations. At a luxurious villa in Chairman Tai-san's study, the atmosphere grew heavy as he asked about his second son who was in prison, how Suhan had been lately. Suman took a sip of tea and replied they was merely enduring each day but looked more haggard than before, then asked when he could bring him out because during the recent visit he had seen him covered in injuries. Tai-san looked coldly at his eldest son and asked, "Because he is your blood brother you worry for him?" Suman admitted it was not exactly worry but a sense of discomfort when someone he once commanded was no longer by his side. Hearing that, San decided that next year he could be released on bail and told him that if he visited he should tell Suhan to endure a while longer. He said that was the price he had to pay for what he had done. At the same time he warned Suman not to be foolish and act as a lackey for politicians. Suman retorted that large-scale business could hardly survive without political backing. He believed his father managed because of long-standing ties while he had not. Seizing the chance, Suman boldly suggested that his father hand over the entire corporation to him to manage, confident he would run everything from finance to personnel in an organized manner. But Ta-san firmly refused, saying he was not yet capable of bearing the burden, leaving Suman stunned. He blurted out uncontrolled words that his father was already old. If something unexpected happened, who would steer the enterprise? Enraged, Tai-san slammed the table and shouted at the insolent son who dared to curse his own father. Suman still did not retreat, yelling that as the eldest son the assets should belong to him. Tai-san gritted his teeth and asked whether he was hoping he would die soon to seize power. Only then did Suman reveal his fear and jealousy, mentioning the rumors in Myeongdong that his father intended to choose Park Han as the successor. He bitterly questioned how he could still be alive yet be pushed aside, while the world gossiped that an outsider would take control. Tai-san sneered and asked who gave you the right to assume the heir must be you, then declared he had never thought of handing the empire to someone like Suman. Suman turned pale and had father for the first time like a free fall. In the imposing study, Tai-san confirmed the rumors in Myeongdong were true and admitted he had once considered handing everything to Park Han. Suman stood stunned as if stripped of the position he had always believed was his. Outside on the mansion staircase, Park Han quietly listened to the entire conversation. Inside, Suman resentfully asked what his father was thinking. Tai-san replied that the assets he built were his to decide who would receive. Suman lowered his head, then tried to use external forces to apply pressure. He reminded his father that the Blue Chamber Society was still watching the family. The succession position wavered. Those who always father as a thorn could seize the opportunity to cause trouble. Standing outside the door, Muihayu silently memorized the name Blue Chamber Society. Suman continued to reopen old wounds, reminding that Misu had also met tragedy because of that matter. Immediately, Tai-san erupted with rage, banging the table loudly, ordering, "Never mention this again." Kim Hyuk froze when hearing mention of his mother. Lee-san held his head exhausted, deciding to chase his son out. "I'm tired, get out of my sight now." Still hesitating, Tai-san snapped, "Aren't you going out or want me to drag you?" "Push." Suman glanced at Mang-hun standing by, then scowled and stepped out of the room. The door slammed shut, leaving a silent space for the two men. Tai-san sighed, called Mang-hun's name and bitterly asked, "You think what I did was wrong too, right?" In the quiet office, Chairman Tai-san Tessun leaned back in his chair, face full of fatigue, sternly ordered Mang-hun, "A complete all-stock transfer task before next month, emphasizing taxes must be handled cleanly, absolutely no trouble. Money is plenty, only fears the timer." Mang-hun bowed respectfully, replied, "Yes, I understand." His eyes suddenly darkened, thinking of his grandson. After all, Muihayu still could not stand on his own. He asked about the assistant Park Han had asked to be introduced before. Mang-hun quickly reported, "Yes, that person will return to Korea next month, Chairman." San slowly contemplated the harsh power of money. People often say before the temptation of wealth, family can become thorns. If I'm gone, who knows what will happen to this family? Seeing the chairman worried, Mang-hun quietly asked, "Chairman, are you concerned for young Master Kim Hyuk?" Suddenly the old man smirked, a cold gaze appearing. "On the contrary, I'm afraid Park Hyun will chew up his little ones. No need to worry about plot twists at the end." Boy was in danger, feared to turn into a wild wolf, devouring others. In Taesan's mind, the image of Kim Hyuk full of aura appeared as proof of the teenager's formidable power. Mentioning the underground force threatening him, he was confident. Regarding Than Fong Hoi, I believe the boy is even more valuable. Seeing Chon Sumin approach, he slightly bowed, "Uncle, welcome back." However, the reply was only a sharp, unpleasant sound from the uncle. The man strode, looking at Park Hyun with contemptuous eyes and uttering threats. Chilling, best not to mess. Warning of a disastrous future if he did not want the same cruel fate as his parents. Withdrawing the words, he coldly turned and left, leaving Kim Hyuk frozen in the hallway. Park Han stared his uncle's back, doubts filling his mind. Was his parents' death an accident or murder? As old memories auto-updated to new version, memories from past life surfaced. Park Han bitterly realized he had never doubted the cause of his parents' death. At the Tron home, speaking of his mother was always taboo. No one was to mention it. Yet, piecing together tense dialogues between his grandfather and Tron Sumin, Park Han found clues to the truth. His mind began analyzing, preparing to unlock the secret. He gritted his teeth, eyes blazing with hatred upon discovering the dark link, his parents' deaths connected to Thang Fong Hoi. Standing in the luxurious mansion, Park Han murmured the haunting name Thang Fong Hoi. In his past life, he had heard of this mysterious organization always lurking in the shadows, manipulating and controlling political figures and officials after liberation. He was certain key historical milestones bore the organization's fingerprints, even if only through rumors. True lineage or meeting someone in the organization was nearly impossible, but when Sumin and his grandfather mentioned the name, Park Han wondered if it was real. Standing in the empty hall, a frightening thought flashed: if it was connected to his mother's death. The scene shifted to the beautiful city of Busan under a blue White Cafe. Kim Hyuk had an important meeting with Huinchu's father. He handed him a thick file, saying since the boy missed his father, here is the traffic accident investigation file of his parents. Seeing the thickness, the drama was complex. Moi Hayus took it, replied, "Thank you, father." Seeing his curtsy, the police uncle just smiled. Park thought. He asked his father to retrieve the accident files, flipping through each page, pondering the events 19 years ago. Almost no traces remained. The police officer across smoked, noting that those who handled the case had retired, witnesses gone, the truth almost buried. The file indicated a traffic accident. The perpetrator fled, turning himself in a few days later. Looking at the crush scene under a truck, Moi Hayus noticed several anomalies. He read the shocking information, checking his parents' bodies, finding multiple stab wounds. The investigation estimated his father was stabbed over 10 times. Police emphasized the stab in the back was fatal, yet the autopsy still concluded death due to traffic accident. Perpetrator was a vagrant with prior offenses, jailed for a year then released, currently unknown whereabouts. Moi Hayusi's eyes glued to the file pulled into. At night, a young mother held her child for protection. The child screamed in fear. A hidden enemy coldly swung a knife repeatedly at the poor woman. Despite the pain, the mother gently reassured, "It's okay, Park Hyun, mother." Kim Woo's eyes widened, pupils furrowed. Trembling violently at the horrific truth revealed, Park Hyun entered Zay's restaurant, where his friends gathered. His friend had been waiting long. Seeing him, Lee Myung-soo shouted, "Kim Hyuk, over here." Much hope. When asked why he was late, Park Hyun only smiled, explaining traffic. Myung-soo excitedly remarked, though usually meeting at school, this was the first time the group gathered outside to eat. Seeing the atmosphere heat up, Myung-soo urged everyone to order expensive dishes. Since today Park Hyun treated the group, he cheerfully declared, "Today no politeness, order everything on the menu." Lightly said, but intent was to clear the menu. Min Ki-eung observed Myung-soo teasing his uncorrected regional accent, noting Park Han now looked more city-like. Myung-soo tried to counter in standard accent, but made the table laugh at the awkwardness. The meal was joyful until the last dish was cleared. Conversation turned to studies as Min Ki-eung asked about preparing for the judicial exam. Myung-soo revealed he and Park Han planned to take the first attempt next February. To friends' astonishment, Park Han calmly shared, "For now still considering this attempt as a trial. What about you? Are you preparing too?" Min Ki-eung discouraged, considering giving up due to inability to focus on study. Myung-soo clicked his tongue, saying this attempt is just to understand the questions. No one gets lucky on first try. Park Han recalled Kim Hyuk's remarkable record, always top from admission to first semester exams, wondering when he found time to study despite being busy. Myung-soo recounted Kim Hyuk's shocking statement in the news, "Studying is the easiest thing in life." The remark immediately angered Park Hyun and Min Ki-eung. Park Han recounted days of cramming, taking extra lessons before university. Min Ki-eung lamented the huge tuition, equivalent to a month's director salary. Though friends were outraged, Myung-soo still asserted, "I only say what I see. Studying is the easiest thing on earth." Confidently high, leaving the group helpless. At the table, Park Hyun asked Mi Young-soo, close friend, confirm one thing. Park Hyun is a prodigy, right? In Busan, he was a model student, wasn't he? Eyes full of hope, but fate prepared to betray. Mi Young-soo was about to speak. Park Hyun, famous in Busan for being mischievous, immediately covered his mouth, changing topic. I remember. Why not create a group to meet everyone? What do you think? Everyone seemed shy, he explained further. Something like after school, meet for meals, occasionally keep touch to support each other, that kind of thing. Park Hyun quietly observed those at the table, starting to analyze each person's potential. Oh Hyun-yu had a father contesting a Supreme Court case, a respected lawyer, eldest son in a prominent legal family, in past life nominated as chief prosecutor. Jae-ha, son of the top 3 law firm director, would later inherit and own the largest law office in the country. Finally, Han Min Ki-eung, after passing the law exam, would start legal career as judge, then lawyer. At 30 enter politics, at 40 lead ruling party. Park Han realized these were the most successful graduates, needing solid relationships to face the maternal cousins in the future. Park Hyun's suggestion was quickly embraced by the whole group. The change of topic was not only smooth but also brought everyone closer together. Someone nodded and said the idea sounded reasonable. Once they entered the period of exam review or retakes, everyone would certainly be busy, so forming a group to occasionally meet and chat like this was truly enjoyable. Another person immediately agreed, saying he supported as well. If he passed the law exam, he might join his father's company, so in the future they could support one another. Then they turned to the only girl in the group, Min Kyung, asking if she also found it reasonable. Min Kyung lowered her head slightly, hesitation clear on her face. She said she was not very sure. In truth, she was not used to gatherings like this. She softly added that her family was nothing remarkable, and she feared she would not be able to help anyone. Seeing her reluctance, the group hurried to reassure her, saying how could she say that, after all they were all law students. Min Kyung gently replied that she would think about it more and thanked everyone for the invitation. Watching her figure leave, Park Hyun could not help recalling the pages of memories from his previous life. On the surface she seemed ordinary, but Min Kyung's past was heavy. Her family was not well off. Her father had died early in an accident. Her mother was chronically ill. With younger siblings to care for, every burden fell on her shoulders, and because of that she could not devote herself entirely to her studies. Min Kyung suddenly stood up and excused herself, saying it was late and she would head home first. She still had to tutor. Someone curiously asked where she taught. She turned back and replied that she taught in the Pyeongchangdong area. The luxurious car slowly rolled forward, carrying Kim Hak and their classmate toward Pyeongchangdong. Sitting in the car, Min Kyung could not hide her excitement, saying this was her first time riding in a car. She had heard many rumors about him but had not expected his family to be so wealthy. She asked if his home was also in Pyeongchangdong. Kim Hyuk calmly corrected her, saying it was not him, the true tycoon was his grandfather. Min Kyung curiously asked about Park Hyun's tutoring work. She counted quietly, 4 places already, including this one made 5. She wondered how he could keep up with his major while being so busy. Park Hyun shared that every evening he spent 2 hours studying. As long as he invested the time it was manageable, though sometimes he was so tired he could barely open his eyes. Min Kyung looked at him with admiration, saying teaching in 5 places without missing a session, and also preparing for the judicial exam made him truly impressive. Min Kyung also opened up about her difficult circumstances that forced her to handle her own tuition and expenses. Though she believed in her ability, she still carried great pressure. She sighed, saying that even though she tried her best, she had never ranked first in the entire faculty. She thought she was not lacking, yet she still could not reach that position. Park Hyun calmly replied with a remark like a splash of cold water, saying that the one currently ranked first in the law faculty was him. Those words left Min Kyung speechless. She frowned and muttered that it was truly discouraging. Not that she wanted to argue, but clearly she could not win an argument. The car stopped in front of a quiet residential area. Min Kyung stepped out and thanked them, saying thanks to him she arrived earlier than expected. If she had taken the subway it would have taken much longer. Seeing it was still early, she took the initiative to suggest that he still had time and could chat with her for a while. When Park Hyun was about to speak, Min Kyung suddenly blushed and stopped him, saying she knew what he intended to say and told him not to confess. Things had to follow in order. She narrowed her eyes and set a condition, saying he had to take a proper cue number, then told him to speak as long as it was not about that matter. She said she would listen to anything else. Contrary to her romantic thoughts, Park Hyun seriously asked whether she ever considered reducing her tutoring to focus on her studies. Min Kyung's gaze dimmed. She spoke about her ill mother and younger siblings who needed tuition money. Her father had passed away early. She said that if she did not work, the whole family would have nothing to live on. Hearing it made it clear that the pressure of her life was heavier than any exam. Understanding that, Park Hyun looked straight at her and suggested that he could help her. She froze and what he meant by helping her. Kim Hyuk clearly stated that he wanted her to focus on her studies without worrying about living expenses. This was not a gift in the future when she was capable. He hoped she would repay him another way. But Min Kyung's pride was touched. She coldly asked if he was pitying her. Park Hyun quickly explained that he only felt regret for her talent. He had no intention of looking down on her. He told her not to misunderstand. He did this because he believed in her ability. Even so, Eung remained firm, asserting that she could study and work at the same time to support her family with anyone's help. She said that even without him she would live well and take care of everything. Park Hyun patiently painted a vision of the whole group passing the judicial exam together, with no one left behind. Those words only made her angrier. She told him not to underestimate her. She could do it alone. She told him not to think that having some money meant he could control everything. Realizing he had been too hasty, Park Hyun silently blamed himself. Perhaps he had moved too fast. Min Kyung opened the car door and stepped out, thanking him for the ride and warning that if he spoke like that again, they might not meet anymore. Park Hyun hurriedly caught her hand. Min Kyung, wait. He lowered his voice and asked her to hear about his life before making a decision, asking if she wanted to hear about his past. That seemingly gentle proposal opened up a long memory like a multi-episode film. In front of the old house under the evening light, Park Hyun spoke about his orphan childhood, growing up beside his grandmother, struggling day by day with unpaid rent. He spoke of those vague times when each day was a battle for survival, worrying in the morning about today, and at night about tomorrow, with nothing certain. Kim Hyuk admitted that without his grandfather's support he could not stand where he was now. He only wanted to give a deserving person the opportunity he once received. It was not coercion or pity. That sincerity gradually melted the defenses in Min Kyung. She lowered her head and apologized for speaking harshly in anger. She softly said she would seriously consider his proposal. On the windy rooftop, Park Han, Myung-soo, and Kim Hyuk gathered around a small table. Myung-soo raised his glass in a toast, and Park Han responded enthusiastically. The atmosphere grew more intimate when Myung-soo asked whether Park Han's recent training had been exhausting. Park Han took a sip of water and said it was just daily work. She turned to ask Kim Hyuk about studying while preparing for the judicial exam and also assisting his grandfather, saying he must be very busy. Myung-soo added with admiration that in a few days Kim Hyuk would go to America to negotiate with Mr. Trump. Park Hyun expressed surprise and asked if it was true. Kim Hyuk calmly replied that it was financial business assigned by his grandfather and said he would explain more later. Myung-soo looked envious, saying flying to America was wonderful and wondering when they would have a chance to go. Hwang Dung thoughtfully dreamed that if he participated in the 1996 Atlanta Olympics, he might get to go there. Myung-soo burst out laughing and teased that he thought Hwang Dung had forgotten that goal. Looking at his carefree friends, Park Han felt grateful that he could trust them completely. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of a delivery outside the door. Myung-soo exclaimed that the fried chicken had arrived and said he would get it. When Park Han stood up, she noticed her friend walking with a slight limp. She asked worriedly what had happened to his leg. Park Han paused and then forced a smile, saying it was just overtraining. Kim Hyuk silently observed, suspicion rising in his heart at that perfunctory answer. The scene shifted to a luxurious mansion. Myung-hun led Park Han to meet a muscular man with a stern face and introduced him. He said, "Young master, this is the person you asked me to find." Looking at the new assistant, Park Han wondered whether anyone could be as devoted as Myung-hun, always fulfilling every request unconditionally. Sitting in the car in the middle of the city, Myung-hun spoke in a low voice that he could introduce someone to the young master. Gaining that person's trust would depend entirely on him. He asked if he was confident. Kim Hyuk nodded decisively and said he would do it. Just the fact that he was willing to introduce him already made him deeply grateful. In front of him stood a muscular man named Masok with a seasoned aura. He briefly introduced himself. Park Hyun sat down and asked about his current job. Masok said he had just returned from Africa, where he had worked as a bodyguard protecting directors of PMC companies. Hearing PMC, Kim Hyuk understood it referred to private military companies, in other words mercenaries. Park Hyun asked further about his relationship with his grandfather's right hand. Masok replied that they had grown up together. Park Hyun looked straight at him and stated that if he followed him he would only obey his orders. He needed someone absolutely loyal. Masok thought for a moment and frankly said that without understanding what kind of person the young master was, he could not decide immediately. But frankness did not irritate Park Hyun, on the contrary it satisfied him, and he began to feel goodwill toward this man. He smiled softly and nodded, "All right. You can follow me, we can walk and think over that proposal carefully. It will not be too late." Side bowed deeply with utmost respect, his mouth not forgetting to thank the young master. Watching the large figure gradually disappear ahead, Kim Hyuk pondered Myung-hun's true identity. It felt as though he had just touched a mysterious map yet had not uncovered all its hidden secrets. He wondered whether Manager Hun had once been a seasoned mercenary when the two of them had journeyed together since childhood. Thinking that way, Kim Hyuk realized he still did not fully understand that close uncle of his. In a luxurious room, Myung-hun and Masok sat facing each other after many years apart. Myung-hun sighed with emotion. "How many years has it been, Sude? You look far more mature now than before." Those words made Sue burst into hearty laughter. "Are you talking about me? Could it be that I have also become an old uncle?" But then his gaze suddenly turned serious as he looked straight at Myung-hun. Still the eyes of a battle-hardened man, no different from when we were on the battlefield. The days of standing shoulder to shoulder in smoke and fire suddenly rushed back like a slow-motion film, every perilous moment vividly clear. Myung-hun lowered his voice in advice. "You should settle your life now. Do not throw yourself into reckless matters anymore. If something happens, it will be hard to predict." Seode only smiled lightly. "Heavens, why do you always repeat those same words?" Myung-hun went straight to the point. "Want to hear Seoda's honest evaluation? What do you think of the young master?" Seode answered decisively. "In my opinion, he is someone worthy of protection." His voice was firm like a long-term pledge. He reassured Myung-hun that through Kim Hyuk's eyes, he saw a rare strength of will in someone so young. With that determination, the young master would certainly pursue his goal to the very end. After suggesting that Seode move to the empty room next door for easier care, Myung-hun received a troubled question. Is Chairman Tran truly planning to choose the young master as successor? Seode worried that the decision might be somewhat hasty because in his eyes Park Hyun was still too young to shoulder an entire empire. Myung-hun affirmed that they only needed to follow the chairman's will. He reassured Masok that he did not fully understand the young master, for Park Hyun was exceptional beyond imagination. Seode frowned and asked again, "Exceptional to that extent?" He wanted to verify it himself because until now he had only heard his strict elder brother use that word for one person. That word had always been reserved for one person alone, Chairman Tae-san. The scene immediately shifted to New York International Airport, where Kim Hyuk and Masok had just arrived. The bustling atmosphere around them made everything resemble a dynamic action film scene. Amid the crowded flow of people, a voice called out, "Park Han over here." Han Kyung-yang waved enthusiastically from inside a taxi and greeted them with a bright smile, "Welcome." As soon as he sat in the car, Kim Hyuk made a few quiet remarks. Meanwhile, Kyung-yang looked extremely excited, his face positively radiant. He laughed loudly and admitted that he suited the pace of life and work here perfectly. Everything was going smoothly. Park Han officially introduced Seok Dae as his new secretary to Kyung-yang. Kyung-yang cheerfully shook hands in greeting. Seok Dae privately assessed that Kim Hyuk appeared difficult to approach on the outside, his temperament somewhat unpredictable, so he could sometimes make others uncomfortable, hoping the other party would understand. He silently observed, telling himself it was fortunate it had not reached the point of jumping out of the office window. When Park Hyun asked where they were going, Kyung-yang revealed it was the place with the most beautiful view in New York. Then the car stopped in front of the massive World Trade Center. Kyung-yang proudly introduced it as their first investment base in America, where he had established headquarters and waited for Kim Hyuk to arrive. Stepping into the luxurious office, Kyung-yang invited everyone to sit down to begin discussing business. Standing by the window looking at the towering twin towers, Park Han pondered, "This is the first time I have seen them in real life." He already knew the future, that this magnificent structure would collapse 8 years later, and that would be a great opportunity for a bold turning point. Turning to reality, Kyung-yang asked about the next plan. Park Han went straight to the matter, asking about the figures he had requested to be investigated. Kyung-yang confirmed that the investments were completed and prepared to reveal the company name Kyung. Mr. Yang handed Kim Hyuk a set of documents about an internet browser called Neskip. Instead of running it himself, Kim Hyuk chose to pour in $5 million to secure 40% guaranteed shares. Kyung-yang questioned why invest in a young company founded by people from a university research institute. Park calmly replied, "Just trust me. That 5 million will become 10 million when it returns to our hands." Kyung-yang widened his eyes. 10 million truly. Park Han knew clearly that Neskip would soon launch and seize up to 60% of the browser market. 2 years after its listing in 1995, the stock from $18 would push the company's value to $8 billion. However, he had already planned to withdraw his shares right after the listing because Neskip would sooner or later have to face the far more powerful Mind software. Kyung-yang flipped to another file and asked why they still needed to meet this person when matters between the two sides seemed to have ended. He analyzed that the man had not only been pushed out of his old company, but that his newly founded company was also declining. Kim Hyuk held the photograph, looked at it intently and asserted that everything was not yet settled. The man in the photo was the one who would change an entire era, the legend opening the 21st century Steve Jobs. Park Han stepped to the reception desk and spoke up. "Has the chairman arrived yet?" The receptionist looked up and asked if he had an appointment, but Kim Hyuk calmly replied that he did not. Seeing her about to refuse, he immediately clarified his request. "Just tell him someone from Korea has come to help him escape the mire across the ocean." Even though the assistant accompanying him was worried, because rumors that he was finished had spread everywhere, Kim Hyuk remained confident because he knew this was the man who would change the whole world. Entering the room, he faced the man sitting there and introduced himself. "It is an honor to meet you. I am Kim Hyuk from Korea." Under the other party's astonished gaze, Park Han silently thought that soon no one would fail to know this name. The man who had once changed human life. Even though at present Steve Jobs had been fired by Apple and companies like Next IT and PC were all suffering losses, Park Han understood that if he did not seize this moment, then there would never be another chance to invest in Steve Jobs again. Hearing Korea, Steve Jobs asked again, "You came from Korea, from Samsung Electronics." He recalled having once looked into them when he was at his old company. Then he suddenly erupted when mentioning being pushed out of Apple, his eyes cold and sharp as he pointed straight at Kim Hyuk in anger. "So what do you mean by saying you came to save me? If you only seek an excuse to meet, then you had better leave." Park Han silently remarked that the man before him truly had an unusual personality. Calmly launched a psychological strike. "Have you recently considered selling the PC division to another company?" "The same goes for Next IT, correct?" Steve Jobs was startled and asked, "How do you know?" then immediately denied it. "There is no such thing." Not giving him time to react, Kim Hyuk added, "Do not force yourself anymore. Your financial situation is running dry, am I wrong?" His gaze became sharp, his voice lowered as he asked, "Who are you? Who stands behind you?" Kim Hyuk calmly raised his hand to reassure him. "Misunderstand, I believe their removal of you was the greatest mistake," both soothing his pride and opening a path for cooperation. Recalling the past, he said angrily, "Apple was built by me, yet turned their backs without a shred of loyalty. Tell me, is that fair?" Kim Hyuk looked straight at him and affirmed, "Do not worry. There will be a day when Apple longs to invite you back. They will beg you to return, and that day is not far." After that, he made a bold proposal. "I will invest in both of your companies with capital equal to what you put in. In exchange, I take half of the shares in each." Steve Jobs was stunned by that daring proposal. His mouth still denied any plan to sell the company, but his slightly trembling legs revealed that his heart was wavering. Whatever he was thinking, Kim Hyuk saw through it with a faint smile, because the body always betrays emotion. He calmly said that you have misunderstood. I have no intention of interfering in your business. Park Hyun began out clear figures. You have poured $50 million into 2 companies. Such a large sum, surely you are unwilling to sell cheaply to to others, I propose to buy half the shares for exactly $50 million. Seeing that Steve Jobs was still hesitating, he played his trump card. I will grant you full voting rights and not interfere in management. Under such conditions have I not become your lifeline. Josh pondered carefully, holding half the shares yet handing me all decision-making power. Could there be some hidden motive behind this? Park Hyun looked straight at him and spoke with sincerity. I am not the kind of person who goes back on his word like before, because I understand you are the goose that lays golden eggs. He stated firmly that without you, the value of PC or Nextate would not amount to much. I am investing solely in your company. Those words Steve Jobs he burst into hearty laughter. You have pleased me, but why should I choose you when there are so many other investors out there? Park Hyun replied calmly. Would they dare to put up $50 million and still let you have full control like I do? Who would be willing to pour money into a company that has been losing continuously? He understood clearly that IT conglomerates were eyeing George's company, but Steve Jobs was reluctant to sell outright for fear of losing the chance to return Apple. In Kim Hyuk's mind, the future was already drawn. 2 years later, PC would explode with 3D animation. Next, IT would merge and bring Steve Jobs back to the CEO seat at Apple. Josh admitted that indeed no one had offered such terms, although many want to acquire his company. He wondered whether $50 million for a business on the brink was no different from throwing money away. Kim Hyuk merely smiled and said these $50 million can be considered a fee to make your acquaintance. Though he spoke lightly, he knew very well that this investment would yield enormous profit. Seeing the other party so decisive, Steve Jobs hesitated again, but $50 million for half the shares still felt a bit low. Kim Hyuk immediately emphasized, I am handing you full management authority. If I sell shares, you will have priority to buy first. Who else would offer such favorable terms? He said that if necessary, he could invest more, but for now the final figure remained $50 million. As Steve Jobs was about to explain further, Hyus coldly cut in, $50 million is the final offer, causing Steve Jobs to pause. He stammered as if to say something but then stopped. Park Han maintained his attitude, repeating only a single number, $50 million. Suddenly Steve Jobs burst into laughter, spread his arms and decisively agreed. $50 million in exchange for half the company. The deal was officially sealed. Two smiled and shook hands to confirm their cooperation. He introduced James Han as his partner, because he mainly stays in Korea, so James would represent him in work discussions with you. Steve Jobs curiously asked if you came to America only to invest in me or elsewhere as well. Park Hyun frankly said he had made a small investment in Nescape. Hearing that, his eyes lit up. It seems our visions are aligned. Nescape has a brilliant future, especially it will change the entire World Wide Web. He excitedly recounted the journey from Mosaic and the project nearing completion. He took out an old model phone and said he would integrate a music playing feature into it, allowing users to call while enjoying sound without needing to buy discs. Could purchase music via the internet and listen anytime and anywhere. Would that not be wonderful? Park Hyun feigned amazement. If it can play music, then reading books on it should also be feasible. Watching movies or playing games should probably work too. Those words made Steve Jobs stand still. He added, then this phone would be no different from a pocket computer. Steve Jobs smiled faintly and asked in return. He laughed loudly in surprise, then awkwardly replied, it is not impossible. His gaze grew deep as he imagined if everyone had a compact computer in their pocket, then the world would change. Park Hyun stated with certainty that future would become reality and you are the one suited to lead it. The two shook hands once more. Steve Jobs happily said, from now on we are in the same boat. Leaving the office, Park Hyun and James Han returned to the hotel to discuss matters. Kim Hyuk announced that the contract was settled, reminding James to transfer $5 million to Nescape and send $50 million to Steve Jobs tomorrow. James worried because the amount was too large. Kim Hyuk reassured him that in 2 years the profits would far exceed imagination. Suddenly there was a rapid knock on the door. A man introduced himself as Maseok Dae, reporting there was an urgent call from Seoul. He informed them that Park Hyun-sung had been in a traffic accident and was in a deep coma. Park Han was stunned when he saw his close friend lying on the hospital bed with a breathing tube and bandages wrapped around his head. At Korea National Sport University, Park Hyun was pressured by the coach to give in. That man irritably demanded that he stop being stubborn. Even so, Hyun-sung replied that he found well. Answer enraged the coach, who accused him of arrogance and not yielding to his senior. Seeing that force would not work, that man changed to a gentler tone, saying he was still young and had many opportunities. That man cited the reason that if the fourth-year senior did not make the national team, he would have to enlist. Those sentimental words were in fact nothing more than disguised coercion. Under pressure, Park Han lowered his head and apologized, but did not change his mind. The coach sighed in disappointment at his stubbornness. That man immediately ordered the gym doors locked. His anger flared up. That man used a wooden stick to strike Park Han's back while he was being punished. While beating and shouting, that man threatened to ensure he would no longer have any chance to compete. The heavy blow snapped the stick in two. He even demanded another stick be brought, but someone hurried to stop him. That man stormed off resentfully, not forgetting to sneer at the younger generation. Looking at Park Han lying on the floor, he asked whether he would change his decision. The only response was silence. That man threw the broken stick down and cursed. He even threatened that if something happened, no one would know and mentioned the power behind Chanzon. The coach continued grumbling that yielding once would be good for both the individual and the school. At that moment, the supervisor stepped in and demanded the training stop. That man had no choice but to fall silent. Seeing Park Hyun in pain, his teammates worriedly urged him to go to the hospital. He left the gym with heavy steps. Hyun-sung was suddenly called back by his senior Chan Jeon. Unlike the director's arrogance, Chen Jian sincerely apologized and told him not to take those words to heart. He explained that perhaps the director was overly worried about him, which was why he acted that way, then apologized to him with guilt. He even frankly advised him not to listen to that man. Just step onto the field and settle it with strength. Park Hyun politely replied, yes, senior. After that he was urged. His senior told him to quickly go to the hospital and have his injury checked again. He watched Chen Jion's departing figure with relieved yet determined eyes. Night fell. Park quietly pedaled his bicycle home. Suddenly from behind, a truck sped toward him, its headlights blazing and flooding the road with blinding light. He startled and glanced back only to see the truck closing in. It tailed him at a terrifying speed. Hyun Sung panicked and pedaled hard to escape, but the truck stubbornly pressed closer behind him. The truck roared forward and sent Hyun Sung flying onto the road. A piercing crash rang out as the bicycle was crushed. The truck suddenly reversed, leaving him no time to react. Everything happened too fast. Fear left him frozen. In the end, his leg was still struck. He collapsed on the ground, clutching his bleeding leg tightly. His breathing came in broken gasps under the glaring headlight. That driver ruthlessly rammed him once more. At Korea University Hospital, he hurried down the corridor searching for someone. The moment he saw familiar faces, he cried out, "Uncle Mangsu." Mangsu and Hyun Sung's father turned around in shock. Park Hyun. Park Hyun anxiously asked what exactly happened. What happened to Hyun Sung? His father choked as he explained that a passerby saw him lying unconscious and called an ambulance, which saved his life. Nearly all his bones were broken and his head was severely bleeding. A little later, and it would have been life-threatening. Looking at the mangled bicycle, he said angrily this was deliberate harm, not an accident. They wanted to bury his entire future. He lowered his head in self-blame, not knowing who did it but certain it was not accidental, it was intentional. Yet when it happened there were no witnesses. What is the point of being a police officer? Even in a hit-and-run case they cannot find the culprit. He felt he had no face to look at Park Hyun. Park Hyun worriedly asked about the situation. What did the doctor say? Hyun Sung's father replied in despair. It has been 3 days and he is still unconscious. The doctor only says to wait. Even if he wakes up it will be hard for him to play sports again. It would already be a miracle if he could walk normally in the future. Standing aside, Myung-soo absentmindedly recalled that there was nothing special that weekend, yet he called asking if he could come over, saying he would stop by the hospital first and then head over. Park Hyun asked in surprise, the hospital, what for? Myung-soo had been annoyed at the time. Do not tell your father, getting punished a bit on a sports team is normal. Sitting in the car, Kim Hyuk fell into deep thought, but if it was serious enough for Park Hyun to say he needed to go to the hospital, how bad was it exactly? He recalled Park Hyun limping as he walked, his face twisted in pain. When he asked what was wrong with his leg, if he was injured, Park Hyun only forced a smile and said it was nothing, just overexerted during practice. Kim Hyuk knew harsh punishment in sports was not rare, but if that was all, it would not drive Park Hyun to move out and stay with friends. His gaze turned cold as he said to the driver, Chief Maseok, I need your help. If Park Hyun truly took action, that old coach will not remain at ease. The next day, Chief Maseok brought a photo of a male student and reported that Chan Jian was preparing to face a senior from the same school in the national team selection round. There were rumors of controversy. After investigating, it was found that the director had once requested manipulated results and the only one who refused was Park Hyun Sung. Because of that, he was repeatedly severely punished and endured many beatings. Kim Hyuk asked whether it was related to the accident. Chief Maseok replied that there was solid evidence yet. Kim Hyuk firmly ordered an immediate investigation. At the same time, thoroughly checked the athlete named Jokin Jian. When Maseok left, Kim Hyuk clasped his hands in thought. He understood that fixing results was not rare in those days, but could they really dare to use a vehicle to harm someone over a national team spot? Even as he reassured himself it might be coincidence, his eyes were filled with killing intent. If anyone was involved, even in the slightest, he would make them pay 100-fold for what they had done to Park Hyun. Park Hyun still lay motionless on the hospital bed, surrounded by numerous life support devices. Outside in the corridor, Myung-soo sighed, wake up already, how long are you going to sleep? Are you really going to become a sleeping princess? He lowered his head and choked up. He promised me we'd improve together. I have been training hard too. Hearing that, Kim Hyuk asked in surprise. Promised? Myung-soo reminded him, back in high school we made a promise. Memories of their school days flooded back as the three of them walked side by side under the sunset. Back then Park Hyun once laughed and said that one day he would definitely work in Seoul, then joked that when that time came they should support him. Working alone was exhausting. With the two of them it would be fun. Slung an arm around his two friends and declared with determination, we will work hard and go to Seoul together. Turning to the present, Myung-soo continued, although we do not know what help you needed from us, Park Hyun worked with all his strength to live up to that expectation. He trained tirelessly because he wanted to win an Olympic medal. Hearing that, Park Hyun looked at his friend with bitterness. In Kim Hyuk's heart, Park Hyun had always been an absolutely reliable teammate like Chief Maseok. He valued his calm nature, few words, and outstanding completion of every task. Regret surged within Kim Hyuk. Was it because of his words that Park Hyun misunderstood, thinking he had to secure a national team spot at all costs? He covered his face in anguish, believing his ambition had pushed his friend into this situation. Immediately after, Kim Hyuk sat in the car and drove into the night, determined to uncover the truth. In his hand was the file of the suspect. The report stated that Chen Jian was the son of Ju Hyun-gu, vice president of the National Judo Association. Chief Maseok added that Ju Hyun-gu was also the executive director of Guksan Construction and a major sponsor of the Judo Association. Guksan Construction. On the surface, it was only a small company in Chungcheong, but in truth it was a gathering place for many vicious men under a brutal leader. Chief Masak revealed further, I heard that. Ju Hyungu used to be a notorious gangster in the Chungcheong region. Sitting in the back seat, Park Hyun murmured the name Ju Hyungu and Guksong Construction. He anxiously asked whether the car that caused the accident that day had been tracked down. Director Masak replied sternly that the police were still investigating, but so far he had not received any response. With enough money, one could not only buy results but also buy silence. Unwilling to continue waiting in vain, Park Hyun suggested that Director Masak try another approach instead of relying solely on the police. Director Hun firmly stated that he had his own plan and would proceed with it immediately. Kim Hyuk softly called Director Masak and he immediately responded respectfully, "Yes, young master." At the mention of the friend lying in the hospital, Park Hyun's eyes turned icy. "He is my closest friend. We are not just friends, but like real brothers. Whoever turned my brother into this state, I want to personally demand justice. Whatever they have done, they must pay a fitting price. So please help me, we must find them." After a few seconds of silence, Director Masak bowed his head and replied, "I understand, young master." The car through the night. It headed straight toward the headquarters building of Gu Construction Company. In the office, Chairman Hyungu was furious. He hurled a wooden nameplate at his subordinate's head and shouted, "Have you run out of ideas that you dared to use a truck to cause trouble in the middle of the street, you idiot?" Won Chun lowered his head and endured it, blood trickling from his forehead as he stammered an explanation. "I am sorry because you told me to make it clear, so I just..." Before he could finish, Hyungu rushed forward and punched him repeatedly. "I only told you to make him unable to compete. When did I ever tell you to drive a car and kill someone?" His anger still not appeased, he continued striking until Won Chun collapsed, then cursed him harshly. "If you are useless, then do not drag others into trouble." After venting his anger, Hyungu ran a hand through his hair and coldly said, "Bae Won Chun, we are no longer street thugs, we are in a different position now. If you work so carelessly, how can I dare hand the entire enterprise to you?" Won Chun trembled and replied through broken breaths, "I am sorry." Hyungu lowered his voice and asked carefully about the traces at the scene, demanding that both of them be completely uninvolved. He pointed straight at his subordinate's face in warning, "You always make things more complicated. And who has to clean up the mess? It is. If something happens, then handle it yourself. If you dare drag my name into it, do not blame me for turning on you in front of the police." Won Chun hurriedly said he understood. Hyungu asked in a low voice about the people who directly carried it out. "Can you trust them?" Won Chun reported that he had sent them down to Gangneung to hide. Hyungu instructed him to keep their mouths tightly shut. That man asserted they did not know his true identity, and if anything happened, they would take all the blame themselves, just like subordinates ready to shoulder everything for their superior. Hyungu put an arm around his subordinate's shoulder, emotionally recalling 10 harsh years to shed their gang past and lead the whole group through crackdowns. He smirked, "Thanks to that you all have your standing and a comfortable life like today, right?" Won Chun replied meekly, "Yes, it is all thanks to Director." After that, Hyun tossed a thick stack of cash onto the table, telling him to take it and settle everything neatly, then use the rest to discipline the youngsters. While exhaling smoke, he irritably mentioned Park Han, and that stubborn brat as well. I do not know what he relies on to be so persistent. He always likes to make everything a mess. Meanwhile, in a deserted parking lot, Director Maseok met an old acquaintance again. As soon as he saw him, the young man greeted him warmly. "It has been a long time, Big Brother Maseok." Without beating around the bush, he handed over an envelope of documents and asked him to find the truck that caused the accident and fled. Based on the tire marks at the scene, he guessed it was a 1-ton truck and might have caused trouble before. Seeing the once renowned Big Brother handling such a small matter, the young man curiously asked, "An accident and hit and run that has to reach you, why are you working for the rich now?" Director Maseok's gaze turned cold. He said this was an important matter related to the person he was protecting, so handle it quickly. Understanding the seriousness, the young man nodded. "I understand, I will report immediately when there is news." As he turned away, Director Maseok asked how long it would take to get results. The subordinate lowered his head and confirmed the time. The following night at an old warehouse, Kim Hyuk and Director Maseok tracked down the group of culprits, stepping inside to see several men forced to crouch on the ground. They trembled and bowed their heads in fear. Kim Hyuk coldly spoke. "Who are these people?" Director Maseok replied, "They are just local punks from the neighborhood, young master." He staged the accident, but the real target was Park Hyun. Park Hyun's intuition turned out to be completely correct. Looking at the youthful faces marked with bruises, he asked in a low voice who had ordered them. A long-haired man trembled and begged, "I am only hired help, please do not push me into a dead end." Kim Hyuk showed no mercy, continuing to press about the mastermind and the reason. "Speak, because I do not give anyone a second chance." Under heavy pressure, he confessed that Bae Won Chun had hired them to cripple that boy's leg. Park Hyun slowly repeated the name Won Chun, his eyes sharp as blades, then asked who he was. A long-haired man said, trembling, that he was a senior in the neighborhood, occasionally gave them spending money, and he heard he recently worked for some company. That name immediately made Park Hyun think of the executive director of Gu Construction Company. The other man added that when giving the money, he only told them to injure the target and then run down to Gangneung to hide. Park Hyun asked coldly how much they were paid. Director Hun said little, decisively swinging a stick in warning, the type who acts more than he speaks. As soon as the blow landed, the man panicked and pleaded. He had not finished begging for mercy before he collapsed from the force of the strike. Kim Hyuk coldly repeated that he had said there would be no second time. "How much money did you receive?" He answered in pain. "Each person received 500,000 won." Park Hyun calculated silently. 3 people totaled 1.5 million. Sighed with suppressed anguish, not expecting Han Seo's life to be buried again for such a pitifully cheap sum. At that moment, Kim Hyuk's phone rang. He answered, "It is me, Myung-soo." The other side exclaimed excitedly, "That stubborn guy has woken up." He finally opened his eyes. Hearing that his friend was out of danger, Park Hyun immediately rushed to Korea University Hospital. As soon as he pushed open the hospital room door, he called out, "Uncle Myung-soo." Everyone turned to look at him in relief. Park Han hurried to the bedside, anxiously calling his friend's name to see if he could hear. He introduced himself as Park Han. The eyes of the person on the bed trembled slightly, and then weakly opened. Kim Hyuk tightly held his friend's hand and asked emotionally how he felt. Seeing him awake, he finally breathed in relief. However, the glimmer of hope that had just appeared was extinguished in the doctor's office. The doctor looked at the medical record and said in a low voice that the ring was now only the past. Being able to walk normally was already a miracle. Hearing that, Park Han's father completely collapsed. He held his head in pain. "My son has lived for sports since childhood. If he cannot compete anymore, then what will he do?" Standing beside him, Park Han remained silent, his eyes darkened and filled with killing intent. Night fell in the quiet hospital corridor. Myung-soo stood by the window. He took out his phone and called Director Mazao. Park Hyun ordered Bae Won-chun to be captured and brought to him immediately. At another old warehouse, Bae Won-chun was tightly bound to a chair, his mouth sealed with tape, struggling nonstop. When Director Masao coldly tore the tape from his mouth, he immediately roared fiercely, "Who dares to do this? Do you know who I am?" I am Won-chun from the original vehicle faction of Mr. Trung-do. From the shadows, Park Hyun stepped forward with a cold expression. "So, you are Won-chun of the original construction company, right?" The sudden appearance of Kim Hyuk terrified that gangster, his eyes showing clear horror. Looking at the bound man before him, Muhayusi silently assessed, "Hung, surely you had encounters outside society to dare be so proud. You are completely different from those met yesterday." This sharp gaze made Muhayusi cautious. Even in a weak position, Won-chun yelled aggressively, "Damn it, who are you? You are the one who forced those kids." Kim Hyuk remained calm, looked straight into his eyes and mocked, "Bae Won-chun. Do you think who I am matters? Use your brain to think, or is it just for decoration?" The gang roared, "What did you say, brat?" Before he could finish, a strike from Kim Hyuk's subordinate sent Won-chun crashing to the floor. Consecutive blows caused him pain, his face battered and bloody. Won-chun lay collapsed on the floor, only muttering a few words before being dragged away like a sap. Park Hyun stood above, looking at the defeated man and coldly asked once, "Listen carefully, who made the mistake to ram into Park Hyun?" Won-chun tried to feign naivety, "But Park Hyun, why mention that name to me?" Muhayusi's eyes sharpened, he pressed closer. "If you dare act, you must dare face the consequences." Thinking carefully, is this so-called loyalty worth it? Hyun-gu made you do it, right? The question struck Won-chun dumb. Kim Hyuk cornered him. "I ask again, if I am correct, just nod." Because Park Hyun refused to give the national representative spot to Hyun-gu, so you ordered, then paid the kids to drive straight at him, am I correct? Unable to deny, Won-chun silently nodded. Kim Hyuk's patience reached its limit. He exhaled in fury, had truly unbearable. His face hardened, ordered Director Mazauk to take them on a salt trip to test if sea salt could cleanse their evil nature. Director Mazauk bowed respectfully. "Understood, young master." Park Hyun turned to walk away, instructing Director Mazauk, "You go ahead, I will handle the rest." Screams of pain echoed from behind. After a while, Director Mazauk reported, "I handled it according to the young master's wishes." Muhayusi's gaze remained cold. He continued, "Furthermore, help me investigate the entire original construction company project's finances, shareholders, everything. Beating people is secondary. Hitting the wallet is the decisive strike." Director Mazauk bowed respectfully. "Understood, young master." In the silent night of the city, Muhayusi sat in his office, picked up the fallen acquaintance. Director Jongsu answered, "You buying the snail shop?" On the other end, Jongsu sounded surprised. "Oh, Kim Lai Village, anything happening in Seoul?" Kim Hyuk decisively, "Director Jongsu, perhaps we must start earlier than expected." The words left the other stunned. Jongsu asked to confirm the advance to Seoul. Kim Moo-hyu and Director Mazauk entered the modern skyscraper in the heart of Seoul. Seeing him, Director Jongsu, sitting in the lobby, waved and called loudly, "Kim, come here." The kid arrived. Kim Hyuk moved to sit across and asked, "You arrived, everything in Bizen is done." "All done," Jongsu confidently, "when you act nothing is messy, everything in order." He affirmed he followed instructions correctly, arrived in Seoul early, and impatiently asked directly, "What do you want me to help with?" Park Hyun calmly, "Do you know Director Hyun-gu of Guksong Construction Group?" Jongsu repeated to confirm, "Ah, you mean Hyun-gu, quite prominent in the circle, right?" Seeing Park Hyun understood him, he recounted on the way he encountered the man. According to information, Hyun-gu started with bars and room salons, then shifted to construction, climbed to director. Laundering always smelled of Underworld, he wondered. "But why did the man come to you?" Park Hyun looked directly at the partner, declared shockingly, "You intend to eliminate Hyun-gu, and the original construction company wants Director Jongsu to take over." Jongsu, stunned, asked again in disbelief, "What did you just say? Eliminate Hyun-gu, seize the original construction company?" Despite his influence, still hesitant, "Wondering if you have the ability to do that." Jongsu analyzed, "That old man not only has the wooden stick, behind him is a huge umbrella network in Seoul. Thanks to those connections, this expansion is smooth." Kim Hyuk affirmed, "You will handle the forces behind him." Hearing that, Jongsu remained worried, "But do we have a chance to win? Must act to know, but if striking, at least understand the opponent's strength." Park Han calmly outlined the strategy. First take over the original construction company and build a solid position, then wait for the chance to bring it to Sil officially. Jong-soo Sai just arrived and already plunged into battle. So now you plan to act immediately. Kim Hyuk, looking directly at the other, requested before starting, want to ask for one thing. He coldly revealed the target. Haingu has a son named Chanjeon, make that kid's life a nightmare. The word surprised Jong-soo. You mean the target, his son? Want to strike at his son's career? He reminded of the working principle, you know my rules. Won-chun did not let him finish, eyes full of killing intent, broke that kid's path of life. Understood, we'll handle it tomorrow. Kim Hyuk slightly nodded. Jong-soo stood adjusting his clothes, smiled, responded, thanks for what? The kid is like my own, right? Am I wrong? Park Hyun's younger brother. His eyes became sharp, affirming his own principles. Dare to touch Jong-soo's relatives, then don't ask why the sea is salty, that is the rule of life. A luxurious black car rushed through Seoul, signaling the purge is about to begin. Director Maseok handed Kim Hyuk files. Reported here is all information on Haingu and the original construction company, most shares still in Haingu and family's hands. Some shares in senior company officials. His connections are complex, close to Councillor Si Yang, veteran of ruling party. Si Yang provides political and financial support. In exchange, most domestic construction projects handled by original company, such ties cut off by Park Hyun. This company still has strong influence in the Judo Association. Kim Hyuk calculated, just acquire Haingu's transfer rights, control entire original company, not a big problem. He asked further about corruption. Director Maseok provided valuable evidence, a collection of bribes for the young master. Just flipping a page, the prosecution intervenes, he will be caught. Director Maseok, worried, asked, need others to act? Young master wants I can gather more useful people. Park Hyun calmly responded, to defeat the enemy not only requires weapons, but also using the enemy's strong weapons may not overwhelm. Seeing Kim Hyuk's determined gaze, Director Hun asked, you intend to host a massacre of their entire family? Kim Hyuk affirmed, yes, an unavoidable battle. In the luxurious old house, Kim Hyuk met the chief prosecutor. He went straight to the point. Heard about you and investigated Guksong Construction. Small company, worth the chairman's attention. Park Hyun coldly affirmed, unrelated to chairman, this is personal. Hai Hungu must disappear, I must succeed. Seeing the chief prosecutor hesitate, Kim Hyuk asked directly. He hesitated, something troubling you, chief prosecutor? He sighed, explaining, to uncover the whole truth requires supreme prosecution. This involves Councillor Si Yang. Our small office cannot intervene. Though not on the same side as the president, he is a veteran ruling party councillor. Kim Hyuk decisively rejected, no, all costs, chief prosecutor must directly oversee this case. Because if left to supreme prosecution, even I cannot act. He looked directly at the other, declared, thanks to you still handled, but I want to collect this debt myself. True to a tycoon's nature, must report personally to feel satisfied. Kim Hyuk continued to dissect the forces backing the opposing faction, pointing out that Assemblyman Si Yang, who had risen from within Inju, was the crucial link that helped Haingu swallow up Guksong Construction. He emphasized that at first everything revolved around Inju, but gradually the connections had reached even high-ranking officials in Seoul. This was no longer a minor matter, but carried the risk of erupting into a major case, directly entangling the political sphere and the ruling elite. Sensing the other side's ambition, Park Han hinted that if the chief prosecutor personally took charge and handled it cleanly, would that not be the perfect springboard for his path to promotion? The prosecutor fell silent for a moment, then said meant they intended to lure the big fish out of its hole. With the evidence currently in hand, he was confident he could obtain an arrest warrant immediately, and within a week it would be enough to subdue Haingu. However, Park Han had a different calculation. Before taking action, he wanted the information leak into Assemblyman Si Yang's ear. The prosecutor was stunned. Giving advance notice like that was no different from giving the other seance to flee. Catching a thief while sending an invitation was far too strange. Park Han said coldly that he did not only want to lock that man's hands in a pair of handcuffs, but also needed absolute backing from the prosecution. At a noisy bar in the city center, Chanjeon was leisurely himself with a young girl. Seeing him empty one glass after another, the girl hesitantly asked if it was all right for him to drink like that, since there was an important match tomorrow and he had just been chosen as a national representative. The spoiled Heir let out a scornful laugh and replied that tonight he was the center of the universe. Tomorrow's competition was just a formality, just keep his glass full. As he drank, he mocked Park Hyun for bringing trouble upon himself. If he had known his place earlier, things would not have turned out like this. Just a brat who did not know his own limits. Chanjeon's face was full of smugness, convinced that everything was firmly in his family's hand. After finishing the drinking session, Chanjeon staggered out to the parking lot. The lot was deserted. He inserted the key and opened the door of the yellow sports car. Suddenly a chilling voice rang out from behind. Chanjeon jerked around and saw three unfamiliar men with fierce looks who had surrounded him at some point. One of them casually said, "Come with us for a trip. Justice has been delivered to your door." Faced with such overwhelming force, Chanjeon could only tremble and ask who you people are. The lackey said coldly, "Just come and you will know. Stay silent and walk." Chanjeon still tried to act arrogant, grabbing the other man's collar and shouting, "Who do you think you are to dare order me around?" He attempted to strike and throw him down, but was completely powerless against the opponent's burly frame. "Kid, acting like this as a national representative, how did you even climb up there? Probably by real ability, right?" Seeing he was still stubborn, another man approached holding a sledgehammer and threatened that at first they only wanted to invite him politely, but it seemed he did not know what was good for him. At the sight of the weapon, Chanjeon turned pale with fear. Immediately after, a shrill scream echoed through the deserted area in the night. In the underground parking level, Director Jong-soo called to report to Park Hyun. Everything had been handled smoothly. Upon receiving the news, Park Hyun replied, "You have worked hard," his eyes turning sharp and cold. He asserted that it was time to move against Hyun-gu and tighten control over the situation in Seoul. Hyun-gu hurriedly rushed into a hospital room at Samsein Hospital. He shouted loudly his son Chanjeon's name. Before him, his son lay motionless, both legs ass and his face covered in wounds. He asked in shock, "My son, what happened? How did your legs end up like this?" Anger surged up, he ground his teeth and roared, "Which bastard dared to lay hands on my son like this?" He stood frozen beside the hospital bed. Regaining his composure, he asked if his son remembered their faces, whether they were acquaintances. Chanjeon trembled as he recalled the horrifying scene. They were very enthusiastic. After taking care of his legs, he no longer wanted to stand up again. An uneasy premonition rose in Hyun-gu's heart as he thought of his close subordinate Won-chun suddenly disappearing. Clearly something was wrong and he did not yet know who had attacked his son. At the office, Park Hyun received a call reporting from the prosecution. The prosecutor was astonished by the series of shady deals of the Gukseong group, unable to understand how they could manipulate such major projects and slip through every time, even being linked to several disappearances. He asserted that Hyun-gu was full of schemes and without Assemblyman Siang backing him it would have been impossible to evade punishment for so long. Kim Hyuk said coldly that once they caught that man he would certainly face a long prison sentence, and informed them that tomorrow the inspectors would arrive at Gukseong Construction. After that he continued discussing with director Jong-soo the possibility of the other side seeking a way to flee. Therefore it was very likely that even today that man would try to slip away. He asked Uncle Park to check every possible hiding place and affirmed that he would immediately be present once any trace was found. Although he was advised to stay calm and wait for news, Park Hyun still said he wanted to witness it with his own eyes. He wanted to see what the end of an overly arrogant man would be. At the same time, the car carrying Hyun-gu sped along the road. An urgent call from a subordinate startled him. "Director, there is big trouble." Hyun-gu frowned and asked what happened. In the car, he was stunned speechless upon hearing that inspectors were storming into the office. He snapped inspectors what is going on when he learned they already had a warrant for his arrest. His face turning pale, Hyun-gu shouted at the driver to turn around immediately. Preserving his life was more important than his reputation now. He immediately hid away at a luxurious villa in Jeongnam. Park Hyun and Jong-soo silently followed behind. The informant whispered that villa over there. Observing carefully, there were about 10 guards. Kim Hyuk said coldly it would not be too difficult to handle. It was time to clean up, sweep this place clear for good. Jong-soo flicked away his cigarette butt and confidently said it would be done in just 10 minutes. With that, he led his men and charged inside. Inside the villa, Hyun-gu frantically called for help but received only rejection. He shouted into the phone, "How much money have you taken from me to now tell me to handle it myself?" Then the call was coldly cut off, leaving him furious. He violently threw the phone to the floor, cursing in rage. Still unwilling to give up, Hyun-gu asked his subordinate if they had contacted Assemblyman Lee yet, but the reply was that no one answered. He ground his teeth and cursed, quick enough when taking money, disappearing when trouble came. Just then, the door was kicked open. Hyun-gu asked in panic who you people are. Jong-soo carried a sledgehammer on his shoulder and walked in leisurely with his subordinates, smiling as he greeted long time no see, Boss Hyun-gu. Recognizing the old acquaintance, Hyun-gu's expression changed as he called out Jong-soo's name. Jong-soo smiled and reminded him the last time they met was in Incheon a few years ago. He heard he had left Inju for Seoul to build his career. It seemed he had been living quite comfortably. Hyun-gu shouted warily, "What are you doing here?" Jong-soo immediately signaled his men to surge forward. Fierce brawl erupted inside the villa. Screams rang out as Hyun-gu's side was quickly subdued. When everything had been cleaned up, Park Hyun appeared with a black mask covering his face. A subordinate stepped forward. The man reported that it was finished and invited him inside. Entering the room, Park Hyun saw Hyun-gu kneeling on the floor, his face bruised and swollen. Jong-soo sat leisurely on a chair, mocking that he had been going too smoothly. "Now transfer all shares of Gukseong Construction to me. Otherwise you will lose everything and still go to prison." He coldly suggested that if he agreed they would let him walk to the prosecutor's office himself. Otherwise there would be much more suffering. Jong-soo threw the file onto the table, urging him to sign and stamp it immediately. Hyun-gu roared in fury, "So is you who sent people to make my son end up like that?" He shouted, "Am I crazy to hand over my assets to you?" Jong-soo calmly reminded that I already left the brat with one leg, did I not? He said coldly that if he wished he could make him unable to stand ever again. Just one phone call would be enough. His men were at the hospital awaiting orders. Thinking of his son, Hyun-gu completely collapsed, trembling as he begged, "Do not touch my son." Jong-soo continued to press that I still respected our old ties, so I have not gone that far. You should understand me too. If the world learns you have fallen so low as to be humiliated by your subordinates, how will you ever hold your head up again? If you want peace, then sign it. A moment of utter despair, Hyun-gu could only groan in pain and helplessness. Aang Yeon stepped forward and handed the phone to Mu Xiaoyu as soon as the result was announced. When Du Hyun-gu burst into tears, he shouted that he would do it. He would definitely do it. Jong-soo smiled smugly, watching the trembling loser place his pen down to sign. After completing all the procedures, Kim Hyuk's subordinates collected the documents and confirmed that everything had been properly stamped. Jong-soo lowered his voice threateningly, reminding him that if he misspoke at the prosecutor's office, he had better watch himself. Even his family would not live in peace. He further emphasized that he would not spare anyone. The shares held by his sister-in-law and relatives would eventually be taken by him one by one. Seeing that everything was finished, he signaled his men to withdraw. Manhwa, and the group quickly left, abandoning the chaotic scene behind. Kim Hyuk remained standing still, silently observing everything from behind his mask. When the room was left with only him, Hyungu went mad and tore the documents apart, growling to wait and see. Once he got out of prison, he would make them pay. Suddenly he realized there was still one person behind him who had not left. Hyungu spun around and shouted, "Who are you? If you are done, then get out of my sight." As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous blow struck his face, leaving him no time to react. A powerful kick sent Hyungu flying. He collapsed onto the floor, stammering in pain. Wu Xiaoyu slowly removed his mask. Cold face radiating killing intent was revealed. He declared disdainfully that his matter was only beginning now. He would pay for injuring his friend. Lying on the ground, Hyungu trembled and asked who he really was, still unwilling to give in. He gritted his teeth and cursed Jiangsu and the cowardly underlings. Even while being grabbed by the collar and lifted up, he continued shouting. Seeing his stubbornness, the subordinate tightened his grip. Wu Xiaoyu walked over leisurely, mocking coldly that he was still arrogant at this point. He leaned close to his face and extinguished his last hope. If he was still counting on Counselor Siang to save him, he should give up. Soon the two of them would meet in prison, causing Hyungu to scream in panic, "What did you say?" Kim Hyuk continued sharply attacking, saying he had lived too comfortably and grown conceited, thinking he held the whole world, believing that whatever he did would be backed by the counselor, the prosecutors, and the police. He exposed his past as a low-level gangster who rose to become a director through shady connections, then coldly informed him that those involved with him were being dealt with one by one, and even his accomplices were ready to push him out as a sacrifice. Despair, Hyungu screamed, "Who exactly are you?" Kim Hyuk curled his lips slightly and replied that he was a creditor, here to collect both principal and interest for his friend's legs. Realizing that he was the one collecting the debt on behalf of Park Han, Hyungu turned pale and stammered for mercy. But it was too late. Mu Xiaoyu threw heavy consecutive punches at him. Relentless blows left Du Hu no chance to fight back. He was slammed into a glass cabinet that shattered, all his former arrogance gone. The Underworld boss collapsed to his knees at Kim Hyuk's feet, clasping his hands and begging for mercy. He kept pleading for his life, admitting his mistakes and hoping to be spared. Watching the wretched man tremble, Mu Xiaoyu felt even more heart-attached for his friend. Was Park Han's life truly ruined by such a coward like this? At that moment, the authorities rushed in and secured the scene. Hyungu thought he was saved and frantically shouted for them to arrest Kim Hyuk for beating him. Instead, a well-dressed man stepped forward to greet Kim Hyuk, introducing himself as Prosecutor Pil Su from the Central Prosecutor's Office and expressing his hope for cooperation. Hyungu froze when he realized he was the one being arrested, only able to mumble as the police escorted him away. He struggled wildly, shouting 19 in vain. In the following days, Hyungu's name flooded the newspapers, the incident erupting into a political confrontation as the opposition attacked the government while the ruling party sought to distance itself from the scandal. Prosecutor General Yin rose as a symbol of integrity. Yet those in power understood that a ruling party councillor could not be arrested without the president's order. Before the president allowed the arrest, Kim Hyuk had already forced him into early retirement, temporarily setting aside the schemes behind the scenes. Park Han went to Korea University Hospital. He sat quietly beside the bed, looking at his close friend whose legs were still wrapped tightly in white bandages. The hospital room was strangely silent. Mu Yu spoke in a low voice, asking if he had heard the news about Chen Zhen. Park Han looked at him in shock. Kim Hyuk said coldly that he had someone deal with his Achilles tendon. For the rest of his life, he should forget about returning to the ring. Hearing that, Han Sung exclaimed in astonishment that he now looked more like a crime boss than a classmate. Park Han replied calmly that he had to pay for injuring him. Anyone who touched those by his side would be repaid tenfold, even 100-fold. He had also heard from the judo team that the whole team was in chaos. Chen Zhen would have to live the rest of his life with a disability. The coach was arrested for accepting bribes and interfering in selections. The others were also investigated and forced to resign. He looked at Mu Xiaoyu, who now seemed unfamiliar, and asked whether it was truly necessary to go that far. Kim Hyuk asked in return whether he was supposed to kneel and beg each of them to stop. Seeing his friend fall silent, he continued that he thought he had gone too far. Han Sung looked at him and softly said now he found him truly frightening. Park Han raised an eyebrow and asked what was frightening about it, whether he feared he would treat him the same way as them. Han Sung shook his head sadly and said no, it was just that he had changed too much. Park Han said calmly that in this world being too kind one could not survive if they did not strike first, the ones cornered would be them. Han Sung choked up and asked why he had become like this. Looking at his devastated friend, Park Han thought that he was still too naive to understand the harsh nature of life. If he wanted to keep him by his side, he would need more time to temper him. He stood up and told him to rest well. Perhaps in the future he would not be able to visit often. Ignoring the voice calling from behind, Park Han quietly lived. Meanwhile, at another luxurious mansion, the powerful man Zhang Hao pondered his nephew's actions, wondering why dealing with a small construction company required using all the favors he had received. In the lavish room, Chairman Taishan puffed on his cigar and clicked his tongue, saying Mu Xiaoyu was still too inexperienced. He should have taken everything. The assistant reported that those involved had been sent to the salt mine they managed, unlikely to escape. The old master's gaz turned cold, saying they must be made to the unrest to be enough. If it stopped at seizing the company, it would be too short-sighted. The assistant joked that it was already the 4.0 era. He should not be too cruel or no one would dare compete with his grandson. But the old man maintained his principle that once someone was an enemy, they could never become a friend. He asserted that to achieve absolute victory, one must make the opponent truly terrified, something Kim Hyuk seemed not to fully grasp. At the same time in the detention center, Yoon-gu sat dejected in the interrogation room, asking when he would be released early to continue his life. The person across from him shook his head and said the political situation did not allow it yet, at least he had to wait until next year. Yoon-gu anxiously asked about Chen Zhen, whose son had been discharged from the hospital but could barely walk. He angrily cursed Jong-soo and the underlings, swearing he would not spare them and asking about the background of the one who confronted him that day. The assistant revealed in a low voice that the man was Park Han, the grandson of Chairman Taishan, a shark in the Mangdong loan shark world. The name struck like lightning, leaving Jo Han-gu turned pale and repeated that he was Chairman Taishan's grandson, sweat pouring down as he realized he had offended the wrong person. In the dark prison corridor, Hyun-gu trudged after the guard with a heavy heart. Hyun-gu was stunned when he learned Park Hyun's true identity. He stammered in confusion, the grandson of Ta-san. He had never touched him. The one he targeted was only that brat from the sports team. What did a mere athlete have to do with Chairman Ta-san? Even after realizing he had stirred up a hornet's nest, his defiant nature did not waver in the slightest. Wandering down the prison corridor, he ground his teeth and swore that once he got out he would settle scores with each of them. Even if he was old and leaning on a cane by then, he would show no mercy. Suddenly he halted, an uneasy feeling creeping up his back. He wondered what was going on. Before he could regain his senses, another inmate blocked his path and the guard pretended to see nothing and quietly turned away. Hyun-gu was immediately subjected to a barrage of relentless, vicious, and brutal attacks. He managed only a muffled cry before collapsing onto the cold floor. At the same time, at the family estate, Chairman Tai-san burst into delighted laughter. Yes, that was worthy of my grandson. In response to his assistant's concern that Mu-hyu was still too young to be involved in such brutality, he calmly replied that to survive one must first be cold enough. As he cut his cigar, Chairman Tai-san asserted that only ruthlessness could uproot enemies completely and instill fear in their hearts. He slowly lit it and emphasized that it was the only way to survive against the Qingfeng Association, his eyes carrying the depth of someone who had endured countless shadow wars. In another luxurious villa, Chairman San chatted leisurely with a powerful figure, then glanced at his grandson and politely said the boy might have troubled him. Opposite him sat Chairman Young of Zayin Group, who smiled gently and said not only was he not troubled, he had learned quite a bit from Park Han. He said some things one never think of in a lifetime, then teased his old friend about coming to show off his grandson out of longing, while Tai-san merely laughed and replied there was no need to show off when the boy was already sharp. Chairman Young laughed, remarking that his once cold friend was nearing retirement yet still going around boasting about his grandson. Tai-san shot back at once, recalling their first meeting when Young was still a structure director yet carried himself like a gang leader, even loudly demanding a loan when short on capital, something he never forgot. Young admitted that at the time he had been in dire straits. If he had failed to secure the loan, the company would have collapsed, so he had no choice but to take the risk. He sincerely thanked him, saying that thanks to that loan the project was completed and the group achieved its current position, and Tai-san responded with a satisfied laugh. Tai-san lowered his voice and asked why someone once so passionate like Young had stepped into a dark room and plunged into the turbulent political arena. Young sighed, saying he was fed up with being treated like prey to be manipulated by politicians. He angrily recounted how every election season he had to pour in money, and once they gained power they turned around and made things difficult for businesses, so he decided to run himself. At least that money would serve him instead. Park Han silently observed memories of the future surfacing as he knew Young would later win by a landslide beyond all expectations. But that very result made President Hak-gun wary. The administration tightened funding and launched tax inspections, forcing Young to withdraw to save the group. Tai-san saw through his friend and asked whether he intended to bow to the government forever. He even advised that at their age they should enjoy retirement and leave the stage to the younger generation. Hearing that, Park Han grew momentarily somber because he knew that in a few years Young would pass away, and the powerful Zahyun would be torn apart by his own descendants fighting for control. In his mind, Kim Hyuk had already envisioned Samsung rising under Suman's leadership. He planned to gather his grandfather's shares to seize the advantage and reshape the landscape of Korean conglomerates. Suddenly, a young man with a refined demeanor entered and politely asked if he had guests. Chairman Young smiled and introduced him as Hein-soo, his eldest grandson. Kim Hyuk recognized him as the one who would later lead Zahyun in its third generation and rebuild it by acquiring bankrupt companies. Yoon-soo greeted them warmly and Ta-san responded cheerfully, "It has been a long time since we met." He introduced Park Han as his grandson the other side. Yoon-soo took the initiative to shake Kim Hyuk's hand, saying he often saw him on the news lately and was glad to meet. Leaving the two old friends to talk privately, Chairman Young suggested Yoon-soo take Park Han for a walk around the estate. As the two young men left, the two chairmen watched their backs. Young felt nostalgic about his reckless youth. Now being able to sit here and watch his grandson grow was truly thought-provoking. Tae-san cut him off, telling him to stop circling and speak plainly, which made Young laugh and say he was still as straightforward as ever. Tae-san admitted it and revealed his plan to transfer all his shares to his grandson, including those in subsidiaries. Young was astonished that the rumors in Myeongjong were true. He asked whether Suman and Suhan would accept it, pointed that bypassing one's children to concentrate assets on a grandson would create risks, and wondered why he favored his grandson so much. Tae-san calmly said that while he was still clear-minded, he was not worried. He only wished Park Han would not have to live a life like his. The work would be handed to his children, while his grandson would be raised in a cleaner environment. Young remained concerned because the boy was only 20. He questioned whether it was too early to shoulder such burdens. Tae-san replied evenly that this time his friend had not looked deeply enough. He asserted that Park Han was far from ordinary, always decisive and far-sighted, modest, yet once he chose something he would see it through to the end. Throughout his observation, he had never seen Kim Hyuk break a promise, and he asked whether any of his own sons could surpass him. Young fell silent in thought, then asked directly what exactly he needed his help with. After a moment of silence, Tae-san lowered his voice and stated his request. The name Kingfing Association made Eon. Outside in the estate garden, Park Hyun and Hyun-soo chatted happily. Hyun's teased that from the news it seemed studying was effortless for him. Park Hyun forced a smile and explained it was only a moment of impulse before the camera. He did not expect to be teased about it constantly, and Hyun-soo praised him as still outstanding. Hyun-soo said they could speak freely since he was 3 years older. Kim Hyuk nodded in agreement. Kim Hyuk asked about Hyun-soo's direction in law. He said for now he would take the judicial exam and had not planned far ahead. Hyun-soo also shared that he studied business and planned to study abroad, admitting it was partly to polish his credentials. But because he wanted his grandfather to be proud, he still worked hard. Park Han recalled that in his previous life he had only glanced at Yeong's memorial portrait without the chance to interact. Now seeing the youthful Hyun-soo before him, it was hard to believe he would later become such a powerful figure. Hyun-soo asked how he felt about his grandfather, saying that to him the old man was considerate but to outsiders somewhat imposing, and he confessed he was living under great pressure. Park Hyun smiled and replied that if they swapped grandfathers he would never stop being excited, even joking as if Chairman Ta-san were an item that could be exchanged. That joke surprised Hyun. Then the two burst into hearty laughter. In the room, Tai-san said Suman and Suhan were not Kim Hyuk's match, but after his death the Kingfing Association would not remain idle. He earnestly asked that if anything happened to him, Yeong should protect Kim Hyuk. In return he would help Yeong's son develop. Mentioning the Kingfing Association, Yeong sighed in regret for once having no choice but to rely on them. He admitted that back then he had nothing. Without their support it would have been hard to reach today. Tai-san agreed that they had supported them both domestically and abroad, otherwise expansion would have been impossible. That very debt allowed them to be exploited. Every attempt to break free was met with even harsher retaliation. Tai-san's face grew stern as he said the Kingfing Association was a shared problem for all of them. He said that was why he had come today and looked straight at Yeong to ask him to protect Kim Hyuk. Faced with that trust, Yeong slowly nodded in agreement. On the car ride back, Chairman Tai-san was pensive. He asked how their conversation went. Kim Hyuk replied that Hyun-soo was simpler than he imagined, not rigid like the typical image of a Chaebol Heir. Tai-san laughed and said he saw others as simple because he himself was too complex, then advised him to keep in touch as it might be useful in the future. Park Hyun politely answered yes. Looking out the window, Tai-san thought about the Kingfing Association and wondered why the grudges of his generation had to fall upon the shoulders of their descendants. It should have ended in the previous generation, and yet, at Korea University campus, Myung-soo curiously asked whether Park Hyun had prepared thoroughly for the judicial exam. He replied that he was still unfinished, which worried his friend because everyone else appeared confident. Myung-soo said everyone was also concerned because he attended classes irregularly. Park Hyun laughed and said he was always ready like a man carrying a sword waiting for the day of battle. The half-joking remark made Myung-soo shake his head and say he truly was a dreamer. Suddenly, a sophisticated woman appeared, calling Park Hyun's name. Myung-soo blushed in embarrassment as he looked at her, thinking how could she be so beautiful, truly like a fairy. She stepped forward and asked Park Hyun, I heard you've been busy recently, just returned from the US and your father already called you. And you went to meet Chairman Yeong of the Jae-hyun Corporation, haven't you? These days he really pampers you, Ji-won, and I can hardly meet him. Park Hyun looked straight into her eyes and asked, are you watching me? She smiled knowingly, not watching, but caring as an elder sister. Whispering close to him, everything is proceeding according to plan, right? Don't forget we are allies. After leaving a calculating reminder, she waved goodbye. Alright then, see you later, little brother. Myung-soo was still dazed, quickly waving back, yes, beautiful sister, see you later. Immediately after Kim Hyuk's phone rang, he answered, yes, Director Jong-soo. If it's not urgent, I will call back later, but Jong-soo's voice on the other end became serious. Anyway, you found the person I wanted you to find. Park Han's gaze hardened upon hearing his father's words, already found the blood debtor from years ago. Prepare yourself to collect the Park Han. Stepped in front of a building with a sparkling king sign. As he was about to enter, a cleaning staff blocked him, not yet opening hours. Kim Hyuk calmly replied, I have an appointment. The staff looked annoyed. What appointment? You kid. Kid, go somewhere else, too young to pretend, coming early and already drinking here. Immediately, a man in a black suit stepped forward, struck the staff hard on the head, then respectfully greeted Park Han. You have arrived. Jong-soo is waiting for you inside. The staff asked in panic, boss, who is that? That man recently probably probably that guy. Those ships are the boss trust men. Jungsu the staff repeated in awe. Yes, Jungsu's own brother. Inside the dim VIP room filled with alcohol and Smark Han sat opposite director Jung. He held up a photo of a man and confirmed, yes, that's Sung Man. I was in prison for 3 years. Jungsu looked at the photo and recounted, this guy seemed gentle in prison. Like an angel. Who would have thought he caused your parents' death? He recalled the time in prison with him. Once I asked why he was imprisoned, then learned it was an accident. Also because that my son was constantly called by the police. I heard it was a traffic accident that killed a young couple on the spot. The police called me to the station to question the details of the accident. Kim Hyuk remained silent, eyes dark with rage. Asked for the reason that man acted. Witness said Sung Man was not a criminal, just a hired driver. In 1974, just holding the wheel earned months of work's worth. When the incident broke out, those behind gave him 10 million, asked him to turn himself in. After 3 years, he would receive another 10 million. The old witness clicked his tongue. He was proud, thinking everything had been arranged with the police and prosecution. He did not know it was just a pawn for the powerful. Park Hyun inquired about Sung Man's whereabouts. The old man drained his glass and said coldly, dead. Just as hope appeared, it was extinguished. He had recently been released from prison but died in a traffic accident. Park Hyun froze. The old man confirmed he was murdered to cover leads. Dying right after release was strange. Park Hyun gritted his teeth in fury. The only clue to clarify his parents' death was cut off. He turned to ask why the police did not arrest those in the car. The witness waved it off. Sung Man was cunning but smart. He secretly remembered the conversation of the masterminds while waiting. Kim Hyuk was eager to know the content. The old man began to recount again. Complaining of headache, cannot recall clearly due to age. He immediately placed a sum of money on the table. Now the headache disappears, old man. Seeing 500,000 won in cash, the old man brightened and praised the bold action. Park Hyun felt slightly embarrassed, but Park Jong-soo pressed him to tell the full truth. The old man sipped his drink, recalled, when they took him away, assured him to prison outside there is protection from A to Z. His name shocked me. The Thangfong gang member recalled hearing his grandfather and Chansu mention the organization till he wasn't mistaken, parents' deaths related to Thangfong gang. Did you hear him mention a nickname or special name of the criminals? The old man shook his head. No, besides what I just told, nothing else. Stammered, ah yes, one more thing. What was it? Jung-soo lost patience and shouted, stop babbling, speak quickly. I promised to take care of everything. Right, everyone is anxious and you are still stalling. The old man mumbled, alright, why raise your voice? He revealed more details. Park Seo-mang also heard but wasn't sure. Turns out your mother was punished for being reborn into a rich family, born against the laws of heaven, killed her siblings. Hearing this, Kim Hyuk was shocked, jumped up, shaking the table. In his mind, thoughts surged. Thangfong gang, Suman, Suhan, all the culprits of my parents' murder. Rage engulfed as the harsh truth appeared in the city's night. Sitting in the car returning, Bayuke gazed out the window, reconsidering every. The one who killed mother is Suman. The motive was only money, no other reasonable reason. Because of grandfather's vast wealth, Suman's brothers dared to kill, money enough to hire someone to eliminate their sister. One big question remained, why use the Thangfong gang to kill mother? If grandfather knew, he surely would not allow it. Kim Hyuk analyzed the enemy. Suman is scheming, he is nothing. If speculating and linking his conversation with grandfather, perhaps he also knew Thangfong gang acted against mother, his gaze deep with doubt. What exactly is grandfather's relationship with Thangfong gang? Park Han sat in the car, mind tangled many questions. Wondered if grandfather knew was involved, and if so, why remained silent? For him, was mother just an illegitimate child, or did he know but chose to hide? All the headache is making him groan, huh? Then he commanded, seriously too tired, cancel all plots, take me back to Busan for a simple meal. The car rolled toward him. Familiar apartment in Busan. Seeing his grandson return, grandmother panicked with joy. Oh my, who is this? She asked Han how school is, university hard, is grandfather well, grandson her bustling. Kim Hyuk smiled, answering couldn't keep up, gently placed hand on her shoulder, pampering. I'm hungry, grandmother hurried. Oh, answer slowly, I'm high. Mother set out the meal. A cozy meal with all family dishes was quickly served. Kim Hyuk ate heartily as if filling the emptiness within. Grandmother sat beside, looking affectionately, so hungry, eating as if starved for days, food and still not good, going out for work, back home still your grandmother's child. Kim Hyuk ate while replying, recently stomach weak, food bland, now finally a satisfying meal. Grandmother pat his head kindly. Oh, eat well, my little dog. While eating, Park Hyun suddenly grew serious, looked at grandmother. Grandma, I have found who killed my parents. Her face froze, turned pale at the sudden news. Kim Hyuk's eyes became fierce, full of rage. Now we'll catch every one of those bastards. One by one, none will escape. I will rip them apart. I will kill all those scums. Kim Hyuk suddenly sat silently with a spoon in hand. Grandmother worriedly asked, eating? Why suddenly pensive? Kim Hyuk immediately withdrew his scary look, smiled reassuringly. I'm eating, grandmother, give me another bowl. This soybean paste soup is delicious. Just about to dominate the world, now a good eater. Seeing grandmother bustling in the kitchen, he thought better not tell her the truth. Grandmother tried to ignore, telling the truth now would only deepen old wounds. Revenge is responsibility. The next morning, Park Han left, leaving the apartment to return to the city. Sitting in the car, he decisively told the driver, Chief, tomorrow I will return to Seoul. As soon as I return, I will go straight to the prison camp. I have to meet Suhan at least least once. Inside the camp, Suhan walked silently under the strict supervision of the guard. When the visiting room door opened, he froze in shock because the one waiting inside was Kim Hyuk. Seeing his nephew sitting calmly beside Chief Masok, Suhan lowered his voice and called out, "Kim Hyuk, what is going on? How did you get in here, and where is my brother?" Kim Hyuk replied calmly, "I came to visit you." "Is that so strange?" He pushed the plate of food toward him. "Please have some, you like sushi." Feeling provoked, Suhan immediately turned to leave. "Forget it, just looking at your face makes me full already, guard. Take me back to my cell." Before he could step out, Mei-wook spoke coldly, "Sit down, unless you want to lose everything you are holding on to." The words struck his weak point. Suhan halted, his eyes filled with shock. He sat down resentfully, letting out a mocking sneer. "You came here to take my father's chairman's seat, you bastard." He stared warily. "What exactly do you want with me?" Park Hyun remained calm and asked in return, "Uncle Suhan, why do you keep targeting me? What have I done wrong to you?" Anger flared up. Suhan shouted, "You still dare to ask? Your mistake was stepping into this family. Could you not just stay in Busan? Why come here and make things more complicated?" Mei-wook looked straight at him and delivered a psychological blow. "Complicated? Do you want to keep living in the shadow of supporting second uncle forever?" Hitting his sore spot, Suhan slammed the table and growled, "What did you say? Are you looking to die?" Faced with that aggression, the subordinate accompanying Kim Hyuk stood firm like a wall. Suhan ground his teeth and roared, "Who dares look at me like that?" The man replied coldly, "Please sit down, Director Suhan." Mei-wook still kept his back turned, his voice steady as he ordered, "Just sit still." Suhan dropped heavily into the chair, his eyes filled with irritation. "Did you come here to provoke me? Being locked up here is miserable enough. What exactly is your purpose? Even in prison you still play the victim, truly impressive." Kim Hyuk maintained a frightening calm, looking straight at his uncle. "I came because I have something to ask. I already know about my parents' death." Hearing that, Suhan turned pale, sweat beading on his forehead. Kim Hyuk stepped closer, his gaze piercing. "The more I think about it, the more I find irregularities, so I want to investigate thoroughly. You also sensed something was wrong, did you not? Even though she cut ties, my mother was still grandfather's only daughter. His daughter and son-in-law met with disaster and he remained indifferent, not pursuing the culprit. Is that not unreasonable?" Suhan stammered in defense. "The police said they already caught someone. Why do you keep asking?" Kim Hyuk curled his lips slightly, his voice turning cold. "You know that man was not the real culprit. They called it an accident, but there were knife wounds on their bodies. The one who turned himself and had backing was released after only 3 years. Seeing Suhan's twisted in fear, Park Hyun did not look up. Wook pressed further, "I can even obtain information from the police, yet grandfather did not investigate in that direction." He narrowed his eyes suspiciously, or did someone deliberately conceal it, preventing this from reaching grandfather, even deceiving him to cover it up? Under that pressure, Suhan could only stare in terror, his face drained of color. Mei-wook carefully observed that expression and became more certain that the man was hiding something. He asked coldly, "Do you truly find nothing strange, uncle?" Suhan broke into a sweat and stammered, "It happened half a lifetime ago. Why dig it up and cause more trouble?" Kim Hyuk pretended to nod. "True, it has been so long. What clues could still be found?" Right after that, he delivered the decisive blow. However, the one who clearly knows the culprit is still alive. Suhan was stunned. "What did you say?" He lost control and shouted, "Who do you know who caused that? Say it, who is it?" Park Hyun secretly realized that reaction was abnormal. If he were truly close blood, he should have asked, "Who killed my sister?" not "Who caused that?" He said calmly, "The target was my mother. 2 men carried out the attack on her. I heard them mention someone with the surname Tran who hired the Thangfong Society to strike against his own biological sister." Suhan's eyes widened, sweat streaming down his. Park Hyun continued to press, "If grandfather overlooked such a major matter, it would be a pity. I should inform him. It is very likely that someone close intervened to block the information." Suhan waved his hands in panic. "No, not me. I do not know. I was not involved at all." Kim Hyuk stared at him. "So you remember now. Tell me everything you know and prove that you did not participate." Suhan fell silent, sinking in. Deep down, Park Hyun still hoped his uncle was not directly involved in his mother's death. That woman had endured misfortune. Finally, Suhan shouted, "I truly did not know. I only learned after Mei-wook died. If I had known earlier, I would have tried every way to stop it." He panicked and said it was Suman and the Thangfong Society who acted. "I had nothing to do with it. When I found out, I argued with him, but by then everything was too late." Kim Hyuk questioned coldly, "Then why did the family not tell grandfather?" He slammed the table and shouted loudly, "Are you even human? Even animals know to cherish their own blood. You are worse than beasts." Suhan only lowered his head silently before that fury. Park Hyun bitterly realized that if so, his own death was also caused by those 2 brothers. If they dared harm their own sister, what was a nephew to them? He looked straight at Suhan and gave his final warning, "I hope what you said is true, that you only learned after everything was over. If I discover you deceived me, I will make you pay the proper price. Do not underestimate a top law graduate. I know how to handle things by the book." Leaving the prison, Park Hyun stood silently by the river as the sunset dyed the sky red. Countless questions about grandfather filled his mind. Did he truly not know? Or did he know everything but chose silence because he could not bear to sever ties with his own children? If he knew and still wished to forgive those errant children, what should he do? Would he have enough courage to stand against him and pursue it to the end? At that moment, Chief Hun approached and reminded him, "The wind is strong, young master. Please get in the car." Park Hyun asked thoughtfully, "Chief, what should I do now?" Masok answered firmly. He replied, "Follow what your heart desires." Mei-wook hesitated, "Even if it goes against grandfather." Masok's gaze sharpened. "What are you afraid of? Are you afraid the chairman will find out?" He analyzed bluntly, "Are you worried about losing Chairman Tai San's black card, or afraid of being expelled from the family. The question startled Kim Hyuk. He asked himself what he was afraid of. He had already died once. Seeing the young master silent, Masook affirmed, "No matter what you choose, I will follow you. Even if you leave the chairman, wherever you go, I will go." Realizing he had said too much, he bowed his head. "Forgive me, young master, I have overstepped." Kim Hyuk moved and patted his shoulder. "It is fine, thank you. If you see me making a wrong decision, please remind me." He walked toward the car, his eyes resolute as they fixed on the distant horizon. "Let us go back, I need to see grandfather." He stepped into the mansion just as the evening light completely faded. Hyuk went straight to the study and called out, "Grandfather, I am back." The old man sat thoughtfully in his chair and looked up at him. "I thought you would return earlier. What have you been busy with lately to be so late?" Without avoiding it, Kim Hyuk calmly said that today he had visited Uncle Suman, leaving the old man stunned. He frowned and asked, "Suman, why did you suddenly go see him?" Kim Hyuk sat down across from him calmly. "I only wanted to verify a few things." Seeing him ask curiously about what, Park Hyun looked deeply into his eyes. "I thought you already knew everything." Before his meaningful silence, he firmly asserted that the boy's parents had not died in an accident but were in fact murdered, making the air in the office turn icy as if frozen solid. The old man was stunned, his mouth hanging open yet unable to utter a single word. Kim Hyuk's eyes gleamed sharply as he continued to reveal the harsh truth that both Uncle Sung-man and Chon Soo-han were involved in this matter. Hearing that, the old man shut his eyes tight, his face filled with pain and gloom as if someone had torn open a long-buried secret. Kim Hyuk sprang to his feet, loudly demanding to know whether he had known everything from the start, and if so, why he had remained silent, why he had hidden it from him all this. All the resentment that had built up exploded as he shouted that for years he had bowed his head and called the man who killed his parents uncle. Park Hyun asked bitterly whether he intended to carry this secret to the grave and let his grandson hate him forever, and in his heart he gradually understood why in his previous life, even after losing his memory, the old man had kept him by his, because he always felt guilty toward his mother. He knew clearly that if the assets fell into the hands of ruthless people like Suman, who would even strike at their own kin, the family would sooner or later bring disaster upon itself. In the painful memories of his previous life, Park Hyun clearly remembered that his grandfather had passed away before he could correct any of his mistakes, and in the end he himself became a victim at their hands. Returning to the present, his grandfather murmured in shock, unable to understand how the deeply buried family secret had been discovered by his grandson. Park Hyun calmly said that he had heard Suman hired an organization called the Thangfong Society, initially targeting his mother, but later his father did not escape either. Kim Hyuk stared straight at him and asked what kind of organization the Thangfong Society truly was, that his uncle had to rely on them to act against his mother. The old man closed his eyes in bitterness and admitted that all the suffering his grandson endured stemmed from him. He recounted that the Thangfong Society was not merely an ordinary gang, but also manipulated politics and finance both domestically and abroad. He said that large-scale business could not survive without such backing. In the past, he had relied on their power to expand his connections. At first, it was only an exchange of benefits, but gradually their demands became increasingly excessive. When he could no longer endure it, he shouted that from now on he would not give them even a single coin. A man wearing a wide-brimmed hat coldly reminded him to think carefully. That man said his actions put them in a difficult position, because he had once promised to comply whenever they needed. According to the agreement, he was required to obey unconditionally. He angrily waved them off, telling them to stop pretending to be righteous because they had already taken more than enough over the years, then drove them out of his sight while they quietly left. Before leaving, the leader issued a threat that he would regret today's decision, calling out Chairman Ta-san by name. Not long after, he was struck numb upon hearing that his daughter Misuk had died. He painfully confessed that Misuk's death was the consequence of daring to oppose them, while Park Han wondered whether the Thangfong Society was powerful enough to trample even his grandfather's influence. He recalled that after that incident he was forced to return and negotiate with them. In that reluctant meeting years ago, he set the condition that they must never touch any member of his family again. He said that at that time Suma was also under pressure and had to reveal the matter about Misuk even though she had long cut off contact. He sighed and defended his son, saying Suman was only the messenger and that the main fault lay with others who were too cruel. Hearing him call them pawns, Kim Hyuk coldly replied that he understood very well how great the greed of his two sons was. He looked straight at him and asserted that even if he wanted to believe, he could not. Park Hyun pointed out that although the Thangfong Society stood behind it, the ones who benefited most from his parents' deaths were still his two uncles. His gaze turned icy. He said he would never forgive them. His grandfather was astonished by such resolve and sprang up, calling Park Han's name but could not finish his words. Kim Hyuk remained seated firmly, declaring that this time he would pursue it to the end and nothing could stop him. Looking at his resolute face, the old man felt dizzy and slumped back into his chair as if exhausted. He covered his face and asked that even though they shared the same blood and were his own flesh and blood, would he still go that far? Faced with his turmoil, Kim Hyuk remained silent and gazed into the distance. The room felt suffocatingly heavy. After a while, he said he wanted to hand this matter over to Chairman Ta-san to handle. He warned that if he continued to remain silent, the next one to encounter misfortune might be him. In his eyes at that moment, the grandfather who once seemed like a great mountain now appeared only as a weary old man gradually letting go. He said painfully that even if his grandson was right, he could not push his own son toward death with his own hands and swore that it would never happen while he was alive. Kim Hyuk did not retreat and presented his final demand. He suggested that he remove them from his sight and take back everything he had given them so they would understand their mistake, and if he did so he would let it go. He thought that once they lost money and power, his uncles would be nothing more than paper tigers, and he did not want him to witness the family fall apart once more. Seeing that he still remained silent, Kim Hyuk decisively stood. He said that if he did not agree, he would leave this place. He coldly declared that he would go out to train himself, and the day he returned would be the day his uncles paid the price. He watched his grandson's back as he walked toward the door. Alarmed, he called out for Park Han to wait. After struggling for a while, he lowered his head and accepted his grandson's wishes. That night at the small house on the rooftop, Myung-soo was startled by the rapid knocking on the door. He opened the door in confusion and asked who it was. Seeing Park Han standing outside looking lost, Myung-soo grew worried. He joked whether he had come over late at night to drink or had been dumped by his girlfriend, while Park Han only asked if there was any alcohol left in the house. As soon as he stepped inside, he grabbed a bottle and drained it in one go, making Myung-soo panic. Myung-soo shouted that he had gone crazy and asked what had happened for him to drink like that. He anxiously asked whether something had happened at the house in Busan. Unable to bear the pain in his family, Park Han burst into tears. He pitied himself and his deceased parents. In the office, Chairman Tai-san said bitterly that his daughter had died and he could do nothing. He admitted that he knew Suman colluded with the Thangfong Society but was powerless to stop it. He looked at his close assistant and mocked himself, saying that he probably also thought he was a useless father. He mentioned that Myung-hun once regarded Misuk as a real sister, causing memories of the gentle girl to surge back. Myung-hun remained silent, his face sorrowful at the tragedy of the chairman's family. He called his name and Myung-hun immediately responded respectfully. The chairman asked whether if he was determined to confront the Thangfong Society he could win, a question that left Myung-hun stunned. He emphasized that only one side could continue to exist, either him or the Thangfong Society. Myung-hun analyzed that the organization had a vast network. Destroy one branch, many others would replace it. He did not waver and asked what if they used the ledger of income and expenses as a weapon, astonishing Myung-hun once again. He revealed that there was a ledger recording every sum of money ever given to politicians and officials serving the Thangfong Society. After careful consideration, Myung-hun said that if so, they would have about a half chance of victory. But he also warned that once that ledger was used, all of the chairman's current power would collapse. He stressed that even if he won, he might lose everything from his assets and family to even his life. Chairman Tai-san sighed and asked again whether using the final weapon the chance of victory was only half. He pondered and realized that the Thangfong Society was waiting for the day he died, because once he fell, Suman and John Suhan would inherit everything and be controlled even more deeply by that organization. He turned to his assistant and decisively called Myung-hun, enough games. The two of you hand over the property deeds and black cards. This old man is reclaiming everything. At the same time, at the headquarters of the Samsung Group, Chairman Yeongan was stunned when he received a call from his in-law. He asked in shock, what is going on? Why bring up divorce all of a sudden? On the other end, Chairman Tai-san calmly said, this was a decision from my family, not yours. I hope you understand. As for the troublesome division of assets, you need not worry. Although Yeongan repeatedly demanded a clear explanation about the reason and the children's future, Chairman Tai-san maintained a firm attitude. He said he would arrange for him to go abroad for long-term training to avoid meeting, and the financial support would remain sufficient, so there was no need to worry. Not giving the other side a chance to interrupt, he added that Myung-hun was on his way over and should be arriving soon. He told him to call Hai Kang out to sign and stamp the documents immediately. That imposition made Yeongan furious, as if he had lived his whole life in someone else's shadow, always obeying orders without ever receiving a proper explanation. He wondered whether in Chairman Tai-san's eyes he was still just a nodding subordinate like before. Chairman Tai-san said indifferently that I still respect you, but my family matters are not for you to interfere in. Yeongan refused to yield and lowered his voice to warn that you should not take my words lightly either. Do not forget that I can still stand on your elder brother's side. Though he had surpassed his brothers to sit in the highest seat, Yeongan knew clearly that his eldest brother Seo Mangan was always waiting for a chance to turn the tables. If Tai-san chose to support Seo Mangan, then he would certainly lose his position. Hearing that, Chairman Tai-san said through gritted teeth, do you dare use that to threaten me now? Yeongan quickly replied that I am not threatening you, but if I am looked down upon, I do not know what I might do. Tai-san immediately warned him not to complicate matters and to wait for Myung-hun to arrive and complete the procedures. As soon as he hung up, Yeongan exploded with anger. He cursed inwardly that old man was only good at shouting, yet turned sweet and hypocritical on the He felt aggrieved, not knowing when he would finally escape the life of reading others' expressions to survive. Thoughts flooded his mind. Was Tai-san seeking divorce to sever the alliance or plotting something with Seo Mangan? Just then, Hai Kyung and Jisoo walked in, saying the two of them had been shopping nearby and stopped by to visit father. Yeongan irritably asked why they had come, admitting he had a headache because he could not understand why Chairman Tai-san suddenly wanted Hai Kyung and her husband to divorce. His daughter-in-law asked in astonishment, divorce? Did father-in-law truly request that? Yeongan mocked that her father-in-law must have a problem, saying there was no need to discuss assets. Just sign the papers and it would be done. He informed them that department head Myung-hun was bringing the documents. Jisoo looked at her mother anxiously. Hai Kyung said she had received no news. A few days ago her husband had still met her father-in-law. Recently the couple had spoken little. Father knew their relationship had never been good. The conversation was interrupted when the secretary reported that department head Myung-hun had arrived. Manghun entered with a cold expression, greeting the chairman, the young madam, and Miss Jisoo. He placed the file on the table and announced that these were the divorce papers of the young master and the young madam. The sudden appearance of the documents made the atmosphere heavy. Yeongan still could not believe it and asked again, "Is this true? What exactly is the reason?" Manghun only replied briefly that I have no authority to explain further. Knowing Taesan's decisive nature well, Yeongan sighed and ordered Hai Kyung to sign. Once finished, hand it back to department head. Hai Kyung said in confusion that she was no longer young. Divorce was not a small matter. What about the children? Perhaps father could speak again with her father-in-law. Yeongan shouted, "Do not create more trouble, sign it immediately and be done." Forced into it, Hai Kyung choked back tears as she signed under Jisoo's watchful gaze. Seeing his daughter suffer, Yeongan secretly resent Taesan. Jisoo stood beside her mother, her heart full of confusion. She felt this storm smelled familiar. It must be related to that calculating cousin. At the same time, at the group headquarters, Suman was also facing a harsh reality. Manghun placed the divorce papers bearing Hai Kyung's signature on the desk and reported that only the director's signature remained to complete it. Suman furiously swept the stack of papers aside and roared, "Who allowed this?" Manghun calmly picked up the file again and said, "This is the chairman's directive." He emphasized that if the director refused to sign, then the chairman would handle it personally. Suman could not believe it. Why force me to divorce? Does he intend to end a relationship of more than 20 years with Samsung? He suddenly understood his father's scheme. Jiwon and Jisoo would join the management of Samsung. That was the step for the Chan family to seize the group. From the beginning, he had been forced to marry for this purpose. Manghun coldly demanded that the director prepare to arrange to go abroad. Suman angrily shouted, "Is this because of Park Han?" He believed his father wanted to hand over the entire fortune to Park Han and was pushing him away for that reason, though he was the eldest son, his mouth spewing curses. Manghun sternly reminded the director to mind his words, but Suman continued shouting that he could not accept this. He was not a fool to be sent away in silence. Seeing him obstinate, Manghun warned him not to expect outside help, that backing no longer held any power. Suman was startled and asked what that had to do with this. Manghun looked straight at him and asked, "Does the chairman not know about what you have done?" Suman began to tremble and asked, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Manghun coldly questioned why you did that, mentioning the younger sister who once refused to inherit wealth stained with others' sweat and tears and chose to leave, giving everything to you. He angrily asked why you were still ruthless enough to pursue her to the end. Suman turned pale, sweat pouring out as the past was exposed. He panicked and denied it was not me. He stammered that Manghun misunderstood. "I did not harm Misuk," then tried to rush out to meet his father to explain. Manghun coldly blocked him and said, "You will not have the chance to meet the chairman." He conveyed the order that if he dared approach the residence again, the consequences would be severe, then demanded the completion of the signature on the divorce papers. He added that the asset portion would be handled by him. After meeting with family, make preparations. Tomorrow you will fly to Australia. Humiliated, Suman roared, "Does a mere subordinate like you have to give orders?" Manghun remained expressionless, only repeating the demand to sign and stamp immediately. He threatened that if there was further delay, he would be forced to use strong measures to complete the procedure instead, his cold words freezing the air. The pressure weighed heavily, making Suman tremble, sweat soaking his face. He held the seal, but his hand shook violently before the document already bearing his wife's signature. In the end, under pressure, Suman had to press the seal onto the paper. Manghun collected the file and said the ticket to Australia had been prepared. He hoped the director would arrive on time. When Manghun left, Suman sat alone in the office, his face filled with resentment, wondering how his father could so ruthlessly push him away. He hurriedly picked up the phone to make an urgent call. When the other side answered, he said, "This is Suman. There is an urgent matter. We must meet immediately." In his misfortune, he sought out his old backer, going to a luxurious estate to meet the powerful association leader. The association leader was leisurely trimming a bonsai tree and calmly asked, "What do you want?" Suman knelt down and anxiously said, "If this continues, I will be driven out of the house, lose my inheritance rights and Samsung as well." The association leader looked straight at him and asked, "Do you intend to eliminate Kim Hyuk?" Suman replied decisively, "Yes, Chair." The society leader narrowed his eyes slightly, silently weighing the cruelty of that subordinate. He had already touched someone else's sister and now he was targeting her only nephew. "Suman, it seems you are more formidable than I thought." Suman continued calculatingly, "Big brother, think about it. If that brat gathers all the money, we will be left empty-handed. Perhaps then he will truly break free from the control of the Thanfong society." Hearing that, the society leader pondered the possibility. Could it be that Tai-san has chosen that grandson as his successor? If you intend to eliminate the Heir, do you think your father will stand by and watch? He warned that rash action would only push everything beyond control and drag them into a brutal conflict. It was very likely Tai-san would mobilize all his force for decisive battle. If that happened, both sides would suffer heavy losses, and the consequences would be hard to foresee. As he meticulously trimmed each leaf, he slowly said that everything had been calculated from the beginning. Tending bonsai is the same. You cannot cut whenever you please. You must wait until the tree is mature enough before pruning to shape it properly. Saying that, he calmly snipped off a small branch and reassured him not to worry too much. Kim Hyuk is merely a secondary branch. When the time comes, a light pinch will be enough. He advised Suman to obey his father for now and avoid Chairman Tai-san for a while to let things settle. When the time is ripe, I will call you back, but remember this well, I have never given anyone a second chance. Under that pressure, Suman could only kneel flat on the ground. Yes, society leader, thank you. Stepping outside, Suman's eyes were filled with resentment. Kim Hyuk, just wait, I will definitely return. Behind him, the society leader fell into thought. What is so special about Park Hyun that Tai-san chose him as successor, even willing to cast aside his own son? He revealed a sinister smile. Perhaps I should investigate personally. If Tai-san dares to turn against me, the first thing I will take will be his life. Meanwhile, Park Hyun woke up at Myung-soo's house with clear exhaustion on his. Seeing him open his eyes, Myung-soo quickly asked, "You are awake, how do you feel?" Kim Hyuk softly asked what time it was, then stood up and asked to leave. Sorry for the trouble, continue studying, I will head back first. Myung-soo quickly held him back. You drank your fill and now you want to leave. Sit down, have a bowl of hangover noodles first, then go wherever you want. At the simple meal, Myung-soo said sincerely, no matter what happens, do what you believe is right. Look straight at his friend. As long as you speak, I am ready to be your right hand. Faced with that sincerity, Park Hyun smiled faintly. Thank you, Myung. Chief Myung-hun spoke up to report. He informed Chairman Tai-san that Director Suman had officially gone abroad. Hearing that his son left without resistance, the old man pondered. He left so easily. Understanding his son's temperament, he instructed Myung-hun to keep a close watch. As for Soo-han, a decision had been made. This week he would be transferred to Yongpo prison and stripped of all privileges by order of the chairman. Despite the harsh punishment, he still retained a trace of fatherly affection. He told Myung-hun to ensure Suman and Soo-han's families were well taken care of. If they needed financial or material support, it must be fully arranged. Myung bowed to accept the order. At that moment, Park Hyun stepped in. Seeing his grandson return after a few days, he asked where he had gone. Park Hyun replied calmly that he had only gone to sort out his thoughts. Sitting down opposite him, he said he was no longer angry. Please do not blame yourself anymore. Seeing the fatigue in his eyes, he said he was trying to understand and empathize. You only wanted to protect the family and what you built. He understands that. He affirmed that he would shoulder everything well so that he would no longer feel lonely, hoping he would trust him. Faced with such maturity, Chairman Tai-san nodded. All right, thank you. Kim Hyuk immediately spoke about the next plan. He wants to seriously focus on work. His decisiveness made him ask again seriously. He went straight to the point. He needs to review all records of your external loans. They had just reconciled, and he already wanted to grasp the financial pulse. He had not yet recovered from his surprise at the request to inspect loan records. Explained that he needed to understand all operations clearly in order to restructure, retain the core, and eliminate what was unnecessary. Without prior preparation, it would be easy to be swept away by fluctuations. His eyes gleamed with ambition. He wants to proactively control change. When power lies in his hands, he will build an empire no one dares to invade. Facing that vision, Chairman Tai-san silently looked at his grandson with expectation. Park Hyun looked at his grandfather and affirmed he hopes to build a foundation as solid as gold, one no force would dare touch. The chairman pondered and repeated, a golden foundation. He smiled, it sounds worth trying. He immediately called his assistant in. Myung-hun, are you outside? When Myung-hun entered, he ordered him to bring all the property deeds and debt lists and hand them to him. From now on, he will replace me as creditor. To the assistant's stunned gaze, he emphasized everything without missing anything. Myung-hun bowed and said understood. Turning to his grandson, he said, it seems everything has gone as you wished. Park Hyun smiled-eyed, he thanks you. He continued to ask about the ambition to change the world that he had once mentioned. Wook did not waver. He says, and he does, just wait and see. However, he had another request. He hopes you will help with one more matter. Seeing him willing to listen, he spoke frankly, please tell me everything about the Thangfong Society, who they are and how to bring down that organization. He looked deeply into his eyes, determined to understand at the root why even he could not shake them, although they had harmed his daughter. The Suman brothers colluded with the Thangfong Society, plotting to kill his mother to seize the property. Park Hyun shuddered at the thought that his death in his previous life might also have been part of that plot. If so, he could never forgive them because his life had once been threatened. Seeing his grandson so resolute, he advised him not to dig deeper or confront them. The Thangfong Society and our family share a cursed bond. I will end it in my lifetime. But Wook firmly replied that once he decided to intervene, he would not retreat. Once seated in the hot chair, confrontation would come sooner or later. His gaze turned cold. He will never forgive those who took his parents' lives. Faced with that determination, he remained silent, fatigue evident on his face. After some consideration, he called out loudly, Chief Hun, bring the notebook from the safe here. Myung-hun walked to the corner of the room and opened the secret passage behind the bookshelf where the safe was placed. Following every movement, Wook became inwardly certain. He guessed you kept it in the study? This is the secret safe. Recalling Suman's words in his previous life, he knew that after the old man died, the safe had been discovered but was completely empty. Indeed, his grandfather was extremely cautious, even planning an escape route in advance. Myung-hun respectfully handed over the notebook, Chairman. He opened the notebook and said this was the list of those in the Thangfong Society who had received money from them. Most were powerful officials, from politicians of both parties, government officials, military officers, police judges, prosecutors, journalists to university professors. Park Hyun shuddered at that dense network. They were manipulating the entire nation. question. He asked who the leader was to be so mysterious. The chairman shook his head. I have never met the one in command directly. He explained that the Thanfong Society was not a single block, but a collection of many small groups, to the point that lower-level members sometimes did not even know who was on their side. Whenever he received orders to transfer money, outwardly he complied but secretly investigated where the money went for what purpose. This notebook is the list and activity log he painstakingly collected, because he knew sooner or later he would have to confront the Thanfong Society. He regarded it as the strongest weapon capable of bringing that organization down. He was holding tightly the weakness of those who took black credit money yet remained cautious because the time was not ripe. Engaging now would offer only a 50% chance. Seeing his expression, Kim Hyuk understood he had not given up but was merely waiting silently for the right time. The day of revenge against those who harmed his bloodline would surely not be far away. Suddenly Muhayusi made a bold request. Grandfather is holding that notebook. Could you please give it back to me? The proposal startled the old man so much that he lost his usual composure. He immediately shook his head in refusal. No, once the notebook is in your hands, your power will increase significantly, but it also means you will be trapped in danger forever. He emphasized that he would absolutely not hand the notebook to Park Hyun because he did not want him to be drawn into that perilous vortex. The old man said in a low voice, this debt was caused by me, so I will bear it myself. Do not step in and suffer. He feared that his stubbornness would only push everything toward a worse ending, something he never wished to see. Faced with such resolve, Park Han slightly bowed his head. I understand, grandfather. Everything you have taught me is engraved in my heart. Even so, deep inside he had never abandoned his ambition. His eyes blazed with determination, and he declared, from now on I will build my own power to confront them. I will be strong enough to overcome them. Park Han looked straight at his grandfather and said, when that time comes, please return the notebook to me. In the face of his firmness, his grandfather could only let out a heavy sigh, but Kim Hyuk looked deeply into his eyes and earnestly said, please trust me. Confronted with that will, Chairman Tae-san nodded slightly. I understand. When you are capable enough, I will return the notebook to you. Muhayusi bowed politely. Yes, thank you, grandfather. I promise I will not keep you waiting too long. Before leaving the room, he left behind a firm challenge. Just wait and see. I will make that society vanish like smoke. Watching Muhayusi back gradually disappear, the old man sat in silence and wondered whether his words would become meaningless. He sighed thoughtfully. I do not even know what my heart wants, whether to hide everything from Park Hyun until my last breath, or even in death drag the Thanfong Society down with me. Myung Hun, standing beside him, softly said, I think sooner or later young Master Park Hyun will find out the truth himself, and perhaps he has already been secretly preparing a plan for revenge. Chairman Tae-san nodded lightly. Yes, if it is Muhayus, that boy will certainly not let it go. He sternly instructed his assistant to stay close to Park Han. The Thanfong Society will not him off easily, especially their leader Young Han. Just thinking of his bloodshot eyes filled with killing intent made the atmosphere heavier. Under no circumstances let Park Han fall into his hands. Night fell. Park Hyun sat silently in the car speeding through the heart of the city. In his mind the name Thanfong Society kept resurfacing. Why did his grandfather conceal the identity of the leader of that organization? Unwilling to remain passive, he turned to head Masok and said, please help me investigate the Thanfong Society. I need to know who the leader is and all information about him. Masok firmly replied, yes, I will report back as soon as there are results. Looking out the window, Park Hyun's eyes were resolute. The Thanfong Society must be stronger than he had imagined. He told himself that to bring them down he had become superior starting now. In the car, Kim Hyuk clenched his fists, his gaze filled with indignation. He swore to make them pay for the crime of taking his parents' lives. After that, he went to the headquarters of Guksong Construction. Seeing him arrive, Director Jer Jong-soo warmly greeted him. Oh, you are here. Entering the office, Park Han calmly sat down and asked, is the business situation stable? Jong-soo leaned back comfortably and replied with a smile that everything was being handled by Myung Hun. Thanks to you, I secured that company contract. Things are going quite well. You handle the difficult matters and I just manage. Muhayus continued by asking more about recent operations. Myung Hun adjusted his glasses and said seriously that the takeover was not too difficult, but there were some remaining issues. The projects Haingu had previously taken were now considered finished. In the future, securing more would be difficult, because they usually required an advance payment. Park Hyun calmly affirmed, do not worry about projects. I will make Zahyun grant enough contracts to the company. Myung Hun was astonished, because Zahyun was the largest enterprise in the country. Mayusi reminded them to conduct business properly and not let him have to stand surety. That would be troublesome. He turned to Jong-soo and told him to manage the Yongdangpo area well first, as far as he knew that area did not yet have a major power, so it would not be too complicated. He said finances were not a problem and advised recruiting more people. When asking about Hyungu former group, he learned that most had been dismissed, leaving only a few working. Kim Hyuk said firmly, if you need money, just tell me. Any amount is fine, but absolutely no involvement with drugs. Jong-soo laughed and said, rest assured, I am no longer a street thug. Even so, he still wondered why you are in such a hurry. We have just arrived in Seoul and expanding so quickly, is it too rushed? Park Han looked at him with deep and heavy eyes. Please speed up for me, because soon we will face a great battle and it will not be easy. Congratulations to us for passing the round of exams. To celebrate this friendship, let's raise a glass. The clinking sound resounded through the luxurious celebration space. The results of the first judicial exam were announced, and all 5 passed. One person raised a glass excitedly, saying it was great that everyone succeeded. Everyone worked very hard. Another humorously interjected, more accurately, we just had to try. While Muhayu excelled at everything, studying without effort yet still relaxed with eating and sleeping. The bespectacled friend sternly reminded that round 2 would be much harder, requiring double effort. Just hearing it was stressful, seeing Kim Hyuk only smile lightly. He asked why. Why do you only mention us when you also have to prepare? He calmly replied, because I am not taking round 2. The group simultaneously asked in surprise. Kim Hyuk looked at everyone with determination. I study not to become a lawyer. Continuing is a waste of time. Better to stop from the start than pursue halfway. Resolute words made the bespectacled friend regretful. I thought we would walk the whole legal path together. Park Hyun smiled reassuringly. Though I won't continue studying, our friendship does not change. Even if each goes different directions, if anyone faces difficulty, others will still help. And free, let's still meet frequently. Hearing this, the bespectacled friend remembered my grandfather wanted to see you. When you have time, please arrange a meeting. Park Hyun asked in surprise. Your grandfather is a former Supreme Court judge, right? The friend nodded, saying as soon as he heard your name, he wanted to meet immediately. He curiously asked about your background, that even my grandfather knows your name. Muhayu was only surprised. You asked why your grandfather wants to meet me. Your friend shrugged. I am not sure. My grandfather is hard to predict. At that time, An Jiha interjected. My father also wanted to meet you once. Park Han pondered upon hearing about Yoon Jia's father, the famous lawyer. Jiha explained my father met others because they pursued law to provide extra resources. But for you not following law, he still wanted to meet despite my saying you were not interested. Park Han realized his reputation was spreading, though mostly negative rumors, and that was why he proactively established this exchange group. If money cannot buy loyalty, use character to win. Park Hyun told Jiha, I will meet Hwangu's grandfather first, then contact later. Please convey this to him. Jiha happily agreed. Oh, Hyunyu wondered, my grandfather never cared about my friends, but now even Jiha's father to meet. Park Han thought, who are you really? Seeing the conversation become sensitive, Kim Hyuk thought to redirect immediately. He asked Hyun Woo if he still intended to follow the prosecutor path, since his grandfather was Supreme Court judge. Hyun Woo honestly said grandfather wanted to be a judge, but being a judge is the path grandfather took. Quite conventional. Being a prosecutor, I can advance further. I do not want to follow the old path but pursue criminals myself. He sipped wine and said both father and brother were judges. I never thought I would take that path. Park Hyun smiled, encouraging, whether judge or prosecutor, I believe you will do well. Hyun Woo slightly thanked him. At that moment, Min Kyung approached, quietly calling Mo Hyu outside. Go outside for some fresh air. I drank a bit too much. Feeling a little dizzy, the two stepped outside for a private conversation. It seemed the girl was already captivated. A rich bad boy like this, who wouldn't be attracted? He had responded to his earlier proposal. He agreed to invest in us, and if unable to repay, another method would be used to compensate. It sounded clever, but she liked the heroic type big brother. Park Hyun still did not show much interest, because he still had countless important matters to handle. Finally, Park Hyun had the opportunity to meet the former Supreme Court judge, the renowned, upright figure, impartial and highly respected in legal circles. Teacher Ann, the old man sitting in the chair, suddenly spoke. As you arrive, please have a seat. I am O from the snail car. He turned to his grandson, Hyun Woo, and asked for a bit of help, mentioning that she was looking for him. He told him to leave to make it easier to deal with his friend. Hyun Woo politely obeyed and departed. Kim Hyuk sat down calmly. Yes, thank you. O from the snail car looked straight at him and asked, you are the grandson of Chairman Tai-san, Mr. Trong, correct? Yes, I am his grandson. The old man made small talk. Chairman Tai-san still well? Park Hyun replied, yes, he is still healthy. Hearing this, O from the snail car smiled slightly. I see, that's fortunate. Park Hyun sensed the tense atmosphere, silently judging that the old man was testing. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He asked directly, be honest, do you intend to exploit or involve my grandson in wrongdoing? Park Hyun faced the piercing stare of the old man. He realized the reason he was invited was not just for small talk. Faced with suspicion, Park Hyun calmly explained, are you referring to my approaching others? Perhaps you misunderstand. Hyun Woo and I are merely classmates, met by chance and became close friends. O from the snail car was not yet satisfied. He asked, you have no other purpose? Park Hyun remained unshaken. He frankly shared his view. If you ask if I have any intentions, I only think one should be cautious in choosing friends. For incidental relationships, I consider them fate and wish to maintain them. The old man remained stern, questioning whether he had other motives in approaching his grandson. Kim Hyuk looked straight and affirmed, not just Hyun Woo but all our group of friends, none know the future. I am also quite busy and cannot invest in uncertain gains. A realistic answer made O from the snail car nod slightly. He is too busy to even think of exams. He was astonished at the boy's decisiveness, willing to cut ties with relatives without mercy. He thought to himself, those considered sure to succeed Chairman Tai-san lost before young grandson appearing after 20 years. This is why he wanted to meet him. Park Hyun silently assessed the former litigator, noting he knew everything outside, realizing this was no ordinary judge and not easily swayed by money. O from the snail car shifted to academics, valedictorian yet skipping the exam. Are you giving that degree to the world? Park Hyun admitted even if he passed the first exam without determination, passing the second would be hard, so he decided to quit. It was better for himself and friends. O from the snail car looked at him approvingly. Yes, you are reasonable. Taking the exam without pursuing law would insult prepared candidates. O from the snail car squinted, asked directly, so what are your plans? To follow Chairman Tai-san and become the king of the underworld. Park Hyun silently judged the former litigator knew how to use impressive titles. He smiled. If grandfather knew, the underworld economy king would be furious. Without my grandfather, how would businesses of that time survive and grow? O from the snail car hastened to clarify. not belittling Chairman Tai-san, just stating his role was crucial in that era, but his path was full of violence. He countered, who did not live in violence then, to seize power in law, economy, politics, everything was extreme. He asserted that thanks to those who persevered through that era, the younger generation now enjoy the current age. Park Hyun looked straight into the old man's eyes, declaring, "But I believe the era for Hyunwoo and I will be different." From the snail car pondered, seeing this posture, he prepared for the next loan shark era. Moo Hye-yu resolutely admitted, "I consider it a responsibility." Park Hyun expressed great ambition, unwilling to remain in darkness, believing it was time to step into the light. Times change, we must change. He remained clear-headed, not abandoning the underworld. Where there is light, there is shadow. If shadow is empty, light becomes chaotic. From the snail car was silent for a long while before speaking. "I once thought Hein Wu naively befriended the obedient, never expected a notable friend like you. My grandson is gentle, but your friend is fierce." Park Hein politely said, "I will visit you often." From the snail car smiled, "Fine, I retreat. What power do I have left? Now just stay home and watch the news." Park Hein. Lucy silently assessed the former litigator, once ambitious for fame, though not materialistic, placing honor above all. Teacher, according to Kim Hug, honor is a valid reason and the core of power. Therefore Oh Jong-sok craves strong power. Moo Hye-yu silently judged. Many followed from the snail car's ideals. When the country defaulted, Mr. O was their lifeline. Returning to the mansion, grandfather of Ta-san waited and asked, after meeting the former litigator, Kim Hyuk politely replied, "Yes, I confidently assessed he would notice my weaknesses. I think if the two had met earlier, they might have become close friends." Hearing this, grandfather chuckled faintly, becoming friends with O from the snail car. Just thinking about it gives goosebumps. The old man quickly shifted to the main matter, asking if the classification of accounts was done. Looking at the yellow file on the table, Kim Hyuk affirmed, "I have audited this file. Only bad debts." Grandfather looked at his grandson, asking, "What will you do next?" Kim Hyuk marveled at the analysis. Most loans risk being non-performing, so he decided to recover them all. He understood that if clients had high-interest loans, their financial situation was poor. Park Hein calculated that most debts grandfather held would be worthless when the imp storm hit, decisively making grandfather ask, "All of them?" Park Hyun firmly, "Yes, I intend to recover them all." The old man frowned, "So you intend to abandon our family and shark business? In this era, lending is to expand the enterprise. Recovering all immediately is impossible." Kim Hyuk calmly explained, "No, only high-risk loans are hard to recover if problems arise, so I handle them first." His gaze was deep as he considered a future currency crisis, not a sudden disaster, but a result of long-term accumulation, inevitable collapse. Faced with the sharp reasoning of his grandson, Chairman Tai-san pondered. He reflected and asked Assistant Myung-hun behind him, "What do you think?" Head of Department Myung-hun said, "The young master's view is reasonable. Work is not just on paper, so review and proceed." Assistant number 1 sided with the young grandfather, nodded in agreement. "Then let's follow your view. If you need support, just tell Head Hun." Park Hein bowed politely, "Thank you, grandfather." The old man looked deeply into his eyes, asking then, "What will you do with the recovered funds?" Kim Hyuk decisively planned, "I intend to use the funds for larger enterprises, reputable loans, clear collateral, avoiding risk." In his mind, he charted a grand strategy for the future, knowing after the financial crisis, the ultimate creditors decide the survival of enterprises. Kim Hyuk wanted to stand tallest, holding the lifeline. The 1997 Asian financial crisis was not sudden, actually beginning in 1994 in Mexico. In New York at the Dream High Invest office, Kyung-yang was busy with work, picked up the phone. "Hello." Park Hyun on the other line said, "I am Park Hyun." Kyung-yang rejoiced, "Big brother, New York is booming, just waiting for your orders." Park Hyun casually asked about the work there. When Yang reported everything was going smoothly, finding suitable employees, Kim Hyuk asked, "Have you become familiar with the financial circle?" Just raising a glass at a luxurious party with foreign partners, Kyung-yang confidently said, "Yes, attending parties constantly, I am familiar." Moo Hye-yu advised, "Do not be stingy with them, spend boldly." Suddenly, his tone became serious. "Listen carefully, I have something important." Kyung-yang wondered. Park Hyun began attacking financially. If the Mexican government devalues the peso, what happens next? When Yang asked, Park Hyun asserted history in late 1994. The Mexican government devalued the peso to boost exports, supplement foreign reserves. Yang was shocked, joking, "The government, not children, would commit financial suicide." Park Hyun calmly asked in return, "What if they actually did it?" He analyzed, "If it happens, confidence in the peso collapses completely. Foreign investors withdraw capital, Mexico's economy panics. In reality, Mexico's peso devaluation made emerging countries suspicious. Dollar capital exited faster, Mexico forced to urgently seek support from IMF and the US. Park Hyun silently observed and realized that Kyung-yang had fully understood his intention. Clearly choosing to bring him into this plan was entirely wise. He continued with a bold forecast that before Christmas this year there would be 2 sharp devaluations of the peso. If participating, raise the leverage to the maximum with a scale of $300 million. Hearing that figure, Mr. Yang broke into a sweat and anxiously asked whether any bank would dare accept such a colossal sum. Was he truly planning to use $300 million as collateral for this gamble? Kim Hyuk calmly confirmed that he understood correctly. That was why he had reminded him early on to build connections with the financial circles of major conglomerates. Surely there would be a place willing to accept it. Kyung Yang blurted out uncontrollably, was he being overly confident? Who would dare take on a deal that could collapse an entire system like this? Without the slightest hesitation, Park Hyun set the plan for December 20 and 22 to officially place the bet on the devaluation. Just raise the leverage to the highest level for him. Mr. Yang warned anxiously that if the calculations were wrong, they could lose the entire $300 million. Park Hyun merely smiled confidently, his cold gaze responding that if they won, the profit would reach trillions of guan, and he was certain failure would not happen. On the other end of the line, a shocked shout rang out upon hearing the figure of $300 million. The other person could hardly believe his ears at such a massive bet. Excluding investments in companies like Steve or Steve Jobs, this was his entire fortune. If Park Hyun lost, he would have nothing left but to sit by the Han River and stare at the water. Was he joking? That man sighed wearily and slumped into his chair. Setting aside the outcome, at least I have confirmed one more thing. Kyung Yang shook his head helplessly and said he was truly a madman, while Park Hyun remained calm and asked about the implementation deadline. Kyung Yang emphasized that it had to be completed as soon as possible, no later than before August, because in September Mexico would hold a general election. After that time, suspicion would surely rise and everything would be too late. Hearing this, Park Hyun immediately requested to find a place willing to accept $300 million, granted full negotiation authority to his partner, and said he was the expert so he should handle the contract. He would only provide information. I am only telling you this. If I could do it myself, there would be no need to ask you to go there. He concluded with absolute trust. Since he had trusted him, he only needed to trust him in return. Park Hyun quietly regarded this as an opportunity to test Kyung Yang's ability. If he already had the information in hand and still failed, this person would no longer have value to continue cooperating. In front of the Mangal SK building, Kyung Yang repeated those words like an oath. Because I trust you, so you only need to trust me. Now he could only place his faith in Kim Huk, either change his life or lose everything. Tightening his briefcase, Kyung Yang took a deep breath and stepped into the building. He was about to open the curtain on an extremely risky financial gamble. That night in a luxurious mansion, and rage tore through the darkness. At the same time in Seoul, while the sky was still dim, Kim Huk received a call from America. On the other end, an excited voice rang out, "Hey you madman, today I signed the contract." He recounted his meeting with Tom House, the financial director of Mango Books. The man confidently introduced himself as Tommy, wearing a meaningful smile. After hearing the proposal, Tommy thought that refusing would be foolish. That man summarized that Park Hyun was betting the peso exchange rate would rise from $1 to 3 pesos to 5 pesos by January next year. The bank's confidence was based on Mexico having joined NAFTA at the beginning of 1994, with expectations that the economy would surge thanks to integration with the United States. Strong foreign capital inflows made the market believe that a drop of more than 60% in half a year was hard to imagine. Tommy reconfirmed that the maximum transaction was $300 million and received a decisive nod. "I will use $300 million as a deposit and want to raise the leverage as high as possible. If not, I will take the money to the bank across the street." Afraid of losing the opportunity, Tommy immediately smiled to retain the client and pledged to handle everything. He reassured him that there was no need to look elsewhere and extended his hand for a firm handshake. Kyung Yang responded with goodwill. Dream High Investment hoped this would be a good deal and looked forward to frequent cooperation. Behind him, Tommy's staff could not hide their calculating smile. After the signing ceremony ended, Kyung Yang sat alone sipping strong liquor, calling Park Hyun while letting out a mocking. They were probably thrilled about their upcoming bonuses, thinking some foolish Asian man had willingly offered himself as prey. He muttered that in fact, rejecting this deal would have been foolish. Upon receiving the news, Park Hyun gently said he had worked hard. When reminded about the maturity date at the end of January, he was still lying on the bed calmly asking how much leverage had been raised. Hearing the answer was 30 times, Park Hyun paused briefly before quickly praising him for doing very well. On the other end, Kyung Yang was breathing heavily under extreme tension. Park Hyun smiled and said he had trusted him. In his heart, he was extremely satisfied because with that leverage, $300 million had become a $9 billion bet. In contrast to that calmness, Kyung Yang was nearly collapsing before a sum of money he might never touch in his lifetime. He trembled as he asked whether he could return to Korea. He coldly reassured him that everything was only beginning. Endure a few more days and then return home to enjoy the fruits. Time continued to pass amid a series of rapid upheavals. Chairman Kim Il-sung of North Korea suddenly passed away right before the Inter-Korean Summit. South Korea Chairman Yong Yang-ju of the Jaehyun Group announced his withdrawal from executive management. Kim Hyuk's group of friends continuously received good news as Ma Young-soo and the others passed rounds 2 and 3 of the judicial exam, creating a major shock for the Korea University law faculty. As December 20 drew nearer, the pressure grew heavier. Beneath the dazzling Christmas lights, he silently watched each decline of the peso since June. Holding the newspaper, he anxiously thought that if his memory was wrong, the future would go off course. In America, Kyung Yang was collapsing from anxiety, calling to ask if it was definitely the 20th and confessing that he had not eaten or slept for days. Kim Hyuk stood by the window, his voice steady as he told him to trust him and wait patiently. The actual developments were unfolding exactly according to the course course of history that Park Hyun clearly remembered. Mexico fell into chaos, a presidential candidate was assassinated, internal divisions deepened and armed uprisings erupted. Looking at the phone screen, he understood it was a tragedy for the Mexican people, yet hoped everything would unfold according to his memory. He told himself not to betray his own recollection, because trillions of guan depended on what he remembered. On December 21, 1994, according to Korean time, Kim Hyuk sat motionless, focusing intensely on his phone waiting for news. The phone suddenly vibrated repeatedly, and he immediately answered, calling out Mr. Yang's name. On the other end, Kyung Yang shouted that the Mexican government had just widened the exchange rate band against the US dollar to 13%, exactly as predicted. The currency had been devalued. Kim Hyuk was stunned as everything unfolded precisely as he had calculated. In Mexico, foreign funds withdrew en masse, triggering a severe crisis of confidence in the peso. In just one day, $6 billion were withdrawn from the central bank, and that was only the beginning. On the 22nd, the government continued to widen the band and devalued again, leaving the entire market in shock. Kyung Yang trembled as he asked if the prediction had come true. Should they close the position now? Kim Hyuk coldly replied no. Wait until next month, because the peso would continue to plunge to the bottom in January. Despite extreme tension, Kyung Yang still placed his trust in him and said he would act as soon as he told him the time to take profit. Entering 1995, the peso continued to depreciate exactly as Kim Hyuk remembered. His eyes sharpened, he pressed the phone to his ear and ordered it was time to take profit, sell everything. Immediately afterward, Kyung Yang reported that the contract was completed, the money had arrived, and they had officially become billionaires. The deal concluded resoundingly at Mango Books headquarters. Kyung Yang walked into the office to thank his partner and said this was a wonderful first transaction. Tommy sat in a daze, sweat pouring from him in shock, looking at Kyung Yang and stammering whether he had known in advance. He truly predicted everything 6 months earlier. Kyung Yang merely gave a meaningful smile and said he was no deity who could foresee the future. But everyone understood the peso had been overvalued. I simply bet on that and won. In the Mango Books office, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the room as an assistant frantically delivered the news to Tommy. The chairman just called. Our entire team has been fired. In luxurious villa Park Hyuk stood by the window frame listening to the final news from the other end of the line. When Mr. Yang informed Kim Hyuk that everything had been finalized, he calmly asked for the final figure, and the answer stirred even him, $25 billion. $25 billion was such an enormous sum that even someone as seasoned as Muahu could not hide his astonishment. Converted at the current exchange rate, it was about 20 trillion won, and if calculated at the peak of the crisis when $1 rose to 2,001, its value could climb to 50 trillion won. Kim Hyuk curled his lips in quiet confidence, wondering whether that man's assets could still surpass his own. To him, this earth-shaking victory was only the beginning. A confrontation between someone who held the future in his grasp and financial conglomerates that relied solely on forecasts. Park Han was certain he could not be defeated. How could he lose when he had already seen through the opponent's hand before the game even began? Among the many great opportunities waiting ahead, this victory was merely the first card to be turned over. Park Han cast his gaze over the glittering city, silently calculating his next move. He knew opportunity would return because in just 2 years, the upheaval that once swept through Mexico would surge into this place. Myung-soo raised his glass in excitement, laughing and cheering. The result is beyond perfect. Thank you so much, it is all thanks to you. Without you pulling me back, I would probably still be wandering aimlessly now. Kim Hyuk looked at his friend and slowly asked, what are you planning to do about your studies? Myung-soo replied, quitting entirely would not be right, so I will probably apply for a temporary leave first. No matter how important the courses at the Judicial Training Institute were, they could hardly compare to a bachelor's degree from Korea University. Kim Hyuk took a sip of beer and thought about the unspoken rules of the field. In the prosecution service, hierarchy was absolute. If someone of lower rank was appointed as prosecutor general, those senior to him would usually step down on their own. Gradually, it became an unwritten convention that everyone understood. What he had done was essentially gather them together and create a small change for them, helping their ranking at the training institute improve earlier. Although he knew that in his previous life they pursued legal careers, Park Han could not predict the chain reaction this change would bring in the future. Myung-soo suddenly mentioned their mutual friend, saying that he had also called to congratulate them, but it seemed there was still someone who had not made contact. Kim Hyuk casually said to let him think alone, sooner or later he would come on his own. After the incident, Park Han quit sports entirely, left school, and moved down to Busan. The two of them completely cut off contact from then on. Myung-soo muttered irritably that it was strange for friends to behave that way. Kim Hyuk joked whether the two of them were sulking like lovers, then said he would also be returning to Busan soon, inviting Myung-soo to go together and visit his grandmother since she was probably very lonely. Myung-soo protested in surprise, what loneliness, he goes over to eat at her house every day. She did not tell you. Muahu asked in shock, you mean Hyun-song? Meanwhile, at the family mansion, the chairman asked about the children who had been sent away, how Suman and Suhan were doing now. Myung-hun respectfully reported that Suman was hiding in a house in Australia, barely stepping outside. As for Suhan, after being transferred to another camp, he lived more quietly. But since all his former privileges had been stripped away, life was far from easy. His glorious days were over, and now only silent days remained. Chairman Tai-san sat in his study, deep in thought, letting out a soft sigh. Ji-won and Jisoo must resent me for pushing their father into that situation. Not even a single phone call. Department head Mung-hun added that last week Miss Ji Yang had returned return to Korea with her mother. The old man repeated in surprise, Ji Yang. Why did she not contact me? When Myung-hun suggested calling her over, he waved his hand. Forget it. They are probably still angry at this old man. Just then, Mui Hayu stepped in and greeted him. Grandfather, I am back. The old man looked up. Yes, you are back. Seeing that he seemed burdened, Kim Hug asked with concern if something was wrong. Chairman Tai-san avoided the question. It is nothing. Go upstairs and rest. Looking at his solitary figure, Park Han wondered whether he regretted being distant from his grandchildren at the end of his life. He suddenly realized that someone as strong as Tai-san was ultimately just a lonely old man when old age arrived. Upon returning to his room, Park Han had just taken off his coat when the phone rang urgently. He glanced at the screen. Who could be calling at this hour? He answered. This is Park Han speaking. The other end was silent for a moment. He spoke again. Hello, go ahead and say it. A hesitant female voice sounded. Brother, is this Mui Hayus? I am Ji Yang. A sudden call from his younger cousin caught Park Han slightly off guard. She was Suhan's only daughter. Because she had been sent abroad since childhood, the two of them had almost no contact, meeting only a few times at family gatherings. Unlike Ji Gun and Jisoo, Yang seemed largely uninterested in the family business. He remembered she was about 4 years younger than him. By calculation, she should have just entered high school now. He calmly asked, yes, what is it? Ji Yang hesitantly asked if he was free tomorrow. The question made Park Han pause. He had almost forgotten the existence of this special figure. He considered that if everything remained as before, this cousin was not a threat. But because she carried the blood of the Chan family, he reminded himself not to be careless. As soon as she met Park Han, Ji Yang burst into tears. She lowered her head and said through sobs, brother, I am truly sorry. Hi, he asked in surprise. What? The girl continued to choke back tears. I am sorry, truly very sorry. Seeing her so overwhelmed with emotion, Park Han handed her a handkerchief to comfort her. Stop crying or people will think I bullied you. Ji Yang trembled as she took it. Thank you. She wiped her tears and blew her nose loudly, startling Park Han for a moment. Ji Yang said through sobs, I have heard everything. I know about your mother, although I do not know exactly what my father and second uncle did. Park Han froze but quickly reassured her, it has nothing to do with you. You were not even born then. But Ji Yang still blamed herself. If it were my own brother doing that to my sister, I could not forgive him either. What my father caused was too severe. That is why this time when I returned to Korea I had to meet you to apologize as a representative of the previous generation. Park Han looked at his cousin and spoke honestly. I admit meeting you feels a little awkward, but it is not your fault, so do not torment yourself. If you want, cry it out, and then forget it. We are family, you can speak freely. Ji Yang gradually relaxed. She said she was an only child, and whenever she met Ji-won or Jisoo she was treated coldly, so she had always feared he would be the same. Looking at her petite figure, Park Han thought she was truly brave to come find him. Only 17 and already brave enough to face this. If it had been him in the past, he would probably have avoided it. He changed the subject. I heard you are studying abroad. After visiting home you will return, right? Ji Yang shook her head. No, I will stay in Korea. After what happened to my father, my maternal family is in turmoil as well. Park Han fell briefly into thought, understanding that everything had originated from himself. He continued, then what do you plan to do? Ji Yang answered awkwardly that she would probably have to apply to study here again, because the programs were different. She was very confused. Seeing she lacked direction, Park Hyun asked whether she had any dream. She shyly said she was only 17. Park Hyun recalled a rumor from his previous life that Ji Yang once wanted to become a singer but was opposed. She admitted she was still uncertain now, only knowing she liked things related to music. He asked whether that field did not require talent. Park Hyun looked at her skeptically and Ji Yang sprang up in protest. I sing very well, you will know once you hear me. Her face flushed red with confidence, making laugh. Kim Hyuk realized that the present Ji Yang was completely different from his memories, far more radiant and lively. Seeing her still hesitant, he encouraged her, if you like it then try, do not hesitate. He told her to boldly pursue it, and if grandfather opposed, he would step in to persuade him the future could be decided later. Park Hyun continued advising, you are only 17, experience everything you want. Youth has the right to make mistakes and start again. Ji Yang laughed, you are only 4 years older than me yet you speak like someone very experienced. As if you have lived several more decades, it is really funny. Park Han smiled and invited her to visit grandfather, knowing he was longing for her. The two of them returned together to the Chanfa mansion. As soon as she stepped through the door, Ji Yang called out loudly, Grandpa. The old man Ta-san turned around, his aged face suddenly lighting up. Who is this? Is this my Ji Yang? The grandfather and granddaughter embraced. The girl sobbed, Grandpa, I missed you so much. The old man patted her gently. My precious one is back. I almost forgot your face. While the two reunited, Ma Yuxi quietly walked down the corridor with his subordinate and asked about the situation of the uncle who was in prison. Is he still under strict surveillance? The subordinate reported that after being transferred, Suhan was completely isolated and closely monitored by Jongsu's men. His spirit has severely deteriorated. There was even a time when he tried to end everything. The attempt failed. The subordinate coldly said that as long as the young master gave the order, he could handle it at any time. Kim Hyuk's eyes suddenly turned. He gave a firm order, ensure his absolute safety. safety. Do not let him harm himself or any injury. Make him lose the power to manipulate life and death at will. Crushing his spirit is enough. He wants that evil man to live in shame, never able to hold his head high again for the rest of his life. No matter how sincere Xiang is, Park Han still declares that he will never forgive Su-han, the one who helped conceal the death of his parents. Watching his grandfather gradually regain his smile beside Xiang, he thinks fine to let the old man enjoy holding a grandchild in his twilight years for that debt. He will settle it thoroughly. Kim Hyuk receives a phone call with news from Bakdong-soo. His uncle has finished taking over Yongdangpo. The underworld of Seoul is about to welcome a wave named Park Han. He smiles and replies that yes, his uncle has worked hard. Director Jong-soo realizes everything is progressing according to plan. Kim Hyuk also confirms that the time to enter Seoul seems ripe. Excited by the smooth first step, Jong-soo suggests having a proper feast before departure. Today he will cover everything, telling him to come to Yongdangpo at a small road tavern. Close associates gather fully around the table. He asks if his uncle is celebrating the move toward the capital. Jong-soo laughs proudly and says reaching this point counts as a success. And since it is Saturday night, he has booked the entire place. While pouring wine, he says emotionally that it has been a long time since he drank so freely. He calculates that they met in 1990, and in the blink of an eye 5 years have passed. Kim Hyuk smiles faintly and nods that is right. In that warm atmosphere, Kim Hyuk personally pours wine and calls out to him as brother Jong-soo. That form of address makes Jong-soo pause, emotion surging his heart. At last, he hears Park Han call him brother instead of uncle as before. He shouts excitedly that today he is truly happy, urging everyone to drain their glasses and drink to their heart's content. After that, he turns to greet Kim Hyuk assistant, saying this is their first meeting. Maseok remains serious and replies that it is still working hours, so he will only raise a single toast. Jong-soo laughs loudly and says there is no need for formality. With him here, he feels at ease. He entrusts his treasure to him, telling him to take good care of the boss. Park Han curiously asks about the takeover of Yongdangpo, telling him to recount whether there were any difficulties. Jong-soo confidently says it was so easy he almost thought he was dreaming. He recalls the scene of the other side bowing their heads in defeat. With just a little pressure, they immediately surrendered. Jong-soo reflects that eliminating Hangu and swallowing the entire Guksong construction company created a huge impact. Even so, he understands that although they have taken Busan, entering Seoul and standing firm there is not simple. He reminds them that the underworld of the capital is extremely cunning. One slight mistake and everything is lost. Hughes calmly takes a sip of wine. Jong-soo impatiently asks where they will strike first in Seoul. In his opinion, Gangnam is the most profitable place, asking what he thinks. Kim Hyuk calmly proposes that they should begin by subduing the smaller groups in Western first. He analyzes that Gangnam requires time to tighten control from the edges toward the core. For now, they should expand their power. Suddenly, Park Hyun emphasizes that they may touch anyone, but must absolutely avoid the Chinese in Garabong. His stern tone leaves everyone stunned. He says when the right moment comes, he will personally issue the order to act. Jong-soo nods and says he understands. He will instruct his men not to touch that group. Turning to Lee Myung-hun, Park Hyun asks him to manage the company well. Myung-hun firmly replies yes. While pouring wine, Myung-hun shares that he always arrives and leaves on time. Working in the underworld yet maintaining the demeanor of a civil servant sometimes makes him wonder whether he is a lawyer or an office worker. Park Han smiles and reassures him that just because the company owner belongs to a certain world does not mean the employees must be the same. He emphasizes that the company needs educated people like Myung-hun to create a legitimate facade. He instructs that as they develop, they should attract more trustworthy talents, because the larger the scale, the more people are needed to operate it. After understanding the instruction, Myung-hun suggests it is time to take on construction contract. Kim Hyuk says he will discuss further with Zion Group and reply later, at the same time affirming that Myung-hun does not need to worry about revenue or capital. However, Myung-hun has his own view. He believes they should not rely on the Hyun family forever, so he has researched bidding opportunities in many places. He analyzes that due to the previous administration launching a series of large urban projects, the state is currently slowing down, then asks Park Hyun whether there will be new projects soon. Myung-hun pushes up his glasses and reports that a reconstruction project near Yongdangpo is starting. Although another faction is involved, he still wants their side to try to squeeze in. Kim Hyuk nods in agreement, telling him to speak about any needs but handle it smoothly and avoid bad rumors. Hearing that, Jong-soo pats his chest confidently and says he is here. He asserts that this area is under their control so no scandal can occur. When Kim Hyuk asks about Busan, Jong-soo replies to leave it to his trusted subordinates. They have followed him since childhood, so he can rest assured. Kim Hyuk thinks that Busan is a strategic territory. In a few years, the financial companies under the Japanese Yakuza will flood in, and this place will be very important. He instructs that Busan must be firmly held and not neglected. Jong-soo nods and says he understands and will monitor it closely. The drinking party lasts until dawn begins to break. Jong-soo still enthusiastically urges everyone to keep drinking. He reminds them that there is much work ahead, but they should keep raising their glasses. The sky is about to brighten. Leaving the tavern true to their underworld nature, work can be set aside, but the wine must not be lacking. Moo Hyus sits silently in the car moving through the street. He thinks that while Baek Jang-soo is expanding power in Seoul, he'd also arrange several other important matters. He calls the department head. Maseok respectfully answers. Park Han decisively says he wants to assign tasks to the big fish in Myeongdong, requiring meetings with each of them tomorrow and telling him to arrange the schedule. The next morning, he goes to a luxurious office to meet a middle-aged man who is deep in thought. thought. Park Hyun calmly sits down and asks whether he has nothing to say. The other man remains tense and silent. He continues that Director John is gone, and he should understand the situation clearly. Woo Hee-uk looks straight at him and mentions the harsh reality, who his grandfather will choose as the successor. Realizing he is at a disadvantage, No Song quickly bows his head and apologizes for past shortcomings, hoping to be forgiven. But Park Hyun remains cold, saying that if he no longer had value, the outcome would have been different. If not needed, he might have become a second Yu Ji Wang. He presents an offer that cannot be refused, telling him he has no way back. Under that pressure, No Song can only bow his head and accept. Park Hyun tells himself that sometimes it is better to be generous to those who know how to turn back in order to win their loyalty. When No Song asks whether he intends to appear openly, he affirms that he does. Then he orders the release of all new credit lines and the swift recovery of old debts. All working capital must be reclaimed before next year. No Song is stunned and asks again whether all lending activities should be halted. Park Hyun explains that in the next few years policies regarding illegal lending will fluctuate, so the sources of capital must be separated first. He says since he does not wish to show himself, the work in the shadows will be entrusted to him. Having stepped in, he should keep moving forward. Seong bows his head and replies that he understands and will follow the instruction. Kim Hyuk continues by asking about his network of relationships with creditors in Myeongdong. After receiving confirmation, his gaze turns cold as he orders those relationships to be strengthened further. It is an order. Leaving the office, Park Hyun gets into the car amid the deference of No X. In the car, department head Maseok with concern. He says there are rumors that No Seong is Suhan Man, asking why he still keeps someone under suspicion like that. Park Hyun calmly analyzes that the big fish in Myeongdong are all experienced and well connected, asking in return how long it would take to train newcomers. To him, making use of someone willing to work in the shadows is valuable. Kim Hyuk considers that the anti-usury law will be enacted in 2002. Before that, foreign capitals such as Japan has already prepared to jump in. He understands that once the law takes effect, private finance can easily fall into foreign hands, so he decides to accelerate to seize the advantage. Standing amid vast assets, Kim Hyuk tells himself that even if private finance is legalized, high-interest lending will be hard to eliminate. He plans to assign roles clearly, some working in the dark and some in the light, operating in parallel. The car stops in front of a modern high-rise building. Moo Hyusi enters to meet a tall subordinate. The man bows and reports that he has been waiting for a long time. Moo Hyusi politely apologizes for the sudden appointment. The other quickly says there is no need. This place is always ready to welcome the young master. Park Hyun unexpectedly comes face to face with Funtoshiro, also known as Muntabelm. In his memory, Muntabelm was the one who secretly entered Korea to prepare to infiltrate the high-interest lending market. That man originally only appeared around 1998 when foreign capital seriously flooded into the Korean credit market. Park Hyun wonders why Muntabelm appears together with director Jin Sung-in at this time. His eyes are filled with suspicion, carrying the scent of betrayal. It seems someone is secretly playing both sides. Seeing Park Hyun arrive, Jin Sung asks what brings the young master here, whatever the matter may be. Park Hyun sat down across from him, his eyes constantly alert, thinking that if his suspicions were true, he could no longer trust Jin Sung-in and would need to change his plan immediately. He spoke nonchalantly, nothing much. Recently I've been a bit negligent with directors at Myeongdong, so I came to check the situation. If I have caused you trouble, please forgive me. Jin Sung-in quickly waved his hand. Not at all. I am merely serving the chairman. When the chairman's grandson visits, it is no different than a guest coming to the house. No formalities are needed. Park Hyun thought ironically, someone serving the chairman, yet everything around him makes me so suspicious. He looked straight at the other and said, indeed, Director Sin's loyalty to the chairman is admirable. Enough humility. Now do you intend to follow me or wish for early retirement? Jin Sung-in laughed cheerfully, ha ha ha. Loyalty to the chairman is like that to the young master. A slight nod, I understand. Anything else? Jin Sung-in reported the situation as usual. He mainly deals with those unable to get loans from banks or financial companies, and that has not changed. You stood up to end the meeting. You understand this environment better than I do, so I trust you will handle it well. Jin Sung-in bowed respectfully. Please, young master, do not worry. As Park Hyun was about to withdraw, he suddenly mentioned a younger brother from the countryside who just arrived. Seems well behaved, young master. See if he can be of use. Immediately, he called the one waiting T-Bong, asking, this is the chairman Tai-san's grandchild in Pyeongchang East. Muntabelm bowed to Park Hyun, greeting the young master and Muntabelm, honored to meet you. Park Hyun wondered why Jin Sung-in introduced this name so early. You are the junior from Director Sin's countryside. T-Belm replied politely, my father and the director's father are friends, acquainted since childhood. When asked about his hometown, he asserted Masan. The answer surprised Park Hyun. Masan, huh? He continued to inquire, then why does your city accent speak Busan fluently? T-Belm calmly explained, I moved to Seoul when young and have lived here since. Jin Sung-in smiled with satisfaction. Seems trustworthy, doesn't it? He continued, I see he is no less capable than an assistant to the young master, so I introduced him. If the young master needs, call anytime. Seeing Park Hyun silent, Jin Sung-in worried, but I see too few bodyguards accompany you. Now only head Maseok protects. Is that enough? Park Hyun was internally wary of the opponent's plot. What is this guy planning a yakuza next to me? He called coldly. Belm immediately replied, strange young master. Kim Hyuk patted him on the shoulder and said, alright, work hard, we will meet again. Thank you, see you again. Watching the back of the one who asked, Kim Hyuk smiled slightly, we will meet again, Funto Zero. On the speeding car, Kim Hyuk, Truong Fong, when investigating the directors at Myeongdong, you said you saw nothing unusual, right? Especially director Shin Sung-in. Headhun wondered, yes, is there something concerning? Kim Hyuk looked out the window, after everything, using the excuse of a junior from the countryside arriving planning to plant T-Bell 1, a Yakuza member targeting the high-interest market, to spy next to me. Using a faulty time travel scam scenario, he affirmed Shin Sung-in is definitely linked to Japanese Yakuza, wondered who exactly is behind placing someone next to him now. Just as Muhayus returned, grandfather asked if you met the directors at Myeongdong today. Muhayusi didn't answer immediately but asked in return, do you trust the directors at Myeongdong? I am reassessing the personnel system. The old man laughed heartily, ha ha ha, Park Han among close ones only trust Myung-hun, the rest are judged by their utility. Kim Hyuk asked thoughtfully, then what about Shin Sung-in? What do you think of him? Grandfather Sip Team remarked, Shin Sung-in has been stubborn since childhood, only knowing wrestling. But he is useful, so was protected. After retiring from competitions and starting work, I assigned him some tasks. But one must admit he is unpredictable. All his tasks are done well. Considering grandfather's trust, Park Han decisively speculated, Shin Sung-in may be an insider of the Thamfong Society planted within him. This news shocked the old man. How can Shin Sung-in be an insider of Thamfong Society? Impossible, he was saved and supported from childhood. Kim Hyuk calmly analyzed further. Acting overly dramatically made his eyes slightly blurry. Let you handle it, though slightly shaken. Grandfather still doubted. Though Shin Sung is unpredictable, he is not quick-witted. Kim Hyuk confirmed, though lacking evidence, do not ignore suspicion. Thus considering removing him, grandfather's eyes hardened hearing the words remove. Kim Hyuk explained, since he is your man, he wanted to ask for approval before acting. After pondering, grandfather nodded, yes, decide yourself. Park Han respectfully replied, yes, I understand. Grandfather still worries for grandson. Can you manage alone? Shin Sung and his many subordinates. Park Han reported to grandfather on the forces, holding all cards, internal and external coordinated. Old Sin won't escape this time. Grandfather pondered, you mean the Busan thug? Jongsu, right, can be trusted? Park Han stood up affirming, I am not easily trusting others, but currently he still has much value to utilize. Leaving the room, Park Han immediately ordered Ma Seok to come. Help me deal with Shin Sung-in. Receiving the firm nod from his loyal assistant, the purge plan began. That night in the city parking lot, Jongsu sat waiting with a baseball bat among a large group of followers. As the Marsuk Dae car arrived, the two largest underground forces under Kim Hyuk officially assembled. Seok approached and asked, Director Jongsu, are you ready? Jong smirked arrogantly. This is the official collaboration. If I do poorly, won't I lose face, especially before Park Han? Masoka signed, handle inside, you guide. No one enters or leaves. Though Jongsu doubted the number of men inside, Maseok Dae coldly confirmed, from now on these men protect young Master Park Han. Failing even minor tasks means no right to exist. Hearing this, the subordinates did not dare breathe loudly. The statement impressed the Busan gangster. He laughed with pleasure. Well said. We'll block outside. I guarantee not even an insect gets through. Inside you handle yourselves. After the handshake solidifying the alliance, Jongsu shouted loudly, all move out. Both groups advanced towards the target. Under the quiet night, luxury black cars arrived at the skyscraper. All guards stood watch. One stammered in fear. Whose fancy convoys? Before he could react, a figure shot forward like an arrow. Sharp strikes felled the guards in an instant. Kim Hyuk's army strode confidently past the defeated and entered inside. Jongsu declared, standing at the entrance, now no one can slip through, reminded subordinates about sensitive positions. We are in the heart of Myeongdong, crowded with passersby. Don't foolishly draw knives, understand kids? Subordinates shouted together, yes, big brother. No need to fight, you still handle opponents neatly, right? Jongsu smirked slyly. Just saying, situation worsens, draw and fight, got the answer. Jongsu watched his back, eyes scrutinizing, curious how formidable the head of department's talent truly is. Inside the building, footsteps echoed, breaking hallway silence. Internal guards panicked, what is this? Before reacting, they were thrown by the ruthless kicks of the elite squad. Maseok appeared with cold eyes, pressed close controlling the Terraphone, and the office door was kicked open inside. Shin Sung-in and T-Belm were discussing when startled. T-Belm immediately stood up, growling an alert. Who disrupted when I am performing Masan's act? Realizing the intruder, Shin Sung-in exclaimed in panic, head of department. He, both frightened and angry, asked, what are you doing? Maseok kept a cold expression, decisively announced, young master ordered these two brought to him. Hearing this, Shin Sung-in was stunned, repeated young master. Fury flared up. Shin Sung-in shouted that they could have been called discreetly anyway. Why make such a scene? At a time like this, why worry about noise? Survival came first. Before the other side could react, Maseok coldly ordered his subordinates to drag the two men away at once. Immediately, Muntebelm swiftly drew his gleaming knife, pointing it forward and growling a warning for no one to come any closer. It seemed that they had sensed our movement already. Teacher Shin Sung-in wavered for a moment before being shouted at. Director Sin, are you really going to let them capture us so easily? Shin Sung-in hurriedly adjusted his tie and shouted to reassure his men that reinforcements had been called. Everyone hold on a little longer. In the tense situation, Maseok remained calm and ordered his subordinates not to go too far. The brawl erupted in a flash. Muntebelm charged straight into the encirclement at astonishing speed, launching a barrage of attacks. Sharp blade and hammer-like kicks caused Maseok's men to collapse one after another. Belm swung his knife repeatedly, the steel edge slicing an opponent's arm and making him cry out in pain. He fought like a cornered beast, unleashing vicious strikes that left Maseok's men able to react in time. But the mercenaries on the other side were no pushovers. In just a moment he was knocked flat on his back. Still gripping the knife tightly, he clutched his head and screamed wildly, "Kill them all." Onto Belm, enraged, continued to brandish his knife and roared in challenge for anyone else to dare step forward. In the blink of an eye, he was subdued and disarmed. A subordinate of Park Han mocked him, "Shut up, kid," holding a fruit knife and dreaming of being a boss. Seeing his men at a disadvantage, Sin Sung did not stand aside but rushed into the melee. The man in the brown suit swiftly closed in on the fat director. Sin Sung threw a punch, but his opponent easily dodged. He tried to grab the other man's shirt and briefly thought he had gained the upper hand. Watching from a distance, Maseok kept his icy gaze without the slightest chance. The young man was slammed down on the floor. The fat man delivered a heavy kick. The sweeping kick skimmed close to the ground but still failed to hit the target. Maseok stepped forward and sternly Yang what he was doing. Yang quickly bowed his head in apology, while Jin Sung staggered to his feet and arrogantly boasted that he had been grappling since the age of 10. Did they think a bunch of brats could take him down so easily? But before he could finish, he took a heavy punch to the ribs that knocked the breath out of him. Jin Sung clutched his stomach and groaned in pain, unable to catch his breath. Yang immediately followed with a straight kick to the face, sending the fat director rolling across the floor. Before long, all of Shin Sung subordinates were taken down. The brawl came to an end. Black cars screeched to a halt and swiftly surrounded the area. Jiangsu clicked his tongue, not too surprised since he had anticipated this situation. He had thought today would be easy. Who would have expected the crowd pouring out of the cars? He shouted loudly, "Everyone get ready." A man with a long scar across his face stepped forward and growled, "Who are you?" Jiangsu calmly picked his nose and replied with disdain, "What are you to question us? Coming to collect a debt and bringing a whole crowd like this, does going in numbers lower the interest or reduce the monthly payment?" He hoisted his bat onto his shoulder and shouted, "Bad luck for you, the company is closed today, get out of my sight." The leader on the other side angrily yelled that they were the White Tiger Gangnam. They did not know where these country bumpkins came from, but if they wanted peace, they should leave immediately or regret it. Hearing the name White Tiger Gangnam, Jiangsu merely curled his lips in challenge. He immediately swung his bat to signal the charge. Tiger or cat, it is all the same in the pot, brothers deal with them, and a fierce battle erupted in the street. Jiangsu swept his bat to clear a path with decisive blows. The strikes came down hard on the limbs of the White Tiger members. When the Gangnam leader rushed forward, he sneered that recently he had heard rumors of market thugs from Busan coming up to cause trouble everywhere. Was it? These country bumpkins dared to act wild here. Did they know what place this was? Who is the real country bumpkin here, my friend? Do not jump to conclusions. He swung his bat to attack, but Jiangsu blocked it in time right in front of him. Jiangsu let out a cold laugh and suddenly threw a thunderous punch into the opponent's face. The punch made the leader stagger before crashing to the ground. In pain and humiliation, that man struggled to his feet and shouted that he would not spare Jiangsu today. He charged forward again in a frenzy but only brought defeat upon himself. With just one heavy blow from Jiangsu, he was sent stumbling back several meters. Standing tall before the defeated man, Jiangsu coldly said, "Do not think everyone from Busan is mediocre, and do not assume everyone from Seoul is noble." At that moment a voice reported, "Director, their numbers are too great, they are overwhelming us." The lawyer is probably regretting not taking the day off. Looking down, hundreds of White Tiger members were still pouring in, filling the entire stairway. A battered White Tiger member gritted his teeth and roared that they would not leave here today. In contrast, Jiangsu still calmly carried his bat and mocked that Seoul people were only good at shouting, "Talk less, if you want then come at once." The order had barely ended. Hundreds from both sides surged at each other, creating chaos on the steps. Kicks and blows rained down in rapid succession, knocking opponents to the ground. Maseok Dae stepped out from it. Jiangsu hurriedly asked about the situation upstairs. Maseok calmly replied that it was handled. The traitors were now just waiting to be taken away. Jiangsu explained that the organization in Seoul calling itself White Tiger had come to protect Director Jin. Maseok's face turned cold as he said that since they had gone to such trouble to protect a scoundrel, they might as well stay. Then he lightly rolled his shoulders to prepare to sweep away the remnants. Late at night it fell over an abandoned warehouse. Park Han got out of the car to inspect. Maseok reported that Director Jiangsu's subordinates were seriously injured, but thanks to his team's support outside they were not trapped in the building. Park Han pondered deeply. Even after mobilizing all of Manager Maseok and Director Jiangsu's men still struggled to hold out like that. Seeing his master lost in thought, Maseok bowed his head in apology, but Park Han gently said there was no blame. Fortunately, everyone returned safely. Even so, he shuddered inwardly, thinking that if only Manager Hun had been sent, then he did not know what the losses would have been. Kim Hyuk wondered whether his strength was only this much. Kim Hyuk coldly looked at the lackey, lying miserably on the ground, and then asked who he was. When he learned that he claimed to belong to the White Tiger Gangnam and had come to protect Director Jin, he silently assessed that this was one of the most notorious forces in Gangnam. Myeongdong had always been his grandfather's territory. They should never have and never dared to set foot in this place. Kim Hyuk stared at that man and asked who he wanted to see again. "Hey, I heard you sent your underlings to protect Director Jin." That question cut straight into a gangster's pride. The thug immediately flew into a rage, shouting as he charged forward with a club, "Bastard, who do you think you are to call me like that?" He even dared to call Boss Bo Tao by name. He curled his lips and declared, since you set foot in Myeongdong first, I have the right to assume you came to provoke us, right? Right after that, he ordered his subordinates, anyone who steps into Myeongdong, deal with that leg so they remember not to lose their way. Park Hein also told Maseok not to go too far, because these men still had value to pressure the Uyghur gang leader. The lackey could only scream in despair, if you are going to deal with me then do it, stop torturing me. Ignoring the cries behind him, Kim Hyuk turned back to face Sin Sung-in directly. He asked in a low voice, Director Sin, when did all of this begin? Sin Sung-in trembled and begged through tears, young master, what did I do wrong to you? He tried to drag the chairman out as a shield, asking whether the chairman knew about this and begging for a chance to explain, claiming it was all a misunderstanding. Kim Hyuk coldly looked at the man kneeling at his feet and mocked him, a misunderstanding. Park Han stepped closer, stared straight into his eyes and exposed him. How much did the King Feng Association pay you to place Muntebelm beside me? The question struck his weak point. Sin Sung-in's eyes widened in horror, sweat pouring down his forehead. Seeing that reaction, Kim Hyuk knew he had guessed correctly. He lowered his voice and warned him to stop acting. The role of a coward did not suit his large frame. Then he pressed him about his betrayal, reminding him that his grandfather had protected him since childhood, so when had he turned his back? At this point, Sin Sung-in revealed his true face. He growled that from the moment he quit wrestling to approach the chairman, he had been working for someone else. Staying by his side was merely following that man's orders. Park Haim bent down to look straight at the traitor and pressed him. Was the person he mentioned the leader of the King Feng Association? Who was he and what was he plotting? In response, there was only a provocative sneer from Sin Sung-in. It seemed the chairman still knew nothing. He shot Kim Hyuk a pitying look. Have you heard of the guild master? If you know, then prepare a place at the bottom of your grave, kid. That arrogant attitude angered one of Kim Hyuk's subordinates, who shouted and immediately rushed forward to restrain him. Kim Hyuk pondered. They called him guildmaster. He asked coldly, you mean if he wants to, he can eliminate me at any time? Sin Sung-in curled his lips, of course, to the guildmaster. A young master like you is nothing. His eyes, you are not even worth an ant. Muntebelm was planted only to monitor you. He ground his teeth and blamed him. Everything went wrong because you appeared. Director John Suman had been a perfect pawn, but your sudden arrival ruined the plan. Looking at the man before him, Park Han silently assessed his deceit. On the surface, he had always shown loyalty to his grandfather, even when other directors had changed sides in his previous life. Blind trust had led his grandfather to be deceived until the end. He told himself that if he had not discovered Muntebelm early this time and struck first, sooner or later he would have been in danger. Sin Sung-in asked in shock, how did you know Muntebelm was a spy? How did you discover it? Kim Hyuk did not answer. He only coldly ordered, tell me everything you know about the King Feng Association, cooperate, and I will let you go peacefully. Sin Sung-in was already desperate. He screamed, just deal with me, I have nothing left to say. Park Han did not hesitate. He replied coldly, fine, then I will send you off as you wish. He turned to Chief Maseok, you heard it clearly, deal with him. As Kim Hyuk turned his back, the tightly bound Muntebelm suddenly screamed like a madman, let me go. If you release me now, maybe I will be generous enough to spare you. Park Han stopped, turning back to look at delusional man with icy eyes. He said disdainfully, do you not understand the situation, or are your brains not enough to realize where you are? He stepped forward and directly exposed his true identity, Muntebelm, or rather Funtoshiro, captain of the bodyguard unit of Hiraguri Gumi, the second-ranked organization under the Yamaguchi family. I know your file like the back of my hand. Kim Hyuk looked straight into the trembling eyes of the Japanese assassin and declared, from now on we should speak seriously to each other. Agreed. Funtoshiro froze and stammered, how do you know? Kim Hyuk only thought to himself. Even though in his previous life he had known only a few bits of information about him, that had been enough to make a notorious criminal astonished before a university student. The assassin asked in a trembling voice, who exactly are you? Park Hyun calmly replied, the one who will send back to the earth. I am Kim Hyuk, grandson of Chairman Ta-san. He continued, were you not planning to assassinate me? Then after my grandfather passed away, squeeze into the loan shark market in Myeongdong, right? Those words made Funtoshiro stiffen as all his schemes were laid bare. Kim Hyuk clearly remembered that in his previous life this man came to Korea around 1997, acting as the spearhead to seize Myeongdong before the main forces arrived. He coldly said, I am the one asking questions. Who gave you the order? What is the purpose of cooperating with the King Feng Association? He issued a warning, tell me everything. I will take only one arm as the price. Cornered, Funtoshiro shouted, stop talking nonsense, just deal with me. I choose honor. He chose to keep his honor while Kim Hyuk chose to strike at his mind. Kim Hyuk burst out laughing at that stubbornness. Honor, how ridiculous. He mocked him, so you would rather die than betray your organization. Kim Hyuk curled his lips and turned away, quite loyal, no need to say more. He ordered, release him. The sudden decision left Funtoshiro stunned. He asked in confusion, what trick are you playing? Park Han said casually, you can go. You are free. Stood frozen in disbelief. But then Park Han turned back with a cold smile. Go back. I will let all of Japan know you are the most cowardly traitor. He looked deeply into his panicked eyes. There is no need to dirty my hands. If you want to die with honor, then return to your homeland and die to preserve that honor. That psychological blow made Funtoshiro collapse. He screamed, no, please deal with me here. Park Hyun stopped and coldly laid out a condition. Tell me everything, then I will grant your wish. With no other choice, the assassin lowered his head. Fine, I will tell you everything. After settling everything, Kim Hyuk returned to the mansion. As soon as he stepped into the room, he said, I am back, grandfather. His grandfather sat thoughtfully in his chair, looked up at his grandson and said, you have worked hard. He reported, for now we have dealt with Chairman Sin Montabelm and the White Tiger gang. His grandfather asked in surprise, White Tiger? You mean the gang in Gangnam? Kim Hyuk confirmed that his right hand had come to Myeongdong to save Sin Sung-in, proving they had been lurking around. Hearing that, the old man grew furious. They dare ignore the non-interference pact between Gangnam and Myeongdong. Park Hyun assessed that one of the 3 largest gangs in Gangnam had officially broken the agreement. He planned to reinforce Jong-soo's forces before launching a counterattack. His grandfather pondered and said news of the fight in Myeongdong had spread widely. To suppress public opinion, someone had to take responsibility. Kim Hyuk reassured him that Jong-soo would handle it properly and White Tiger did not want to escalate matters, so they would withdraw. He affirmed that he would take care of everything, and it would be fine. Even so, his grandfather remained worried that a full-scale war could not be allowed. He reminded him that the guildmaster of the Kingfing Association was no ordinary man. His actions were unpredictable. Kim Hyuk asserted that he would not strike quickly. He would make them suffocate slowly. Both grandfather and grandson understood that if war broke out, both sides would suffer heavy losses. His grandfather carefully instructed that no matter what, he must not expose himself personally. He should use all of Myung-hun's forces. Park Han nodded and said he would inform Director how when their intervention was needed. Suddenly, his grandfather spoke up and asked about the identity of the Japanese assassin, and that man Montabel, how did he know so much about him? Park Han paused for a brief moment, quickly fabricating a plausible story in his mind to conceal the secret that he had once lived again. He swiftly replied that Chairman Daeho had crossed paths with him in Busan, so he happened to hear about it. After listening, his grandfather merely sighed. Human hearts are truly hard to fathom. Who would have thought a gangster could be useful at times? Kim Hyuk also affirmed his trust in Buk Jong-soo. The man who had followed him since childhood had never once disappointed him. Though Jong-soo ideals seemed somewhat unrealistic in the current underworld, that very quality made him more trustworthy. Chairman Ta-san admitted that his grandson had a good eye for people. Meeting the right person was both skill and luck. Yet he could not conceal the bitterness of being betrayed by Sin Sanjin. The very man he had personally chosen had turned his back on him. The feeling was difficult to swallow. Suddenly he let out a faint groan and clutched his chest with a pained expression. Kim Hyuk hurried forward in alarm. Are you feeling unwell? Lately you look quite worn out. The old man only sighed and said it was probably due to age. His health was no longer what it used to be. Worried for him, Park Han suggested that he take him to the hospital for a checkup. The old man waved his hand with a smile. No need, I do not want people saying that at my age I still have my grandson escorting me to the hospital. He said he had already scheduled an examination for next week and told him to focus on resolving the troubles at hand. A few days later, to settle the matter, an enforcer from Buk Jong-soo gang along with several others turned themselves in over the brawl. The White Tiger side also sent an equal number of people to the station. The chaos in central Myeongdong had too many witnesses to be covered up. A quiet night sailed over a rocky outcrop by the Sin Sanjin and Montabeum stood there awaiting their final punishment. Behind the 2 traitors, Monsieur coldly declared that their crime was aiding the plot to harm young master Mu Hyuk and for years secretly showing contempt toward the chairman. He raised his gun and stated clearly that the only way to atone was to pay with their lives. Facing the muzzle, Jin Sung-in screamed madly, do you think killing me will leave Park Hyun in peace? We have branches everywhere. He cannot defeat us. Sooner or later he will fall beneath our hands. Before he could finish, a dry gunshot rang out. The bullet ended everything. His body toppled off the cliff and was swallowed by the night waves. Witnessing the scene, Funtoshiro panicked, shouted at Maseok that he would rather be killed than stand there being mentally tormented. Maseok remained calm and replied there was no need to pull the trigger himself. As long as rumors spread that you are still alive, your accomplices will not spare you either. His gaze fixed on the trembling assassin. Your daughter is still young. Your wife is still young as well. Think of your family before it is too late. That psychological blow left the assassin speechless. Having sown enough fear, Maseok turned away coldly and said, let us go, leaving Funtoshiro standing frozen in the darkness. Only the sound of waves lapping against the lonely cliff remained. After that they returned to the man. Maseok Da reported everything to Mu Hyuk, while the chairman seemed not to know too many details. Someone from the Thangfong Society had proactively contacted him first, and he was only assigned the task of placing Montabel by your side. He added that Montabel gang had originally planned to infiltrate the private lending market in South Korea, but later received new orders to curry favor with you and become your right hand through Chairman Sin. Maseok confirmed that Shin Sung-in only received instructions from the Thangfong Society after Sumin was forced to leave the country. Park Han understood that he had inadvertently disrupted their entire plan. If nothing had changed, Shin Sung-in would have continued pretending loyalty even after Chairman Ta-san passed away. At that time, Montabel and the Yakuza would have openly entered the lending market, reaped enormous profits and withdrawn quietly. It would have taken only a single small misstep. He might have lost everything once again even without keeping Montabel by his side. Park Hyun understood he would have had no reason to suspect Shin Sung-in, who had always appeared absolutely loyal. Without this incident, he would have struggled to see the true face behind that facade of righteousness. Yet on the other hand, he had seized a rare opportunity to reach the Thangfong Society, an organization that almost never left any trace. In light of the situation, Maseok proposed increasing security security. You need to change cars and always have at least 3 people close by. Kim Hyuk replied calmly that he alone was enough to turn the tide. He was not a decorative vase for them to bully. Subordinate still earnestly asked young master to reconsider. Seeing Maseok Dae's determination, Mu Hyus finally nodded in agreement. But only you are allowed near me, the others keep their distance and provide support. Maseok bowed his head. Park Hyun pondered. They not only mobilized the White Tiger but could also enlist the largest Yakuza organization in Japan. His eyes turned icy. I will make you pay for that intention. His goal was to uproot the octopus named Thangfeng Society. In the car, Park Han called Han Kyung-yang to discuss the money just acquired. Kyung-yang asked in astonishment if he truly intended to invest in Musao Corporation. Kim Hyuk calmly said that from the $25 billion earned from the Mexican peso bet, half would remain in Dream 2. The rest would be divided and transferred into various other companies. He would handle that for you. He instructed to disperse the money across multiple regions and channels to avoid taxes. The more complex, the better. Kyung-yang said he would ask financial experts to handle it, but still worried that this was no different from skirting the law. He imagined that if discovered, he would end up in prison facing all kinds of dangerous individuals. The thought alone sent a chill down his spine. Park Hyun reassured him that was why they needed to hire outsiders to do it. That way it would be harder to trace the mastermind. Yang sighed and said, cooperating with you feels like riding a roller coaster. I have not even had time to try Disneyland since coming to America. Kim Hyuk concluded that for now they should follow the plan you laid out. Returning to South Korea, Park Hyun stopped by Mangsu's apartment. His friend asked, you are entering the academy next week, right? Have you prepared everything? Park Hyun took off his jacket and said he was thinking about what to bring. Probably just books and a few clothes. He said he wanted to treat him to a meal. Mangsu laughed and told him to sit down as he had already ordered food. Just then Kim Hyuk pushed the door open carrying a bag of beer. Mangsu, I brought drinks. Seeing Mu Hyus in the room, Hyun Sung exclaimed in surprise. Park Hyun was also startled but quickly regained composure. You are here, only managing to blurt out, oh. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Mangsu called out from the kitchen, what are you two doing standing there staring at each other? Then he set out the beer and prepared the table for drinking. On the windy rooftop, Hyun Sung asked if he planned to stay in Seoul permanently. Park Han nodded and said he would stay at Mangsu's house since he still had to return to school. His eyes suddenly grew concerned as he looked at his friend leg. How is your leg now? Park Han replied that it had recovered enough for normal daily activities, but returning to competition would still be difficult. Kim thanked him for taking care of his grandmother in Busan. Park Hyun smiled and said it was nothing. Helping your grandmother was like helping his own. The atmosphere suddenly grew quiet. Park Han lowered his head and said, I feel guilty toward you. Kim Hyuk paused as he recalled the moment in the hospital room when Park Han had once looked at him with distant eyes and said that right now you look truly frightening, you have changed too much. Park Hyun continued that if you or Myungsu encountered something like I did, I would also do everything to protect you and reclaim justice for you. He looked straight at his friend and sincerely apologized. No matter what you may have done, no matter what others say, I should not have said those words to you. I am sorry. Kim Hyuk waved it off and said, forget it, we are friends, there is no need for apologies. Just then Myungsu came out and interrupted, what are you two standing there talking about? Today we are seeing our friend off, come drink. Myungsu's presence lightened the mood. He teased that back then they used to cause trouble at clubs. Kim Hyuk and Park Hyun laughed and said that was all in the past. On the way back, Maseok Dae remarked that today young master seemed happier. Park Han smiled and replied it was probably because he got to see his friends again. It had been a long time since they had sat together like that, so he felt much more at ease. In January 1995, Kobe in Japan was struck by a devastating earthquake that shook the entire region. After that disaster, the yen surged sharply from its stable rate of 100 yen to $1 because insurance companies had to withdraw dollar funds back home to pay compensation, while many American hedge funds aggressively bought yen and Japanese government bonds, further driving up the rise. As the second largest international reserve currency after the USD, the yen turned Japan's foreign exchange market into a battlefield for global hedge funds. Under the impact of natural disaster and fierce speculation, the yen fluctuated violently. When the threshold of 90 yen to $1 was broken, Japan had to reach an agreement with the G7 finance ministers and central bank governors to intervene and weaken its currency. That seemingly life-saving agreement inadvertently became the fuse for the Asian financial crisis, and only 2 years later, South Korea was also swept into the vortex of crisis. Park Han understood clearly this was precisely the opportunity for him to gradually seize control of this nation. Returning to the immediate plan, Park Han proposed to his grandfather that he wanted to withdraw the entire investment poured into the Wambo group. The old man asked in surprise, after 20 years of cooperation, why did he suddenly want to cut ties and demand the money back so urgently? Park Han calmly explained that the group's bad debt was too large and they were still continuing to borrow from many other banks. Wampo was famous in construction and manufacturing, but Park Hyun knew clearly that behind that glamorous facade were enormous debts. The Unmei apartment project in Daekidong, Gangnam was also built by Wampo. The group ranked 18th in South Korea, yet in Park Hyun's view, it was hollow inside. He analyzed to his grandfather about Chairman Jang, who had once used money to manipulate the authorities to gain an advantage in a land redevelopment project. That incident had nearly caused the group to collapse, but by withdrawing from executive management, that man avoided prosecution. Kim Hyuk affirmed that in essence, he was merely a real estate speculator. He feared that greed would sooner or later backfire and bring disaster to the family business. Therefore, they had to withdraw capital quickly before everything turned to worthless paper. After listening, his grandfather pondered and said perhaps he was concluding too early. The financial reports had not shown serious problems and high debt ratios were common among large conglomerates. But in Park Hyun's mind, the scene of January 1997 was already clear, when Wonbo would completely collapse due to its debt-dependent business model and disappear from the market. It would be the largest bankruptcy in South Korea, choking cash flow and dragging countless enterprises into distress. Then at the end of 1997, the foreign exchange crisis would erupt, marking a period of severe recession. Kim Hyuk knew Wonbo was the initial spark of that catastrophe. After a moment of thought, his grandfather's eyes softened and he said he trusted him. He should handle this matter personally. He further asked whether he needed Mang Hun's assistance. Kim Hyuk silently understood that his grandfather was testing his ability. Personally collecting debt from the chairman of a large conglomerate was clearly a trial prepared for him. Without hesitation, Kim Hyuk firmly replied that he would resolve it with manager Masok and needed no one else. Seeing his grandson so resolute, his grandfather immediately ordered his assistant to transfer all Wonbo bonds to Park Hyun, causing Mang Hun to ask in astonishment whether all of them were to be transferred. The old man nodded and confirmed to transfer everything, yet still worriedly asked again whether he was certain he did need Mang Hun's help. Park Hyun refused because he did not want others to think he relied on his grandfather's influence. He wanted to recover the debt through his own strength. The old man burst into hearty laughter, telling him to test himself and at the same time send his regards to Jang Tae-ho. Park seriously replied yes. Before them stood an old commercial building located in the middle of a densely populated residential area. Kim Hyuk could not help doubting whether this was the correct location until his companion confirmed it. He found it hard to believe that a large conglomerate would place its headquarters on the third floor of a building in an ordinary residential district. Park Hyun's eyes turned sharp and cold. He understood Chairman Jang was not easy to deal with and this trip would be full of challenges. His associates suggested going in first to probe the situation, but Kim Hyuk refused because he wanted to complete the task assigned by his grandfather himself. He said this was entrusted by his grandfather, so he had to handle it personally. Then together with Masok, entered the building to begin the confrontation with Wonbo. The two stopped in front of a board listing Wonbo's business sectors from construction and energy to steel. Looking at that scale, Park Han still doubted whether this was truly the headquarters of the nation's 18th-ranked conglomerate. A timid employee approached and asked what business the two had. Kim Hyuk calmly replied that he had an appointment with the chairman. The answer made the employee ask in surprise whether it was with their chairman. Kim Hyuk coldly said he came from Myeongdong. The employee's expression immediately changed. He hurriedly asked assistant Han to call the secretary's office to check the chairman's schedule. Park Han understood clearly that the reputation of Myeongdong was enough to make such people wary. Stepping into the chairman's office, the luxurious space with golden horse statues and expensive furnishings momentarily stunned Kim Hyuk. Just one door felt like stepping into another world, the exterior ostentatiously dazzling to the point of blinding. Sitting on the luxurious sofa was Chairman Jang Tae-ho. That man narrowed his eyes and asked whether he was Chairman Tan's assistant or his grandson. Park Hyun introduced his name. Jang Tae-ho then asked how old he was. He replied 22 years old and thought to himself that this face had appeared frequently on the news. In reality, he was no better. Jang Tae-ho waved his hand telling him not to stand there, to sit down and say what old Ta-san had sent him for. Pine sat down and declared that from now on he would be responsible for this matter. Jang Tae-ho sipped his coffee, his eyes filled with disdain, sarcastically asking whether he was young and talented. Kim Hyuk ignored that attitude and went straight to the issue of the convertible bonds pledged when borrowing 50 billion. Hearing that, Jang Tae-ho was startled, then vented his anger on the secretary because the coffee was too hot and shouted loudly, causing the girl to panic and apologize. That man roared at her to make it again and drove her out. When the secretary left the room, Jang Tae-ho continued grumbling about useless employees, then asked why he wanted to handle the pledged bonds while he was still paying interest regularly. Park Han thought that if he dared delay payment, he would not be sitting there calmly, then coldly said the company was restructuring assets, so they had to handle it. He stated that other enterprises were also gradually being recalled, but Jang Tae-ho immediately objected. That man tried to stall, saying that even if they were bonds, immediate repayment could not be demanded because he could not manage funds at the moment. Kim Hyuk clearly understood that his finances were not so desperate. That man was fully capable of paying. He calmly said in that case they would convert them into shares or sell the bonds with the premium to another party. Jang Tae-ho sprang up and shouted, asking what nonsense he was saying and whether he dared transfer them to someone else. Kim Hyuk understood well the financial paradox that the larger the debt, the more advantage the debtor held, but he also knew Jang's weakness lay in control. If the bonds fell into a third party's hands, Wonbo's management would be shaken. The previous hot loans could become a burden pressed against that man's neck. Park Han looked straight at him and said if they were converted and released onto the market, management would become difficult, but surely the chairman would still be fine. In his heart, he had no interest in recovering cash. What he wanted was far greater power. Being cornered, Jang Tae-ho asked in shock whether this was Chairman Ta-san's directive. Kim Hyuk replied indifferently, no, this was my decision, because my grandfather had given me full authority to handle Wonbo's bonds. Jang Tae-ho angrily said they'd agreed not to convert the bonds into shares and questioned what right he had to decide on his own. Kim Hyuk calmly replied that if he did not believe it, he could call to verify directly. Jang Tae-ho immediately grabbed the phone and shouted into the receiver. That man demanded to be connected at once with Chairman Tan in Pyeongchang. The other end picked up. Chairman Tai-san's voice rang out asking Chairman Jiang what the matter was. Jiang Tao shouted in panic and resentment, Chairman Tai-san, where is this reason coming from? Are you planning to tear up the agreement between us? On the other end of the line, Chairman Tai-san replied calmly, what nonsense are you talking about? Speak clearly. Jiang Tao nearly lost control. Your grandson came here to threaten me, saying that if I do not repay the debt, he will sell those bonds to someone else at a higher price. Is that not forcing someone too far? That man even repeated the promise from years ago that you personally pledged never to convert them into shares. You are the chairman of a major conglomerate. If you conduct business without integrity like this, who will dare cooperate with you in the future? Hearing that, Chairman San flare up over the phone, Jiang Tiho, are you lecturing me now? Chairman Tai San's authoritative voice rang out, reminding him of the time he was destitute and had to bow his head to borrow money, and now that he has gained a bit of status, he dares to play the victim in front of me. Jiang Tiho turned pale and stammered that he did not mean that, but Chairman Tai San immediately cut him off. Enough, I have given the boy full authority. The two of you settle it yourselves. The cold sound of the call ending echoed, making him feel as if he had fallen into an abyss. Kim Hyuk calmly looked at the trembling debtor and asked, so you have confirmed it? In despair and anger, Jiang Tiho gritted his teeth and asked, fine, how much money do you want before you will let this conglomerate go? Park Hyun stood upright and decisively stated a single figure, 20 billion won. Jiang Tiho was stunned and stammered. Then he roared, are you crazy? I borrowed only 5 billion. The interest has never been late, and now you demand 20 billion. Park Hyun maintained a terrifying cold expression, looked straight at him and said, Chairman, from the moment you declared you could not repay the debt, I did not come here to collect money, but to sell you a tool that will help you keep your company. Before the old man's stunned Park Hyun continued indifferently, the value of an item depends on how much the buyer thinks it is worth. He affirmed that this price is not expensive because if transferred to someone else, he could obtain even more. Jiang Tiho clenched his teeth in grievance, but not giving the other side time to hesitate, Park Hyun stood up decisively. If you think it is unsuitable, then forget it. I will take my leave. Seeing him about to leave, the old man panicked and held him back. Wait, how about 10 billion? Consider it a bit of luck from an elder to a junior. He even promised that if given one more month, he would repay double that amount. But Park Hyun inwardly sneered. He must be planning to borrow elsewhere, juggle the debt. A man wearing the cloak of a businessman yet using the company to handle such shady loans leaves nothing to negotiate. He concluded that the conversation was over and continued walking. Jiang Taeho hurriedly called after him, young man, do not be so hasty. Wait for me a moment. He immediately made a call and ordered, have the finance director come to my office at once. A few minutes later, the finance director appeared. Jiang Taeho shifted the responsibility. This is the person in charge of our finances. Speak with him. Director looked at Kim Hyuk and said directly, at the moment we cannot gather 20 billion immediately. The conglomerate ranks 18th, but in reality our cash flow is exhausted. Park Han leaned back in his chair and coldly delivered an ultimatum. If this is not resolved today, I will seek another partner. Realizing there was another implication behind the pressure, the finance director suggested that he speak plainly about what he truly wanted. Park Han silently remarked that this man truly had a financial mindset, grasping the issue very quickly. He looked at both of them and revealed his trump card. The Wambo shares I inherited are worth about 10 billion. Including the bonds, the total comes to around 50 billion. The finance director frowned and considered even the shares, even so the gap is still quite large. Park Han replied calmly, I believe that is a reasonable valuation. You understand my meaning. The director still shook his head. I have already said that we do not have cash on hand. Jiang Taeho lost patience, leaned back in his chair and asked directly, what exactly do you want? Not making them wait long, Kim Hyuk delivered the decisive strike, the Unmi apartment complex. About 600 pyong of land that has not yet been registered, correct? Those words Jiang Taeho stunned. Kim Hyuk continued exposing the conglomerate's hidden assets. In Digidong there is another plot owned by Wambo Construction. More than 1,000 pyong purchased during the same period as the apartment construction but left vacant until now. Jiang Taeho's face drained of blood as he stammered, how do you know our company's internal affairs so clearly? Do you plant someone inside? Kim Hyuk calmly looked at the trembling old man and in his mind a future scene emerged. 2 years from now, Jiang Taeho will cause Wambo to collapse and then flee abroad. At that time the tax authorities will step in to recover assets, but fail, including this plot of land, and later its price will skyrocket. Keeping it would be wasted. I will manage it for you instead. He said coldly, I am Chairman Tai-san's grandson. That should be clear enough. Jiang Taeho could only remain silent. Park Hyun continued analyzing. According to the current market price, the total value of those lands is about 40 billion won. I have already calculated the difference for the portion in Unmi. He looked straight at him and said, choose the land or the conglomerate. From the beginning, Kim Hyuk had determined that he was not interested in Wambo shares. His only target was the more than 1,000 pyong in Digidong, the place that would lay the foundation for Park Hyun's empire. He looked at the trembling chairman and asked, do you need more time to think? The land or the conglomerate? Jiang Taeho shouted, I beg you, do not pressure me further. I cannot endure it much longer. Kim Hyuk calmly replied, I am merely giving you the right to choose. Jiang Taeho growled, I heard you remove the external directors to seize your position. No different from Chairman Tai-san. In the face of that sarcasm, Kim Hyuk only smiled. Thank you for the compliment. He understood it was mockery, but it did not affect him at all. Jiang Taeho angrily warned, do not be too smug. One day you will taste the same way you are treating me. Park Hyun sighed, hearing a greedy man talk about karma is amusing. He knew knew that the man's poor management would later trigger a major financial crisis beyond his imagination. Although he had no intention of saving that man for the greater good, Park Han would not allow him to easily default and flee abroad. He stood up to conclude, "I will remember your words. Today I will send a lawyer, and I want the land transfer completed within the day. I will take my leave." Kim Hyuk left the room behind. Jang Tae-ho erupted in fury. That man screamed madly and overturned the heavy wooden table in the middle of the room. Overwhelmed by shock and rage, he suddenly clutched his neck in pain. The assistant rushed in, anxiously calling chairman. Outside, Kim Hyuk's car drove away from the headquarters, leaving Wombo teetering on the brink. In the car, Park Han called his old friend Jae Ha. "It is me." The voice on the other end sounded surprised. "Park Han, what is the matter?" Kim Hyuk spoke directly. "I need a lawyer. Can you ask your father to introduce a few so I can meet them in person to discuss?" Jae Ha readily agreed. "Of course, my father also wants to meet an investment genius like you." But Kim Hyuk was firm. "No need, I will go straight to his office. I know where the headquarters of Korea's top law firm Hang-min is." The car stopped in front of a modern high-rise building. Upon entering, Park Han was personally received by the head. "You must be Park Han, pleased to meet you." The man with a composed demeanor introduced himself as Hang-min, co-founder of the law firm Yun and Kim. He asked kindly, "Chairman Tai-san as well, correct?" Kim Hyuk was slightly surprised. "You know my grandfather." Hang-min smiled. "In this circle, everything ultimately revolves around money. So how could I not know your grandfather? I have also heard that you are the successor to Chairman Tai-san." Park Han modestly replied, "There has been no official decision yet. I am only trying to complete the tasks entrusted to me and learn more." Little would anyone expect that he had just thrown an entire conglomerate into turmoil. Looking at the man before him, Park Han assessed that this was Jae-ha's father, co-founder of Yun and Kim, one of Korea's top law firms famous for rarely losing a case. But behind that reputation was a company willing to take any case as long as there was money. Secure victory, they could manipulate evidence, influence witnesses, or use various backstage tactics, making not only other law firms but even the prosecution wary. Kim Hyuk felt satisfied inwardly, exactly the kind of legal service he needed. He knew that at present the true face of this law firm had not yet been exposed, and only insiders fully understood their methods. Hang-min sat down calmly and asked, "You did not come to see me over a dispute with a neighbor. Tell me which big figure you intend to handle." Park Han said calmly, "I want to receive land in exchange for transferring bonds and shares from Wombo Group." Hearing the name Wombo, the seasoned lawyer was briefly startled. He affirmed, "Yes, I need a lawyer skilled in corporate transactions." Hang-min asked in more detail about the location and value of the land that Kim Hyuk was targeting. He replied that it was real estate about 1,600 Pyong in the Ulmi and Dejidong area, worth around 40 billion won. That figure even surprised the experienced lawyer. 40 billion in Dejidong. Park Hyun nodded. "Among its 600 Pyong has not been registered, so the procedures will be more complicated. The remaining about 1,000 Pyong is in Dejidong." Hang-min admitted that at their first meeting Kim Hyuk had already surprised him, but he still wondered why he did not use his grandfather's own legal team. Park Han affirmed that his grandfather had given him full authority to handle the matter and he wanted to find a capable partner. "Hoping you could introduce someone suitable. Perhaps we will cooperate for a long time." His composure and farsightedness made Hang-min chuckle with delight. "Haha, truly an interesting young man. That GH boy of mine really has an eye for people." He immediately agreed and pledged to deploy the best lawyer from the firm to assist him. Leaving the law office, Kim Hyuk got into the car with Masao. When asked where he would go next, he decisively replied, "To the land in Dechidong, prepared for building a high-rise uncle. Leaving everything to Guksong still doesn't put my mind at ease." Park Han decided to find a more capable support to ensure his grand plan. "Let's head straight to Chairman Young's house." The car quickly rolled and stopped before a luxurious mansion. Upon meeting, Park Han went straight to the point. "Have you heard about me preparing to take the general contracting? I want to invite you to join this project." Chairman Young nodded, confirming he was aware of him taking over that small business. Park Han continued, "Regarding handling Wombo's debt, he received the land Diching instead of cash. He plans to build a tower but worries Guksong cannot handle it alone." Hearing about the Detridong land, Chairman Young was stunned, asking, "Isn't that Chairman Zhang's prized property?" The old man laughed loudly upon learning Kim Hyuk now owned a place even he who had begged before couldn't acquire. Haha. He clung to it tightly, yet the boy managed what even his grandfather could. Chairman Young asked directly, "So you want Zayun to handle the construction, right?" Park Han replied, "Yes, Guksong remains in charge mainly, but he hopes Zayun assists with construction as the land is quite complex." Hearing this, the old man laughed. "Aha, clever little fox, you want us to handle the land use conversion procedures as well." The old fox understood the little fox at once. Kim Hyuk thought, though he could do it himself, letting Zayun handle it would be faster and more precise. He aimed to complete the entire project by early 1998 at the latest, adding to Chairman Young that if possible, he wants to shorten the schedule, striving to finish within the next 3 years. Hoping for his support, the old man nodded. "I understand, let me make a few calls to arrange." "Could I wait outside for a moment?" Kim Hyuk politely replied, "Yes, sir." Sitting amidst the mansion's vast garden, Kim Hyuk silently calculated the need to maintain a long-term relationship with Chairman Young. His influence in Korea's economy is not less than his grandfather's. Having him as an ally is crucial. Suddenly a voice rang from behind, startling him. "Hey, which handsome guy is sitting in my yard?" Lost in thought, a girl stepped out from the house, leaving Kim Hyuk bewildered. In his mind he wondered who she was. She appeared abruptly, then asked back, "Could she be a family member of Chairman Young?" Park Han politely introduced himself. Hello, I'm Park Han here to see Chairman Young. Hearing his name, the girl smiled mysteriously. So you are Kim Hyuk. Seeing his surprise, she added, I've heard a lot about you from Mr. and Hyun Soo. My name is Hyun Ji. Park Han thought, in Chairman Young's house there is a granddaughter named Hyun Ji. Seeing his expression, the girl asked, haven't you heard anything about us? Kim Hyuk was stunned. About us what? Hyun Ji calmly replied, the engagement between the two families, haven't you been told? Words struck Kim Hyuk like lightning. What, I came to discuss building a tower, not forming a family. Ignoring his confusion, the girl smiled mischievously. I was quite impressed at first sight. I like someone with looks. Let's try to get along in the future. Kim Hyuk stood frozen, all business plans suddenly disrupted by an unexpected arranged marriage from Chairman Young's family. He stammered, get along in the future. Seeing his embarrassment, Hyun Ji laughed, playing coy. Though it's a decision by both families, we should still get to know each other before living under one roof. Kim Hyuk awkwardly asked, you seem too young. How old are you this year? Hyun Ji confidently replied, I'm in high school. Next year I'll be of age. Park Han thought the age gap was not much, but she wasn't of age yet. He felt it was inappropriate, promptly being teased by her as old-fashioned. Inside, he was stirred by how the elders silently planned such matters behind his back. He tried to stay calm. He gently declined, sorry, currently I'm not thinking about getting to know anyone. I will discuss with Chairman Young again. Hyun Ji laughed, calling him outdated, and declared bluntly, in short, I like you. Hearing about you made an impression. Meeting in person makes it better. Then asked back, what did your grandfather say about you? She listed a series of praises from Chairman Tai-san that he's smart, handsome, and elegant. But what impressed me most is that you are the richest person in the country. His frankness left Kim Hyuk speechless. Before he could respond, Hyun tugged his hand coquettishly. What are you doing this weekend? Go to Taiwan with me. Kim Hyuk hurriedly made excuses. This weekend I'm busy. Being refused, she pouted. You're making excuses to avoid me, right? No one has ever dared refuse me. Now tell me how you feel. Quickly say you like me too. Back in the living room, Chairman Young leisurely asked, how do you find my Hyun Ji? Park Han noted she wasn't a typical young lady but sincere, energetic, and slightly childish. Chairman Young recounted Hyun Ji as his most cherished granddaughter, having an unpublicized son Hyun Ji as his child. This young man sought no fame or fortune, wanting a simple life. But after Hyun Ji's parents died in an accident shortly after her birth, she grew up in his arms. Before old age arrives, he earnestly asked, in the future when I retire, please help me care for her, consider it a contribution. Kim Hyuk understood his sentiment. I understand what you mean. I will treat her like a sister, don't worry. Hearing this, the old man nodded in satisfaction. Returning to business, Kim Hyuk asked if things with director Zion were settled. He confirmed all was in order and would soon dispatch someone to negotiate details. However, he reminded that with Zion's stature, participating in the project would attract public attention. As it's the top construction company in the country and among the top 20 globally, every move is scrutinized. Park Han asserted, rest assured, when I start, Zion will only gain prestige, no harm will come. The collaboration between Guksong and Zahyun at Daechadong made a big impact. Thanks to this bold project, Jongsu had a springboard to enter Gangnam. But Gangnam is fraught with undercurrents. Not everyone can establish a foothold. A luxury black car stopped before a bustling club in the center. Jongsu and his men silently stepped in. They came to meet a prominent figure. It was Baek Jong-ji, the powerful boss of the White Tiger Gang in Gangnam. In the dimly lit VIP room, Baek Jong-ji looked coldly at Jong, saying, you and Sesong are like family. If you had given a heads up, we could have avoided the previous troubles. Though his words seemed polite, the atmosphere remained tense. The Gangnam boss said coldly, sit down. Without hesitation, Jongsu sat opposite, ready to engage in dialogue. The confrontation between the two largest underground forces officially began. Jongsu smirked, first time we meet. But let's be clear, I lead a gang. If later I have to sit with vice leaders, it might disadvantage me. That arrogant attitude angered a White Tiger underling who shouted, who do you think you are? Before he could finish, Jongsu glared and barked back, adults are talking, why are you interfering? You little shrimp, out you go. The man stared at the other, warning, dare to be insolent again and the price won't be as light as last time. Tension was suffocating, forcing Baek Jong-ji to speak. Enough. The Gangnam boss coldly signaled his subordinates to be silent. Hearing that your younger brother was about to visit, I told the brothers to come out and greet him out of courtesy. Who would have thought it would turn the atmosphere into such a tangled mess? All of you go outside. Let me stay and have a few private words with our colleague from afar. When the door closed and only two people remained in the room, Baek Jong-ji poured wine and spoke in a tone full of surprise. The Busan crowd swallowed Yongdangpo quickly, and your backing is no small matter. Chairman Tai-san of Myeongdongko personally supporting you. His gaze suddenly turned icy, his voice lowered. Whatever the case, stepping into Gangnam like that is a bit excessive. Jongsu calmly drained his glass before replying an even our boss is planning to build a tower in Daechadong. He said that during construction he does not want any disturbances in the surrounding area, so from now on that place will be under our management. Baek Jong-ji let out a cold laugh. So you are using construction as an excuse to encroach on Gangnam? Do you think you can swallow it whole? Underestimating the businessman here is a grave mistake. Unfazed, Jongsu advised him to think carefully. If both sides clash, it will only drain resources. In the end, it will only benefit benefit the other two organizations in Gangnam. Seoul is divided into three major areas. The southwest includes Yongdangpo, Gansel, and Guro. Gangbuk belongs to long-established organizations, while Gangnam is the most profitable area of the capital. In truth, Gangnam is not ruled by the White Tiger Gang alone, but by three forces joining hands to divide that lucrative pie. Jongsu pressed on, "You were the one who first set foot in Myeongdong. The unspoken rule there is that no one touches it casually. You knew that and still acted. What is that supposed to mean? Once rumor forced to retreat spread, a gang can hardly survive." He looked straight at his opponent and concluded that the White Tiger Gang wants to declare war on our Xixiong Gang. His pride-wounded Big Dongdi gritted his teeth and shouted that he dared to stroke the tiger whiskers. Did he believe he could make him disappear? Jongsu maintained his expression. "Now, on whatever happens is your choice. There is only one path left: to fight until one side can no longer stand." Jongsu's firm declaration of war left the Gangnam boss stunned and speechless with anger. As Jongsu turned to leave, bitch, Dongdi hurriedly called him back. "Sit down first. I never said I wanted war. If I did, I would not have invited you here. You turn around faster than an ex-lover." After a moment of contemplation, Baek Dongdi relented. "Fine, only to Chi Dong. If you demand more, then the two sides will truly confront each other." Facing that concession, Jongsu smiled faintly with calculation. Soon after Park Hyun received word that the agreement was settled, the other side had accepted letting his faction enter to Chi-dong. Park Hyun called to instruct Jongsu, "You worked hard, now just finish the project on time and avoiding incidents. Money is not important. Use the best materials as long as the building is solid." Jongsu confidently replied that he understood and told him not to worry. Kim Hyuk sat in deep thought, calculating the balance among the gangs, that sooner or later they would clash fiercely after the purge of the underworld. He knew he was fortunate to have Jongsu help secure a prime position in Gangnam without conflict erupting, but this place was controlled by three major forces: White Tiger, New Gangnam, and Toonla sect. According to Director Masok investigation, all three were backed by the Blue Chamber Association. Park Hyun knew that if those organizations were not dealt with decisively, conflict was only a matter of time. Not long after, at the Tron family estate, the chairman summoned all his descendants for a meeting. The old man swept his gaze over each of them and spoke sternly that he had called them today to clarify a matter. Chairman Taesan's eyes turned sharp as blades, signaling an important decision was about to be announced. The atmosphere of the family meeting was taut as a drawn bowstring. Chairman Taesan declared that from now on Muhai Uke would be a successor. The life-changing decision left Jiwon and Jisoo stunned, their unwilling expressions obvious. He calmly added that each of them would receive a share of assets, but not to be greedy, remembering that what he gave could also be taken back at any time. That heavy warning forced Jiwon to lower his head and swallow his anger. Jisoo remained silent, her gaze cold and unread. In contrast, Ji Yang happily led Park Han hand to congratulate him, saying she believed he would do well. Park Han smiled and thanked her. Seeing the unusual silence, Chairman Taesan pressed on. "Does no one have any opinion? Is no one dissatisfied with my decision?" Though filled with resentment, Jiwon still forced himself to congratulate Kim Hyuk. Park Han thought that although many had once seen him as the successor, an official announcement before the family carried an entirely different weight. Jisoo also coldly offered a brief congratulation. Kim Hyuk spoke firmly before his grandfather that he was grateful and would do his utmost to honor the Tron family despite bearing the Kim surname. He understood his grandfather trusted him enough to skip a generation and hand the legacy to a grandson who did not share the family name. After the meeting, Chairman Taesan called Kim Hyuk into a private room and reminded him that even in victory he should not press his younger siblings too hard. He wanted a promise to preserve family harmony. Kim Hyuk reassured him that he need not worry and that such a thing would not happen. The chairman asked about his upcoming plans, whether he intended to go to America. Kim Hyuk respectfully confirmed he had matters to handle and would return soon. As he stepped out of the office, Park Hyun was suddenly stopped by Jiwon. "So you finally achieved your goal. What about the promise between us? You have not forgotten that you would help me obtain Samsung Group." Jisoo looked at him coldly and said that what her father did had nothing to do with her, hoping he would not use it as an excuse to deny his promise. Park Hyun replied calmly that it was true her father's actions were not hers, but she should at least offer him a polite apology. Jisoo immediately retorted that she knew nothing. If she did not know, then why should she apologize? It was her father doing. She emphasized that her father had paid the price and was banned from returning to Korea while Chairman Tae-san was alive. After speaking, she turned and left, only saying that she believed he would not break his word. Kim Hyuk watched his cousin back and thought she was truly a cunning fox. He had expected them to be softer, yet none was willing to lower their pride. He sighed softly and walked toward the waiting black car. As he was about to open the door, a deep voice called out, "Park Han." It was Jiwon, Jisoo's older brother. That man had been waiting and wanted to speak privately. Park Han felt annoyed, thinking why these siblings kept seeking him out one after another, then coldly asked what he wanted. Completely different from his usual arrogance, Jiwon lowered his head nervously, sweat beading on his forehead as he stammered an apology, saying he truly had no knowledge of what happened to my suk. Kim Hyuk looked straight at him and asked, and then, Jiwon snapped as if to hide his shame, "I may be worthless, but I still have pride. My father wrongdoing, then I will bear it." He bowed his head and apologized on his father's behalf, sincerely apologizing. Before that seriousness, Kim Hyuk remained silent and listened. Jiwon affirmed he was not speaking to seek forgiveness, only that some words had to be said. Park Han watched the backs of Ji-won and Jisoo, wondering whether that meant any scheme, or perhaps a truly calculating person only had a weakness in his sister, or those apologies were genuine. He realized he needed to reassess them. The scene then shifted to New York, America, at the Dream High Invest office. Yang excitedly reported that Anicaps they invested in was about to be listed. The news stirred Nasdaq into a frenzy. The offering price was $14, but due to the hype it had doubled, the scent of profit spreading everywhere. Park Han calmly asked how much profit there would be if they sold all at $40. Mr. Yang calculated roughly $500 million, and then asked, in surprise, whether he intended to unload everything. Park Hyun clearly understood that Anicaps soared to $80, but there was no reason to hold it long, because in the end it would be pushed out of the game by stronger competitors. He issued a firm order that after the listing they were to dump all of their shares at the 40 mark first. If the other side refused to accept it, then he would find a way to handle it himself. Mr. Ian nodded in understanding. Muihayusi then asked further about the other capital injections, especially whether the funds in yen had been fully settled. Mr. Yang proudly announced that a few days earlier all procedures had been completed. The profit earned was triple the initial capital, reaching 300%. Kim Hyuk pressed on, asking how much their total assets had now reached. He laughed smugly and told them to prepare heart medicine, because the account had just soared to $30 billion. If converted by gold value, it had also surpassed 25,000 billion. Refusing to let himself be overwhelmed by that colossal figure, Muihayus immediately pushed forward the plan to establish shell companies and asked how far the progress had gone. Mr. Yang reported that only about 30% was complete, and it would likely take until next year to finish. They planned to split into around 500 shell companies, and then merge them into 12 major entities, exactly the style of a master financial manipulator. However, Park Han still found it insufficient. He demanded an increase in number, splitting into thousands of companies before consolidating them into 13 to be satisfactory. Mr. Yang was alarmed and reminded him that the service commissions for company formation would skyrocket. Kim Hyuk curled his lips coldly and said saving a little money only to make him spend his life behind bars would be far worse. Faced with that blunt warning, Kang Yang could only grumble not to exaggerate like that. But he also cautioned in advance that if they followed this approach, the commission costs would be enormous, and no complaints should come later. Night fell over the luxurious hotel where massive financial schemes continued to unfold in silence. Standing by the window overlooking the brilliantly lit New York, Kim Hyuk spoke in a low voice and asked the department head to find someone truly trustworthy. He instructed him not to choose a Korean but to find an American to stay close and look after Kang Yang. At that request, Maseok respectfully replied that he would try to search according to the young master's wishes. Park Hyun emphasized that money was not an issue. What mattered was the person must be absolutely loyal and never leave Kang Yang. Though he claimed to trust him, deep down Kim Hyuk understood that the power of money could make people change in frightening ways. He told himself that if one day Kang Yang were swallowed by greed and betrayed him, he would decisively eliminate this partner as well. Not long after, Muihayus went to Steve Jobs' office. The moment he saw him, Steve smiled in greeting and immediately guessed that he had come to make a fortune from the Netscape deal. Park Hyun smiled in confirmation, and at once Steve introduced the guest currently in the room. Steve said this was Andrew Gigant, a New York businessman who had invested in him back when he was at Apple. Andrew politely introduced himself and said he had long heard of Park Hyun. Hearing the surname Gigante, Kim Hyuk paused briefly, a flood of information about both the American elite and the underworld flashing through his mind. He suddenly remembered that Andrew Gigant was the boss of the Genoff family, one of the 5 most powerful families in New York, a name so familiar it made him start. Looking at the dignified man before him, Park Hyun understood that he was facing a force that held power in the shadows of the city. Steve Jobs shared his next plan. This time he intended to cooperate with Disney to produce a new film. It would be a story revolving around toys, and after watching it people would surely be surprised. He said excitedly that it would be the world's first full-length 3D full CG animated film. Yet he also admitted that since it was only animation, he did not dare expect overly high profits. Park Hyun secretly smiled because he knew Toy Story would later propel Pixar to fame, top the North American box office, and smoothly go public. Kim Hyuk firmly reassured his partner that the film would certainly achieve great success. Steve was briefly surprised, then smiled in thanks. Though he knew it was encouragement, he still hoped it would come true because he himself was quite worried. Seeing him still hesitant, Kim Hyuk boldly said that if there was a lack of capital, just call. He was willing to back him to the end. The remark made Steve burst into hearty laughter and praise him as truly an interesting friend. Steve turned to Andrew and asked his opinion, saying this young man was completely different from those conservative old men on Wall Street. Andrew sipped his tea and admitted it was indeed different. If he were an investor, he would not pour money into a product whose own creator lacked confidence. Steve joked that was a bit harsh, then suggested Andrew try investing. Andrew immediately refused, saying investing in an eccentric like Steve might get him dealt with by his father. Being a mafia son carried a lot of pressure. Park Hyun secretly assessed the other's identity and was astonished to learn that Andrew was the son of the Genov family boss, wondering whether Steve had once received support from this circle. At that moment, the secretary entered to report a call from Disney. Steve stood up to take the call and told the two of them to continue their conversation. After Steve left, Andrew started chatting and asked what field the young man from Korea was in to have invested such a large sum. Park Hyun calmly replied that he was doing business for his family, which left Andrew somewhat surprised. Andrew studied him and asked whether he knew who he was sitting beside while still maintaining such composure. Kim Hyuk slightly curled his lips and said he was not certain, but from his surname and the way he spoke to Steve he could guess somewhat. Park Hyun gaze turned sharp and cold as he pointed out that Andrew was the eldest son of the Genov family boss, one of the 5 major American mafia families. The precise answer made Andrew smile meaningfully and remark that Park Hyun family business was probably no different from his own. In his heart, Kim Hyuk understood that the Genov family inherited from the Luciano line and was regarded as the orthodox branch of the mafia. They operated strongly in New York and New Jersey, involved in gambling and loan sharking, and held significant influence within transport unions and seaports. In the large-scale crime crackdown campaign, which took place in New York in the 1980s, the only one who avoided legal punishment was the boss. It was Andrew Gigant, the current head of the Genov family. Park Hyun calmly admitted that perhaps that was true. Andrew nodded in agreement. Kim Hyuk went straight to the point and asked whether Steve had ever received backing from the Genov family. Andrew leisurely explained that now it was merely a personal relationship. In the past, when Steve sold computers, he had helped protect the market somewhat, and gradually they became friends. Park Hyun thought to himself that in the early days of Apple, mafia controlled many stages of distribution and transportation, so relying on them was nothing unusual. Andrew appeared satisfied, shook Kim Hyuk's hand, and said he was very pleased to meet someone like him, hoping to stay in contact in the future. Those with money were always welcome. Park Hyun understood that American mafia often operated under the cover of legitimate businesses and held influence in political circles, so establishing good relations with them would benefit business in the United States. Afterwards, Kim Hyuk met Kang Yang to update the situation and was informed that the Netscape shares had been transferred to Anderson and were scheduled to be listed in August. Kim Hyuk issued the next order: in the coming period, pour all of Dream 2 capital into Nasdaq. He looked into the distance, sensing that a golden opportunity was approaching. Nasdaq would become their money printing machine before the dot-com bubble burst in the early 2000s. Park Hyun told Kang Yang not to hesitate to recruit talent, grant authority to trustworthy people so the company could operate smoothly even in the absence of its leader. Kang Yang replied decisively, "Fine, just follow the plan." Park Hyun explained that he would soon travel abroad frequently, so he would hand over more work to him. The more money there was, the greater the risk. Seeing his friend worried, Kang Yang reassured him not to think about withdrawing. He said once they were in the same boat there was no turning back, they would steer together. Park Hyun nodded and suggested he should have a bodyguard by his side, which startled Kang Yang into asking whether it was really necessary to that extent. Immediately after, a burly man was introduced as a veteran who had once fought alongside them during their mercenary days. The dark-skinned bodyguard with an imposing bearing introduced himself as Mike Michael and pledged to protect and serve with all his strength. Facing that massive build and stern demeanor, Kang Yang awkwardly said he would receive his assistance. The night grew quiet, yet every plan continued to unfold in secret. Seok asked about Michael's reliability, then affirmed that 3 years ago he had worked with him at Igu Tvercoms. It was a private military company in the form of a PMC. At the time, it among the top with almost no rivals. Names like Blackwater or Wagner Group had not yet appeared. Park Hyun carefully instructed the protection of Kang Yang. If there were not enough men, then recruit more. Seok respectfully accepted the order. Kim Hyuk suddenly put forward a bold proposal to the department head. Taking this opportunity, why not establish a proper company of our own? Seeing Seok's surprise, he asked if there was anyone trustworthy enough to take on this responsibility. Seok suggested an administrative expert he knew and would try to propose it. Park Hyun concluded that there was no need to return to Korea and be scrutinized by inspectors. Staying in America to develop would be more comfortable. Seok bowed to receive the order, replying that once all preparations were complete he would immediately report back to Vice Director Jang An. Kim Hyuk pondered the road ahead, understanding that joining hands and then clashing with foreign forces was unavoidable, so he told himself to be ready for every scenario. The matter in America was basically settled. Now he would return to South Korea to clear away the thorns before him so the tower could be built smoothly. The moment he stepped off the flight from America, Park Hyun went straight to his construction company headquarters. Seeing him appear, Jong-soo grumbled about how busy the kid had been lately since he could never reach him. Park Hyun calmly replied that today he had just returned from America. Jong-soo could not help but marvel, going to America as casually as visiting the house next door. Now Kim Hyuk had truly reached an international. Park Hyun did not beat around the bush and immediately asked about the current situation in Daechredong. Yu leisurely said the construction site was handled by Dahyun, but he was still worried that finishing the building would be easy while the aftermath would be the real concern. Although the White Tiger gang said they allowed construction in Daechredong, no one dared guarantee they would not turn their backs. Moreover, New Gangnam and the Hanam faction were tense over territory division, and recently a few strangers had been lingering around the site. Jong-soo guessed they were from those two sides. Park Hyun looked straight at Jong-soo and made a proposal that left him stunned. Director Jong-soo, since the opportunity is here, let us take care of the entire Gangnam area at once, alright? Under the astonished gaze, he firmly said that fighting bit by bit would only exhaust them. Better to clear out all 3 gangs in one sweep. Jong-soo sprang to his feet in shock. Kid, do you even know what you are saying? Finish everything in one go. Park Hyun calmly analyzed that if they took down each group one by one, they would join forces to counterattack, but striking all 3 simultaneously would give them a higher chance of victory. Hearing that, Jong-soo sighed and tried to dissuade him. Kid, listen to me, even if we can take over Busan, Gangnam is on a completely different level. He said that although they did not lack money or manpower, the numbers were still too unequal. Even pulling everyone from Busan would not reach a quarter of them. And even if they seized Gangnam, it would be hard to control. It would be like a shrimp trying to swallow a whale, inviting disaster. If Gangnam fell into chaos after the battle, the police would be the ones who benefited. Faced with those concerns, Kim Hyuk asserted with certainty that he would handle everything himself. He looked deeply into Jong-soo's eyes and demanded that all men from Busan be mobilized, while also setting the date of action. It is time for us to take full control of Gangnam. After that, Park Hyun stopped by an upscale traditional restaurant. He walked in, politely greeted the man who was already waiting and said it had been a long time since he last saw him. That person was Chief Prosecutor Chang Ho, who welcomed him with a meaningful smile. With such backing, few could compare. Kim Hyuk took a sip of tea and looked straight at him. I heard that next year you will take the seat of Prosecutor General. The rumor has spread throughout the political arena. Congratulations in advance. Chang Ho smiled modestly and said not to flatter him, it was all still just rumor. Park Hyun thought to himself that Yun Chang Ho was the one who led the crackdown on the gambling machines, earning strong public support, rising from a local prosecutor to being considered for the highest position in the field. Yun Chang Ho sighed and admitted that political factions were all trying to recruit him, from the ruling party to the opposition, leaving him utterly exhausted. Kim Hyuk advised him not to waver, to firmly secure the top position, the prosecution first, and then consider politics later. He analyzed that if he ran now he would certainly win, but firmly holding the prosecutor general seat first would create a stronger foundation for the future. Chang Ho nodded in agreement and said he would follow his advice. After that, Park Hyun suddenly asked where the prosecutor who had investigated the gambling machine cac then was now. Chang Ho asked in surprise why he was interested in the man who had been exiled to an island. Was he planning to bring him back? Park Hyun boldly proposed that he arrange for that man to join the Serious Crimes Division of the Seoul Prosecutor's Office and issue an order to handle the 3 major gangs in Gangnam. Chang Ho exclaimed in shock, what Gangnam? He said in a low voice that this matter was far from simple, because of the organizations in Gangnam. They had close ties with political circles, with enormous backing. Their businessman image was only a mask. Those people were not easy to touch and could not be underestimated. Kim Hyuk asked whether they were not about to arrest 2 former presidents. Question made Yun Chang Ho pause before affirming the timing was November. The arrest of the 2 former presidents Jeon Hon and Jo Woo would cause a major shock, exposing those behind the military coup and the Wang Zhu massacre. Yun Chang Ho asked in astonishment how he knew when this was still a national secret not yet announced. Park Hyun calmly said that when the 2 former presidents were arrested, the political circle would have to shrink back, and if Article 4 was applied they could sweep them up in one move. Chang Ho thought for a moment and said to arrest the entire organization they needed more evidence. It was still insufficient and very difficult. Even mobilizing all forces might not defeat those national-level organizations. He looked at Park Hyun with admiration and asked whether he had already calculated everything for this plan. Park Hyun replied calmly that he should rest assured and sit firmly in the prosecutor general seat. The rest he would arrange. Before the night sit escape, Park Hyun outlined the plan to Jong-soo. That day would coincide with the arrest of the 2 former presidents. When he divided his forces to strike the key bases of the Gangnam gangs, the prosecution would move in simultaneously. Jong-soo worriedly asked would that mean his subordinates would also be handcuffed. Kim Hyuk reassured him that most would soon be released. They only needed to prepare a subordinate at deputy leader level to step up and take responsibility. Remembering Jong-soo once mentioned someone managing Busan, Park Hyun asked again about that subordinate. Jong-soo immediately understood Soo-hang right. He had a bad feeling about this. Kim Hyuk firmly assigned that responsibility. Jong-soo immediately grew furious. Soo-hang was a brother who had faced life and death with him since childhood, and now he wanted him to take the blame. Park Hyun looked straight at him and promised to arrange for him to receive the lightest sentence possible. While the Gangnam gangs would be prosecuted under Article 4 for at least 5 years in prison, the ultimate goal was to take over Gangnam in Seoul. Some sacrifice was unavoidable. After a moment of silence, Jong-soo sighed and accepted, telling him to remember to reduce the sentence for their brother as much as possible. Park Hyun calculated that if clashes broke out in central Gangnam, it could not escape the media, so not only the Gangnam side, also Jong-soo's side had to have a few people arrested. If the arrested person was the Busan manager like Soo-hang, the media would pay close attention. The press might headline it as a confrontation between the Busan and Seoul organization. After arranging every, Kim Hyuk returned to the mansion, entered the room to greet his grandfather. The old man looked up and asked if he was back. He stepped closer and politely answered yes. Ji Yang happily ran over to greet him. Park Hyun asked in surprise if she was here too. The girl smiled and said he was busy making money and neglecting Chairman Tae-san, so she came to be a good granddaughter in his place. Kim Hyuk smiled and said, is that so? Thanked her for often coming to take care of his grandfather on his behalf. Watching the grandfather and granddaughter together, Park Hyun felt that thanks to Ji Yang the house less cold and his grandfather was much happier. He realized that what his grandfather longed for was not money but simple family happiness like this. Time passed quietly until November 1st. In the night of the city Jiangsu's began to act. They silently advanced into the opponent's territory. Seeing the strangers filled with killing intent, the gate guards panicked and shouted whether the Busan bosses had come to the wrong place so late at night. The only response was a cold gaze and a brief order from Jiangsu, charge, and the fierce battle quickly spread through every corner of Gangnam in the night. At the mansion, Park Han held his phone and made a call. This Park Han. On the other end, Jiangsu reported in a low voice that everything had been handled. Park Han remained calm but tense. He had struggled enough already. When she contacted him back, she told Han to surrender immediately. She also coordinated with the prosecution. Everything went smoothly, receiving decisive feedback from his associates. He quietly sat and pondered in the darkness. On November 1, a shocking event occurred. For the first time in constitutional history, a former president was arrested on the scene. While the media collectively drew public attention to this political event, Jiangsu had mobilized all personnel to quietly seize control of the entire Gangnam area. Luxurious room, a figure. The shocked authority asked, were all former presidents arrested? He pondered, yes indeed, in fact I somewhat expected this, just did not think it would happen so quickly. In the luxurious room, the head of the Cheongpong Association sipped his tea leisurely, coldly commenting on those recently fallen. Old presidents out of time are discarded. I'll replace with another pawn for a few moves. But the next report from his subordinate shocked him. More importantly, during the chaos, all male gangs fell into the hands of the organization led by Chairman Tai-san's grandson, sir. The old man asked again, you said 3 male gang organizations. The subordinate hurriedly explained, I heard they colluded with the central prosecutor's office to wipe out all male gangs at once, playing with the police who could oppose them. He feared that if he stood by without action, the Cheongpong Association would suffer heavy losses. The head's gaze grew coldly scholarly. He gritted his teeth in bitterness. Another one of Tai-san's damned grandsons. That one grows more and more arrogant. Meanwhile, in the quiet night of Seoul, Park Hyun stepped down from the car and reminded his close bodyguard, Chief, tonight I'll go have a few drinks with a friend before returning. It's a full moon night. You can relax. I'll manage on my own. As soon as he finished speaking, he strolled along the empty street unaware of the imminent danger. Suddenly, Maseok noticed something amiss. He panicked and shouted, Tiu-da. From behind, a V. The white truck barreled forward at terrifying speed, its headlights blindingly illuminating Park Hyun's figure. He looked back in horror, but it was too late. The sound of the collision echoed, tearing through the air, throwing the young onto the road. Jiangsu and the lawyer quick rushed to the hospital. Luckily, he only suffered minor injuries. His relatives struggled to care for him, and his close friend was also present to assist. Jiangsu, furious on one side, finally asked, how did everything turn out? He recounted the... At that moment, the vehicle rushed forward intending to hit him. Park Hyun unfortunately jumped out in time. He immediately pursued the driver into the narrow alley. Maseok was suddenly attacked by a stranger, stealthily struck with a wooden stick from behind. The blow was so strong the stick broke in half on his back, but he remained standing, causing the attacker to panic, retreat, and shout loudly, do not come closer. Not letting the opponent escape, Maseok closed in and grabbed him tightly, interrogating, who sent you? The assassin trembled, trying to deny. Damn, I don't know. I just overdrank and made a mistake. This excuse only fools children. His stubbornness made Maseok's gaze colder than ever. He decided not to confess. This will be the biggest mistake of your life. Seeing the situation unfavorable, the man suddenly with a sharp knife intending to risk his... However, all resistance became futile against Maseok's strength. He easily subdued him, landing powerful punches and kicks. The enemy was thrown far and collapsed to the road. Maseok stood before the defeated and issued an ultimatum, saying, I will not take you to the police station. The interrogation ends here. Speak. Who ordered you? Suddenly, he hit a pill in his mouth, realizing the intention to end his life to cover the trail. Maseok frantically rushed to clamp his jaw and shouted, hey, spit it out. He frantically forced the opponent to spit out the poison pill, but it was too late. The assassin began foaming at the mouth, breathing irregularly, then died right in his hands. The assassin had a weak heart. Witnessing the only clue being severed, Maseok stood frozen in horror. Maseok looked at Kim Hyuk lying in the hospital bed with an apologetic expression. Wording, according to investigation, the driver that night was a laborer, recently earned a large sum, but the source was unclear. He admitted so, thus not yet discovering who hired him, sincerely apologizing, I should have responded faster. Park Hyun calmly reassured, it's okay, you were attacked unexpectedly. Jiangsu pondered, in Gangnam surely no one would dare do this, furthermore, no one else besides us knows about you. He hypothesized, maybe the ones you mentioned before, that Cheongpong Association, could it be them? Kim Hyuk remained silent, thinking, they feared me so they had to use the truck to ram. At the mansion they provided, Mang-hun reported Tiu-da's health to the chairman. According to the check, luckily Tiu-da was not seriously injured, just needs 2-3 days rest before discharge, sir. Chairman Ta-san pondered, probably because Kim Hyuk moved into Gangnam, that's why this happened. After all, Gangnam was once a strong financial source of the Cheongpong Association. Chairman Ta-san's gaze was sharp. He called Mang-hun. The assistant immediately responded. The old man decisively decided, too boring, I'll go travel and stir the enemy's lair for entertainment. In the luxurious space of the villa, Tai-san sat solemnly on the sofa, a resolute expression, preparing for the great confrontation ahead. Chairman San personally went to stir the Qianpeng Association's lair to face the leader. Young Han saw and mocked. "It's been a while, Chairman Tai San. Long time no see." The old man calmly replied, "Young Han, you have grown. We first met when you were probably 20. Young Han, the pre-liberation days. Youth with..." Chairman Tai San nodded. "Yes, we lived through life or death times, blessed by our elders to survive." Young Han laughed. "Slightly odd. You speak wisely. Today you personally come here. For what?" He reminded of old words of the chairman. "Old man, you once said you would never set foot here a second time and also said there was nothing to meet me again." This guy likes to recall old stories. Faced with the opponent's oppressive silence, he continued to provoke with a sly smile. "Why are you silent? Thought you had much to say, so you sought me out, right?" Not letting the opponent play tricks, Tai San commanded, "Stop what you were about to do." Young Han pretended naivety, asking, "What did you say? You told me to stop." "Stop what?" The old man's gaze was cold, almost a declaration of war. "If you intend to touch my grandson again, I will go all the way." He still casually replied, "I don't understand what you mean." Tai San reached his limit. He affirmed that if Park Han, his grandson, faced danger, the Qianpeng Association must be prepared for a life-death battle with him. He emphasized he would not repeat past mistakes. "I will absolutely not stand by as you murdered my daughter Miziok 20 years ago." He stared straight at the man before him, his eyes blazing with iron will, firmly declaring that what he had said he would do. Even if he had to pay any price, he would drag him and the Qingfeng Guild down together. Li Yonghan calmly admitted his crime as if it were only natural. "Yes, I personally dealt with your daughter." He mocked the foolishness of the Tron family, claiming that the man's sons were far too easy to manipulate. They were willing to betray even their own sister, a son cutting off family ties with his father to live in resentment and bitterness. He lounged leisurely with one leg crossed over the other, boasting about the ruthlessly stained agreement. "The price of that treachery was having us back them from behind. Unlike being abandoned by a lone shark like Tron San, how could there be no benefit? Your son chose to sell out his sister in exchange for protection instead of being a decent person. Such a fat profit, how could he refuse?" Young Han looked straight at the old man in provocation. "You demanded a fight to the death. If you could have done it, you would have acted the moment I harmed your daughter. In the end, what have you done? Is it not because of those two that you endured?" He laughed at Chairman Tai San's inner turmoil, saying it was truly ridiculous that he insisted on protecting two unfilial children who had turned their backs and sold out their own sister. Turning to the immediate target, he coldly admitted that he had indeed once considered eliminating Kim Hyuk, originally planning to wait until after the old man died before making a move. But lately he kept buzzing around like an annoying fly, making me uncomfortable. If he no longer had value to keep, then it was better to remove him for good. That fly was worth $30 billion. Hearing the threat aimed at his grandson, Chairman Tai San's gaze turned cold as steel. He softly said that now he had nothing left to lose. "I have let go of both children and grandchildren. To me now there is only that child Muziu left. If the last thing I wish to protect is taken away, then what do I still have to fear?" He looked straight at his opponent and clearly declared war. "You say there is no reason to spare your life. Very well then, let us see. I dare to be certain of one thing. I may not be able to overthrow the Qingfeng Guild, but I have enough strength to cut off each of your limbs and crush everything." Faced with the old man's killing intent-filled challenge, the guild leader remained calm. Ri Yonghan suddenly burst into loud laughter, the sound ringing out in delight. He showed interest. It had been a long time since he had seen a fiery Tron Tai San like this. "You still have plenty of vigor." Young Han stood up, a sinister smile hanging on his lips and danger in his eyes. "Very good. Rest assured, while you are still alive, I will not touch your grandson." He gazed into the distance and said he wanted to see what the boy could still accomplish. But if he dared to cross the line, then I would not guarantee anything. Chairman Tai San silently accepted that warning. Young Hyun turned and left, throwing out another provocation that, "Unlike you, I do not need to sacrifice everything to push you into the abyss." The old man's eyes became razor sharp, the atmosphere between the two great forces tightening to the extreme. Not long after Kim Hak recovered and returned to the mansion, his grandfather gently asked whether he was fully well. Muji Yu politely apologized for making him worry. The old man advised his grandson in a low voice to cause less trouble and stay home to help manage things peacefully. For now, focusing on work alone was exhausting enough. Kim Hyuk was slightly surprised by that suggestion. He asked whether the Qingfeng Guild had applied pressure so that his grandfather wanted to keep him at home. The question made the old man pause, and he continued asking whether this incident was a warning aimed at him. He remained silent for a long time, his face weary and heavy with concern. "Consider it my plea to you. I do not wish to lose any more family members in my old age." Understanding that sentiment, Kim Hyuk spoke in a low voice that he understood. There was no need to say more. He would not make him worry again. The old man gently nodded, his eyes filled with trust. "Thank you for understanding me." But deep inside, Mu Shi Yu coldly concluded that the Qingfeng Guild was truly targeting his life. Just after leaving the hospital, he went to a noisy bar to meet Jiangsu. Raising his glass in celebration, Jiangsu enthusiastically congratulated him on leaving the hospital. "Youth truly recovers quickly. While I am old and my old wounds still ache from time to time." Park Han smiled in response, saying that Jiangsu had also worked hard in handling the takeover of Gangnam. Jiangsu laughed loudly. "You already set the table, so I only needed to eat. If it was served to my mouth and I still could not swallow, then that would be too useless." Park Hyun calmly went straight to the point, asking about the situation in Yeongdangpo and Gangnam. The two key districts of Seoul are now in our hands. Have you fully subdued the forces in Gangnam? Jong-soo said he had screened the personnel again, keeping those who were useful and dismissing those who no longer had value. Kim Hyuk instructed that they be placed in the right positions and managed strictly, absolutely forbidding robbery or intimidation of civilians. Operations must run through legal establishments to generate profit. Jong-soo agreed but admitted it was not simple. Although Gangnam had many establishments and its population was increasing, control was not easy. They had to ensure everyone had food before words carried weight. That man also revealed that recently there had been troubling drug shipments. Goods from China. Mu Ji-yu's face immediately darkened. He firmly ordered that they must not get involved with illegal substances. Jong-soo worriedly asked whether it could truly be avoided, because recently large quantities were being smuggled in and distributed gradually. Park Hyun looked at the distance, calculating his plan. For now, act as if unaware and let them finish their performance before reporting to the police to clean everything up. When Jong-soo asked what to do next, he replied that holding Yeongdangpo and Gangnam steady was enough. Kim Hyuk reminded him not to cause trouble for the time being to avoid scrutiny. If it happened again, the police and prosecutors would certainly not ignore it. Even so, he understood that staying still did not mean peace. Once the three major organizations in Gangnam were wiped, countless other groups would rush in to compete. Jong-soo analyzed that although the crackdown had weakened the underworld, gangs in Gangbuk and Southwest Seoul were still in chaos fighting for dominance. But since we came up from Busan and seized the gold mine of Gangnam, who would dare casually provoke us? After a moment of contemplation, Park Hyun unexpectedly proposed seizing this opportunity to take over all of Seoul, having just promised to behave yet already planning to become the overlord. Jong-soo was stunned and repeated that they had just said not to start a war. Kim Hyuk calmly presented a plan to unify Seoul into a single organization. It would not necessarily require violence, but instead negotiation, sharing benefits with all parties while the key decisions would belong to the director. Park Hyun recalled the lesson of the Genovese family in America. If profits were divided through negotiation, instead of war, then everything would be smooth and avoid attention. This method would also help avoid direct conflict with the Kingfang Guild, guarding against the possibility of them using the Yakuza to expand. Losses in manpower had to be minimized. Park Hyun affirmed that if Seoul were restructured into a single organization, then Jong-soo would hold two major cities, Seoul and Busan, in his hands. Jong-soo was overwhelmed by that grand vision. Unifying forces across the entire country seemed entirely feasible. Kim Hyuk's eyes turned sharp. He looked at his ambitious partner and asked whether he wanted to try unifying everything. After ending the discussion, Park Hyun and Chief Maseok slowly left the building, preparing for the great reform of the underworld. Kim Hyuk thoughtfully calculated that when the 1997 IMF crisis erupted, the Kingfang Guild would pull foreign capital into the country. If by then their strength was not consolidated, it would be difficult to cope. They had to quickly gather territory before the IMF storm swept away everyone's money. Lost in thought, he was startled by a familiar voice calling him. Turning to see Hyun-ji standing there, asking whether he was on an inspection and had wandered here. Park Hyun asked in surprise what she was doing here. The girl casually said she was just out having fun. She said her friend had an urgent matter and could not come. She was about to head home when she ran into him, so she demanded that he take her out to eat. Seeing his cousin still so playful, Kim Hyuk sternly reminded her that the college entrance exam was near, and yet she was still wandering at night. Faced with Hyun-ji's pleading, he could only sigh and agree. The two of them walked into a nearby restaurant together. Watching Hyun-ji eat heartily, Kim Hyuk's carefree nature eased some of the heavy calculations in his heart. Late at night, Kim Hyuk personally drew her home. Hyun-ji shyly thanked him for escorting her all the way to the door. After treating her to pizza and bringing her home, she teased that her grandfather would surely approve if he knew she went out with such a fine son-in-law. Park Hyun urged her to go inside before it got too late. Park Hyun shook his head at his niece's boldness. The first snow of the season began to fall and Hyun-ji exclaimed in delight. She looked at him sincerely and confessed that being by his side made her feel comfortable. She did not need to hide anything, then asked whether he felt the same. Park only responded with a gentle smile. Suddenly, Hyun-ji lightly kissed his cheek, causing Kim Hyuk to freeze. Before running into the house, she waved and said that after the exams they would meet again and next time she would treat him. Ji-yu smiled and waved goodbye as he got into the car, but immediately after, his face suddenly became tense and filled with vigilance. He turned to his close bodyguard and asked whether he had noticed a strange car quietly tailing them lately. It seemed to appear again today. The driver reported as soon as the car set off that he had initially seen that vehicle. He had planned to send car number 2 back to track it, but had already disappeared. Since the accident, Maseok had been especially cautious, personally selecting a private driver and arranging escort vehicles both in front and behind to ensure Park Hyun received maximum protection. Park Hyun thought to himself that he could endure danger, but if others were implicated because of him, that was something he could never accept. He anxiously asked about the progress of establishing the PMC. Maseok replied that a former comrade of his would soon return to Korea to take the position. Kim Hyuk immediately instructed him to arrange for that man to arrive as soon as possible. Because the formation of the PMC was urgent, Maseok respectfully answered, "Yes, young," at a modern High's building. Park Hyun appeared with the poised demeanor of a businessman, proactively shaking hands with his partner and introducing himself as Kim Hyuk, the owner of a wallet that seemed never to run dry. The man across from him showed clear admiration, saying he had heard of him but had not expected him to be so young. He introduced himself as Eric Clark, a former U.S. Special Forces colonel and a key figure in the plan to build an elite force for Park Han. Eric Clark confidently presented the personnel plan, stating that he was recruiting talented individuals who had served in the Navy and whom he had known during active duty. They were battle-hardened and would certainly meet expectations. Kim Hyuk silently observed that the other man was indeed very proud and full of confidence in his former comrades. He nodded in agreement and said he hoped for his support, then gently raised another issue he wished to clarify with Eric Clark. Eric Clark responded politely and curiously asked what direction the boss wished the company to take. Park Han pondered for a moment before affirming that what he needed first was to ensure absolute safety for those around him, with the focus on protecting people. Hearing that somewhat modest goal, Eric Clark could not help but hesitate briefly. He analyzed that if it only stopped at personal protection, hiring a regular security company would be sufficient. There would be no need to establish a PMC, and he hoped he would share more about his vision, because the company's scale would depend on that direction. Park Han looked straight at Eric Clark and declared that he wanted to possess the most elite, the strongest, and the best team, and if possible, even become the largest company in the world. Those ambitious words left Eric Clark momentarily stunned. Park Han continued to emphasize that the most important requirement was to have a force of absolute loyalty, ready to carry out any order. Eric Clark gradually understood and analyzed that soldiers were accustomed to discipline. Loyalty was merely transferred from the nation to the organization. He explained that once they joined the company, the owner would be their superior. After consideration, he agreed and suggested recruiting high-ranking American generals. Kim Hyuk was slightly surprised and asked about generals. Eric Clark answered firmly, that was correct. He said the U.S. military valued independence far more than many people realized, and operations did not rely solely on pure strength. Eric Clark stressed that establishing headquarters in the United States was very important, because in the U.S., the EU, and many other countries, lobbying before Parliament was legal. Kim Hyuk immediately asked whether there were suitable candidates. Eric Clark revealed that he was targeting two influential figures in Washington but noted the cost of persuading them would not be small. Kim Hyuk replied that as long as progress was fast, money was not an issue, even $30 billion could be spent. Faced with the boldness of the young boss, Eric Clark smiled and said that if cost was not a concern, he would invite both men to cooperate. Planned to appoint them alternately as managing CEOs, while he would handle the professional side. Eric Clark did not forget to remark that Kim Hyuk was indeed, as Maseok had described, generous and decisive. Kim Hyuk asked in surprise about what Maseok had said. Eric Clark explained that it had been Maseok's nickname when he worked as a mercenary. This made Park Han glance curiously at his silent bodyguard. Returning to the main issue, Eric Clark emphasized that the most important matter now was equipping the team, because even with excellent skills, lacking good equipment would make it hard to survive. He presented two options: the company could purchase and issue the gear, or the soldiers could equip themselves. Maseok asked about the feasibility of the self-purchase option. Eric Clark affirmed that it was entirely feasible, because soldiers usually understood supply sources better than anyone. Kim Hyuk asked for Eric Clark's opinion. He analyzed that both options had strengths and weaknesses, but proposed that the company should proactively provide standard equipment. Even if salaries had to be reduced, it was acceptable. Kim Hyuk decided to choose the option of company purchase and distribution. Eric Clark agreed and believed that the greater the investment, the more loyal the employees would be. Moreover, good equipment would enhance survival capability in the field. Park Han stated plainly not to ask about price, just choose the most expensive and best items to purchase. He requested that Eric Clark discuss detailed costs with partners in the United States to ensure abundant funding. Eric Clark bowed his head and replied that he understood, boss. The two then clasped hands firmly as a pledge of cooperation, before Kim Hyuk's car slowed away. Inside the car lingered the faint scent of new leather. He told Maseok to contact Mr. Eon in the United States and then connect with Eric Clark to ensure sufficient capital to establish the PMC. The bodyguard nodded slightly in confirmation. Kim Hyuk told himself that the establishment of the company was nearly complete, but next year would certainly be even busier. Work piling up and manpower lacking, Park Han understood that he needed more truly trustworthy partners. On a street in Seoul, Park Han diligently ran up steep slopes and high steps to train. Even though sweat soaked him and his breathing was heavy, he persisted in training with the determination to recover after the accident. When Hyeon-sung had just arrived home in an exhausted state, Park Hyun drove her to see him. The two of them stopped by together. Beef rib soup restaurant for dinner. While Maseok sat silently at the next table, Park Han looked at his friend's leg and worriedly asked whether after retiring from football he could still run errands for him. He said that even though he no longer played professionally, he would still train hard to maintain his form, then asked about the accident. Kim Hyuk calmly replied that he had only suffered minor scrapes. When his friend asked about his studies, Park Hyun said he still attended regularly but sighed and admitted that he was not truly suited for academics. He said gloomily that he was considering returning to Busan to help at his mother's restaurant. Not allowing his friend to lose heart, Park Hyun bluntly proposed that he work for him. This was an opportunity to change his life. At his friend's astonished expression, he explained that he was short of people while there was a great deal of work, and he believed his friend could handle it well. Park Hein hesitated and asked whether he managing loan shark operations. Kim Hyuk admitted that he needed someone to manage the lending companies in Myeongdong on his behalf. He said that because it directly involved money, he only trusted someone close to him with it, but if he felt uncomfortable, he could refuse. Contrary to that concern, Park Hein decisively replied that he accepted. Seeing that Kim Hyuk was still surprised, he said that if it was his work, he had to help, just tell him what he needed to do. Kim Hyuk smiled in satisfaction, thinking that he needed a loyal person to closely monitor cash flow and accounts, then instructed his friend to go to the lending district in Myeongdong to learn how to review the books first. Sitting in the car, he planned to assign his friend to Husik for guidance because management was only the beginning. Ahead lay countless responsibilities that the two of them would shoulder together. As 1997 approached, Kim Hyuk understood that this was a crucial moment. One wrong step would cause all plans to collapse. For South Korea, 1996 marked its entry into the OECD and its step into the ranks of developed nations. Yet in reality, politics was stagnant. The current account deficit had reached a record high. Many small and medium enterprises were going bankrupt in waves, although the people had not yet clearly felt the crisis. In Chairman Tai-san's office, a man knelt flat on the floor, desperately pleading for help once more. He said in despair that the banks had all refused him, and he was planning to develop a new project. He intended to issue about 45 billion won in convertible bonds in January, and hoped the chairman would purchase them. Chairman Tai-san looked at the pitiful man and clicked his tongue, saying why he had not continued in his old field, but instead ventured into steel. He had heard that due to lack of capital to build a factory, he had issued bonds and even sold a subsidiary. The man continued to beg, hoping for help once again and promising to remember the favor, only asking the chairman to act out of old tie. But Chairman Tai-san coldly replied that his company's situation had already exceeded his ability to intervene. He said he would discuss it with Park Han and contact him later, leaving the man stunned. The old man firmly told him to return first and that he would inform him soon. The man could only leave silently, and before stepping out the door, he turned back to plead once more for help. After the guest left, Chairman Tai-san turned to his assistant and asked, "What do you think? Park Han probably will not help, right?" The assistant pondered for a moment and replied, "That is likely the case." He looked into the distance and sighed inwardly as he watched Park Han predictions from several years ago gradually become reality. Once Park Han had told him that he would see it for himself, the tycoons would one by one kneel down and beg him for a little charity. And indeed, just as Kim Hyuk had predicted, everything was slowly coming true. A satisfied smile spread across Chairman Ta-san's aged face. "I never expected to witness something this interesting." Before closing my eyes, Park Han stepped in and asked, "Grandfather, I heard Chairman Jang of Honbo came to visit our house, is that right?" Chairman Tai-san nodded slightly. "That young man came to ask for help, but the ship is already broken beyond repair. What is there left to save?" He mused that other conglomerates were likely waiting for Honbo to collapse so they could seize a share. Park Han remained silent, his gaze deep as he thought. Honbo is only the beginning, later spreads to Seoul. Even major conglomerates like Jehan will no longer be safe. In 1996, South Korea officially joined the OECD with GDP per capita surpassing $1,000. But behind that glory lay a trade deficit of over $20 billion and a short-term debt to foreign reserve ratio of around 200%. Then came the ticking time bomb as average debt in the manufacturing sector reached 300%, dragging the entire economy toward the brink of collapse, an inevitable consequence of 40 years of rapid growth. Everything was drawing near. It was only a matter of sooner or later. 1997 knocked on the door, and the course of history unfolded exactly as Kim Hyuk had known. On the news, Honbo, ranked 14th among conglomerates, faced the risk of bankruptcy after failing to repay 200 billion won in commercial paper. Honbo immediately replaced its leadership, switched to emergency mode, and tried to raise funds by selling more than 300 billion won worth of real estate, but the scale was too large and no deal was made. In the office, the assistant anxiously reported to Chairman Jang that negotiations to borrow an additional 300 billion from the creditor group had been rejected. "Sir," they said, "they had already helped twice and could not inject more capital." Chairman Jang angrily asked, "Damn it, what do they want?" The assistant hesitated. "The money is there, but only if you resign will it be released." He sprang up roaring, What nonsense are you talking about? I built this company to its current reputation. Now they dare tell me to relinquish management control." The assistant explained that with the presidential election this year, the government and ruling party were hesitant to offer support. Only if the chairman relinquished power would emergency funds be transferred to save the enterprise. Chairman Jang raged, saying that in an election year, they should support even more strongly employees of subcontractors. Honbo partners numbered in the tens of thousands. Did they want to draw everyone onto streets for the election? His eyes turned mad. "If we hold out, they will have to support us. If Honbo falls, the whole country will follow." The harsh reality was that the creditor group refused. On the news, Honbo kept appearing with warnings to prepare for the worst. The once luxurious room now filled with gloom. Chairman Jang sat in a daze, when suddenly Kim Hyuk appeared. He walked in leisurely. "It has been a long time, Chairman Jang." Park Hyun's sudden appearance startled the old man. He stammered, "Mu Park Hyun, It has been a while. Where is the chairman? Park Hyun sat calmly and informed him. Today my grandfather is unwell. If there is anything you may speak to me, I have been fully authorized. Jang Teo asked blankly about department head Hun. Park Han thought to himself that it seemed he still did not grasp the situation. He reminded him bluntly, I said I will handle it now. If you do not wish to speak, you may leave. Without waiting for a reaction, Park Hyun struck directly. If you came about convertible bonds, we will not buy them back. Honbo shares are no different from scrap paper now. The truth is unpleasant. The words struck his pride and Jang Teo shot up shouting, scrap paper, watch your words. Kim Hak remained cold and played his final card. Your negotiations with the creditor group failed. Do you still have enough to repay the 5 billion won commercial paper due in 3 days? The question pierced his heart and Chairman Jang fell silent in helplessness. The Wombo Group, one of the 14 major conglomerates, would have to relinquish shares and declare bankruptcy for failing to repay the 5 billion won commercial paper of Wombo Steen. But that 5 billion was only the beginning. Wombo Steen told debt exceeded 5,000 billion. Faced with the disastrous scene, Jang Teo still tried to appear calm. The banks will arrange it themselves. It is not urgent. Kim Hyuk coldly proposed, if you truly need money, bring something as collateral except convertible bonds. Exhausted, he slumped into his seat and asked, then what do you want? Say it outright. Kim Hyuk calmly stated the figure. I see that your land is worth 310 billion. Am I correct? Jang Teo hesitated. Yes, you want to buy it. Without hesitation, he pressed the price down to 200 billion. If the contract is signed today, I will transfer payment within 1 week. The figure stunned the old man. He stammered, 200 billion. Can you add a little more? Who could accept such a price cut? Park Han looked straight at him and affirmed, I am certain no one intends to lend to Guambo or buy its bonds. The major conglomerates are negotiating to divide the assets once Guambo collapses. You understand this better than anyone. He already knew before coming that the old man had begged everywhere, but only received offers to buy subsidiaries cheaply after the conglomerate collapse. Helpless, Jang Teo sighed, fine, I agree to sign the contract. The money must be transferred next week. Kim Hyuk replied firmly, you know our credit in Pyeongchang Dong. In his mind, he had already mapped out a tragic end for the greedy old man. Park Han knew Jang Teo would not receive the money, because in 3 days the company would go bankrupt. The purchase contract would remain valid and the 200 billion would go straight to the creditor group. Looking at his pitiful state, Park Han inwardly mocked that Chairman Jang would not keep a single coin. The white car quietly left the mansion, leaving behind an empire reduced to dust. Standing by the window, his grandfather slowly remarked that if Walbo went bankrupt, the consequences would be unimaginable. The banks would suffer heavy losses, followed by a chain reaction of bankruptcies from enterprises to banks, from government to individuals. He turned to Park Han and sighed, this is huge. The whole country is about to end up on the streets. Park Han understood that a terrifying financial tsunami would strike at the end of the year, something no one could foresee. 3 days later, on January 23, exactly as Kim Hyuk knew, Won Bolstein officially lost the ability to repay the 5 billion won commercial paper. By the 25th, the entire Wombo group declared bankruptcy. When the giant elephant fell, the pack of hyenas rushed in to fight over the spoils. A secret meeting among Korean tycoons was convened. Chairman Eong Yang-ju of the Daein group was present, following a request from Sun Sang and Daeho from the Jongyu group. Upon seeing Song Yong-angun, Chairman Young sneered, why are you here? Did you not withdraw from the business front? Where is your son that you must appear in person? You are getting old. Song Yeong replied sternly, what do you mean? Do not forget I am Song Yeong of Daehyun. I must appear in person. Despite that attitude, Seo Yang-gun sneered, Onbo has already been divided between me and Chairman Park. You should retire comfortably. Seo Yong-gun declared clearly, Samsung Group takes Wombo Construction, Jong-woo takes Wombo Sting. Song Yong-ju fumed, did you two decide that yourselves? Chairman Daeho mocked. Do not struggle too hard, the chairman is still under government pressure. He used political pressure as a threat. Even at the end of the term, if he intervened, the Blue House would not remain silent. All decisions are for your own good. CEO Youngun added, yes, that is right, just go along with it. The other chairmen have already reached agreements. Driven into a corner, Song Yeong angrily stood up and left the meeting room, roaring defiantly, fine, let us see who wields money better, you will regret this. A calculating smile appeared on the seasoned chairman's face. Signaling that a brutal currency war was about to begin, the chairman prepared to go all in. Truthing had been arranged before Ho declared bankruptcy. In a luxurious villa under the night sky, another secret meeting took place to decide the fate of the economy, and men quietly joined hands with Chairman Yong to overturn the situation. In 1997, Hong Kong, before the handover, Britain transferred most authority to China. Foreign conglomerates and banks still maintained headquarters or branches there, because it had once been the financial and logistics center of Asia. In the luxurious room, a girl named Eva Ju, she stirred slightly as she awoke from a long haze. Seeing the silhouette of a man by the window, Eva Ju murmured, you are awake. She brushed back her hair, her distant gaze recalling, I thought I dreamed of a prince saving me. It turned out I dreamed of the chief executive carrying a giant suitcase of money. But it seems it was not just a dream. Mo Hugh smiled faintly as he looked at the woman who had just awakened on the bed. Everything began a few days earlier when Eva Ju was still drowning in the chaos of her life. That night she sat quietly in the bar, constantly making calls to old connections in the hope that someone would lend a helping hand. I promise I will repay it next month. Please just help me with 100 Hong Kong dollars as soon as possible. Yet all she received were polite, but cold refusals. Is that so? You cannot help? I understand, thank you. Eva Ju put down the phone in frustration. What is wrong with everyone? She looked at her contacts, Jackie Chang Zogun, Maggie Chung, people she had once wholeheartedly supported. Yet now that she was in trouble, not one reached out. With the deadline approaching, she fell into despair. What should she do? If she could not hire a lawyer before tomorrow, she would truly face prison. At that moment, a sound behind her made her start and turn around. Kim Hyuk appeared with a calm demeanor and softly called her name, Eva Ju. Faced with the sudden appearance of a stranger, Eva Ju could not hide her surprise. Who are you? He calmly replied, I am Park Han. I once called to make an appointment, but your staff said you were dismissed, so no one answered. He was stunned and asked again, are you Korean? Do you know me? Without giving her time to react, Moo Hyuk fluently recited her background. You are Eva Ju, nicknamed Miss Valentine, mixed blood with a Korean father and an English mother. You once lived in Korea for a few years, so you speak some Korean. You once worked as an international transfer manager at the Hong Kong branch of HSB Bank, but were recently fired after being accused of illegally helping clients evade taxes. HSB Bank was established in the 19th century and has often been suspected of involvement in global shadowy funds, and Eva Ju is now being sued for allegedly assisting clients in money laundering. In truth, she was only a pawn who had been used and then pushed out to take the blame. Overwhelmed with anger, Eva Ju snapped, who exactly are you, the police, or does the Hong Kong police now recruit Koreans? She said bitterly, since you have investigated everything, then I have nothing to say. Because of your accusations, I lost my job. Now I do not even have money to hire a lawyer and have to borrow everywhere. Kim Hyuk calmly reassured her, Eva Ju, please sit down. I did not come to question you, but to offer a proposal that may help you. Looking at the woman before him, Park Han recalled the past life when she had worked at HSB. Later, she joined a private investment fund and after the IMF crisis entered the Korean market with bold deals. Whether real estate or enterprises, she found every way to generate profit, using capital, leveraging influence, even willing to sacrifice personal interests to achieve her goals. 10 years later, she brought the fund returns 20 times the original capital and then left Korea. Returning to the present, Eva Ju asked suspiciously, who sent you here? Moo Hyuk affirmed, no one. I came on my own because I want you to cooperate in an important matter. He made an offer. If you agree to work with me, I will hire the top Hong Kong legal team to prepare for tomorrow's trial. Money is not an issue. Kim Hyuk looked straight at her and said, I need you to take on a major mission. Do you want to hear it? Faced with the confidence of the stranger, Eva Ju nodded. Go ahead. What do you need me to do? Kim Hyuk calmly replied, I want you to take on the role of commanding the campaign to acquire the Korean market at the end of this year. Eva Ju asked in astonishment, the leader of the entry into Korea. Hyuk analyzed the bleak outlook ahead. Korea will have to sell businesses, real estate, gold, and many other assets. You will buy them all on my behalf. You may choose whatever you want to purchase. I only need you to execute it. Eva Ju curled her lips with interest. That is indeed an offer worth considering. Buy everything Korea puts up for sale, setting aside what will happen to the country. First, you must tell me why you chose me. Park Hyun did not hesitate. First, your charm and business appearance is also a persuasive advantage. Second is reliability. You kept client information confidential despite being fired and facing prison. I do not need someone perfect, but someone trustworthy and capable. Eva Ju smiled, trustworthy and capable, interesting. Then what is the company name? Park Hyun replied, the company will be based in Korea, the name chosen by Yush, divided among 5 investment firms. Eva Ju asked, so you have prepared nothing from company to personnel? Park Hyun granted her full authority since she would bear primary responsibility. Hiring trusted people or acquiring enterprises in Korea would be up to her. The sole objective was to seize every opportunity before others stepped in. When Eva Ju asked about capital, Kim Hyuk coldly said, money is not a problem for me. Despite the tempting offer, Eva Ju remained cautious. It sounds too perfect. How can I trust you? We've only met for the first time today. Moo Hyuk gave her the choice to decide, trust me or continue calling those in your contacts for help. With no way back, Eva Ju smiled alluringly. Very well, then tonight we can talk in more detail. Kim Hyuk. The next morning, while Eva Ju was still resting, Park Han was ready to leave. She asked if he was leaving so early. He replied he had to return to Korea today. He handed her a thick envelope. Looking inside, Eva Ju was stunned to see 1 million. Hyuk calmly said, this is the deposit. Settle the lawsuit first. Contact the top Hong law firm tomorrow. He instructed that it would be best to be declared innocent, otherwise only accept a fine, then come to Korea no later than autumn. Mook also handed her a powerful card. Eva Ju stared in shock at the black card in her hand. Kim Hyuk said, when you arrive in Korea you will have an even more premium company card. For now, use this one. Use my card first. Eva Ju winked mischievously and called him boss. Park Hyun nodded and said they would meet again in Korea. Leaving the hotel, Park Hyun walked along the corridor calculating the future when Korea would loosen regulations after the IMF crisis, waiting for her to fully display her abilities in her homeland. The bankruptcy of Kwanbo Group became a heavy burden for the government. A few days later, Chairman Jiang was arrested for investigation in poor health. The shock spread across financial and political circles, dragging down many other conglomerates such as SAMS in March. Before the presidential election, the government tried to reassure the public with a statement from IMF Managing Director Mizan. The Korean economy was not in crisis, leading many to believe the rumors were only conspiracy theories. However, international hedge funds had already recognized that the Asian financial crisis in Korea were approaching. In that context, Park Han met Prosecutor General Chang Ho at a traditional restaurant, and he warmly welcomed him. Park Hyun poured tea and said at times like this we should meet more often. In the future we may meet even more. Prosecutor General Yun Chang-ho. He smiled with satisfaction and said being congratulated by a junior was the greatest joy. Kim Hyuk thanked him and thought to himself that in the future the prosecution would wield immense power. To freely pursue other matters he had to control the Prosecutor General before the IMF. He directly asked about the progress of the one group investigation. Yun Chang-ho said a hearing was coming soon. The Blue House might issue directives. Many officials and bank leaders could be dealt with. The year-end election made the political situation unpredictable. Everything seemed to be sinking into a thick fog. Muhyuk suddenly revealed that he heard the president's eldest son was also involved. Chang-ho was stunned and admitted the sum was too large to conceal and arrest was hard to avoid, though the intention of the VIP remained unclear. Park Hyun looked directly at the Prosecutor General and warned him not to become a spokesperson for the Blue House, but to think about his own career path. Yun Chang-ho replied that the president had less than a year left in his term, so there was no need to be overly wary. He would follow Park Hyun's advice and focus on investigating Wonbo Group, and when Dung Dung Group was mentioned, he could not help being shocked. In Kim Hyuk mind appeared Dung Yu Group with more than 40 subsidiaries, revenue of about 60 trillion won and accounting for nearly 8% of Korea exports. He knew that in 1998 this conglomerate would collapse due to accounting fraud and slush funds. Kim Hyuk silently calculated that by the time the conglomerate's debt swelled into a mountain, there would be nothing left for him to gain, so he had to find a way to bring that moment closer. Returning to reality, he firmly told Chang-ho that the inside was thoroughly rotten, just reaching in would grab a pile of violations. The director pondered that even so, the investigation would certainly not be easy. Park Hyun gently persuaded that if he could deal with Yu Group before it turned into a colossal bomb, it would be a valuable milestone in the director's career. When he summoned the conglomerate's leadership, Kim Hyuk also proposed a special request, hoping to coordinate and work directly alongside him. Yoon stared at him with wide eyes full of suspicion. You intend to swallow the enormous conglomerate whole? The elder was speechless as he looked at his son while Kim Hyuk calmly denied it, saying that although his friends were interested, he himself would not get involved. Hearing that, the director decisively agreed and announced that for now he would have people begin investigating from within. Kim Hyuk looked straight at him and emphasized that the director's role would be extremely important in the coming period because economic crisis could not end anytime soon. He painted a grim vision that once corruption was exposed, a series of businesses would collapse and economic crimes would spread. At that time, political pressure would weigh heavily, but as long as he stood firm, everything could still be controlled. Yun Chang-ho stared in shock and asked whether he meant the crisis would continue for a long time. Park Hyun asserted with certainty that the situation could reach its worst bottom, and if the director resolutely investigated without forbidden zones, his political future would be even broader. Hearing those bold words, the director laughed and said he was talking too far ahead, yet in his mind many calculations had already begun to form. As he saw the director to his car, Kim Hyuk carefully reported one more matter. He said that before coming here he had stopped by the market to buy good apples and had already placed 3 boxes in his trunk. The apples were clean and free of chemicals so they could be used immediately, but their true value reached several $billion. Yun Chang-ho looked at the young man with emotion and confessed that time and again he had helped him. He did not know how to repay him because he already owed too much. Kim Hyuk bowed and said he was willing to lay out a path of flowers for him to walk. As long as he stepped forward on that path, he firmly believed that one day he would become the master of the Blue House. Watching the gradually disappear, Kim Hyuk revealed a faint calculating smile. He told himself he must bring him into the Blue House to continue serving his plan. Even though he could control the prosecution and the political sphere through Chang-ho, he still needed thorough preparations for the post-IMF era. Not long after, at a gathering of veteran tycoons, Chairman Ta-san appeared among the group of elderly businessmen. One of them cheerfully greeted him saying it had been a long time and asked about his health. Chairman Ta-san calmly replied that he was still well and asked the others, saying he had heard that recently everyone had handed over power to their descendants to live at ease. Another person chimed in that now was the time to retire and enjoy life, and he had also heard that he had handed authority to his grandson. The person beside him laughed and said his grandson was far from ordinary. He had even made Chairman Zhang of Kwangpu suffer a setback. The grandfather laughed heartily and said that since everyone was curious, he had brought the boy today to make his debut. Immediately after that, Park Hyun stepped in, bowed politely and introduced himself, expressing his honor at meeting the chairman who had once led an entire era. Observing closely, he realized that the people before him were all owners of the largest newspaper offices in Korea. Before the internet became widespread, whatever the public knew depended on them. If they said something was good, no one dared call it bad, meaning public opinion lay entirely in the hands of this group. Even when the economy was in crisis, the media remained steady because it served as the voice of the military government and its own interests. They considered themselves the upper class that controlled the nation, and once targeted by their attacks, few could retain their footing, like the recent crisis which they had covered up by preventing the public from seeing the truth clearly. Yet Park Hyun saw an opportunity if he knew how to make use of them. He could steer public opinion as he wished, preparing to set up his first move. Park Hyun stood and clearly stated that he had asked his grandfather to arrange the meeting to continue the good relationship from the previous generation. Although the old men smiled and and chatted on the surface. In their hearts they regarded him as merely the younger generation, arriving after their time had passed. Park Han continued skillfully praising that Korea had achieved what it had today thanks to their contributions. Though they had stepped back, those achievements would never fade. Bowed politely and expressed his hope to receive their support. One chairman cheerfully replied that as the successor of Tai-san he would naturally be supported. The others also nodded in agreement. He said that since they had met, they should exchange business cards and keep in touch when needed. Park Han accepted the business cards and could not help feeling surprised. On them was only the newspaper name. Seeing the emblem was enough to understand the identity of the owner. That implicitly showed they did not need to introduce themselves further. True empire of power needed no display. Their very existence was strength. Those 5 business cards symbolized the absolute power they held. Park Han's gaze turned cold. He regarded them as weapons capable of shifting public opinion. In his mind flashed the thought that one day they would bow before him, and before that happened he would exploit them to the fullest. At the hearing, an official harshly questioned that according to internal testimony, his enterprise had received government funding, yet the money had quickly vanished. Sitting in the defendant's chair in prison attire, Chairman Zhang still looked arrogant, saying that only a leader like him understood the capital flow. Hired employees could not possibly know. That contemptuous tone towards subordinates reflected the mindset of many major bosses, seeing themselves as the true masters while employees were merely servants. Such arrogant remarks broadcast live immediately enraged the public. Watching that scene on television, Chairman Yong of Rahul shook his head and sighed that they still had not awakened. The man sitting opposite calmly said perhaps even at death he would remain the same. Chairman Yong nodded slightly and he turned to ask about the situation of the construction project and Wamba Steel. The other calmly reported that everything had been handled. Samsung and Dongyu were maneuvered by the government during negotiations and in the end were forced to take over without having their debts erased. Hearing that, Chairman Yong breathed a sigh of relief, saying he had reassured the creditors and the government beforehand. If those two had not accepted, he would have stepped in, treating it as taking on the debt bomb. In his heart, Kim Hyuk understood that according to the course of history, Jahyun should have been the one to acquire Wonbo and shoulder more than 5 trillion won in debt before gradually declining. Now that burden had shifted to Samsung and Dongyu, throwing them into turmoil. The assistant smiled and reassured that the chairman could calmly watch the developments. Chairman Yong was surprised then laughed, saying that without his scheme he would have faced great trouble and he owed him a favor. Suddenly he lowered his voice and asked that he had heard Kia was also in dire straits. What did he think? Kia Group was a massive conglomerate with tens of thousands of employees and many subsidiaries in automobiles, heavy industry, and electronics. They built a professional management system instead of family control, yet that very thing became a weakness amid fierce competition. Park Han pondered, knowing that because capital had been tightened, rumors of Kia's bankruptcy were spreading. He judged that Samsung was playing a vicious move, cutting off Kia's lifeline by pressuring politics and banks to block funding support. Since the ambition to seize Kia's automobile sector had long existed, Chairman Yong admitted he knew they wanted to snatch it but felt powerless. Was he to just watch them swallow it whole? Park Han calmly said that in the end Otokia would still belong to Daeun, so the chairman need not be impatient. For now he should let Samsung act as they wished. He planned far ahead that he would make his move when the government apparatus changed hands, because the presidential election was approaching. Hearing that, Chairman Yong could not help but worry and wondered whether the ruling party was certain to retain victory. Park Han analyzed. Clearly the ruling party would lean towards Samxi's side and internal divisions would appear. Split votes would open the way for the opposition. His confidence left the old man astonished, asking, "What did you just say?" Park Han continued, "The presidential candidates are also facing the incumbent, so he believed the likelihood of the current president offering no support at all was very high." Even so, Chairman Yong remained cautious. Changing the government was never easy. Even in the first presidential election after the Republic's founding, many believed the opposition would win, yet the results differed. Mr. Song was mentally shocked. Kim Hyuk immediately countered that back then the opposition votes were scattered. If betting, he believed this time the opposition would secure victory. Moo Hyu's assertion left Chairman Yong pensive, the matter of changing government. Park Han added a psychological angle. Perhaps other large corporations also predicted the ruling party would win. Extreme events should happen early, even if the chairman decides, "Don't forget my advice." After a moment of thought, the old man nodded lightly. "Alright, I will consider it carefully." Suddenly, Chairman Yong shifted to personal matters, asking about his relationship with Hyun-ji recently. Park Han replied politely, "We still meet regularly." The old man spoke with hidden meaning, "Youth once gone never returns." Kim Hyuk lowered his slightly, "Yes sir." Sitting in the car, Masua, he asked curiously. "I asked him one thing, why pay special attention to Dahan uncle, the gossiping husband?" Mr. Tran Yam analyzed, "I know your family and Dahyun have a good relationship, but there are many other businesses, yet it seems you favor Dahyun more." Park Han calmly replied, "I need a horse that can endure the long road. This is preparation for that time. I want to maintain a good relationship with the chairman. Plus having many such relationships is better." He calculated, not randomly targeted, at least that relationship must create real value. Kim Hyuk understood Dahyun's semiconductor business. In a few years it would merge with Lackey to become a formidable rival to Samsung Electronics, but eventually due to liquidity crisis, the company would split from Dahyun Group. Park Han quietly decided to nurture Dahyun to grow, later to bring the semiconductor sector under his control, all as preparation for future semiconductor wars. At this time, the economic crisis was still evolving. Jimbo Group and Sangbo Foods, the country's largest bread producer, went bankrupt one after another. In the first half of 1997, many other large corporations also began to collapse. Park Han predicted insurance funds would soon target the Taipei. He immediately called Pyongyang, begin attacking with them according to position. Park Han asked how much capital could be mobilized immediately. On the other end, Pyongyang reported $5 billion. The rest had been fully invested in stocks. Proposed pledging stocks to increase capital, trying to generate another $10 billion. Seeing Park Han agree, Pyongyang asked, "Okay, follow the insurance funds this time." Park Han affirmed, "Our basic positions are the same as theirs. I will use another entity to hold other positions, delegate to staff, and await orders." He decisively instructed Pyongyang to pour all funds from 6 entities. Hearing the risky plan, Pyongyang sweatfully asked, "You're going all in. Is your heart made of steel, not afraid of losing money?" Kim Hyuk calmly admitted, "Nervous but without risk, how could one gain a share?" He understood there is no safe investment just by knowing the future, because his intervention could alter the course of history. Meanwhile, in New York, USA, financial tycoons were preparing a new currency attack. One partner asked George, "Are you leading the charge on the bet this time?" George, the self-confident fund CEO, confirmed, "Of course it's me, you just follow my lead." George was a legendary investor who earned $1 billion in a single day by correctly predicting the 1992 fall of the British pound, a genius of Wall Street, understanding economics and psychology. Yet he still worried about an unknown, some professional looter in Mexico and Japan, Dream or someone else. It was explained that this was a newly established investment company performing well, though recently only quietly investing in stocks. Mentioning this name, George angrily slammed his hand on the table. He roared in fury, "They intruded into our game and seized all money, truly opportunistic wretches. This time I'll follow closely." Seeing George agitated, a partner comforted him, "They're just children practicing business, not worth concern." When asked who's behind Dream 2, unreported, apparently managed by a guy named James Han, but 99% controlled by Kim Hyuk. George admitted, apart from being Korean, he had no detailed info on Kim Hyuk. Despite efforts, the CIA system could not extract meaningful information. This surprised the partner, again a Korean. "Is there any investor in Korea capable of joining this game?" George sensed something, ordered, "I feel uneasy. I will carry out this attack personally. You monitor Dream 2. If they hold other positions, preventive measures are needed." "The old man is overly cautious." Someone said, "George, why so serious? You once brought down the Bank of England." George explained, "Because that guy is always a step ahead." The answer left the room stunned, recalling past failures, Mexican peso or Japanese yen. He always entered first and exited early. His gaze showed caution when mentioning Kim Hyuk, wanting to know his true capability. Meanwhile, in another space, Park Han sensed something unusual, raising his hand, wondering who spoke ill of him, hands itching. His face stiffened, seemingly detecting a plot targeting him across the ocean. "You might think the game is simple, having choice. In reality, like a casino, one wins money, another loses. The casino handles all exchanges." At Dream 2 office, Pyongyang reported staff would bear losses similar to Wall Street, about $1 billion, instruct him to use 3 entities to bet against, capturing $2 billion. Park Han decided, if the world wants to collapse, descendants bet in reverse to grab money, knowing the attack direction on Thai baht from the stock market. Wall Street hedge funds, led by George, initiated the battle. Thai stock prices fell over 10%. Investors were overwhelmed by fear. After threatening the market, fund manager, Wall Street hedge funds along with Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, and Deutsche Bank coordinated to attack the baht. After betting on a downward trend, they sold billions while pushing the market. Currency value plus Pyongyang urgently reported, baht began dropping from 26. Wall Street investors attacked. Assistant Han needed oxygen. Park Han slowly asked, "Is it really okay? The opponents are Wall Street people." Pyongyang warned, "Truly frightening is the next wave after the hedge fund attack. Speculative financial organizations strained to monitor, closely following the hedge funds like a swarm. Small capital flow scales multiplied several times. Large flows dozens of times the original capital. In the international market, daily transactions sometimes exceed $1 trillion in foreign currency. Compared to those huge numbers, a few billion from the funds was negligible, but the next wave bets surged. Speculative financial institutions predicted the bait would plunge, ready to toast." Kim Hyuk calmly reassured Pyongyang over the phone, "Don't worry, the currency won't sink easily." Thailand's measures exceeded financial expectations. The government called for support, receiving cooperation from central banks of Singapore, Malaysia, and Hong Kong to defend the rate. ASEAN allies bought large amounts of baht. Hedge fund allies injected into the market to stabilize the rate dramatically. Kim Hyuk smirked confidently, ready for popcorn, about to let the Wall Street guys taste the bitter fruit. On May 22, the Thai government approved dual exchange rate measures. Using strict strict methods to prohibit foreign bank branches from selling baht abroad. Thus, the baht did not fall but slightly increased. This was the bitter stumble the hedge fund alliance had to bear, and Thailand's victory at that moment also meant that the triumph belonged to him. What are you saying? Han Kyung-yang asked in shock. Had you foreseen everything unfolding exactly like this, even the Thai government taking such a hard stance? Park Hyun stated in a low voice that the battle in Bangkok was only the opening act of the 1997 Asian financial crisis. He silently watched every development replay exactly as it had in his previous life, then decisively ordered the liquidation of all long positions, and a complete shift to short bets. Ian blurted out in alarm, "What, this time you want to move everything to the short side while the baht is still holding firm?" Park Hyun replied coldly, "They cannot hold out forever. Sooner or later they will have to let go." The hedge fund coalition rushed to prepare for the next assault. Panic gradually strangled the reason of most of them. The later wave of financial institutions fell into chaos, hastily dumping their options at half price to cut losses. But when the entire market flooded with options betting on the baht's decline, even at half price no one was willing to buy. On Wall Street, a financial tycoon stubbornly shouted, "Do not." "Of course it will. The baht will crash miserably. Buy all of it for me. The more the better." Yet his subordinates could only report in despair that they were suffering heavy losses and their financial resources were nearly exhausted. In the office of the hedge fund alliance, a tycoon was deep in thought when the phone suddenly rang in rapid succession. The assistant hurriedly picked up and cried out in shock, "Who dares to get ahead of us and bet on the bet collapsing at a time like this?" The bad news left the old tycoon stunned as he stammered and asked who it was. The answer from the other and rendered them both speechless. It was Dream High Invest. Elsewhere, Kang Yang excitedly reported to Kim Hyuk that just as expected, the hedge fund had proactively proposed cooperation, and today they would join forces in attacking the baht. Standing in the night, Kim Hyuk smiled in congratulations. He had now officially become a link in the powerful underground alliance on Wall Street, an honorable position not easily attained. Park Hyun understood better than anyone that Wall Street was a closed world beyond imagination. Its members did not readily accept newcomers, so merely establishing a connection with them was already a remarkable achievement, even without mentioning profits. Yang Yang hinted that you were the one who directly bought in. They will inevitably investigate your identity. When do you plan to step into the open? Park Hyun calmly replied that no secret lasts forever. If they truly wanted to investigate, it would not be difficult, but he still wished to delay a little longer so his identity would be exposed as late as possible. Good. When Ian asked what the next step should be, he reported that the total bet on Thailand's victory was $4 billion, with a return rate exceeding 500%, bringing in $20 billion. Truly a money printing machine, named Kim Hyuk. Kim Hyuk immediately ordered that all the newly raised capital be poured into short selling, betting entirely on a downward trend. Soon after, Thailand's financial landscape shifted when the new minister Thanong Badaya, a 49-year-old economist, officially took office. This theory-oriented economist introduced drastic measures, allowing weak banks to go bankrupt and be eliminated to save the economy, but textbook knowledge applied mechanically backfired, and that rigidity forced the entire nation to pay the price. After nearly exhausting foreign exchange reserves to defend the baht, the Thai government was suspend 16 financial institutions. Yet it was all too late. In the end, they had to concede defeat to the hedge fund alliance, a victory of financial imperialism rather than military power. On the other end, Kyung Yang exclaimed in disbelief that this was truly hard to believe. Park Hyun calmly asked about the current situation. Kyung Yang reported that the baht had fallen to 30, option profits exceeded 600%. In his view, they could liquidate now. Yet Park Hyun remained resolute. "Wait a little longer, the rice is still green. Let them tear at each other until they are exhausted. Then we will harvest in one sweep." Ian anxiously asked whether they would not close the position yet. Kim Hyuk affirmed that the climax had not yet arrived. He understood very clearly the war between hedge fund alliances, and the struggle simmering among other speculative organizations as well. The late arriving speculators who had bet on the baht's rise were charging into a fierce confrontation to seize the advantage. In the end, the currency battle in Thailand concluded with victory leaning toward the hedge funds. However, deep down Kim Hyuk knew that the greatest beneficiary was ultimately only himself. Yang called to report that they had liquidated according to instructions 3 hours before market close. Thanks to acquiring many options dumped at low prices had soared. The total amount recovered was $100 billion. The figure left Park Hyun stunned. He had never imagined the result would so vastly exceed expectations, almost draining the entire Thai banking system. It was Park Hyun's intervention that drove the baht to fall more sharply than history had recorded, doubling the profit compared to the original plan. Kim Hyuk sincerely thanked his partner. "Thanks to you, you have worked hard. Remember to reward the employees properly and include your own as well." $100 billion. Kim Hyuk thought to himself that he had taken half of the profits that should have belonged to other hedge funds. With funds far beyond expectations, he realized he needed to adjust strategy, temporarily stepping back an upcoming tax on Malaysia, Taiwan, and the Philippines to leave some benefits for the hedge funds. He told himself he would focus on South Korea because what happened in Thailand would sooner or later repeat in his homeland. As predicted, the financial storm began sweeping through South Korea when the Kia Group declared bankruptcy. Despite a debt rescheduling agreement, the empire had effectively collapsed. The fall of one of the top 10 conglomerates shocked both the government and the people. Yet the government's response remained superficial. Politicians and businessmen only only cared about preserving their seats and personal interests. They were preoccupied with the presidential election race and obsessed with the $10,000 per capita income figure, while national disaster loomed and foreign currency reserves were still drained to defend exchange rate. Amid that chaotic scene, Eva Ju officially set foot in South Korea. The moment she saw Kim Hyuk waiting at the airport, Eva Ju exclaimed in surprise, "Boss, it has been a long time." She immediately ran over and embraced him warmly. Kim Hyuk smiled in welcome and asked whether the lawsuit had been settled. Eva Ju breathed a sigh of relief and said it was all thanks to his help. She still clearly remembered the faces of the HC executives back then, all scheming to push every responsibility on her and force her into a corner. Eva Ju mischievously asked where they were heading and whether they should go straight to the hotel, causing Kim Hyuk to blush briefly before regaining composure. "First get in the car, I will take you there." When she wondered about the destination, he drove her directly to the Dachi-dong. Before the brand new and imposing glass skyscraper, Eva Ju widened her eyes in amazement, asked where this place was. Such a new building, truly a complete turnaround. Park Hyun calmly explained that the interior was not yet fully completed, but part of it was already usable, and told Eva Ju that this would be her workplace for the time being. Eva Ju replied enthusiastically that she loved this place and only needed to follow what he had previously instructed. Was that correct? Park Hyun gazed into the distance with ambitious eyes and affirmed that was right. Anything put up for sale must be swept up, from trivial items to entire conglomerates. The skyscraper on the more than 300 square meter plot in Dachi-dong was what he had obtained from Chairman Jung of Wonbo, and he intended to use this place as the base to acquire everything in South Korea. Even so, Park Han did not personally step into the spotlight, instead putting forward Evu, the girl he had brought back from Hong Kong, as the public face. Looking down from the high floor, Eva Ju marveled that Seoul had changed so much, completely different from the day she left. The night view here was no less dazzling than Hong Kong. She quietly gazed through the glass and could not help thinking that such a developed country was about to sell everything off because of crisis. Park Hyun said calmly that Thailand was proof enough. Once targeted by hedge funds, no matter how developed a country was, it was hard to escape. Eva Ju still hesitated because the scale of the two economies was very different. In reality, at that time, South Korea's economy was about 3 times larger than Thailand's. If Thailand had been the second Asian country to join the OECD, South Korea had risen through the miracle on the Han River. However, Kim Hyuk understood that was only outward glamour. Inside, it was piled with debt. Not only South Korea but also Indonesia, Taiwan, and Hong Kong could hardly guarantee safety. That year, the financial wolves of Wall Street would sweep across Asia one after another. Eva Ju asked in shock whether Hong Kong would also face the same fate. Park Hyun replied that initially they had not planned to target South Korea. When they saw South Korea wavering amid the Southeast Asian crisis, they shifted strategy and turned this place into their final target. Setting aside the macro discussion, Eva Ju asked what the building would be called. Kim Hyuk said he had not decided and suggested she give it a name. Eva Ju smiled and leaned lightly against his back, joking that such a grand building was entrusted to her for naming. Was he planning to be a domineering CEO from a drama? After thinking for a moment, she decisively chose the name Mia Thao for grandeur, so that anyone who heard it in the future would feel wary. Kim Hyuk nodded in satisfaction and agreed, then discussed staffing to launch the year-end operations, and asked whether she already had anyone who could assist. Eva Ju confidently replied that she already had several people in mind. "You once told me I had the right to choose who participates, correct, Kim Hyuk?" And she smiled confidently to affirm her position. He made it clear that all decision-making power would be in her hands. As for finances, there was no need to worry. She could boldly recruit anyone she deemed capable, with no limit on numbers. Eva Ju wrapped her arms around Park Hyun, her eyes filled with satisfaction as she whispered this was exactly what she wanted. He looked straight ahead and reminded her to prepare for the busy days ahead, that even while in Korea it would be difficult for them to meet often, and excessive attention would bring no benefit. Eva Ju pouted playfully and said they could think about that later, asking if tonight he could stay by her side. He smiled faintly and replied decisively, "Alright, tonight I will stay with you." That night, Mia Thao Tower shone brilliantly in the heart of Seoul, as if bearing witness to the birth of a new financial empire. The next morning, Moy Hyusi returned to meet his grandfather to discuss a major matter. He asked directly whether the Ministry of Economy and Finance had made contact. The old man pondered and confirmed that the minister had called personally, saying they would inject dollars into the market because foreign exchange reserves were depleting rapidly. He was briefly startled as he calculated the pace was even faster than expected. Was it because the dollar had plunged more sharply than anticipated, falling out of control? He knew the government had once aimed to maintain foreign exchange reserves at around $30 billion, but clearly they had sensed an alarming decline in those funds. He asked whether his grandfather intended to comply with that request. The old man sighed thoughtfully. If the dollars in their possession could help prevent a crisis, why not seize the chance to make the government remember this favor? Even so, he remained hesitant because it would only be a temporary measure. He inwardly agreed, given the current situation, even exhausting all resources would hardly reverse the tide. It would be better to hold capital until the final moment and force enterprises to concede benefits before offering rescue, which would be more advantageous. The old man's face darkened with anger as he said that minister was practically forcing him to hand over assets to save the nation, even claiming it was an order from above. He gritted his teeth and cursed that those people were truly foolish. No title was greater than cash in hand. He assessed that for those managing the national economy, such actions actions were somewhat understandable. But the government had made decisions overly driven by politics, ignoring warnings from the central bank, sinking into internal strife and disregarding reports from lower levels. They focused entirely on joining the OECD and raising per capita income to $1,000 merely to consolidate power. Banks were allowed to borrow short-term debt massively from the United States, Japan, and elsewhere, while failing to control how those funds were lent again to domestic enterprises and Southeast Asia. South Korea collapse was not only due to Wall Street hedge funds, but also to a bomb planted within itself. When the countdown ended, the nation would plunge into crisis on its own, and that number had already begun ticking. He turned and asked whether the major conglomerates had made contact. The old man replied that none of the top 10 enterprises had taken the initiative yet. He asserted that within a few days the leading conglomerates would line up seeking assistance. His confidence surprised his grandfather, asking whether this was the moment he had once mentioned. He immediately laid out a plan. When they came seeking loans, lend to them but require collateral in core industry shares or the issuance of convertible bonds. In particular, acquire as many shares of Samsung Electronics as possible, ideally a controlling stake, because this type of loan essentially meant losing the company. His grandfather asked in astonishment about Samsung Electronics. He urgently confirmed and asked for his support. He boldly suggested that those officials nearing the end of their term were not worth worrying about. There was no need to fear their waning power. The old man hesitated, as confronting the government brought no clear benefit. He reassured him that the current government was about to end. The crisis was approaching and the presidential election was only 3 months away. He continued analyzing the current political land. The ruling camp had candidate Sung Dae leading Party B, but internal fractures were evident. Division stemmed from Choi Chang-jeon, who left the party to establish Party A. He judged that under these circumstances the likelihood of Hak Gun from the opposition party winning was very low. His grandfather reflected that transferring power after more than 40 years would indeed be a major upheaval. He revealed he had prepared a contingency plan for Hak Gun's side. Though he still believed the ruling party had a higher chance because public sentiment was hard to change, he did not believe hunger alone could overturn everything. He looked straight ahead and asserted that this time would be different. The opposition party would win, firmly believing history would follow the course he knew. That night, he made an important call across the ocean. On the other end, Kyung-yang yawned as he answered and asked what was the matter. Kim Hyuk calmly replied that it was not yet dawn here, apologized for the disturbance, and asked how much capital the Bermuda entity currently held. Kyung-yang asked in surprise to confirm about Bermuda. He quickly became alert and reported around $10 billion or slightly more, asking where to invest. He ordered all of it to be invested in South Korea when the market opened, leaving Kyung-yang stunned as he asked why so suddenly. He made a bold prediction that by next January the exchange rate could exceed 1,800 won and stocks fall below 400, instructing him to buy up all options and futures contracts on the market. Kyung-yang cried out in shock, asking if he worried that if the exchange rate hit 1,800 the country would be thrown into turmoil, while it was currently only 1,001 and the index at 600. If in 3 months it became 1,800 and 400, it would be no different from betting on South Korea collapse. He coldly confirmed that the crisis would occur, the United States would bring in the IMF with numerous conditions, enterprises would go bankrupt, and assets would fall in foreign capital hands. He affirmed that this was only the beginning. There was much more to do, and domestically he had already prepared. Kyung-yang still hesitated whether this was appropriate, because although he held American nationality, he was still Korean. He reminded him of their original agreement that he must follow all directives and invest unconditionally. His eyes turned cold as he said that if they did not act, Wall Street would strip everything away anyway. It was better to seize the benefits first. Meanwhile, at the old man said he did not believe South Korea would collapse, but if an opportunity arose it must be seized, otherwise others would exploit it for profit. He stated that this was the law of economics, some suffer losses while others gain, not everyone receives a share. The grandfather and grandson were indeed very alike. Faced with his determination, Kyung-yang sighed in acceptance and promised to buy options. When the market opened the next morning, he thanked him softly. He walked away quietly, recalling how in his previous life he had missed opportunities due to lack of information, experience, ability, and money. He calculated that by October 1997, foreign exchange reserves would fall to around $20 billion. In just 2 more months, the IMF rescue package would arrive, but this game he did not intend to yield to anyone. He resolved to seize everything, his eyes blazing with ambition before executing another shocking move. Yet there was still something to do first. Before targeting South Korea, he would strike in the United States first. Indonesian rupiah had already plunged under pressure from Wall Street hedge funds. From Indonesia it spread to Malaysia, the Philippines, Southeast Asian countries, and even Taiwan. The Asian currency crisis dragged the American market down sharply. Kyung-yang anxiously reported that the impact was greater than expected. He calmly replied that it was within expectations, there was no need to panic. Kyung-yang sighed that employees were uneasy, so he was affected as well, because the company held too many shares. He reassured him not to let fear dominate, treat those papers as worthless, and go to Hong Kong with him to wait for the right moment. Kyung-yang said hedge funds had issued demands and their next target was Hong Kong. He curled his lips slightly and said it had finally begun. When East Asian currencies and stocks collapsed, they would reap enormous profits. The next target was Hong Kong, though it maintained a fixed exchange rate with the US dollar, so they would borrow Hong Kong dollars to short sell, forcing authorities to raise interest rates, driving down stocks and real estate to profit from futures contracts. Qiang Yang asked as an official participant how much he should commit. He replied indifferently that there was no need for much, around $5 billion was enough. Qiang Yang was stunned. Only 5 billion converted into Korean currency, it was nearly 5,000 billion won. Realizing he had spoken carelessly, he hurried to apologize because recently he had grown accustomed to spending large sums and his sense of money had dulled, and he decisively ordered him to proceed according to the hedge fund plan. The two of them would act separately. He revealed his final card that this time the target did not stop at Hong Kong. That place was only the starting point because ahead lay a far broader market. At the headquarters of Dream, located in New York, Qiang Yang called to report that the alliance of international hedge funds had simultaneously attacked the Hong Kong dollar, but the exchange rate still held firm. The Hong Kong authorities placed their trust in China and mobilized all resources to defend foreign reserves. The alliance even proposed that Dream 2 inject an additional $5 billion into the campaign. Kim Hyuk fell silent and pondered for a long time. He understood that Hong Kong differed from Southeast Asian countries thanks to its abundant foreign currency reserves, so it could still endure. But its limits were nearly reached. According to historical developments, the HKMA would certainly launch a fierce counterattack. Looking at the October 1997 calendar, Kim Hyuk's gaze turned cold because he knew the moment had arrived. He ordered Qiang Yang to pour all the capital of the US branch into betting on the plunge of the US, European and Japanese stock markets. Not a single dollar was to be held back. Qiang Yang shot to his feet in shock and shouted into the phone asking what he was saying. Instead of striking Hong Kong, he was targeting the US, Europe and Japan. Was he out of his mind? Assistant Han would probably need sedatives. Mu UK still smiled confidently and replied that he had never let him lose money, so just follow my instructions. Faced with such unbelievable resolve, Qiang Yang sighed and accepted. Though he did not understand what he was planning, he would comply. Mu Hyuke chuckled softly because he knew that if everything followed history, he was about to achieve another spectacular breakthrough. The unusual move by Dream High Invest quickly drew the attention of Wall Street giants. At the Alliance headquarters, the chairman asked in surprise whether Dream High Investment truly had made a strange move. The assistant hurriedly reported that since yesterday they had gathered all positions to bet on the decline of stocks across the US, Europe and Japan, leaving no market untouched. The chairman pondered in confusion what he was calculating. Unless the global market collapsed together, there would be profit. It was the first time he had seen someone even more reckless than himself. In the Hedge Fund Alliance office, he continued asking whether the plan to attack Hong Kong was still on schedule. The assistant confirmed the foreign exchange campaign was being executed in sync. The old man thought for a moment, then slapped the arm of his chair. For now, they would monitor and closely follow every move of Dream 2. The assistant anxiously reported that nearly all put options on the index had been snapped up by Dream 2. Such boldness made the chairman frown. He instructed them not to buy excessively but only test a portion to observe developments. While Kim Hyuk sat quietly in his room when the phone rang incessantly, he had just picked up when he heard an urgent voice. It was the panicked voice of Qiang Yang on the other end. Everything had collapsed. Hong Kong had raised short-term interest rates from 9% to 300%. The hedge fund's short-selling campaign against the Hong Kong dollar had failed. The decision to raise rates to 300% was a move no one anticipated, though the stock market had to be sacrificed. Hong Kong had blocked the speculators' attack. Mr. Yang anxiously asked what they should do now that the capital contributed with the funds was at risk of evaporating. In contrast, Park Hyen remained unusually calm and instructed that when the market opened tomorrow they were to sell off all stocks currently held. Qiang Yang stood stunned and asked if at this moment they were to sell all the stocks. Hai UK continued directing that if stocks were insufficient they should borrow more from securities firms and sell to push prices down. Because he knew the global market was about to witness an unprecedented plunge. The deeper the stocks fell, the greater the profit from the options. On October 27, 1997 in New York, a true financial shock erupted. James Han called to report that the New York Exchange had been forced to suspend trading when the Dow Jones Index fell more than 7%, equivalent to 554 points. Kim Hyuk concluded that not only the US but also Europe and Japan were plunging sharply. He watched the numbers flashing continuously on the screen. Profits from the options soared. James Han asked in astonishment whether he was human or divine to predict the crash so precisely. Kim Hyuk clearly understood the panic of investors amid the crisis. The Asian financial crisis escalated. Hong Kong's interest rate shock threw the global market into turmoil. The speed of collapse was even faster than he had known because fear had been inflamed and drove them to massive sell-offs. He told his partners that the decline would not last long. From tomorrow, they should gradually accumulate stocks again. James Han replied wearily that he understood. Park Hyen laughed and said that in a few days he would become a Wall Street investment legend, making James Han flustered as he asked him not to praise him further lest he fall over. The New York market had historically fallen only 7%, but this time it plunged to 15% because of his impact. This was an unprecedented level since the American market began operating. This drop was the second most severe after Black Monday 10 years earlier, and with each additional percent of decline, Dream 2's profits surged. Kim Hyuk ordered that when the market opened tomorrow, all positions were to be liquidated. James Han replied briefly that it was done. He worried that the sum was too large, so liquidation would take time, and asked what the final profit was. Kim Hyuk replied coldly around $500 billion. Hearing the figure of $500 billion left people stunned. With that amount, one could now outright purchase one or two medium-sized nations. Kim Hyuk smiled confidently and said that he had won this bet, but this was only the beginning. Standing high above looking down at the splendid New York, Park Hein told himself he would use financial power as a weapon to stand above all. At the same time, in a powerful office, an official asked in astonishment whether the news was true. The subordinate confirmed it was almost certain, though still a rumor. He slammed the table in anger. Because they had placed their bets, he ended up empty-handed in Hong Kong. He fumed in frustration, unable to understand who the mastermind behind it was. This shock quickly spread all the way to the White House. President Finkelin pondered and asked whether because a single person the market had plunged so sharply. The assistant confirmed it was so. The assistant reported that the mastermind was a young man from South Korea and presented a file bearing the name Kim Hyuk along with his photograph. President Finkelin stared at the dossier and murmured the name Kim Hyuk. Robert Rubin, former chairman of Goldman Sachs, reported that most Wall Street investors had suffered heavy losses. Only this person had reaped nearly $500 billion. During this, the president curled his lips and said it was truly admirable. He even joked that he too wanted to earn such a sum. However, Rubin sternly warned that American wealth had fallen into the hands of an individual from a small Asian nation. The president calmly asked whether that man had done anything illegal. He asserted that if the profits were generated legally, then the United States could not prosecute. Rubin worried that such a sum was enough to shake the economy of a nation, and the holder was not an American citizen. The president thought for a moment, then said simply that if so, they should make that man an American citizen. Rubin continued reporting on the rising wave of outrage. Wall Street investors were boiling with anger over their failure and demanded solutions to recover the money lost in Hong Kong and the stock market. He emphasized that the meeting aimed to advance the plan he had previously presented to the president. After a moment of thought, the president made a decisive decision. Anyway, this had to be done, so he thought early action would be beneficial. At the White House, strategic decisions began to be implemented. Park Han watched quietly. Inside him, he could not hide his astonishment. What he had not expected was that the massive profit from the military street had become the catalyst causing South Korea's foreign exchange crisis to arrive earlier than anticipated. His intervention was gradually changing history. In a luxurious villa amid green surroundings, Chairman San was quietly handling work over the phone, coldly giving orders and telling him to proceed. Then he decisively pressed the button to end the call. The old man's face revealed deep contemplation as he softly uttered. The door swung open and the female secretary stepped in respectfully to report Chairman candidate Choi Chang-ji-yoon of the Patriotic Party has arrived. Immediately, Choi Chang-ji-yoon was invited in, bowed formally. Chairman, are you well? Tai-san went straight to the point. Long time no see. How is the preparation for the presidential election progressing? The grateful expression, Choi Chang-ji-yoon replied modestly. Thanks to your support, Chairman, I have established the party and have the opportunity to become president. Once again, I am very grateful to you. His words were interrupted as the secretary appeared again. Chairman, candidate Sung Dae-gyu of the Conservative Party has arrived. Choi Chang-ji-yoon was stunned, sweating profusely upon seeing his political rival appear. He stammered in shock. Chairman. The atmosphere in the room became tense as both candidates faced each other. The president sat opposite them both before Tai-san. The powerful elder looked straight at Sung Dae-gyu and said, Listen, Sung Dae-gyu, now you are the presidential candidate of the Conservative Party, yet you say you have received no support from the previous president. Sung Dae-gyu lowered his head full of remorse. Yes, I am very sorry about that. Tai-san turned to Choi Chang-ji-yoon and asked coldly, since forming the party, your approval rating has not increased, right? Choi Chang-ji-yoon, sweating profusely, responded awkwardly, yes, that is correct, but if I try a little harder. Tai-san looked straight at both politicians with a serious expression, warning that if they continued infighting, the ultimate beneficiary would be candidate Hak Gun of the opposing party. If the administration fell into opposition hands, both would be ridiculed for life. The room fell silent as the two men paused under the pressure of the chairman. Tai-san coldly affirmed that division would certainly lead to defeat, while reminding them that such action resembled past mistakes with the opposition. The elder unexpectedly issued the final directive. Now they must unify around Sung Dae-gyu. The decision shocked Choi Chang-ji-yoon. Chairman, why did you help me form the party before, and now force me to give up just as the race has begun? The chairman's anger flared, his sharp eyes looking at the other, saying, Are you arguing with me now? Choi Chang-ji-yoon. Cold and absolute authority in his gaze left Choi Chang-ji-yoon stunned, his face pale. He immediately knelt, bowing his head in extreme fear. No, I dare not, Chairman, I deserve punishment. Tai-san mocked the presidential candidate's weakness, then coldly ordered him to stand. Choi Chang-ji-yoon apologized while Tai-san turned to ask Sung Dae-gyul's opinion. This candidate was confused by the chairman's unpredictable scheme. Previously he suggested dividing the party but now forced unity around him. Tai-san smiled slightly, his gaze sharp, emphasizing that the power race was not as important as ensuring that without the president's support, at least they must obtain his to have a chance of winning. Facing Tai-san's majesty, the candidate timidly asked, So, according to you, what should I do? The elder calmly commanded, This time you take your share, make the final decision for the opponent to worry. Just ensure they follow a few conditions. Words left the candidate stunned, quickly bowing, I will obey. However, Tai-san warned that even with unity, defeating Kim Hak-gun would still be difficult amid the chaotic economy. Tai-san analyzed the dollar outflows, threatening to seriously impact the economy. He made an enticing promise. If he became president, he would help borrow a large sum of dollars from Japan. Japan, creating a historical mark as the president who saved South Korea from crisis. Faced with this strategic promise, what would be the reaction? Hearing that, one would feel reassured, right? Candidate moved, "I am deeply grateful to you, Chairman." Meanwhile, in another development, Kim Hyuk closely monitored news of dwindling foreign reserves. He quietly calculated reserves would be exhausted by October instead of December as expected, realizing South Korea would have to seek IMF assistance earlier than history. Over the phone, the other side reported that Gondang Street had withdrawn all capital from South Korea at a rapid pace. Kim Hyuk pondered whether his intervention and the Thanfong Association had changed history, pushing the economy to collapse faster than anticipated. At the end of September, the stock index fell below 400. Major banks and corporations went bankrupt in succession. The government still insisted on solving the foreign exchange shortage without IMF, even though reserves were only $2 billion. Eventually, South Korea faced financial pressure. Government representatives requested $20 billion from the IMF by the end of October 1997. South Korea officially sought emergency aid, happening faster than history by more than a month. That month, President Hak Gun appeared before the public to declare a state of emergency. The U.S. government IMF agreed, imposing harsh financial aid conditions. Humiliating demands were set as conditions for receiving aid. Strict measures such as opening financial markets, liberalizing investment, loosening import controls, reducing tariffs, restructuring corporations, and mass layoffs were implemented. Though stabilizing foreign exchange, they led to unemployment, informal labor increase, and deeper wealth inequality. In that context, the IMF required presidential candidates to commit to implementing aid conditions. Otherwise, no future support would be disbursed. Amid escalating tension, an obstacle emerged. Choi Chang-ji-yoon stood at the podium, declaring before the media that he would meet the people's wishes and the demands of the era. Simultaneously, he merged with candidate Sung Yi-gu of the Conservative Party, affirming determination. "I will advance to the forefront to secure a winning advantage for the party." The image of both candidates raising their hands in unity directly shocked public opinion. In the quiet room, Kim Hyuk and grandfather John Tae-san watched the developments on TV. Park Han thought in amazement. Sung Dae-gu and Choi Chang-ji-yoon, once enemies after the party split, now cooperate. According to the history he knew, Choi Chang-ji-yoon would have joined the Progressive Party after Kim Hak's victory. Despite the ruling party's division, Hak Gun still won the presidency according to historical progress. But unifying the party now would completely change the election landscape Kim Hyuk had known. On television, Sung Dae-gu pledged not to forget Choi Chang-ji-yoon's concessions and sacrifices, while restoring South Korea's economy. He also declared that upon election he would go to Japan to borrow a large sum of dollars. Hearing that, Kim Hyuk was skeptical. Borrow money from Japan. Meanwhile, Chairman San quietly observed, noting the situation was becoming interesting. The entity behind this was certainly the Thanfong Association. He understood that only that organization dared to bypass the government to directly obtain commitments from abroad. Park Han broke into a sweat realizing that his intervention and the Thanfong Association were overturning history. He checked the data. Hak Gun was supposed to win narrowly by a margin of 500,000 votes. But with the two parties cooperating as they currently did, Hak Gun's victory was no longer certain. For Mu Hyusi, the prospect of history veering in a different direction was the greatest nightmare. Because once Dae-ji won the election, the influence of the Kingfing Association would swell to an uncontrollable scale. Park Han's gaze suddenly turned cold, the blue light in his eyes flashing with menace. Nguyen Zhang thought to himself, if your Kingfing Association wants to manipulate the presidential seat, then try it. I will spend money to turn the entire game around. Emergency bailout package from the IMF caused South Korea's reputation to plummet disastrously. Within just a few weeks, its credit rating fell to the level of many developing countries in Africa and South America, dragging the stock market into free fall. The exchange rate quickly surpassed 1,701 and kept setting new peaks each time the trading band was widened, while the credit downgrade further accelerated the frantic outflow of foreign capital from South Korea. In the eye of the financial storm, Michelle Misson, managing director of the IMF, personally set foot in South Korea, and when asked by the press why he appeared despite the agreement already being signed, Kamdisa stated frankly that he had come to confirm whether South Korea was truly fulfilling the commitments agreed upon with the IMF. He publicly criticized the South Korean government for ignoring the visible crisis and even maintaining overly close ties with conglomerates and financial institutions. Misson issued a series of harsh demands, forcing the elimination of weak conglomerates, the sale of bank shares to foreign investors, the privatization of state-owned enterprises, and drastic cuts to welfare and public sector personnel. Kim Hyuk quietly watched the news as the managing director emphasized the implementation of structural layoffs and labor mobility policies. Misson warned that if the conditions were not met, the IMF would be unable to continue its support. The report also stated that he had met President Hak Gun and was expected to meet the leading presidential candidates tomorrow. Kim Hyuk tightened his grip on the phone and said in a low voice that this matter was far from simple. This was not merely a bailout. It was no different from wanting to take over the entire nation. He immediately ordered the person on the other end of the line to return to South Korea at once because there were too many important matters to discuss. Kang Yang was stunned and asked again, "Me right now?" Ko Hyu affirmed that his appearance had to be grand and create a major sensation. He instructed that information be leaked to the press that Wall Street investment genius James Han would be visiting South Korea, and before long Kyung Yang's image flooded magazine covers under the title of the financial star who conquered New York. The moment the plane landed at the airport, Kyung Yang, the outstanding CEO of Dream High Investment, was immediately surrounded by reporters, a barrage of questions about the secret of his success and his investment plans in his homeland, leaving him overwhelmed. Sweat dotted his forehead as Kang Yang tactfully declined. "Sorry, I'm still jet-lagged and not fully clear-headed. We will soon hold a fish press conference." However, the crowd refused to let him go. They continuously pressed him about his views on the economy falling under IMF control. Under the hopeful gazes of the people, Mr. Yang adjusted his glasses, his eyes suddenly becoming unusually sharp. He boldly delivered a shocking figure: 3 years. In just 3 years, South Korea would rise powerfully again. He asserted that although the economy was violently shaken, the crisis would soon pass, and expressed confidence in the national spirit that had once created the miracle on the Han River. He emphasized that his return was to invest in his homeland, and also stated that opening the capital market was an inevitable path to development and to avoid isolation. He conveyed that this foreign exchange crisis was a warning for both the government and the people to heighten their vigilance. Once the challenge was overcome, South Korea would transform and become a stronger nation than before. Just as he was about to leave, Kyung Yang was blocked by a group of powerful figures. A man in a long coat stepped forward and requested that he follow them. Faced with the CEO's tension and caution, the other quickly identified himself as a staff member of the presidential office and said that the president wished to meet him. James Han was astonished when he heard the mention of the president. "I have not received any prior notice." Although he cited a prior appointment as an excuse, the group in black suits still surrounded him and pressed him to go with them first. While being pulled away amid weak protests, he exclaimed indignantly, "Hey, what are you doing?" A loud shout rang out. "Stop!" A tall man in a long coat wearing black sunglasses appeared with 2 bodyguards, declaring that they were James Han's security team and demanding his release. The man sternly questioned the authority of the Secret Service group. "James Han is an American citizen. On what grounds are you coercing him?" and warned that if they continued they would not back down, leaving the other side at a loss. Removing his sunglasses, he introduced himself as Eric Clark, assisted him in establishing a PMC, and asserted that during their time in South Korea, they would be responsible for protecting James Han. James Han walked on, still bewildered. "What is a PMC?" He was taken to a luxurious high-rise building. On the desk lay a newspaper boldly printed with Kyung Yang's image and a headline about his sensational return. Mr. Yang drained his glass of water and let out a soft sigh. Sitting opposite on the sofa, Kim Hyuk put down the newspaper and asked if he must have been quite surprised after this return. Kyung Yang complained about the chaos at the airport. "Do not mention it. Why were so many reporters called, even the president's people?" Park Hein apologized and explained that he had only intended to sound out a few editorial offices but did not expect the media to swarm in such numbers. Still puzzled about the armed group, Kyung Yang asked further about the PMC. Park Hein calmly said it was merely a necessary protective measure, and also a preparation step for the company to officially expand its reputation. Putting aside the side issues, Kyung Yang went straight to the main point and asked what he needed to do to help the country on the brink of crisis, while the bespectacled man pondered and remarked that this was both a great opportunity and a hidden risk. Kim Hyuk calmly requested that he use funds from the New York branch to invest in South stocks and enterprises according to the list he would provide, and to emphasize that from now on everything must follow the new plan. He was only allowed to invest openly and transparently. That was his role. As for the money from shell companies in tax havens, it would be handled separately. The man smiled and said Eva Ju had already arranged it. She would quietly accumulate assets and maneuver flexibly between legitimate and shadowy operations. There was absolutely no connection between him and her to avoid suspicion. He affirmed that the plan was kept in absolute secrecy. Even Eva Ju did not know that he was the one behind it. And of course she was even more unaware that the true owner of Dream High Investment was me. Kim Hyuk curled his lips in understanding. "So I play the good guy, and Eva Ju handles the thorny work, right?" Park Han nodded in confirmation and reminded him that now that he had returned to the country, the government would certainly contact him with many proposals, so he needed to be mentally prepared. Park Han further analyzed that according to IMF requirements, barriers to foreign investment would be removed. Looking at the TV screen, he coldly declared that the real game was only just beginning. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone shattered the atmosphere. Park Han picked up and asked who was calling. From the other end came a clear voice. "Kim Huk, I am Michelle Misson, managing director of the IMF." Park Han froze upon realizing that the person on TV was calling him. He asked how he had obtained his private number, and Camdesis proposed a direct meeting to talk. He also said there was a message from the US government to convey. Park Han thought to himself that it was not difficult for the American side to trace his identity. He quickly decided to accept, because avoiding it was useless. If it could not be avoided, then it had to be faced. Park Han headed straight to the Square Hotel, where the fateful meeting awaited. As soon as he saw him, Misson greeted him warmly. "At last I meet the owner of Dream High Investment," and the two shook hands full of of calculation in the grand lobby. Kim Hyuk quietly reviewed information about Michelle Misson, the head of the IMF, and also the representative of American influence in South Korea at this time. Camden Suss silently presented a yellow envelope, saying it was a letter signed by President Clinton and inviting him to open it. Kim Hyuk maintained his calm demeanor, pushed the envelope aside, and said he wanted to hear the reason for the meeting before discussing the contents of the letter. Then the two sat at the negotiating table for Misson to convey the message from the White House. That man coldly declared the demand from the U.S. government: "You must absolutely not help South Korea over current exchange crisis," and warned that if you defied it, all consequences would be yours to bear. In the silent conference room, Kim Hyuk sat opposite Michelle Misson at the long table, while Park Hyun pondered and realized this was the decisive turning point. At that very moment, Misson began relaying the messages that Treasury Secretary Robert Rubin had asked me to convey. He curled his lips into a smile, his eyes gleaming with confidence mixed with a trace of self-satisfaction. Hyuk observed in silence, his mind racing, because if the American side so desired, they had more than enough ability to trace the links between the shell companies and Dream 2. He understood clearly that enormous risk could cause the cash flow to be frozen or seized under any pretext at any moment. The image of stacks of dollars locked away serving as a reminder of the manipulative power of Wall Street. Kim Hyuk clenched the hand resting on his thigh, gritting his teeth as he told himself that retreating now would be no different from handing himself over to the opponent. He looked straight at them and lowered his voice, asking clearly whether they were trying to threaten him. Candace quickly waved his hands and forced an awkward smile, pretending to be harmless as he calmly explained Secretary Rubin's meaning again, saying that upon careful thought it was entirely reasonable. It was simply that he did not need to involve himself in helping South Korea. Misson leaned closer and spoke in a gentle coaxing tone. "Surely, Lai, this matter brings no benefit to you at all, does it?" Park Hyun silently crossed his arms and pondered. All that was required was not supporting the South Korean government, was that all? He curled his lips faintly. He had never intended to help in the first place, but being pressured like this only made him want to do the opposite. After a few heavy minutes of silence, Kim Hyuk decisively spoke up, agreed, leaving Candace stunned. Park Hyun affirmed that he would not intervene in South Korea's foreign exchange issues, but immediately set a condition: in return the U.S. government must not interfere in anything he did in South Korea. Park Hyun looked straight at the director with a meaningful and mocking gaze. "In your country there is a saying that a morsel when hungry is worth more than a feast when full, is that right?" he said in challenge. "Are you planning to swallow Hong Kong alone?" Candace fell into thought before replying that regarding Hong Kong, he no longer intended to invest against Wall Street's stance. For now he would observe the situation before deciding. Seeing the calm expression of the young man before him, the IMF Director General inwardly acknowledged that this young man from Indochina was absolutely no ordinary person. He suddenly burst into laughter, saying he had only been joking, and that he was already fully aware of Dreamhide's attack deals. Candace stood up and gathered his documents, promising to convey Mr. Kim's conditions intact to the U.S. government. Kim Hyuk stepped forward to shake his hand in a calculated manner, smiling as he said it was a pleasure to meet him. Watching Director General's figure gradually disappear, Park Hyun gave a faint smile. How interesting. The IMF Director General personally came here as a messenger for the U.S. government, but it was understandable because they clearly knew the power he held. At the same time, in the quiet night at the Blue House, the South Korean government remained completely unaware of the moves Park Hyun was secretly arranging. In his private room, Kim Hyuk quietly watched the news. The IMF had concluded negotiations but had yet to disburse support funds. They imposed strict conditions requiring all presidential candidates to sign a commitment to implement the agreement in order to receive support. Candidate Daegu of the Conservative Party immediately agreed, while Hak Gun of the Progressive Party considered the negotiations too hasty and had not yet made a decision. With only 10 days left before the election, the approval ratings showed a gap as Daegu led with 44%. At that very moment, Kim Hyuk's phone vibrated repeatedly. Pyongyang urgently reported from the other end that the Blue House had contacted them to arrange an official meeting, just as Park Hyun had predicted. Kim Hyuk coldly gave instructions: just go meet them, exchange a few polite words to build goodwill, and that is enough. At present the Blue House cannot help with anything, so that will suffice. His eyes gleamed with calculation as he added that after meeting the Blue House, he must meet another person, someone who would be useful for their long-term plan. A few days later, Park Hyun and Han Kyung arrived at a quiet traditional house. As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, an assistant quickly approached to greet Han Kyung. "Please forgive the intrusion, kindly wait a moment." He stood beside them, silently observing with an expressionless face. The assistant went to the living room door and respectfully announced, "Minister, the guests have arrived." From inside came a deep, clear voice inviting them in. The sliding door opened. Han Kyung and Park Hyun stepped into a room where a formal banquet table had been prepared. Han Kyung bowed politely and introduced him. The man opposite smiled calmly in response, introducing himself as Kim AK and stating that he was a leading candidate of the Progressive Party. Observing Kim Hyuk thought to himself that this was a living witness of South Korea's political history, a man who had endured the harsh harsh dictatorship era. To Park Han, surviving in South Korea's political arena was already a miracle. Hak Gun had once been fiercely attacked and nearly lost his life under the old regime. Even his comrades and relatives had repeatedly faced danger. After everything, he still stood firm and now had become a highly promising presidential candidate. Yet as the destination drew near, he faced a new challenge called unifying the opposition. Noticing the young man accompanying him, Hak Gun curiously asked who he was. Park Han gave a slight bow and introduced himself as the grandson of Chairman Tae-san. Hak Gun nodded and said Chairman Tae-san had greatly supported the campaign and that he would always remember it. He turned to Han Kai-young and said that when Chairman Tan mentioned he wanted to meet, he had been very surprised, and was also astonished by the close relationship between the two of them. Inwardly, he assessed that Park Hyun was both the grandson of the Myeongdong shark and close to the legend of Wall Street. After expressing thanks, Hak Gun unexpectedly asked Park Han to step outside so they could speak privately. Park Han curled his lips slightly, realizing that this candidate was not truly open-minded as he showed discomfort at the presence of someone from the underworld. Seeing Park Han being slighted, Han Kyung-young immediately spoke up with a cold gaze. He said he had come here because Park Han claimed there was a way to support Kim Hak, but it seemed the man did not welcome their presence. Han Kyung-young bluntly stated that without being asked he would never have come. Without hesitation, he stood up abruptly and asserted that he was a businessman, not a politician. Before turning away, he even offered a parting wish for the election laced with hidden sarcasm. Hak Gun panicked and called him back, questioning that attitude. He lowered his voice and reminded Han Kyung-young to sit down and speak properly in front of a presidential candidate, but Han Kyung-young remained firm. Turning to tell Park Hyun there was no need to make any deal with an ungrateful man, he emphasized that he was an investor and in his dictionary the word loss did not exist. Despite being urged to stay, he resolutely left. Witnessing the overly convincing performance, Park Hyun secretly admired Han Kyung-young's adaptability had created even more pressure than originally planned. Hak Gun directly asked what the true intention behind those harsh words. Han Kyung-yang coldly replied that unlike in America, political donations in South Korea were illegal. He pointed out that Park Hyun's brother had taken that risk to help Hak Gun yet had not been appreciated, then concluded bitterly that even with support, someone like Hak Gun likely would not be grateful. Seeing the atmosphere grow too tense, Park Hyun quickly intervened enough, inwardly worried that Han Kyung-young might overact and ruin everything. Han Kyung-young turned to the candidate and made it clear that he understood how his grandfather had once cooperated with the military government to build his fortune. But he and his grandfather were not the same. He came here as a supporter because he believed Kim Hak would become president. Faced with such frankness, Kim Hak fell silent before lowering his to apologize for his shallow thinking, explaining that the pressure of unifying the opposition and numerous complications had made him sensitive. He stood up and bowed in apology for his rudeness. Seeing the other party, Han Kyung-young invited him to sit down again to begin discussions. Kim Hak anxiously asked how they intended to help. Han Kyung-young went straight to the point, stating that after the opposition unified with Daegu, his approval rating had reversed and if nothing changed, the risk of defeat was very high. To turn the tide, Kyung-young declared that tomorrow he would hold a major press conference with domestic and foreign media. For the first time, James Han, who was rewriting the history of Wall Street, would officially speak, encompassing Hak Gun's approval rating by at least 5%. Hearing that weighty declaration, the candidate could only stare in astonishment. Yang stood proudly at the podium, calmly facing the dense ring of reporters. Immediately, a journalist raised a sharp question about rumors that Mr. Han representative had joined forces with Wall Street hedge funds to strike at the Hong Kong stock market. Under that pressure, he replied composedly that he was merely an investor, that the word attack was too heavy, though he admitted investing in Hong Kong and suffering considerable losses at the beginning. Mr. Yang then shared his secret to success in a very practical and straightforward manner. He said he chose to bet on human fear, and that very decision brought unimaginable profits. Another reporter followed up, asking why Mr. Han chose South Korea for investment precisely when foreign capital was rapidly withdrawing. Kyung-yang answered frankly, "As I said, I came here to place my faith in the fear that is enveloping the people." He analyzed that when panic drives people to abandon their homeland, that is exactly when he decides to invest in the Republic of Korea. When someone questioned that he was originally American, he admitted it but emphasized that South Korea was where his family, friends and loved ones lived. Mr. Yang declared loudly that he believed in the potential of the Republic of Korea, and trusted this nation had enough resilience to overcome the crisis in a short time. When asked who could save the economy, his view on the upcoming presidential election, he appeared cautious because he understood it was a sensitive matter. He stressed that South Korea was a democratic nation, where the people themselves had ended a military regime that lasted many years. Mr. Yang affirmed that it was nearly a rare case in the world where a military government was replaced by the voice of the people, and reminded investors that whoever held supreme power was always the key factor. When asked directly whom he supported, Kyung-yang did not avoid the question and chose to state his stance openly. He said that if candidate Kim Hak of the Progressive Party won, South Korea would become more attractive to investors, and ended the press conference by affirming that if if he had the right to vote he would choose Kim Hak. Before that shocking declaration, the candidate asked in astonishment whether he could truly help increase support by 5%. Han Kyung-yong calmly confirmed and stated that he would publicly support Kim at the press conference, while announcing a large-scale investment plan in South Korea. Witnessing the decisiveness of the Wall Street legend, the other party was moved to trembling hands, sweat forming as he repeatedly asked whether he would truly do so. He observed silently, understanding that the economy was the hottest issue in the country and Han Kyung-yong's support at this moment was vital to any politician. As he began analyzing strategy, he mentioned that Mr. Dae Gi-yu from the Conservative Party had once declared he would borrow money from Japan. With a sharp gaze, he pointed out that it was still foreign money, no different from an IMF rescue package, and asserted that South Korea did not necessarily need to borrow because it was a nation full of potential that its people needed to clearly see. As if seeing light at the end of the tunnel, candidate Hak-gun declared firmly that if he agreed to support him, he would ask for nothing more. However, Han Kyung-yong immediately set a prerequisite that he must accept the IMF conditions and ensure full implementation of the commitments. Faced with that strict condition, Hak-gun hesitated, anxiety clearly showing on his face, and explained that he was an American citizen and his company was based in the United States, so he could not ignore directives from the US government. Therefore, he needed a commitment that the IMF agreement would be fully carried out. After a moment of thought, Hak-gun sighed and said he understood. He admitted there was no other choice but to accept the IMF conditions and explained that his earlier hesitation was only to preserve the chance to renegotiate because the demands were too harsh. Han Kyung-yong continued to encourage him with a pledge of honor that if he successfully negotiated with the IMF, he would invest to the maximum in South Korea, because although he held American nationality, he was born and raised here. This handshake immediately created a media shock, with headlines proclaiming that the Wall Street legend would invest if Hak-gun became president. Two major figures, Han Kyung-yong declared support for Kim Aek, causing the media landscape that had leaned toward the conservatives to quickly shift to Kim's side. December 1, 1997 became a historic milestone when Hak-gun won 50.4% of the vote and officially became president of the Republic of Korea amid the jubilation of supporters. In the luxurious mansion, Chairman Tae-san leisurely flipped through the pages of the newspaper. He looked at his grandson sitting opposite and remarked that Han Kyung-yong's endorsement had been effective, then smiled meaningfully and asked whether everything had gone according to Park Hae-in's plan. When he remained silent, Tae-san continued, revealing that Han Kyung-yong's company was in fact Kim Hyuk's own. He was stunned and asked, "You already knew everything?" Tae-san sipped his tea and laughed loudly, saying he was not so old as to know nothing, and that he even knew Park Hae-in had asked Department Head Hun to find Han Kyung-yong and secretly send him to the United States. Although he did not grasp the operational details of the enormous funds, Tae-san affirmed that he had used the 4,000 billion entrusted to him to turn Han into a successful Wall Street investor. He admitted that bold move had completely shifted the election in the desired direction and nodded in praise that his grandson had done very well. Seeing his grandfather so composed, he asked awkwardly whether he did not wish to know anything else. Tae-san looked at him with trust and said that it was enough for Kim Hyuk to handle matters himself, because even without his support he would still succeed. He had only shortened the path. He smiled modestly and said that was both true and not entirely so, admitting that without his grandfather backing, building and expanding his enterprise would have taken much longer, then bowed his head in for having what he had today. Tae-san stood up, decided to step back, and said this would be the last time he helped before retiring. Before leaving, his expression suddenly changed. He looked straight at Kim Hyuk with seriousness and issued a firm warning that he must be extremely wary of Thaifang Association, because this organization had taken deep root in the country and was more dangerous than imagined. Tae-san stared and asked meaningfully whether he understood. On the television screen, celebrations of newly elected President Kim Hak-won were being broadcast. Watching that scene, the leader of Thaifang Association slammed his hand hard on the table in anger. His face clearly showed extreme tension and fury. The committee had officially transferred power to President-elect Kim Hak-won. In a luxurious office, Chairman Dae-ho of Dongyu Group arrived early to congratulate the president-elect. Hak-gun responded with a smile and hoped Chairman Park Mong would continue to accompany and support him in the coming time. The president spared no praise, saying that compared to himself, Park was truly the economic expert. Hak Dae-ho laughed loudly and affirmed he would devote his full strength to assist. However, the joy did not last long, as Hak-gun faced reality upon receiving reports of a wave of bankruptcies from major conglomerates to small and medium companies, with hundreds closing each day. Kim Hak turned to ask about the situation of Dongyu Group, and Park Dae-ho confidently stated that the conglomerate faced no issues, reminding that he had advocated globalization and invested in Eastern Europe very early. He admitted he had one posed by advisors, but said those were merely opinions of desk-bound individuals who did not understand the real market. He said every enterprise had debt. The current difficulty was only short-term liquidity that would be overcome, and proposed launching a public gold donation movement to rescue struggling companies. Before Hak-gun astonishment, Park explained that gold could easily be exchanged for dollars anywhere. This plan would both mobilize national resources and ignite solidarity. Kim Hak-gun reflected the gold contribution movement was not a bad idea. Seizing the opportunity, Park Dae-ho proposed that Dongyu Group would take the lead if entrusted, asserting that the conglomerate had had a global trade network capable of handling it. He pledged not to retain profit but to sell the gold at the best price to support the country. President Kim Hak-gun praised Chairman Dong Yu business acumen and officially assigned him to oversee the gold contribution movement, agreeing to prioritize IMF capital support when disbursed because Dong Yu had taken the lead during national hardship. Leaving the meeting, Bak Dae-ho wore a calculating smile as he held both capital and the right to distribute gold in his hand. After that, at a house steeped in traditional architecture, Manhwa appeared. He came to meet the chief prosecutor in person. His businesses were desperate for dollars. The East Pyeongchang district was always crowded with people coming and going, clearly showing that Chairman Tai-san was entering his second golden era. With a cold and resolute gaze, Mang-hun looked straight at the other party and made a shocking proposal: please take action to bring down Dong Yu Group. In the luxurious villa, a covert agreement had just been sealed. The chairman of D Group bowed deeply before Tai-san, repeatedly expressing gratitude that thanks to him the imminent danger had been resolved. This favor would certainly be repaid. When the guest black car disappeared beyond the gate, Mang-hun curiously asked whether the person who had just left was the chairman of D Group. Tai-san gave a faint smile, mocking the tycoons who once pretended to be distant yet were now willing to humble themselves just to borrow a little dollar funding. He remarked that most who came were either young upstart magnates or old men sitting on edge. Only Chairman Eong still maintained a dignified bearing that impressed him. When asked about the conditions, Tai-san said that since the other party was short of cash, he accepted convertible bonds, convertible after 1 year with a maturity period of 10 years. He listed the acquisition targets including Samsung's electronic bonds, Jahyun's automobiles, and Yoonseung's semiconductors, then asked that his thanks be conveyed to Park Han. Tai-san emotionally shared that thanks to him an old man who thought his time had passed had rediscovered the thrill of his peak years. However, just as Kim Hyuk had predicted, Dong Yu Group ultimately did not come. Tai-san wondered who was backing them to make them so confident despite holding lucrative sectors like automobiles, heavy industry, and construction. Mentioning Dae-ho, Tai-san recalled how that man used to frequently visit his house, yet now he acted arrogantly as if he respected no one. Park Han looked at his grandfather with firm resolve and stated with certainty that he had long had a plan to acquire Dong Yu. Facing the prosecutor, Kim Hyuk frankly made his final request, hoping he would take action to crush Dong Yu Group. Mang-hun was stunned and repeated, "Dong Yu Group. You want me to touch the conglomerate ranked third among the Chaebols?" Park Han replied with a steady gaze that sooner or later weak conglomerates would fall and he believed Dong Yu would be the first to crack. Mang-hun reminded him that Chairman Dae-ho had a close relationship with Kim Hak-kwan who had just been elected. Park Han calmly asked back was he not under investigation, causing Mang-hun to pause astonishment. Mang-hun laughed and admitted that in front of him it was hard to hide anything even if he tried to act. He began analyzing that Dong Yu had been accused for many years but still lacked strong enough evidence for prosecution. A series of violations were cited from accounting fraud, embezzlement, slush funds to illegal loans, and foreign exchange management breaches. Mang-hun narrowed his eyes and asked whether only Dong Yu had done such things or whether most major conglomerates were involved to some extent. He was concerned that targeting a major conglomerate amid an economic crisis would not be accepted by public opinion. Kim Hyuk decisively said this was not the time to gauge public sentiment. The rotten part had to be cut off immediately or it would infect the whole body. Mang-hun worried that this could create great pressure for the new president and that someone would try to obstruct the investigation. Kim Hyuk confidently said he would shoulder the pressure from the president and the media. He requested that the matter be handled strictly according to the law without leaving any escape route, and promised that this case would become a major achievement for Mang-hun and for his future after retirement. He also said Mang-hun was still young and it would be a waste to remain outside politics forever. When asked about the timing of action, Park Hyun replied that he would notify when appropriate as it was currently a sensitive transition of power. Mang-hun raised his glass and agreed to give it a try. The two clinked glasses as if officially launching the plan to overthrow Dong Yu. During the meeting at the office, President Kim Hak-gun expressed gratitude that Chairman Tai-san had lent dollars to businesses when they were starved of capital and asked that his thanks be conveyed. He praised that gesture amid the financial storm when even major banks could not do the same. Suddenly, the president turned to Park Han with an appreciative look and said there was something he had learned a little late. He asked whether he had once achieved a perfect score and been admitted to Seoul National University, then praised such youthful talent that he had almost overlooked. The president proposed meeting regularly and asked James Han for support. James Han analyzed that foreign debt had been handled, but businesses were the real issue. Investment also needed a basis for clients to accept. Park Han quietly observed exchange. To persuade him, the president pledged that if James Han stepped forward, other investors would follow. He also promised that the government would offer many national-level incentives if they actively injected capital. James Han tactfully replied that he would discuss with clients and respond officially soon. Upon receiving the promise, the president sighed softly, thinking that after 35 years in politics, he now had to bear heavy responsibility amid the national crisis. Breaking the silence, Kim Hyuk asked permission to speak frankly, even if it might be unpleasant. That attitude intrigued the president because he was tired of hearing evasive words from advisors. Park Hyun stood up and affirmed that South Korea would overcome the IMF faster than other countries thanks to the sacrifice and voluntary spirit of its people. The president was surprised when he said those words might be hard to hear. Park Hein continued that even if the people strained to overcome the crisis, the final fruits would fall into the hands of large conglomerates, leaving the president stunned by that reality. He pointed out that restructuring forced the public to sacrifice while conglomerates were revived with enormous public funds. Kim Hyuk emphasized that the government must selectively provide support and seize this opportunity to force enterprises to change at their core. The president worried that if major conglomerates went bankrupt, what would happen to the workers? Park Hein countered that reliance on tax money was what caused loose corporate operations, and that this was the last opportunity to sever political ties with the Chaebols, then asked how he wished to be remembered by history. That question left the president deep in thought. Kim Hyuk added that although this was a humiliation with the loss of economic sovereignty, the chance for reform would not come again. He painted a vision that if they overcame the IMF and succeeded in reform during his term, he would be recorded as great, urging him to make use of the IMF as a pretext to boldly implement desired policies despite reactions from conglomerates. Seeing the president fall silent, Park Hein bowed his head and apologized if his words had been too blunt. However, Hak Gun smiled in relief and admitted that his own thoughts were similar and he felt lighter, because someone had finally spoken what weighed on his mind. At that moment, the female secretary entered to report that the transition committee meeting was ready. Before leaving, the president suggested that Park Haeun visit the Blue House regularly to exchange more sharp opinions. Heir respectfully replied that it was a great honor and shook hands in mutual trust before leaving the residence. As soon as he got into the car, Kim Hyuk immediately called to ask about the progress of the EBA and was told everything was going smoothly as they had gathered enough influential figures from finance, politics, and directors outside the Mafia board. He coldly instructed that whenever any suitable real estate was listed for sale, it should all be bought. Money was no concern. Sitting in the car, Kim Hyuk continued issuing orders to speed up progress because he still had many things to acquire. He continued probing about the assigned task. Ava Ju immediately reported clearly that everything was unfolding as he had anticipated, and also revealed corridor rumors that Peregrine in Hong Kong was on the verge of collapse. Peregrine had once been a symbol of Asia's investment banking industry, growing fortifold in less than a decade thanks to backing from overseas Chinese forces. Kim Hyuk decisively instructed her to go to Hong Kong to assess the situation. If Ava Ju deemed it feasible, she could proceed with the acquisition. Ava Ju was stunned. He meant Peregrine. He wanted her to step in and buy it. Was that even possible? Entrusted with absolute confidence, she could not hide her excitement, smiling brightly as she said she would book a flight to Hong Kong immediately. This deal with the prestigious bank would mark the opening of Ava Ju's impressive return to Hong Kong's financial circle, where she had once left HSB under less than glorious circumstances. Not long after Ava Ju appeared in Hong Kong in a striking luxury car, Daniel anxiously asked about her sudden disappearance that had left him restless. Ava Ju merely replied gently that she had gone to Korea to build her career. She quickly changed the subject, brushed aside the past, and asked whether Daniel had gathered anything about Peregrine. He confirmed that the risk of bankruptcy was almost certain, but the information was being tightly concealed. Ava Ju urged him to investigate urgently, promising generous compensation because she had little time to hesitate. Daniel widened his eyes in astonishment and asked what force she was relying on to be so confident. Ava Ju smiled mysteriously, saying that behind her stood an outstanding boss, the genius grandson of a notorious tycoon. Amid the dazzling neon lights of Hong Kong's night, Ava Ju began approaching her target at a luxurious bar. Seeing a man sitting alone, she stepped forward and softly called Andrew, startling him into turning around. She smiled and asked if he was Director Andrew of Peregrine, receiving a confirming nod. Ava Ju took the initiative to introduce herself. Andrew narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked whether they had met before because he did not recall knowing her. She skillfully replied that in Hong Kong's financial circle, few did not know the renowned Director Andrew of Peregrine. The praise pleased Andrew. He offered a refined smile and said being recognized by a beauty truly him a little shy. Ava Ju offered to buy him a drink and quickly received an eager nod from the director. At the table, the conversation gradually became more open as they discovered a few interesting common points. Ava Ju curiously asked whether his mother was Korean. Andrew casually shared that his father was also Korean, prompting Ava Ju to exclaim that they shared the same roots. Intimate atmosphere quickly shifted when Andrew directly asked her purpose for meeting. Ava Ju immediately played her first card about the rumor spreading throughout the financial world that Peregrine was in peril. She continued by pointing out that the main reason pushing the company to the brink of collapse was its excessive bond investment in Indonesia and implied that the one directly responsible was Andrew. Struck at his weak point, Andrew turned pale, sweat beading as he growled to ask who she really was. Ava Ju remained calm, even mocking that he swore in quite fluently. Andrew clenched his teeth and warned that if she did not want to hear harsher words, she should leave at once. Unfazed, Ava Ju suggested he listen to the end before deciding. Perhaps she was a valuable lifeline, making Andrew stare in shock and ask what she meant. She shifted to a psychological tactic, acknowledging his capability in turning Peregrine into Asia's leading investment firm within just 10 years. But at the same time, she bluntly emphasized that the grave mistake lay in his failure to foresee the Southeast Asian financial crisis. The aftermath of that upheaval had dragged Peregrine to the very edge of bankruptcy. Andrew angrily asked whether she had come to mock him. Ava Ju calmly proposed buying Peregrine, leaving him astonished and unable to understand why she wanted a company in free fall. She said what they needed was merely the Peregrine brand, advising him to sell it for retirement funds rather than watch it vanish, offering a price of $1 million, making Andrew stammer as he asked about the conditions. Ava Ju demanded all internal records from debt scale and share structure to Chairman Tosa's weaknesses bonuses, promising the price would rise further if she received valuable information. After a long calculating silence, she left her business card and told him to contact her once he had decided. Then Eva Ju quietly left. Andrew sat blankly at the bar, staring at the business card in his hand with a tense expression, waiting a choice that could change his fate. The story shifted to a neon-drenched nightclub scene in the night. Inside, an unexpected brawl erupted. Men in suits were knocked down amid the chaos. An enraged man shouted to know who was behind the attack. Immediately, a group rushed in claiming to be the Saejeong gang, then charged forward and overwhelmed their opponents with clubs, quickly leaving them unable to resist. Under the dim lights of the dance floor, exhausted bodies lay there, breathing heavily after the fierce purge. Big brother Jongsu stood before the defeated man and declared loudly so, and now belonged to him. He asked whether those old men had all submitted and if anyone else dared to oppose him. The defeated man could only bow and surrender. Cheers erupted to congratulate the gang. Jongsu officially ruled so. The scene shifted again to a brightly lit high-rise in the capital at night. In the luxurious office, Kim Hak relaxed on the sofa while discussing the Peregrine deal over the phone. Eva Ju on the other end promised to push it forward as quickly as possible. Kim Hyuk instructed her to finish the work and return soon because he still had matters to handle. As soon as he hung up, Jongsu and his men entered, teasingly asking who had just called and demanding to bring the woman over for an introduction. He even boasted that his eye for women was so precise no one could match it. Kim Hyuk advised Jongsu to think about settling down, but he replied that he preferred unbound freedom and did not want to drag a child into the consequences of his past. Park Hyun smiled and congratulated him on unifying the underworld nationwide. Now no gang was strong enough to counter him. Jongsu admitted only a few small groups remained and were not worth concern. Park turned to the main matter, informing that the brothers imprisoned after the White Tiger incident were about to be released. Jongsu nodded gratefully and admitted they were being freed earlier than expected. Mentioning Su Hyung, Park Hyun proposed that once he was released he be sent to Busan. Jongsu immediately agreed, because only that man was trustworthy enough to handle such an important region. Park Hyun seriously warned that Busan was crucial as the Yakuza might soon target it, taking advantage of the removal of interest rate caps for Japanese lending companies to collude and seize the market. Jongsu believed Su Hyung would handle it properly and lavishly praised Sang-gun for running the company so effectively that rumors said he was merely the shadow behind him. In his heart, Park Hyun acknowledged Sang-gun's skill in maneuvering and coordinating interests to make the unification smooth, yet he could not help worrying whether everything was truly stable. Jongsu casually said as long as his subordinates did well he did not care, even claiming he was not suited to the title of Tikkun, but merely like a big brother managing a corner of Busan. Kim Hyuk countered that he was too modest because ruling the nation's nightlife was no small feat. Jongsu reflected that in this era power came from money. There was no need for violence. With money people would come seeking submission. He admitted that if the IMF crisis had not driven him to a dead end, leaving him penniless and forcing him to cast aside pride to step onto this path, then perhaps it would have taken decades to unify the country. He suddenly felt society had changed too much. Kim Hyuk silently agreed that the era of ruling by brute force was over. Now money was what determined. On the television screen, the inauguration ceremony of the 15th president was held solemnly. The new president declared before the nation his determination to overcome the IMF national crisis and affirmed that the inner strength of the people would help the country rise strong once again. He affirmed that he would promote democracy alongside the market economy and solemnly declared it before the entire nation, that he would sever ties between politics and business to build a transparent country where competition occurs fairly. Watching the news, Park Hyun immediately picked up his phone and called Prosecutor General Chang Ho with a decisive tone. Prosecutor General, this is Park Hyun. Tomorrow we proceed with the Dongyu conglomerate case. His eyes blazing with determination as if silently declaring the cold and relentless currency war had begun. The Dongyu building towering in the city center suddenly wobbled due to an unexpected upheaval. The arrival of forces from the Supreme Prosecutor's office made the atmosphere tense like a drawn string. They stormed the headquarters, announcing search and seizure orders based on allegations of accounting fraud, embezzlement, and creating a slush fund. Not stopping there, an emergency arrest warrant for Chairman Dae Ho was issued. He froze while sipping a drink at home when asked to follow the investigation team, only able to utter in shock. Elsewhere, Myung-hun silently monitored via phone, affirming that news about Jung-gu would dominate the papers tomorrow morning, and instructed his subordinates to be at the office early to grasp the situation. On the other end of the line, a prosecutor confirmed the arrest warrant would be signed immediately as all court procedures had been prearranged. In a luxurious villa, Kim Hyuk was making a highly confidential call. He politely greeted Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. It had been a long time, hoping he was still in good health. On the other end was Chief Justice Yoon Seok, who responded in a calm and friendly voice. Park Hyun got straight to the point, saying the planned operation would begin tomorrow and asked him to contact the court. Yoon Seok confirmed he would issue the necessary directive. Park Hyun expressed respect, suggesting that in a few years the Chief Justice would be remembered as a hero who preserved national capital during a crisis. Yoon Seok modestly said he was merely fulfilling his duty. At the Supreme Prosecutor's office, the plan to tighten control over the Dongyu conglomerate conglomerate was systematically implemented, judges close to Yoon Suk, whether active or retired, were positioned in key roles at Dong-yu and target companies. In the stuffy interrogation room, Dae-ho sat silently with a face of extreme bewilderment. He could not understand why search, seizure, and tax inspection happened simultaneously and unexpectedly. Dae-ho thought to him that this would be unlikely without the president's consent, yet he still could not find an explanation. Why would the president treat me this way? He gritted his teeth thinking of who was behind this play. At that moment, the dry sound of the door opening made him startle and turn around. A young prosecutor wearing glasses entered, politely introducing himself as Prosecutor Han-gu. Dae-ho immediately became angry, looking disdainfully at the young man and demanding to meet the head of the special investigation team rather than speak to the newbie. Hyung-gu remained calm, smiling, saying the director was busy so he would directly handle the case. Under the watch of security cameras, Hyung-gu opened the thick case file, listing the allegations from accounting fraud, embezzlement, illegal loans to creating a slush fund and foreign exchange violations. Looking at the pile of evidence, Hyung-gu remarked the case was more severe than the collapse of Wonbo last year. Do shouted, demanding the phone, and asked if he knew who he was. Despite the aggressive attitude, Hyung-gu calmly said Dong-yu's legal team must be overwhelmed due to the full-scale inspection, even doubting they could handle the chairman. Sweat pouring, Dae-ho tremblingly requested contacting the law firm Hyung-min. Hyung-gu replied he could assist with that, picked up the phone and casually said, "Hello sir, this is Hyung-gu. Are you leaving?" Dae-ho stunned, stammering, asking sir who? Hyung-gu's line was lawyer Hyung-min, representative of Yun and Jang, then handed the phone to Dae-ho. Dae-ho immediately yelled to the receiver that Dong-yu was being treated unfairly and if it continued the country would suffer. Lawyer Hyung-min coldly refused, saying he could not represent due to a conflict of interest handling another important case, then hung up. The sudden end of the call left Dae-ho stunned. He could only call after in vain. Chairman of Dong-yu completely collapsed, holding the now dead phone, unable to believe reality. Elsewhere, Kim Hyuk leisurely called to greet. Lawyer Hyung-min respectfully asked if Park Hyun had consulted the future investment representative. Park Hyun laughed, saying she was sharp as her appearance suggested. Hyung-min reported higher service fees due to foreign capital. Park requested initiate a series of lawsuits against Dong-yu and comprehensive support for future investment. The lawyer confirmed assembling an elite team ready to prolong even seemingly lost cases. Park Han leaned back, looking at his phone screen with a contemplative expression. He realized that relying solely on money made it difficult to acquire all major conglomerates in Korea. He understood that even foreign hedge funds previously could only swallow a few businesses. In Korea, indirect methods often worked better than pure litigation, like an invisible hand manipulating an entire bank building. Kim Hyuk recalled the Lone Star Fund using lobbying and bribery to acquire a Korean foreign exchange bank. Standing by the window looking at the brightly lit city, he confidently said they did not understand Korea yet, but he did because he knew the future, then smiled cunningly and began the game. Eva Ju sat beside the mysterious boss, smiling, responding that she would execute immediately. The scene shifted to the imposing Blue House, where the atmosphere became tense. President Kim Hak-gun angrily questioned Prosecutor General Yul Chang, who for not reporting before the incident erupted. Yul Chang, who bowed apologetically, explaining internal investigation was underway, but media leaks forced them to act. He emphasized accounting fraud was extremely serious and ignoring it would be a time bomb threatening the economy. The president sighed in exhaustion, then asked whether they planned to arrest him. Yin Chang-ho analyzed that if left free he could destroy evidence, exert pressure, and even flee abroad. The president still hesitated, saying Chairman Dae-ho had many matters and asked if there was another way. Yin Chang-ho replied that if the president requested, they would comply but political consequence would be severe. The president considered that he had been in office less than a week, then instructed to temporarily let Dae-ho remain free but adjust the pace of investigation. Suddenly an assistant rushed in, urging the president to check the news immediately. On TV, Eva Ju, CEO of Future Investment, announced preparing a hostile takeover of Dong's key subsidiaries. She affirmed she could not tolerate Dae-ho's violations and would initiate a public tender offer for Dong-yu and its core units. The news continuously updated the sudden hostile takeover by Future Investment. Reporters noted this was the first time a major conglomerate had been targeted since the IMF crisis, shaking Korea's economy. The president, horrified, asked what was happening. His assistant reported American banks demanded clarity or IMF bailout might be cancelled. Stunned, the president immediately requested the finance minister to meet at once. When everyone left, he tried to remain calm and instructed Yin Chang-ho to carefully review handling of Chairman Dae-ho. He requested updates on investigation progress and sternly asked the severity of the fraud. Officials reported violations had exceeded 25 trillion won, and that was only the tip of the iceberg. President Hak-gun repeated the figure in shock, unable to believe it. Officials said this was an elaborate fraud system orchestrated like a curriculum by dozens of experts and would take a long time to fully expose. The president held his forehead in exhaustion. At the Blue House meeting, the finance minister presented his view. He warned the government could hardly use the budget to rescue Dong-yu, because doing so could collapse the economy and the IMF would not stand aside. Facing the deadlock, the minister emphasized that intervening to save a risky conglomerate would severely undermine investor confidence in Korea. The president slightly furrowed his brows and carefully inquired about the profile and background of future investment. The official reported that CEO Eju had previously worked in banking in Hong Kong. She founded the company just before signing with the IMF, with enormous capital believed to have flowed from Hong Kong and the United Kingdom. The president questioned the possibility of a hostile takeover. The Minister of Finance stated that it would not be simple due to the cross-ownership network among Donggu subsidiaries. However, in the long term, nothing could be predicted. He further analyzed that on the surface, Donggu control structure appeared solid, yet from an international perspective, there were quite a few loopholes. Not to mention the massive debt and bad assets that made domestic conglomerates wary. Even disregarding acquisition costs, those inefficient loans alone were enough to make them hesitate. They might only target subsidiaries with profit potential, and would certainly abandon the weaker segments. The president let out a weary sigh, so in the end, we truly have no other choice. The Minister of Finance looked straight ahead and answered firmly. He said there was only one person they could rely on, the only one capable of acting as a white knight to save the government at this moment, and reminded that the president knew very well who it was. The president fell silent, thoughtfully weighing every possibility. In a luxurious mansion, Park Hyun was listening to a call from Kyung-yang. Kyung-yang informed him that they had been asked whether they could come to the Blue House as early as tomorrow, and also mentioned that Kim Hyuk was on the invitation list. Upon hearing he had been summoned to the presidential residence, Kim Hyuk curled his lips smugly and concluded the president had truly reached a dead end. Everything was unfolding exactly as anticipated. The Samsung building stood tall against the blue sky, where an important event was about to take place. A tense board meeting was about to begin to discuss plans to take over a competitor. Facing the scale of violations within Dongyu Group, one member remarked that even selling all subsidiaries would hardly cover the losses, while many other conglomerates had already rushed to compete for the attractive segments. Chairman Tai-san surveyed the overall situation and asked which segment of Dongyu should be chosen. Director Ha Sung-hun proposed shifting focus to Dongyu Motors since Ursan Motors was too difficult to approach and believed the synergy effect would be significant. John Tai-san showed clear dissatisfaction. He questioned that even Samsung Motors was not yet stable, so how could they take over another company? And he reiterated the weak business results of recent years. Despite being reprimanded, Ha Sung-hun defended his view that they needed to acquire Jungwoo Motors to leverage its international recognition, but the chairman rejected it due to the severe losses and demanded they focus on overcoming the crisis first. At this moment, Seo Jae-hun, the eldest son and CEO, spoke up and proposed purchasing Dongyu Electronics to strengthen Samsung Electronics. Jae-hun analyzed that they could utilize Dongyu global factory network, especially in Eastern Europe, and affirmed that even if downsizing was required, the electronics division must continue to grow. Seeing his son decisively, John Tai-san nodded and assigned Seo to draft the acquisition plan for Dongyu Electronics. Jae-hun bowed his head and replied, "Yes, Chairman." The old man continued to ask about the progress of the ongoing restructuring. A representative reported a plan for more than 30% of personnel at affiliated companies to be laid off. Tai-san coldly ordered them to carry it out forcefully since this was an emergency, and warned that directors could lose their positions if they failed to grasp the situation. It required the entire leadership to treat Su's decision as a direct order from himself. The whole hall responded in unison that they would comply. Meeting concluded, the Samsung building still stood tall as if marking a new turning point in the conglomerate acquisition strategy. In another luxurious office, a scheme to restructure ownership was being quietly implemented. Chief Lai reported that all personnel had been mobilized to build the most beneficial plan for Director Seo at the lowest cost. However, the greatest obstacle was the amount of shares Chairman San held in Pyeongchang. To urgently borrow foreign currency, he had mortgaged all convertible bonds. Even the core shares of the conglomerate had been pledged. This was the fatal weakness because if legal disputes arose, his voting rights would be immediately restricted. He confirmed that most of the shares had been transferred into the hands of his grandson Park Hyun. Suman could not hide his contemptuous gaze when mentioning Chairman Tai-san asset. He admitted that he went along only because of that enormous value and had no goodwill toward the other party. When hearing that Hikkyung and Miss Jisoo were managing the hotel division, revenue had surged by more than 100%. The results were considered highly promising. Suman slightly curled his lips in satisfaction, proudly stating that Jisoo had been exceptionally clever since childhood. He immediately ordered Jisoo to be called back to the conglomerate and handed the hotel division to Hikkyung to manage. A ruthless plan was being prepared. The inheritance lawsuit documents were ready, just waiting for Chairman Tai-san to draw his last breath to proceed with taking over all shares. Suman instructed Director Seo to have Jisoo work under him and reminded his son of the bitter lesson of betrayal within bloodlines. Director Seo confidently replied that he would not let his father work. As the atmosphere had just eased, the female secretary hurried in to report that Park Hyun and CEO Han Kyung-yang had officially entered the Blue House that day. Upon hearing the news, Suman froze, his face turning pale in shock. Kim Park Hyun stepping into the Blue House quickly caused a sensation everywhere. There, the incumbent president warmly received the two guests with a bright smile. He expressed his honor and humbly said that thanks to them, someone as flawed as himself could sit in his current position. In response to the praise, Director Kyung-yang politely stated that it was the result of the president's dedication and believed he would fulfill his responsibility well. Without dwelling on pleasantries, the president went straight to the point and asked Director Han opinion about Jongyu Group. Director Han calmly analyzed that despite the heavy debt burden, Jong-yu remained a potential enterprise, yet Dream Investment and many other private funds had expressed intentions to acquire it and seemed to want the entire conglomerate. The president immediately turned serious and asserted that Jong-yu could not be allowed to fall into foreign hands. Director Han emphasized the enormous scale of Jong-yu, not to mention its large debt. While his company was still young and primarily operated in real estate, nevertheless, he had also heard that their financial strength was very strong. The president expressed concern about the lack of transparency in the opposing capital sources, stating that if the cash flow had issues, the consequences would be extremely serious. He looked straight at Kang Yang and suggested that he consider acquiring Jong-yu, saying he would feel more at ease if Kang Yang stepped in to purchase it. The atmosphere of negotiation became tense like a drawn bowstring. He recalled the earlier instruction that no matter what the president requested, he should not answer immediately, but carefully consider it. Kim Hyuk pondered in silence while the president lowered his voice in earnest appeal. He pledged that the government would provide support so the acquisition could proceed at a favorable price to overcome the crisis. Director Kang Yang frankly pointed out that Jong-yu books were inflated and contained many serious violations. Although he liked taking risks, he found this one excessively large. The president persuaded that he only needed to temporarily take over to stabilize management and later transfer it to a domestic enterprise at a reasonable price. Kang Yang wondered whether this was a test and clearly declared that if he participated in this acquisition, he would not simply buy and resell for profit, but was determined to turn Jong-yu into a world-class conglomerate. However, he realistically stated that Jong-yu was currently far less attractive than many opportunities in the United States and affirmed that he was an investor, not a philanthropist. Therefore, he needed a proposal weightier than a call to patriotism. The president pondered silently before that firm condition. At this moment, Kim Hyuk, sitting behind, asked permission to speak, and the president agreed. Park Hyun affirmed that Jong-yu's role and influence domestically could not be underestimated, yet foreign capital should not be excessively rejected. The president nodded in acknowledgement and stated frankly that this was precisely the reason he had sought out Director Han. Park Hyun continued to argue that Director Han was never indifferent to his compatriots, yet if it was merely a proposal for temporary management, no investor would be interested. He pointed out that the current IMF crisis was the result of loose state control, and in a free competitive environment, excessive government intervention was no different from poison. Park Hyun raised the issue of whether John Woo should be handed over to Dream Investment and foreign funds only for the company to be bought and sold repeatedly. Even so, he admitted that at this moment it was only feasible option. President sighed helplessly and asked whether Dream 2 truly had no other way to provide support. Director Han stated that the total outstanding debt had exceeded 50 trillion won, a figure that Dream 2 investors would certainly not accept. In the deadlock, the president promised to make every effort to reduce domestic debt as much as possible and put forward a final proposal. Ownership could be transferred to Pyongyang, but operational control had to remain in Korean hands. The advisor cautiously replied that he could not give an immediate answer. He analyzed that the situation was too complex and promised to contact the American side to provide a response soon. In response, the president gave a slight nod and briefly reminded him that he was counting on him. At the Blue House, the working atmosphere was taut as a drawn string. In the solemn office, President Kim Hak-gun instructed his aide to meet the creditors the next day and verify the exact total debt of the Jong-yu group. He emphasized the need for a thorough review to determine how much could be reduced. The aide frowned and asked in doubt whether he intended to transfer it to Dream. The president calmly confirmed and said the future could not remain fixed there forever. He mentioned the mysterious foreign capital whose origins even the intelligence agency could not trace. The aide reported that the true owner of the investment company could not be identified because its shares were divided among 5 entities registered in tax havens. He admitted there was no way to know whether the money came from China, Japan, or even some other shadowy source. Even so, he noted that Dream 2 was at least a company headquartered in the United States. President Kim Hak-gun fell into thought and decided to wait temporarily for their response while ordering that all plans be prepared in advance. Suddenly, he ordered the Central Intelligence Agency to investigate Park Han thoroughly. His eyes were filled with suspicion as he asserted that the young man was certainly holding something related to Han Kyung. He speculated that otherwise Park Han must have a deep connection with the owner of Dream 2. The president ordered a complete investigation of Kim Hyuk, leaving no detail overlooked. In the luxurious suite of the Prestige Hotel, James Han asked Kim Hyuk about the intention to acquire Jong-yu. He believed it was unnecessary to buy a debt-ridden conglomerate in Korea when there were better options in the United States, but Kim Hyuk calmly said he did not fully understand the weight of the major conglomerates here. He explained that in Korea, having money alone was not enough to be called a Chaebol. Those conglomerates were intertwined with politics, law, academia, and the media through marriage and complex relationships, forming a powerful upper class that far surpassed the concept of an ordinary enterprise. James Han asked whether the IMF objective was not to dismantle the Korean tycoons. Kim Hyuk believed that was unlikely because in American eyes it would be seen as unfair, and in Korea the Chaebol were a force difficult to shake. Unless the country was defeated and restructured like Japan, eliminating them was nearly impossible. Park Han looked at his partner and said that for now he wanted to seize that powerful title. James Han nodded and agreed to proceed according to Kim Hyuk's plan. Park Han added that Zhongyu possessed many talented individuals and most of its leaders could retain their positions, even be promoted, if they were not involved in scandals. He asked that if the president intended to reduce the 50 trillion won debt, how much should be proposed for cancellation. Park Hein asserted that there was no need to cancel the debt, and that they should simply declare they would assume it all to acquire the conglomerate. Hearing this, James Han was so startled he nearly choked on his wine. Kim Hyuk curled his lips and proposed a shocking buyout price of only 100 won. Faced with James Han's astonishment over its feasibility, Park Hein reassured him that the presidential office would take the initiative to propose this plan. James Han could only think to himself that the young man was truly bold. At the same time, at the Supreme Prosecutor's office, the atmosphere grew heavy. Tension filled the air as an official asked about the division of Zhongyu. The report stated that both domestic tycoons and foreign investment funds were scrambling to compete. When asked whether the presidential office had been contacted, the man replied that the secretary office had been called, but no clear response had been received. In the cramped detention room, Daeho asked about his bail application, but the lawyer said it had been submitted and the chance of approval was very low. The old chairman sighed and blamed himself for how matters had come to this point. He had once believed that when Hak Gun became president the road would open wide, so now he had to find a way out to turn things around. The lawyer said the presiding judge was an old acquaintance, and that higher authorities seemed to have intervened. Just then the door opened and Prosecutor Han Gu entered with a file, coldly announcing the start of Chairman Daeho interrogation. Daeho humbly asked the prosecutor to speak to the judge on his behalf to seek leniency. Han Gu only sighed sarcastically and said that someone already retired had nothing left to intervene with. Daeho tried to warn that if he were detained for long Zhongyu would collapse, but Han Gu reminded him that he was the one who built the conglomerate and also the one who drove it into decline. Those words left Daeho stunned as the prosecutor presented accounting fraud exceeding 50 trillion won and said it had taken great effort to uncover. He asserted that even selling all the shares and real estate would not be enough to compensate. Han Gu warned that no one could save him now and that he should accept reality. After the prosecutor's office announced its conclusion, pressure from both home and abroad weighed heavily on the government as the media simultaneously reported 50 trillion won fraud. In the wake of that shock, major American funds including Dronzer Investment suspended their acquisition plans to observe. The stocks of subsidiaries that had once surged on takeover rumors were now dumped and repeatedly hit the lower limit, driving the market into deeper panic. In the emergency meeting, the president, Kim Hak-gun, shouted that all of Pyongyang conditions should be accepted. When the aide expressed concern about special treatment, he snapped back asking what special treatment it was. He asked whether they truly wanted to hand it to Dronzer Investment and criticized the foreign funds for being the first to withdraw when the scandal erupted, despite their earlier bold declarations of acquisition, while mocking those who waited only for debt relief to seize valuable assets. Hak-gun glared at the officials and made it clear he did not care whom they were shaking hands with behind his back, but at present they were members of his government. He restrained his anger and warned that whatever they did must have limits because his patience was not endless. He ordered the urgent implementation of the plan to transfer Zhongyu to Dream 2 before the situation went out of control. Immediately, domestic tycoons led by Samsung used the media to stir up doubts about special treatment and exert public pressure. Before countless cameras, Pyongyang calmly admitted that Dream High investment capital came from the United States. He looked around the hall and asked whether any domestic capital besides his was capable of swallowing Zhongyu whole. Amid the tension, someone proposed selling the profitable businesses to domestic conglomerates to salvage the situation. Pyongyang replied that it was an option, but in reality the tycoons wanted to use taxpayer money to erase their own debts. He declared that Dream 2 would acquire everything without requiring debt cancellation. That firm declaration caused murmurs of astonishment throughout the hall. Han Hyung-yong coldly stated that if the government opposed it, he was prepared to withdraw because he was only responding to the government request. Someone angrily asked whether he was threatening the people. Han Hyung-yong calmly observed that everyone was being overly harsh towards someone who wanted to help and warned that if discriminated against for foreign capital, he would act like the other funds. He pointed out that Seoul hotels were filled with representatives of foreign funds treating Korean industry as cheap goods. And Hyung-yong asserted that Dream 2 did not need negotiations and could entirely use money to carry out a hostile takeover. He emphasized that the economy was a battlefield where the weak were devoured, and that Korea at this moment resembled a rich piece of prey. When asked what made him different, he said he returned for his homeland and was willing to bear losses to shoulder the debt, then delivered the decisive blow by offering to purchase shares at 150% of the closing price on the day the agreement was signed. The entire hall was shaken amid whispers, and Han-yong boldly declared war. He challenged the tycoons to present a better plan if they wished to prove the power of money. In the quiet night, the central high-rise remained lit where financial calculations were silently decided. On the television screen, Baek Sung-jin spoke clearly at the Dream High Investment press conference. Eva-ju sat silently on the sofa with dissatisfaction in her eyes, thinking that she had put in the effort while others received all the applause. Noticing his partner's displeasure, Kim Hak reassured her that she still had many other tasks. Park Hein went straight to the point and asked whether Eva-ju's side was quietly gathering all the assets being thrown out by the tycoons. Eva-ju nodded lightly to confirm. confirm that I was still acquiring real estate under the boss's directive. She excitedly raised the stack of files in her hand, introducing a building in Gangnam that Samsung had just put up for sale. And over there was a Daein land parcel newly released within a redevelopment zone. Park Hyun thoughtfully remarked that most of the land had basically been bought up. Eva Ju narrowed her eyes curiously and asked if he wanted to target any additional assets. Without hesitation, Park Hyun firmly declared that the next destination was the bank. Eva Ju smiled confidently in agreement and revealed confidential news, saying that Iwon Bank was urgently seeking investors and had even quietly negotiated with a German investment bank. Meanwhile, Xion was also rumored to be preparing to sell to a foreign partner. Kim Hyuk repeated in calculation Iwon Bank and Jesong-a. He admitted he had never considered this direction before and asked for Eva Ju's opinion. She stated that it was the newly hired chief accounting director, Baek Song-jin, who had proposed the idea. Upon learning that Kim Hyuk's group had taken over Penegrin, Baek Shin asserted that he would devote all his strength to help them acquire those banks. Kim Hyuk immediately recognized the other party's background, asking if he had come from the Ministry of Finance. Eva Ju could not hide her admiration, saying as expected of the boss, he knew everything. However, Park Han sternly warned Eva Ju to be wary of those who once belonged to Ophia. They were ready to exploit anything to consolidate power for themselves. Eva Ju remained confident, asserting that she could control and fully utilize such people. In her view, owning a bank in Korea at this moment was a valuable move and could even send a tough message to the government. Park Han asked how much capital was needed. Eva Ju decisively proposed an investment of around $10 billion from Penegrin. He immediately agreed and told her to proceed. He would transfer the full $10 billion into Penegrin's account. Overwhelmed by the boss's willingness to spend, Eva Ju rushed forward and hugged Park Hyun, exclaiming her thanks and saying the boss was truly the best. She leaned close to Kim Hyuk's ear and whispered meaningfully, "Boss, the acquisition of Zhang Wu is complete tonight. Park Han tactfully kept his distance and reminded her that their relationship must remain undisclosed for now. No matter how strict the security was, he could not stay too long. Standing by the window looking down at the city, Kim Hyuk warned thoughtfully that danger was lurking. Not only you, Eva Ju, perhaps I am being watched as well. In the solemn office, the director sat quietly. The director of the Central Intelligence Bureau began reporting on the tangled relationships surrounding Park Hyun. According to the investigation, he and Kyung Yang had grown close after Park Hyun stepped in to resolve the latter's large debt. Afterwards, Han Kai-ung-ing went to the United States and established Dream 2. The director raised a doubt: could a man once drowning in debt truly achieve such brilliant success on Wall Street in such a short time? Was that even feasible, and where had the capital come from? Although a request for cooperation had been sent to the US government, the Korean side had yet to receive any response. The report became even more shocking when the director revealed that Eva Ju, representative of Dream Invest, seemed to have known Kim Woo-hyuk beforehand. Hearing this, the president was stunned and asked if it was true. It turned out that the Reinvest building was currently registered under a construction company, but the true ownership was different. The owner behind it was Kim Woo-hyuk. Evidence showed that he had met Eva Ju in Hong Kong and had recently been in contact domestically. Another clue indicated that he had secretly met IMF Director General Mizzen at a hotel just one day before the bailout negotiation. The president was astonished. He met Mizzen privately. What exactly was their relationship? Although the purpose was still unclear, the report confirmed that he'd stayed inside for quite a long time before leaving. The president pondered anxiously. If Duran Dream 2 were both connected to Kim Hyuk, then were we not entirely in his grasp? He realized that no matter who acquired John Woo, everything still seemed to unfold according to Kim Hyuk's calculations. Unease gradually crept into the leader's mind. He continued asking if there were any other details. The director added that Park Hyun appeared to have intervened in last year's turf war in Gangnam. Notably, the gang that was wiped out had been backed by the Thanfong Society. The president's eyes widened upon hearing the name Thanfong Society. The director analyzed that it seemed Thanfong Society and Park Hyun were in opposition. Pyongyang's support for him the election might also have Park Hyun's move to block the Conservative Party by Thanfong Society. So Woo-hyuk's unconditional support had been to confront that hidden force. The president muttered blankly, confront Thanfong Society. He tried to dig up Park Hyun's weaknesses to restrain him, but the director admitted there was no evidence that Kim Hyuk was involved in illegal activities. For now, Han Jong-yu group over to Dream 2. His eyes turned cold as he ordered his subordinate to continue a deep investigation into Kim Woo-hyuk and all of his movements. Immediately afterward, Kang Yang and the creditor banks signed an official memorandum of understanding. This was considered a turning point to normalize the operations of Jong-un Group. Under the agreement, the parties would repay debts over 5 years and transfer all shares of subsidiaries on the condition of assuming the massive debt. The acquisition price of Jong-yu was only 101, marking the moment the once ambitious conglomerate, seeking to top the Chaebol ranks, officially belonged to Dream 2. At the Blue House, an emergency meeting with the chairman of major conglomerates was convened. The atmosphere turned solemn and heavy. An official spoke up to congratulate Kim Hak-gun on taking office and pledge full support to help the new government shoulder its responsibilities. In response, the president coldly thanked him and emphasized that the chairman seemed not to fully grasp the severity of the crisis. He asserted that the collapse of Jong-un was a major shock to the public. Public opinion was outraged and could no longer ignore the lax governance of the Chaebol. President Kim Hak-gun declared that the government would lead efforts to promote the consolidation of subsidiaries within major conglomerates. assets. As the chairman murmured, he said they could withdraw if they wished, but warned that during his term anyone who refused would receive no support from the government. His eyes flashed with anger as he directly rebuked those present. He believed that their octopus-like expansionist business style had caused everything. He criticized the risky overlapping investments made despite prior warnings, and roared that the foreign exchange crisis storm borne by the entire nation stemmed from the mistakes of the Chaebol. The government would meet and issue a final decision within a week, and delivered an ultimatum that no one was allowed to recklessly interfere. With an icy expression, the president warned that if any company dared to bribe or influence the decision, he would drive them into bankruptcy. He asked if everything was clear. Before this major negotiation, the Chaebol had almost no ability to resist, and without public funds to support them, they were forced to sell off their core subsidiaries and had no choice but to submit. The government required Jong-un to carry out a comprehensive restructuring of its entire subsidiary system. In a secluded room, James Han bluntly said he wanted to divest the electronics and automobile sectors because they were massive debt burdens. 30% of the debt and accounting discrepancies lay in these two fields. Samsung seemed to be eyeing one of those two sectors. Park Hyun calmly proposed that they could concede the automobile sector to Samsung, but in return they had to secure Lucky Semiconductors at all costs. James Han was concerned because Zahyun also wanted to acquire Lucky, yet Park Hyun believed they lacked the strength as the ASIN automobile deal had already shaken them. Facing James Han's skepticism in viewing semiconductors as merely computer components, Kim Hyuk asserted with a broader vision that the future of semiconductors would dominate every industry, and we must possess it. The restructuring results were as expected. Semiconductors were merged into Zhongyu Electronics, while home appliances were merged with Six Star Electronics. The petrochemical, aviation, power generation, and ship-end sectors were split into 6 new companies. During negotiations, many of Zhongyu's bad debts were resolved and most were transferred to Samsung when they took over the automobile sector, making the takeover of Zhongyu proceed smoothly. On television, President Kim Hak-gun declared that the restructuring would end lax governance and enhance corporate credibility on the international stage. Watching the news, a silver-haired man pondered reforming the Chaebol so forcefully right at the start of the term. Just then, the female secretary entered and reported that a guest from Japan had arrived. The man was surprised that the young guest had appeared in person. I received a message from Miss B but did not expect the young master to come here personally. Dark blue-haired young master coldly said that they were very serious about this deal, because the situation in their home country made it difficult to continue business. Saru smiled calculatingly and requested the mobilization of all elite members of the Thangfeng Society for the joint plan. Surely you understand clearly. Facing the powerful Yaster, Renoir humbly responded, yes, Saru. Saru continued outlining the financial takeover strategy. It was said that Korea had just abolished the interest rate cap. Seizing this opportunity, we must control the loan shark market here. That man forced Renoir to transform this market into a Japanese version immediately, while implementing a harsh strategy, maintaining an astronomical interest rate close to 7% per year to eliminate all competitors, then removing that law. This was his specialty, right? Yes, young master, save me. Saru's gaze suddenly turned cold. He questioned the continuous failures, why the tasks he assigned ended in disaster. He showed displeasure as key objectives remained incomplete. Have you not dealt with the old man obstructing the Thangfeng Association? Perhaps I expected too much from you. Renoir, drenched in sweat, bowed his head in guilt. I have no excuses left. While Saru silently drew his sharp sword and uttered a chilling threat. If you continue to make mistakes like this, my father's patience will soon run out. Do you understand? Under immense pressure, Renoir trembled and swore, I will remember. Saru sheathed his sword, coldly declaring he would personally handle the stubborn obstacles. That man ordered Renoir to focus all efforts on negotiating with the South Korean government to pave the way for the Thong Association Corps to advance unimpeded. Saru looked directly at the other party and issued an ultimatum. Remember, if you repeat your mistakes, the lifelong bond may end here. Understood, Renoir. Renoir bowed deeply. Yes, Lord Saru. The towering Myeong capital headquarters, Kim Hong. Ho-sik approached, shook Park Hyun's hand, and cheerfully inquired, it's been a while, Chairman, you are well. Park Hyun had anticipated the foreign exchange crisis, withdrawing capital from Myeongjong for restructuring, establishing Myeongjong Capital as the parent company, then building 3 additional entities focusing on clients with collateralized assets. Sitting in the luxurious office, Ho-sik remarked that Direct Kim had improved considerably lately. He smiled and explained, there's been little to do lately, so it seems that way. Ho-sik noted that when he was free, other creditors rushed in as small enterprises and businesses sought relief despite high interest rates. Kim Hyuk understood that in tough economic times, lack credit reacts first, banks tie cash flow, civilians are forced to borrow despite the dangers. Looking at the family photo on the desk, Ho-sik confided he now felt relieved to stop being proud before his family. Who nodded, from now on will not operate in the shadows, hoping live like director Ho-sik of Myeongjong Capital. Ho-sik respectfully thanked the chairman for this opportunity, then inquired, is your brother still well? Park Hyun noticed no song buried in books, replied, he studies dilly. Park Hyun observed that once the interest law was repealed, foreign financial firms would flood in, prompting those holding cash to establish lending companies. Capturing the market was the priority. Do not worry about capital, just lend at the lowest market rate. He warned that many forces would enter the market, certainly not fighting openly. Kim Hyuk sat solemnly, declaring he would mobilize strength to confront them and must win at all costs. At another meeting, Young Hun asked, these days are tough. Park Han calmly replied, this is the path I chose to establish a financial company. Park Han assigned viable reliable loans to Hosik. As for the lone snake No Song who clung to the black credit market, he delegated all bad and hard to collect debts to him. Aftershocks of the foreign exchange crisis made debt collection difficult. After handling the bad debts, Park Hein issued the next directive. Once the office was cleared, move to Gangnam. The director sitting opposite was astonished. To Gangnam, Park Hein calmly explained the strategy, focusing on tech startups and Gangnam tycoons needing large cash. Sitting across on the sofa, Mui Hu outlined the method, applying compound interest, deducting service fees, and high interest rates. There would still be borrowers. He affirmed the American startup craze was about to erupt in Korea. However, when the market lacked genuine investors, startups were forced to borrow from black credit. Kim Hik predicted that soon personal lenders ousted by financial companies would flock to Gangnam. Currently, black credit had yet to plant roots in the area. He was determined to be the first to stake a claim in this unclaimed land. Park Hyun emphasized that place disregards the law even if lending laws are enacted or interest rate limits restored. It doesn't matter, surely many need fast hot money. For Moihu's decisiveness, the director respectfully agreed. I understand, will comply. Moihu nodded. Thank you, director. The Gangnam elite and startups faced enormous financial pressure from real estate tycoons needing taxes to startups needing payroll. They would be cornered. Aside from high interest loans, there was no survival method. After the meeting, Moihu got into the car. When the driver asked, young master, heading home now? Moihu lightly replied, yes. Wait for me, it's been a while since dining with grandfather. The car moved through the vibrant streets. At dusk, they encountered unexpected congestion. Ahead, many cars were parked chaotically. Men in black suits stepped out, causing street disruption. Seeing the unusual situation, the driver worried, I will go check. Park Hyun immediately stopped him, rolled down the window and observed. Amid the noisy street, a man with purple hair slicked back. A sinister smile appeared by the car window. He looked at Kim Hyuk and asked, you Kim Hyuk? Kim Hyuk narrowed his eyes cautiously. Who are you? The man casually introduced, my name is Saru. Park Hyun froze, memories instantly flooded back. Horrific memories of a past life associated with this name. He was horrified, recognizing Saru. I had heard this name in a past life. The successor of Yamaguchi Gumi, Japan's largest Yakuza organization, had slaughtered hundreds of members to pave the way for succession. The man knows the Kobe murderer appeared through blood memories. Saru grinned maliciously. He spoke on behalf of the Thanfong Association, greeting him for hearing that this time he was starting a new business at the Mine Line. Thanfong Association name shocked Park Han. He suspected what scheme are they up to now. Park Han remained cautious, as in a past life he and him had no intersections. Under the silent night, a traditional style watchtower. Fateful meeting between the forces began. Saru leisurely spoke. It is an honor, directly the master of Myeongjong. Park Han replied sharply. I did not expect to meet the heir to Japan's underworld. Saru slightly smiled. Not yet officially decided. Just consider me the successor in waiting. Kim Hyuk observed quietly, assessing the situation had already tilted in his favor. The statement amused the Yakuza. He said, you don't know me. In fact, I know everything. So let's get straight to the point. He revealed his ambition, intending to enter the South Korean lending market. Originally planning to meet Chairman Tae-sanko, but learned Kim Hyuk managed the chairman position and met directly. Kim Hyuk tactfully denied, your information is slightly off. The chairman remains lucid and healthy. Saru avoided mentioning the supporting organization, hearing that the Thanfong Association, our backed organization, had been disrespectful to the master and you Park Hyun. He leaned close, hinting, a businessman like you will know the distinction between public and private. I only worry that unnecessary friction leads to undeserved bloodshed. Park Hyun coldly replied, as if asking me to yield territory. Saru was pleased. Truly a quick learner, asked Park Hyun if he agreed to let him enter the lending market. Park Hyun curled his lips mockingly. Unfortunately, even if I go there, nothing remains to contest. Analyze Japan's harsh reality, the government tightening interest rates and having anti-violence laws, making illegal debt collection difficult. Saru immediately retorted, Korea is different, right? Korea is not like Japan, still plenty of opportunity. Park Hyun looked directly into the other's eyes, declared sovereignty. But why yield the Korean market? He concluded, this is the piece of cake he wants alone. Saru narrowed his eyes at Park Hyun, challenging, ask yourself, if you were me, would you give it up? Faced with the rigid silence from the other side, he suddenly burst into laughter like a madman, the laughter echoing without end. Saru confidently claimed he had grasped his thoughts, yet his competitive nature only made him more obstinate. Once he set his sights on something, he would seize it at any cost. He curled his lips in provocation, telling Park Han to unleash all his strength and face him. Kim Hyuk silently steeled his resolve, swearing to pour every ounce of strength into crushing that sinister scheme. Saru let out a faint sigh, as if this negotiation had completely fallen apart. He mocked that he once thought Park Han was more sensible than Chairman Tae-san, but it seemed he was the one who had misjudged. Kim Hyuk replied in an icy voice, do you truly think this matter can still be settled by sitting down to negotiate? Though the atmosphere was taut as a drawn bowstring, Saru still wore a veneer of false courtesy, saying he was pleased to make their acquaintance. He extended his hand for a parting handshake, adding that next time they met, neither of them would likely be smiling as they were now. Park Han calmly took that hand, affirming that he too was on. In the hazy glow of the night, two forces exchanged a handshake with calculation. The image was like streaks of blood seeping their clasped hands, foretelling a brutal confrontation awaiting them ahead. The moment he left the meeting, Park Han got into the car and immediately ordered the department head to connect him with Director Jong-soo. He stressed that everything must be placed on the highest alert, for no one could predict what storm was about to descend. Kim Hyuk continued issuing orders to contact Eric Clark, while urging Miseok to swiftly establish a special PMC, especially accelerating domestic recruitment. Gazing at the brilliantly lit city of Seoul beyond the window, Park Han understood that the other side had officially declared war and a storm soaked in blood was drawing near. Beneath the gloomy sky hanging over the luxurious villa, as Park Han sat alone in contemplation, the phone suddenly rang in rapid succession. On the other end, Jong-soo panted as he reported, "It is me, Jong-soo, listen carefully." His voice was urgent. "Kim Hak, all of our facilities in Busan have just been attacked simultaneously." It turned out the Yakuza had revealed themselves joining forces with local gangs in Busan to launch a large-scale ambush against Feda. Park Hyun turned pale as his long-held premonition came true. He decided he had to head there immediately. While Kim Hyuk was still analyzing the opponent's move, a subordinate burst anxiously and cut off the exchange. Kim Hyuk's face instantly darkened. He reacted at once upon learning their target was not limited to business. In Busan, grim news struck when his grandmother's bodyguard met with an accident. Under the heavy rain pouring down in front of the hospital, the atmosphere grew oppressive. Park Han dashed through each door like a madman, his ragged breathing breaking into a hoarse cry, "Grandma." Seeing her grandson appear, his grandmother lying on the hospital bed could not help but stare in shock and softly call out, "Park Hyun." Her trembling hand grasped his as she choked out, "Muhu, is that you? Oh, my dear grandson, you were busy in Seoul, so why did you come all the way down here?" She tried to endure the pain to reassure her distraught grandson. "I am fine. The doctor said I only need to stay for observation for a day or two before going home. Do not worry about me." Park Hyun looked at her with eyes full of anguish, his throat tight as he could only utter, "Grandma." Through the subordinate's account, the truth gradually became clear. A bodyguard had rushed out to block an out-of-control car and was gravely injured. The chaotic scene surfaced as he used his body as a shield to protect her. Standing motionless in the empty hospital corridor, Park Hyun was stunned upon hearing the final report. Yes, up until now he still has not regained consciousness. Park Han spoke in a low voice to Myung-hun, "Please contact his family on my behalf and take good care of them for me." Watching the red curtain envelop the hospital, he told himself perhaps he should bring his grandmother back to Seoul for safety, at least until the storm passed. Mournful atmosphere blanketed the funeral hall. At the center was the memorial portrait of a brother who had just fallen. Men in black suits stood in silence before the coffin. One man spoke with suppressed anguish, "Business losses we can endure, but we have lost too many brothers." The man with a scar across his nose took a drag of his cigarette and said bitterly, "When we prepared the body, there was not a single uninjured spot. Those bastards were ruthless with the young ones. They were all brothers as close as flesh and blood. Now I do not even know what to say to their mothers." He looked at the rain filling the sky and reported the situation. "Now in Busan you run into Yakuza after just a few steps. They have flooded in with overwhelming numbers and the local gangs have sided with them." Facing that reality, Park Hyun asked coldly, "So what do you intend to do?" The man's eyes flared with hatred as he ground out each word, "A blood debt must be repaid with blood." Suddenly a loud crash rang out, startling everyone at the funeral. A subordinate rushed in urgently, "Boss, they are here again, right outside." The enemy brazenly brought men to the funeral hall to provoke trouble. Park Hyun and the scarred man instantly shifted into combat readiness. A fierce brawl erupted in the corridor as the two sides charged at each other without mercy. Amid the chaotic encirclement, the scarred man unleashed powerful kicks. His moves were forceful, while deftly evading the opponent's lethal knife strike. The clash between the gangs and the Yakuza grew brutal, heavy impacts sending many crashing to the ground. Some were even flung through windows amid the sound of shattering glass. News of the melee quickly flooded the headlines, forcing the police to seal off the area. Amid the wreckage, Park Han, with his face bandaged, called the commissioner. "Sir, please speak to the Busan prosecutor's office for me." "Yes, when I return to Seoul I will meet you in person." Park Han turned to inform Jong-soo that the remaining Yakuza and the internal traitors had been dealt with. "I have taken care of the Yakuza and the people within the organization. But if this continues, the prosecution and the police cannot ignore it forever. For now you should limit direct attacks and focus on defense. The economy is in recession. If the gangs keep causing chaos, the authorities will be under immense pressure." Jong-soo nodded. "I understand. The brothers in Daegu and Masan have reinforced the facilities. We will prioritize defense." But his gaze turned icy as he mentioned the blood debt. "The one who harmed Su-hang must be handled by me personally." "Understood." Receiving Kim Hyuk's nod, Jong-soo replied, "Of course." He drained his glass in one go and suddenly spoke of his future plans. "Once this is over, I will step down. I do not have the strength to hold on anymore. I will probably hand everything over to Sang-gun and retreat behind the scenes." The conversation temporarily closed as the convoy of black cars sped along the highway. Inside the car, Park Han listened attentively to the report on the internal affairs of the Yakuza. The headquarters of Yamaguchi Gumi is located in Kobe, but the Kodokai faction in Nagoya currently holds most of the key positions. Kim Hyuk pondered, "So Nagoya has seized power, then the organizations in Kobe must be deeply dissatisfied." His associate explained that due to strict police surveillance and the Nagoya faction's control over profit streams, the other groups found it difficult to resist. Moreover, Saru's position as successor was growing ever more solid, making the Kobe factions fear being sidelined. Notably, Takayama Gumi, the core under Kodokai, consisted mainly of Koreans in Japan. Park Han paid particular attention to the faction specializing in assassination missions. His eyes gleamed with resolve as he ordered, "Place a bounty on the head of the Yamaguchi Gumi boss." Faced with the stunned expressions of his subordinates, Park Hyun coldly announced a price of 100 million yen for the life of the Yakuza boss. He ordered that word be sent to the organizations in Kobe that his side would ensure the Japanese government could not intervene in their internal dispute. With his face still bandaged, he declared that money or police protection was nothing to worry about. They were to go all out and crush the Nagoya faction. A few days later, in a bustling high-rise building, James Han appeared in an elegant blue suit, smiling as he greeted them. "Greetings, gentlemen. This is our first meeting. I am James Han from Dream High." Representatives of Wall Street investment funds showed excitement. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Han. At last we meet the Asian tiger who once shook the market." James Han did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "I know you do not have much time, so allow me to present the main issue directly. This time our Dream 2 plans to launch a direct offensive into the Japanese market." He analyzed that in recent times investors had reaped great profits from Thailand, Indonesia, Hong Kong, and South Korea, but the scale of those markets could not compare to Japan. He extended an enticing offer. "In this campaign we will take the lead in paving the way, creating an opportunity for you to recover the losses you once suffered." George immediately flew into a rage, slamming the table and rising to his feet, both furious and ridiculous. "After betraying us last time, you still dare to invite cooperation for an attack." He was wary that targeting Japan was too risky since it remained the second largest economy despite its recession. George was suspicious and also wondered whether Washington would approve an attack on Japan. James Han calmly replied, "As for the Clinton administration, I will negotiate personally, you need not worry." George sneered and pointed at James in challenge. Relying on you people, you think you can sway Washington?" James Han coldly issued an ultimatum. "If you do not believe it, you may choose not to participate. Our Dream 2 is still capable of carrying it out, but the profits will belong entirely to us, right?" Another representative quickly spoke up. "George, set your emotions aside. If Washington gives the green light, there is no prey fatter than Japan." The other agreed. "Yes, let Japan witness our strength." George asserted that everything was for profit. Money had no emotions. He only accepted investment and risk, not more responsibility. "Seeing through the other side's nature, is that not what you always say to the media, George? Yet now you hesitate because of what we did last time." "George, I want you to take the lead in this mission. We will stand behind you to provide financial support and supervision." The meeting with Treasury Secretary Rubin had been arranged for next week. Standing by the window, he pondered whether the Clinton administration would allow an attack on Japan. Park Han quickly dismissed the worry, since he had previously turned a blind eye to the attack on South Korea. This time they would have to comply with his request. All preparations had been completed. Park Han calculated that once the exchange rate worsened, the Japanese government would not concern itself with the Yakuza conflict. He gripped the communication device tightly, ready to signal the start of war against Yamaguchi-gumi and Cheongpyeong at the same time. Suddenly, a man rushed to the room in panic, asking whether Kim Hyuk had seen this morning's newspaper. Kim Hyuk didn't understand what had happened till he took the newspaper. The bold headlines struck his eyes: "The shadow of Myeongdong and the Korean underworld exposed." The identity of the loan shark surnamed Kim. The paper claimed that a counterattack targeting him had begun. He narrowed his eyes as he read the lines, his face turning rigid with tension. This morning's paper ran a shocking headline about the identity of the shadow of Myeongdong and the Korean underworld, raising doubts whether the loan shark was truly involved. Did the Kim family intervene in the Busan settlements to seize the market? The department head solemnly observed that although no name was mentioned, the article exposed such detail that anyone paying attention knew it was aimed directly at Kim Hyuk. Calmly lowered the newspaper, stating that since he was not explicitly named, he would not respond, to avoid causing public panic. Park Han shifted direction, instructing department head Masuk to investigate the granddaughter of the chairman of Gosan newspaper. When asked the purpose, he coldly revealed information related to contraband substances, leaving the department head stunned. Park Han remembered that in his previous life he had heard about Komizu. She had once been arrested in a crackdown but later mysteriously left the police station. At that moment, a group of men in suits entered the restaurant, confirming Kim Hyuk's identity. The leader presented his badge, claiming to be from the Seoul prosecutor's office, and invited him to headquarters. Kim Hyuk asked about an arrest warrant. The other admitted there was none and pressured him to cooperate for mutual benefit. Amid the murmurs of the dine, he clearly demanded to know what crime he was being accused of. The prosecutor revealed they had received information linking him to the disappearance of Sin Song, a loan shark from Myeongdong, issuing an ultimatum that if Park Han did not cooperate, they would return with an emergency arrest warrant. Kim Hyuk understood that this was a familiar tactic of the prosecutor's office to detain people illegally. He analyzed that the prosecutor's office was divided into two factions: Chief Prosecutor Yoon's faction and Byomju's faction. The Seoul Chief Prosecutor, Park Han knew Byomju belonged to Cheongpyeong Guild. Seoul Prosecutor's office was a place where Chief Prosecutor Ion's power was difficult to interfere. Not giving him an excuse to attack, Kim Hyuk agreed to go along. Sitting in the moving car, department head Masok asked whether the young master would truly face the prosecutor's office. Kim Hyuk calmly confirmed, telling him to proceed with the plan. He sat in the car, holding a flip phone, saying he needed to make a few calls before arriving. The car sped along and stopped in front of the imposing prosecutor's office building. Inside the interrogation room, Kim Hyuk sat calmly, checking his watch and calculating that voluntary cooperation could last at most 6 hours. He clearly understood their goal was to obtain an arrest warrant during that time. Park Han told himself that if that failed, they would resort to legal loopholes for an emergency arrest, but lacking proper grounds would burden the other side. The door burst open and a prosecutor entered, his expression aggressive. That man slammed the file onto the table and shouted name. Kim Hyuk kept a calm expression and replied, "Prosecutor, take your time. When my lawyer arrives, it will not be too late to begin." The prosecutor began to lose patience, lowering his voice and repeating with intimidation. He calmly asserted that the lawyer would arrive shortly. His pride wounded, that prosecutor slammed the table and roared, "You insolent brat, Kim Park-hyun, do you think this is your living room?" He pressed the question, "Prosecutor, am I here as a suspect or as a related person for consultation?" The prosecutor flew into a rage, "You little punk, how dare you? Once you step in here, everyone is a suspect." Park-hyun observed indifferently, assessing him as truly worthless, a man who knew nothing, merely sent here to force confession, utterly uninteresting. He firmly demanded, "Stop the act and call someone with authority in here." The prosecutor jumped up, about to lunge violently. "What did you say, you bastard dare?" At that moment, the door opened, he froze and called out in surprise. "Chief," a dignified middle-aged man stepped in and ordered the prosecutor out. "Let me take over." After the prosecutor in anger, the newcomer sat down, clasped his hands and introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Park-hyun. I am Suk Jin, in charge of Criminal Division 3, to the point. You know Director Sin Song and the Myeongdong Loan Shark." Facing the question about Sin Song, and Park-hyun calmly admitted, "Yes, I met him a few times because of my grandfather." Suk Jin narrowed his eyes, doubting it was only a few meetings. He exposed that Sin Song was one of the 4 directors under Chairman Ta-san of Myeongdong, and that Kim Hyuk was now the heir to that entire enterprise. Suk Jin brought up the clash between the Jongsu gang and the Myeongdong White Tiger gang on the last day. In was seen, he emphasized that witnesses confirmed Kim Hyuk was the true leader of the Jongsu gang, mockingly asking whether it was all mere coincidence. Kim Hyuk observed silently, knowing the prosecutors were trying to lure him into a slip of the tongue. He was confident he had never left any trace linking him anywhere. Park-hyun calmly replied, "I heard about it, but to say I was involved in the disappearance of Sin Song is far too far-fetched." The atmosphere was taut as a drawn bowstring. Park-hyun waited silently. Immediately, the interrogation room door swung open. A dignified man in a blue suit entered, causing Kim Hyuk to startle and demand what was going on. The newcomer declared, "I am lawyer Hyung-min from Hyung-min Law Office, appointed to represent Park-hyun." He bowed apologetically for arriving late. Park-hyun nodded in return. "It is fine, I called in a hurry, and it is good that you made it." Lawyer Hyung in turn turned to question Seok Jin about bringing his client into the interrogation room despite it being voluntary cooperation. The division chief asserted that the accusations against Kim Hyuk were already very clear. Lawyer Hyung retorted that if it was so clear, why not apply for an arrest warrant instead of using the guise of voluntary cooperation? He demanded the prosecution clearly state the primary charge. Seok Jin listed a series of charges establishing a criminal organization, inciting murder, violating foreign exchange management laws, threats. Kim Hyuk was inwardly astonished, not expecting the intended to press such serious charges against him. The prosecutor's office accused Kim Hyuk of being behind the financial support that allowed Jong-soo to unify the gangs and suspected him inciting them to clash with the White Tiger gang. Seok Jin demanded evidence of establishing a criminal organization, coldly revealing they had testimony confirming Kim Hyuk murdered Sin Song-in and Moon Tibble. According to the investigation documents at the time of the clash in Myeongdong, the White Tiger gang encountered Jong-soo's gang to stop the plan to kidnap Shin Song-in. After that, Shin Song-in and Moon T-Belm were taken to an abandoned warehouse and then vanished without a trace. Seok Jin asserted the testimony of Baek Dong-dae, the imprisoned White Tiger boss, completely matched the sequence of events. Kim Hyuk told himself that their suspicion of his involvement in that disappearance had long been his expectations, but relying solely on one-sided testimony was absolutely insufficient to convict him. Park-hyun frankly stated that he did not know those people and did not understand why he was being dragged into the matter. Lawyer Hyung-min added that if there were truly solid evidence, the prosecution would not need the excuse of voluntary cooperation to bring his client here. Park-hyun clearly saw their intention to carry out emergency detention and then use the media to construct accusations to legitimize a formal arrest warrant. Lawyer Hyung-min looked straight at Seok Jin and sharply asked whether the prosecution intended to pressure a voluntary witness based solely on Underworld testimony. Seok Jin firmly declared that the prosecution already held clear evidence of violations of foreign exchange management laws. He opened the file and pointed out the overseas money transfers of Kim Hyuk that were deemed illegal. Seok Jin continued pressing on the disappearance of 2 loan sharks under Chairman Ta-san, emphasizing that every development had occurred only after Park-hyun appeared. He stared intently and questioned whether all of it was truly mere coincidence. Faced with the documents, lawyer Hyung-min acknowledged errors in foreign exchange management. However, he immediately stressed that under regulations, such conduct warranted only administrative penalties. Seok Jin growled the decision rested with the prosecution, but lawyer Hyung-min promptly countered that the final authority of judgment lay with the court. He concluded that for such reasons his client did not need to remain any longer. Kim Hyuk calmly looked at the other party and asked whether he could leave now. Seok Jin wiped his sweat, trying to stall by reminding them that 4 hours still remained within the voluntary cooperation period. Kim Hyuk secretly guessed they'd already submitted a request for an arrest warrant and were waiting for the court's response. Lawyer Hyung-min affirmed that although the maximum time frame was 6 hours, his client had the right to leave at any moment. Seok Jin slammed the table in anger, shouting that it was impossible because many points still required investigation. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded from the doorway. asking whether they could join that investigation. The sudden appearance of a group made Seok-jin freeze. He stammered when he recognized Representative Yoon from the prestigious law firm stepping inside. The elderly representative smiled and explained that since Park Hyun had requested his firm's representation, he had first sent his son, but ultimately decided to come personally. Seok-jin was stunned to learn that the young lawyer was the son of that powerful representative. The representative asked Seok-jin to restate the main accusation specifically. Seok began sweating. He adjusted his posture, introduced himself as Chief Prosecutor Seok-jin. At that moment, a dignified middle-aged man wearing glasses entered and called for a stop. Park Hyun immediately recognized him as the head of the Seoul prosecutor's office, Byung-ju. He narrowed his eyes warily, confirming inwardly that this was the man connected to the Cheongpung Society. Byung-ju stepped in with a calm expression. Representative Yoon greeted him first, congratulating Byung-ju on his recent promotion and remarking that he had not expected to meet under such circumstances. Seeing him appear in person, Byung-ju smirked and remarked that perhaps the prosecution had touched the right target. Representative Yoon lightly patted his son's shoulder, explaining that since he had insisted on taking his close friend's case, as a father he could not stand aside. Sensing the situation was not simple, Byung-ju softened his tone, suggesting the young lawyer handle matters here, while he invited the representative to a private office to talk. The two left the room, leaving behind a tense legal struggle behind the closed door. Inside, the young lawyer stated bluntly that if there were further questions they should raise them immediately, otherwise he would take his client away. Seok-jin suppressed his anger, asking them to wait a little longer while secretly glancing at his watch with calculation. He was waiting for a court order, but even if he waited, no warrant would be issued. Before the bewildered prosecutor, Kim Hyuk smiled confidently, exposing their attempt to delay for an arrest warrant and advising them to stop. In fact, earlier Kim Hyuk had quietly called Hyun Woo to inquire about Chairman Tai-san. He asked Hyun Woo to contact his grandfather, who had influence at the Supreme Court, to intervene in the warrant review process. While Seok-jin was still feeling smug, a subordinate rushed in with urgent news that left him frozen. The moment the arrest warrant request was submitted, the court immediately issued a rejection notice. Kim Hyuk rose calmly, straightened his clothes, and said now they could leave. "Let us go." Seok-jin flew into a rage, slamming the table and shouting who allowed them to stand up without permission. He glared at Kim Hyuk furiously and declared an emergency arrest at 15 hours 30 minutes on charges of instigating others to commit crimes and violating foreign exchange laws. The lawyer immediately objected, arguing that the murder-related accusation lacked basis and the foreign exchange violation did not qualify for emergency detention. Despite the sharp argument, Seok-jin sneered that the decision lay in the hands of the prosecution. He stepped closer and ordered Park Hyun to sit down or be handcuffed. With a cold gaze, he declared that from this moment he was no longer a cooperating party but a suspect. The representative accompanying Kim Hyuk angrily protested, emphasizing that they had come voluntarily and would not accept an unreasonable emergency arrest. The bespectacled prosecutor replied calmly that they could file complaints as they wished, but for the next 48 hours he would not step outside. He coldly demanded all personal belongings, including the phone, be handed over and said he would take good care of him. Kim Hyuk calmly analyzed that after an emergency arrest, they could search his home and office within 24 hours without a warrant. That period would certainly be exploited to look for evidence. The prosecutor continued shouting that the procedure was entirely lawful, ordering everything placed down and for him to sit still. Meanwhile, in the director's office, another battle of wits was unfolding quietly. The director sipped his tea and remarked that he had not expected Representative Yoon to appear in person. Representative Yoon smiled faintly and said he had not expected the prosecution to pressure a businessman in such a manner. The director laughed, asking whether he truly believed Park Hyun was an honest businessman. Yoon Hyung-min remained calm, replied that he did not know his son's friend well either, but he knew clearly that the director's bold actions were backed by the Cheongpung Society. Byung-ju admitted he had maintained ties with Cheongpung Society, yet Yoon emphasized that because his son was so determined he had to step forward. In this world, parents rarely win against their children. Seeing that the other party understood the situation, the director sighed and said if everything was already clear, there was no need to circle around. The Cheongpung Society wanted Park Hyun detained for 3 months. He claimed it was an opportunity for Kim Hyuk to start over and guaranteed it would be only 3 months. Yoon Hyung-min firmly refused, saying this was not or utter open to. The director grew impatient, asking why everything had to be made so tense and mentioning the power backing the Cheongpung Society. Yoon smiled confidently, saying he knew well and admitted his career had once received support, but that did not change his stance this time. Years of instinct made Byung-ju understand that Kim Hyuk would be a major client, bringing him long benefits. While still calculating, he was startled by someone loudly calling Director Bae. Prosecutor General Yen Chang-ho entered the office with his subordinates. Byung-ju stood stunned and stammered a greeting. He asked why he had personally come here. Chang-ho coldly reminded Byung-ju to consider his career, warning that if he wished to confront him he should do so directly. He stated he knew the Cheongpung Society backed Byung-ju and ordered the immediate release of Park Hyun, but Byung-ju refused, claiming Park Hyun was a dangerous individual facing serious charges. Yun Chang-ho countered by asking about the evidence and criticized Byung-ju's personally motivated conduct for tarnishing the prosecution's reputation. Amid the argument, an assistant handed Byung-ju a phone. Byung-ju picked up and said, "Yes, I am listening." Then his expression suddenly changed. On the other end came the familiar voice of Tae-san, causing Byung-ju to exclaim in shock. "Chairman." Tae-san calmly stated that he held a list of prosecutors who had received money from the Cheongpung Society, and that the name Bae Byung-ju stood at the top. He emphasized that the money in Byung-ju's hands had in fact all originated from him. As a seasoned trader, he had never forgotten a single item he had ever bought or sold. Tae-san issued a stern warning to Lee Young-han, either release his grandson immediately or prepare for a confrontation to the very end. He coldly concluded that the choice was in his hands. Faced with the threat from the powerful old man, Bae Byung-ju turned pale, sweat pouring down incessantly. In the interrogation room, the prosecutor on the phone also changed color, his voice turning stammering. After receiving instructions, the chief prosecutor. He hung up the phone, exhaled in frustration, his teeth grinding. No matter how furious he was still forced to order Kim Hyuk and the lawyer to leave. The lawyer adjusted his suit and coldly reminded them that if this happened again, they should contact the Hangmin office first. Behind him, the prosecutor shouted in bitterness, while Park Hyun quietly stepped out with the bearing of someone in the superior position. Black convoy sped down the street, the atmosphere inside heavy. A subordinate anxiously asked if Park Hyun was all right. He calmly replied that he had only been detained for a few hours. The driver cautiously asked whether the other side would continue to make a move in the next step. Kim Hyuk curled his lips meaningfully and said that debts had to be repaid, and for now they had to silence those who were making noise. He asked about the granddaughter of Gosen newspaper whom he had ordered investigated. The subordinate handed over an envelope and reported that there was sufficient evidence related to illegal substances. However, he lowered his voice and said they had discovered something even more horrifying. Kim Hyuk opened the envelope and froze when he saw the photo inside. Immediately after, Park Han went to the Gosen newspaper headquarters to meet Chairman Hosong. The chairman narrowed his eyes in curiosity and asked what matter required a private conversation. Park Hyun pushed the envelope across the table and calmly said he had obtained hot news and brought it over because he thought it would be useful for the paper. Upon hearing the words hot news, Hosong immediately opened the envelope, but when he saw the photo capturing his intimate scene with a young woman, he was so stunned that his cigarette fell. Hosong roared angrily and asked if he knew what he was doing. In the face of that fury, Park Han remained icy, inwardly vowing to repay everything with interest. Hosong slammed the table and shouted, asking if he called that exclusive news. Park Han casually replied that it was indeed. Fortunately, he had obtained it before others, not only photos but also videos. He warned that if it fell into the wrong hands, even the chairman would find it hard to stop it from spreading. Hosong paused, then sneered arrogantly, asking what there was that he could not block. The old man glared and declared that Godali was capable of steering public opinion, even smearing anyone if he wished. He curled his lips and said he had once shown respect because Park Hyun was Tae-san's grandson, but everything he had learned was completely wrong. Park Hyun gave a faint smile and retorted that his granddaughters were no different from him. They had once partied with several men at a Gangnam hotel and were involved with illegal substances. Hosong sprang up and roared in fury, asking how he dared mention his family. After losing control for a moment, he sat down, his gaze darkening as he bluntly asked what he wanted, since he had brought this here. Then state the conditions. Park Hyun looked straight at him and demanded that the truth about Azure Wind Society be published on the front page, exposing the origin of this organization since liberation. The newspaper chairman face changed at that shocking demand. Park Hyun declared that from now on he wanted to eradicate Azure Wind Society forever. Song abruptly stood up, then hesitated. He warned that perhaps because he was young he did not yet understand how terrifying this world was. Azure Wind Society was not a trivial name. He said that even within the newsroom there were members of that organization. Not only there but many other places had been infiltrated. Most domestic media agencies were under their influence. Park Hyun mockingly repeated his earlier boast that he could control every article, then presented a choice: cooperate with him, destroy Azure Wind Society, or watch Godali collapse. Driven into a corner, Hosong ground his teeth and asked if he intended to threaten him with just a few photos. He roared that he could put his identity on the front page tomorrow and drive him out. Park Hyun calmly replied that if he wanted to publish it he could try, then delivered the fatal blow that from tomorrow all corporate advertising on Godali would be cut off. First would be Dungo Group advertisements. He coldly said that blocking the other revenue sources in his hands was far too easy. If he did not believe it, he could try. Park Han realized that he feared losing advertising more than family scandal. He continued to press that if Godali did not cooperate, that profit would shift to Daily Central or Dongsong Daily, and asked whether any newsroom living on advertising would refuse. Song gradually crumbled. He pondered and asked Kim Hyuk why he was so confident before the power of Azure Wind Society, an organization backed by the Yakuza. Kim Hyuk calmly said there was no need to worry about matters outside Korea for now. Park Han ordered that an expose of Azure Wind Society be published on the front page next Monday with a shocking headline, and that the photos and videos would be handled after seeing the result. Watching Hosong tremble in cold sweat, Park Han quietly left. In the car, he received a call from his subordinate and pressed the phone to his ear, preparing for the next step of the plan. The voice on the other end reported that they had met with Treasury Secretary Robert Rubin. At first he refused, but when he heard that the benefits would favor Wall Street banks, his attitude changed. However, he advised acting cautiously cautiously. Park Han considered it, then ordered coordination with Wall Street to accelerate progress by the weekend. When the other side was surprised, he lowered his voice and said they had made the first move. The only way was to strike back at the point that hurt them most. In New York, the plan accelerated. In the office, George said that although he had received contact from Washington, he believed that the scale of Japanese dollars was entirely different from Southeast Asia or Korea and not easily shaken. The representative from Kim Hyuk's side mockingly said that Japan was no greater than Britain, which he had once defeated. The remark made George curl his lips in a calculating smile. When asked about the fund for the attack, George affirmed that it could be launched from tomorrow and said enthusiastically that it was very good. First, use the credit rating agencies to downgrade the national credit rating. Then when the Japanese market opens, we will attack their stocks. A few days later, a small explosion on Wall Street threw Japan into chaos. This bomb was in fact a new kind of weapon called credit rating. The American International Credit Rating Agency UDIS downgraded Japan's government bonds from AAA to AA1, the first time Japan lost its AA status, severely wounding the symbol of the rising sun. The exchange rate, which had held at 100 yen to $1, surged by single day, and the Nikkei index collapsed at market close. Japan, once the number 2 financial powerhouse, now fell into panic. The Japanese government, the largest creditor of U.S. bonds, urgently contacted the White House. But the response was not what they had hoped for. The American side declared that the global economy was in danger and the Treasury Department was considering demanding strict accountability. At the office of MangaCapped, Kim Hyuk silently held the newspaper following the developments. On the other end of the line came a hurried voice. Park Han, it has begun. New York is in complete chaos. As he hung up, he calmly concluded that Japan's economy was too large for the IMF to intervene as it had with South Korea. In the end, the Japanese government and the White House would reach an agreement, but he asserted that before that happened, everything needed to be stirred up as much as possible. Even better, Asura Wind Society, the shadow organization of the pro-Japan faction and the dictatorship manipulating South Korea, officially came to light. The articles from Go Daily had exposed it. The true nature of this organization led other newspapers to successively reveal shocking information about the 120 prominent figures in politics and business were confirmed to be involved. At the office, Park Han ordered all branches to lower interest rates to 20%, emphasizing to clients repaying companies run by Asura Wind Society and the Yakuza that they would receive an additional 5% reduction, determined to drive the rival companies and the Yamaguchi Gumi out of the market. The Kobe side accepted the proposal. 13 organizations withdrew from Yamaguchi Gumi to form a new group and stood ready to act on our signal when Park Hyun inquired about Eric Clark, the establishment of the PMC Legion named Brexit. 3 overseas special forces units bearing the powerful Black Bear emblem were also ready to return. He ordered the overseas breakbeer teams to enter South Korea as soon as possible because the suppression campaign was about to begin. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious villa, Asura Wind Society was thrown into utter chaos. A member anxiously reported that Go Daily was no longer obeying them and the people they had planted had been dismissed. The silver-haired leader slambled in fear, roaring with hatred. Hosong raged being betrayed after his loyalty. The situation worsened as many cut off contact to erase traces before their names were exposed by the media. The leader ground his teeth, blaming Park Han for everything, saying the problem should have been dealt with from the start. Another man admitted that using Bae Bell Nu to bind the situation over the past few months had been useless. Despite the tension, the leader still tried to remain calm and declared. He announced that even now it was not too late to confront John Tessin and Kim Wee-hyu. At the brightly lit headquarters of Myeongdong Capital in the middle of the night, Kim Hyu quietly stood by the window looking down at the city. A subordinate stepped forward to report, "Representative, I have gathered everyone." Kim Hyuk turned his head, his gaze icy as he replied, "Yes, then let us go." Entering the meeting room, Kim Hyuk leisurely sat on the sofa and thanked his associate. "Thank you for helping gather everyone." Looking around the room, the most formidable figures were present, confirming they were the elite force. Kim thought everyone should meet and greet each other. The introductions began with Jong-soo from the Sasong gang, accompanied by Lee Sang-ji-yoon, a key member of the company. Next came Eric Clark from the Black Bear organization. Beside him was Vi Oliver Green, captain of Black Bear Team 1 in South Korea. Ho-sik from Myeongdong Capital also spoke up, and finally Park Hyun-sung was present. As the atmosphere heated up, the scent of incense, Park Hyun suddenly grew solemn, his eyes blazing with a threatening blue as he declared the reason for the meeting. "I will state why I called everyone here today. Tonight I intend to completely eliminate the Asura Wind Society." Declaration of war echoed, leaving everyone stunned. Every eye present was filled with astonishment and excitement. Park Hyun began delegating. "First, I want the Song gang to handle Saru. Jong-soo of the Trenan clan, don't worry too much. If you are concerned about the enemy's whereabouts, the Yakuza's hiding spots, don't worry, have it all under control." Clearly in hand, Muihayus ordered all personnel mobilized, surrounding the target tightly. "No one will get through the net." Bringing up an old debt escort Yang-soo in front of me, Jong-soo nodded in agreement. "Understood." Turning to Myeongdong Capital, Park Hyun ordered tighter control over Yakuza financial companies. He affirmed, "With Saru gone, they won't hold out." The Black Bell forces along with Chief Maziok attacked straight at the Younghan mansion. Kim Hyuk emphasized, if not eradicated, the organization remains an obstacle. Park Hyun's eyes burned with determination, declaring actions taken not only for personal reasons but for the future. Amid the shining sill, Park Hyun determined it was the right time. "We must eliminate them. Starting Monday, everything remains top secret until the final moment." At the mansion, Chairman Ta San looked at his grandson thoughtful. asked if he was truly confident. Kim Hyuk confirmed thorough preparation. Looking at his grandfather, he asked, you also intended to eliminate the Thangfong Society, right? Tai-san sighed, admitting previously full-scale war would only commence with over 70% chance of victory. Kim Hyuk asked about the odds, admitting uncertainty, yet assured that the forces would not be inferior. Seeing his grandson steadfast, John Tai-san called out Myung-hun. When Myung-hun received the order, he decisively commanded maximum mobilization, granting full command to Park Han. Park Han was surprised, quickly reminding that Chief Hun's forces were core guards protecting his grandfather, emphasizing their continued presence. John Tai-san calmly reassured, don't worry, at worst this old man is done. The old man's gaze was cold as he mentioned the enemy, hoping to see La Yong-ha in pay. Tai-san told himself, witnessing that death would be peaceful. He looked at Kim Hyuk with remorse, saying, sorry son, Kim Hyuk. Tai-san felt guilty for not acting sooner. The burden fell on his grandson. Kim Hyuk reassured him, arranging forces to stay and protect. He analyzed Trangdong concentrated the mansions of major chairmen, police patrolling continuously. At any minor incident, they would immediately appear. Myung-han looked at Kim with trusting eyes. Young master, I will protect the chairman, rest assured. Park Han nodded, entrusting his final confidence. Thank you, take care of my grandfather. Night fell among the brightly lit skyscrapers. Park Han met with close associates. Seeing the boss tired, the girl remarked, you look much weaker. Park Han ignored it, asking directly about Jesong Bank's situation. She sighed, reporting bank debts rising daily. Peregrine remains light in Hong Kong. It would have collapsed long ago. Kim Hyuk analyzed, South Korea has government-backed finance but will change with capital support, government buying back bad debt. Girl excitedly reported receiving 51% share for 500 billion USD. Park Han asked about merging GCON and AEH. She confirmed good progress thanks to his push. Government satisfied with single entity formation. Park Han planned to delegate the merger handling to Ayun and Jiang, but the girl refused, wanting to execute the large contract herself. She envisioned Jaesong and Yi-hwan merging into a banking giant. Regarding the new bank's name, Mui Hayusi considered, then declared Taesan Bank. Deep down, Mui Hu viewed it as a gift to his grandfather, who had spent a lifetime in the ruthless advancement profession. Understood for Taesan, this name held special meaning, marking a rise for the Thangfong Society. All preparations for the final confrontation were complete. Park Han looked down at the street glittering with lights, telling himself this was the moment to step in. The air in the car was thick with odor. Sang Ji-yu and the man beside him bowed respectfully and replied, I hear you, boss. Inside the car, the red-haired man silently ordered his subordinates, after this, you will take over the company. The man with glasses beside him was stunned. Boss, what are you saying? He hurriedly explained, the company runs smoothly thanks to your backing. But the leader remained firm. No, you will manage fine on your own. I've decided this long ago. He quietly lit a cigarette, eyes distant and calculating. Once Su-hung is avenged, I will lay down my sword. Soon after, he called Kim Hyuk. Yeah, Park Han, everything here is ready. He received a short affirmation from the other end. He decisively stepped out of the car. Before hundreds of subordinates gathered, he made the announcement clear. The leader scanned the crowd. Today is the last. No more stabbing and fighting. Consider this the final battle. Give it your all. He raised his weapon, shouting to boost morale. We won't let the Yakuza take this territory. Got it? Shouts echoed. The full assault officially began under the silent night. An old truck thundered forward. It rammed straight into the entrance of the target building, clearing the path with strong impact. The leader's eyes blazed with determination. He commanded decisively, wipe them out. The henchmen surged like a black storm into the enemy's lair, starting to clear all obstacles. In Kobe, 13 gangs left Yamaguchi, establishing a new force. Meanwhile, Nagoya was in emergency, unable to send reinforcements. In the office, the middle-aged man slammed his sword onto the table, rats spreading everywhere during his absence. When he returned, he would kill them all. No one would be spared. Suddenly, a loud noise shook the room. Subordinates rushed in, calling out Lord Saru. Saru turned. What's happening? The men panicked, reporting they were overwhelmed, needing immediate evacuation. Saru was furious. Evacuate? No, call Li Yonghain for reinforcements now. And gritted his teeth, eyes burning with hatred. Those bastards dare attack me? Chaos erupted in the hallway, gangs clashing. One shouted, kill them, protect Suyong Haiyang. Amid the crashes, a person clearly directed, the path is clear, go this way. A subordinate turned, immediately struck by a slash tearing through his chest. Saru appeared, a sharp knife in hand, grinning wickedly. Let's see. The henchman screamed, charging with weapons in hand. Jiangsu threw a powerful punch, sending the opponent flying back. Amid the chaos, he stood imposingly over those fallen at his feet. Subordinate with glasses also handled a few. When the two of them turned back, at the end of the street, Saru smiled wickedly, knives ready in hand. His presence made the henchmen tremble. Jiangsu commanded everyone fall back. He advanced with authority. Facing Saru in the empty hall, looking at the enemy, he coldly asked, are you Yakuza, Warabashi, or Watanaben? Saru replied contemptuously, coming to kill me without even knowing my face. Bakayaro. EAA was truly strange. Meeting him only to insult, Jiangsu gripped the knife handle tightly, instructing his team, I will call Watanabe's name, you handle the rest. Saru charged. Clashing sounds echoed as two blades entered the deadly fight. Bak Haidong and Saru fought knife to knife, the clash ringing repeatedly, sparks flying as the blades met. Both backed off to maintain distance, sharp swords eyeing each other. The silence broke. I heard you use Japanese style. Impressive. Saru, tattooed on his arm, grinned wickedly. Didn't expect someone from Korea to be this skilled. I commend that. Immediately, he changed to a cruel tone and lunged enough. His face hardened, dodging basic strikes but feeling the Yakuza's power. Saru spoke as he swung the knife. Enthusiastic and amazing fight. Suddenly, Hentong struck viciously at the side. Saru leaned close to the opponent, smiling triumphantly. I win. Rongsu rammed his head forcefully in. While that one was still empty-handed, Bansongsu quickly stabbed forward, blocked by his hand. despite the painful wound. Finally, Zongsu put all his strength into the final strike. After life and death, Rongsu slumped, body exhausted, breathing heavily. Subordinates rushed in, shouting to take the boss to the hospital. Despite bleeding from his side wound, Zongsu remained calm. No need, tend to the injured first, handle the rest, leaning against the wall muttering, rest a while, just hand me a cigarette then go. A concerned subordinate called boss, but Zongsu affirmed, I'm fine. Ngung stood up, staggering, urged, hurry up. Seeing the subordinates move, alright boss, we'll return immediately after finishing. Zongsu leaned against the wall, hand trembling, calling his friend. The line responded calmly, Kim Mu, listen, Saru is dead. The line replied respectfully, thank you for your effort. Leave early, I will handle the aftermath. Kim Hyuk worried, are you okay? Zongsu sat against the wall, seriously injured, and Thieu Thao admitted the opponent was formidable. Park Hein said, you are the northern ace of Busan. He called him over, fought, and he died. Noticing the urgency, Park Hein urged, alright, you should leave. Zongsu wanted to say goodbye, softly calling, hey Kim Mu, remember, first meeting on the hospital rooftop, you called me Azushi, refused to state your age, truly an arrogant kid. Zongsu smiled faintly, reminding that his nanny raised him, asked Kim Hyuk's age out of affection, but he wouldn't listen, breathing gradually, leaving advice, live the life you want, understood. Park Hein shyly called over the phone, brother Su Hyung. Zongsu's hand fell, the phone dropped to the floor, he collapsed, breathing his last after expending all strength to eliminate the enemy, leaving sincere words for him. Night enveloped the luxurious villa, guards stationed strictly. In the yard, security personnel, patrolling leisurely, communicating via walkie-talkie. Suddenly a hand from the shadows clamped over his mouth. Couldn't make a sound. The raid was swift and silent, guards taken down by one. In the control room, the security staff began to sense that something was wrong when the system malfunctioned. Every surveillance screen was suddenly covered in streaks of white static. He jerked in shock and blurted out, what is going on? When he discovered the main gate camera had lost signal, he quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie and ordered an immediate inspection. But at that very moment, a black gun barrel silently pressed against the back of his head. In the vast corridor, a tall man strode toward the heavily guarded door. Sudden gunshot rang out, dropping one guard instantly, while the one beside him could only let out a terrified scream. The glass door shattered as a special agent delivered a powerful kick and rushed straight inside. Amid the chaos, Chairman Tai-san remained seated, his face strangely calm. A subordinate rushed into the room in panic, shouting that the mansion was under attack and urgently urging the chairman to leave at once. Lee Yong-hun ground his teeth. His face was etched with a cold and vicious expression, yet the special forces quickly stormed in and took control of the situation. Relentless gunfire left him completely unable to resist. Outside the mansion, Kim Yu-hu silently observed everything in the quiet night. Boss, they have reported that it is under control. Kim Hyuk replied softly, good, and he slowly walked in. Inside was a scene of devastation. Subordinates lay scattered across the stained floor among shattered glass. Park Hein stood sternly before the man sitting there, a helpless figure on the sofa. Looking at the bruised and battered face of his opponent, Park Hein did not waver in the slightest. He spoke in an icy voice. It is an honor to meet you. At last I have met the chairman of the Azure Wind Society. Lee Yong-hyun glared at him and sneered, so you are Tang grandson? Park Hein calmly replied, yes, I am Mizuk-sun, the woman you killed, and my name is Kim Hyuk. The memory of that accident years ago resurfaced clearly. The car crushed beneath a truck amid hazy smoke. The image of the enemy in pursuit and a mother risking her life to shield her child. She held the child tightly in her arms to protect him, making Park Hein heart ache sharp. Returning to the present, Young Han let out an arrogant laugh as he sat facing Kim with burning gaze of hatred. Young Han collapsed to his knee. Even with his face bruised and pale from his injuries, he still spat venomous words. I should have dealt with you along with that woman. Park Hein coldly asked, you killed her just to turn my brother and me into your tools, in exchange for stealing my ordinary life. Young Han burst into maniacal laughter upon hearing the words ordinary life. Ordinary, he looked at Kim Hyuk with contempt, as if you understood nothing of its true meaning. The old man continued to mock, you have finally taken all of Tai-san assets, should you not be thanking me for everything? Park Han stood among the Blackbeard special agents and replied coldly, you still wish to keep your chairman dignity until the last moment, you are too confident for a man on the brink. In response, there was only the hoarse laughter of a defeated man. He even said that Tai-san would be an interesting companion on the upcoming journey. Mui-hu turned pale and pressed him. What are you implying? Young Han curled his lips wickedly, you underestimate me. With so few guards around you, did you not find it strange defeating them so easily? Did you not suspect anything? Kim Hyuk went rigid as he realized he had fallen into a psychological trap. The old man screamed madly that you cannot break away from Tai-san, that is our true destiny, and his laughter echoed throughout the room. Kim Hyuk shouted in alarm, demanded that Pyeongchang-dong be concocted immediately. Darkness blanketed the quiet area of Pyeongchang. A police car patrolling the slope suddenly came to an abrupt stop. The officer exclaimed in shock, what the hell is this? In front of them, a large truck blocked the entrance to the mansion area. The police officer was stunned, wondering why the truck was blocking the road like that. In the quiet room, Myung Hun anxiously asked whether Kim Hyuk's plan would succeed. Tai-san said thoughtfully that Young Han was not easy to deal with, while Myung Hun reassured him that Kim Hyuk had prepared carefully, and told him to stay close to protect the chairman. The old man let a soft sigh, worried about Kim Hyuk. Tai-san recalled the first time he met Myung Hun at the orphanage, admitting that he had trained him into a tool against Young Hyun and feeling guilty for taking away his ordinary life. Myung Hun affirmed that he had lived until today thanks to the chairman's kindness. When I am no longer here, stand Continue to stay by Kim Hyuk's side and support him, he will be very lonely. Mang-hun bowed his head and promised to remain loyal to the chairman forever. Suddenly a subordinate rushed in to report that many unfamiliar vehicles were entering the alley near the mansion. Mang-hun immediately sprang to his feet. He ordered security tightened and no one allowed to get through. By the window, Chantisa looked into the night and sensed the coming storm. Tonight would not be peaceful. Outside, the clash began in chaos. A large-scale battle erupted at the gate as the two sides charged at each other fiercely, and inside the upper floors, the defensive line gradually collapsed as the mansion men were struck down at the foot of the stairs. Amid the turmoil, a masked assassin holding a silenced gun stepped in, his cold eyes fixed on Ta-san, as if declaring that tonight would be the end. Outside the mansion, a fierce confrontation unfolded in the dark night with relentless sounds of impact. A truck suddenly accelerated forward. It blocked the path and allowed a group of masked men to pour out. Gunshots rang out continuously, tearing through the air and throwing the defensive line into disarray. The security system was quickly breached. A bodyguard shouted that the enemy had weapons. He immediately ordered the entire team to advance forward. In the room, the deafening explosions still echoed through the window frame. Tai-san remained seated calmly despite the fierce fighting outside. He was astonished that the district of the powerful had turned into a battlefield, and his eyes grew profound at the severity of it. In the silent corridor, hurried footsteps rang out, shattering the heavy atmosphere. The bodyguard hurried past the rooms and then froze when he saw his comrades lying motionless on the floor. His eyes widened in horror at the scene before him and he quickly stepped back. Just as he tightened his grip on his gun to prepare a counterattack, he fell from a shot fired out of the darkness. In the study, Tai-san stiffened when he saw a tall figure appear behind him. The masked assassin calmly wiped the blade stained with a dark smear and coldly uttered an unpleasant remark. He slowly moved toward the closed door and thought that Tai-san must be hiding inside. The black-gloved hand slowly reached out, intending to turn the doorknob to deal with the final target. At that very moment, his gaze froze as he sensed a strange killing emanating from inside. The assassin immediately withdrew his hand, stepping back a few paces, eyes fixed on the door with suspicion mixed with utmost vigilance. Sweat poured down as he wondered what exactly was inside that house. A chilling sensation crept over him, making him certain that something unusual was lying in wait. He silently moved closer, the thought echoing in his mind that something behind that door was waiting for him to step in. Inside, Myung-hun crouched behind the sofa, gripping his gun tightly, ready to confront the enemy at any moment. He reported in a low voice, "Chairman, it seems the police have arrived." Suddenly, the door creaked open slightly, startling Myung-hun. Gunshots rang out in rapid succession. Those who rushed in were hit one after another and collapsed. It turned out the assassin had taken advantage of the guard's lapse to block the way. He seized the opportunity to shoot the butler. The gun in his hand fell to the floor. The tall masked man stood towering before him, uttering in surprise, so I actually missed." He coldly looked down at his prey who was barely breathing. Realizing the other party's identity, he curled his lips. "You must be Mr. Ha. I have heard your name for a long time." His gaze bored into Myung-hun, certain that sooner or later they would meet if he continued protecting John Ta-san. He just did not expect it to happen this way. Sensing the situation growing increasingly unpredictable, "The police will arrive at any moment. Withdraw now and I will not pursue you." Listen to the words of "I'm about to die." The assassin was still distracted. A sudden gunshot rang out from behind him. Chairman Tai-san slowly rose to his feet, gun in hand, and fired a decisive shot. The masked man still held the severely wounded Myung-hun tightly, laughing coldly. "What a pity, it seems I must personally deal with both daughter and father." His words revealed the horrifying truth about the daughter's death, leaving Tai-san stunned as he stammered, "What did you say?" The man continued to dig into the chairman's pain. "Why are you so surprised? Even if only a few gunmen showed themselves back then, did you think such a matter would be entrusted to nobodies?" He aimed his gun straight at Tai-san and spat viciously, "Farewell. When you go down and meet your daughter, remember to send her my regards." Suddenly another gunshot rang out. The bullet pierced the assassin's head, causing him to collapse, no longer able to resist. At that moment the door burst open. "Chairman." Facing the chaotic scene, Tai-san held the critically injured Myung-hun tightly and shouted frantically, "Call an ambulance. Bring the first aid kit here immediately." News of the attack quickly spread. A subordinate reported to Park Han, "Mr. Trangdong was attacked. The situation is under control, but Mr. Ha is seriously injured." Muyuke anxiously asked, "What about you? Are you alright?" After receiving confirmation that the chairman was safe, Park Han silently looked at Lee Young-han lying there barely breathing. The scar-faced old man suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. How ridiculous." He spoke bitterly about the grudge spanning decades. In the end, Young-han and Tai-san confronted each other, and the result is only that Myung-han is injured. Park Hyun stood before Young-han and coldly declared, "From the moment you harmed my parents, you signed your own death warrant. You and other Win Society are finished." Even in his desperate state, the old man still laughed sinisterly. "Do not underestimate Azure Win Society. Even if I die in Korea, my allies in Japan will avenge me." Park Han leaned closer, delivering a psychological blow. "If you are counting on Saru, he has already gone ahead, preparing a place for you." Lee Young-hyun eyes in horror, as it's shocking news. "I orchestrated the civil war within Yamaguchi-gumi, including even your closest associate. Even your connections within the Japanese government cannot save this situation." The old man trembled, blood soaking through, stammering incoherently. "Impossible, you are saying all of that was arranged by you. A Korean loan shark could single-handedly shake the entire Japanese economy." Kim Hyuk smiled faintly. "Believe it or not, the truth remains the same. You brought yourself to a dead end. From the moment you dragged the prosecutor into this game." Park Harenter Mazok manager Ma, "Give me," Masak said anxiously, "let me handle it for you." Kim Hyuk was resolute. No, I must end it with my own hands. Only if I do it will everything truly be over. Before his subordinate's hesitation, he stepped closer. I understand what you are worried about. Give it to me. Messiot closed his eyes in pain. I am sorry, sir. A dry gunshot. Young Hyun only managed to groan before falling backward, motionless with a fatal wound between his brows. Kim Hyuk looked at Messiot with a heavy gaze. His icy stare served as a warning. I know you did it for me, but never disobey my orders again. He silently lowered his gaze to the enemy's completely lifeless body.